Konoha, year 51. 3 years after the Nine-Tails incident. At the village entrance. Konoha, I have returned. A young boy with short golden hair stood at the village's threshold, gazing at the revamped village with a bitter smile. Have I ultimately returned too late? His striking features were not merely defined by his hair, reminiscent of the Fourth Hokage, but also by his handsome visage paired with his tattered garments. The contrast rendered him a figure of contradiction. Were it not for the Konoha ninja headband adorning his forehead, one might mistake him for a mere traveler rather than a ninja. His name was Ming, a time traveler. Moreover, he was the adopted son of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and in name, the elder brother of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. However, 3 years prior, Ming had departed from Konoha on a mission, only to return today to 8T that time. Naruto had yet to be born, perhaps even unaware of his brother's existence. As a time traveler well-versed in the narrative of Naruto, Ming was acutely aware of the dark, unilluminated childhood that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki endured. It was a burden that even an adult might struggle to bear. Yet it weighed heavily upon the young Naruto. The Fourth Hokage and his wife had fought valiantly to protect Konoha, yet their offspring faced such dire circumstances. The progeny of heroes, how absurd! Taking a deep breath, Ming reined in his gaze and stepped into the village. Having left 3 years ago on a crank mission, it had taken him this long to complete it. Now that he had returned, it was imperative that he protect this frail younger brother. After registering his identity and disregarding the peculiar looks from the registering ninjas, Ming strode into the village. The streets were bustling, filled with laughter and joy. After walking for about half an hour, Ming arrived at the place that held memories of Naruto's home. It was Naruto's home, not that of the Fourth Hokage. The Fourth Hokage and his wife would never leave their son in such a dilapidated place. Upon pushing the door open, a musty odor assaulted his senses. Furrowing his brows, Ming fully opened the door. What greeted his eyes was reminiscent of scenes from his previous lives anime. Scattered clothing, instant ramen containers strewn about, and long-expired milk that had somehow been entirely consumed. Even though he had anticipated this, the sight still pierced Ming's heart. By the timeline, Naruto was merely a 3-year-old child whose daily sustenance consisted solely of these remnants. Sarutobi, do you remember your father's charge so well? Before he could quell the anger rising within him, a figure appeared before Ming. The familiar visage of a dog-masked Umbu. Without the Third Hokage's orders, you are not permitted to approach the fox's dwelling. The cold voice met him heated. The fox? Looking at the dog mask, Ming let out a derisive laugh. Was this commanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Presumptuous. You dare to speak the name of the Third Hokage so casually. The Umbu was enraged, glaring at Ming, chakra surging ominously, indicating an intent to strike that 8T this moment. Ming, who had remained motionless, finally acted. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and struck fiercely. The blade reflected the light and, in an instant, pinned the shadowy figure to the wall. The figure attempted to break free, however. Ming's icy voice resonated once more. I strongly advise you not to move. The life of a mere shadow is of little consequence to me. After gazing into Ming's eyes for several heartbeats, the figure ultimately lowered its head, surrendering its struggle. Ming withdrew his sword, skillfully flicking off the droplets of blood. Clean this room. When I return, I expect to see it immaculate. With that, he sheathed his sword, leaving behind a stunned shadow. In that fleeting moment, the figure had felt the breath of death. What a terrifying swordsmanship. What an alarming speed. Having departed, Ming, the shadow glanced at the disheveled room, hesitated for a moment, and eventually stepped inside. Under the setting sun, in Konoha Park. However, it's time to go home. DG, dinner is ready. I'm coming. Everyone is heading home. Mommy. The little girl's jubilant call pierced through the waning sunlight, echoing sharply. The children, who had once gathered together, suddenly dispersed like birds returning to their nests, each swiftly finding their own sanctuary. Only one remained, standing still, gazing enviously at the unfolding scenes before him, his heart filled with longing. At that moment, a parent caught sight of the solitary figure, bathed in light, A flicker of disdain crossed their eyes as they reproached their child. What are you doing? Weren't you told not to play with that child? Come on, let's go. A few hurried away, as if they had encountered a terrifying specter, hastily avoiding the scene. Shikamaru, it's time to head home. Chuji, you too. At that moment, two more figures approached, each calling for their respective children. Goodbye, Naruto. Farewell. The two exchanged pleasantries before grasping their father's hand, their faces radiating joy. Only Naruto remained, watching the receding figures with a countenance of desolation. The sun still lingered, casting its golden glow, yet the brilliance that enveloped the small figure could not dispel the darkness within his heart. When Ming arrived, he beheld this very scene. Is this truly the reality? Moved by the sight before him, Ming quickly approached. Under the sunset, the two stood facing each other, one tall and one small. You come to take your brother or sister home, haven't you? After a long pause, it was the smaller one who spoke. But everyone here has left. You won't be able to take them. However, I can help you look. With that, Naruto flashed his signature smile, giving a thumbs up that I am destined to become the Hokage. So radiant, so full of sunshine. Anyone who beheld such a smile would surely be inspired to smile in return. Yet, Ming found no joy in it, instead falling into silence. Hey, what is the matter with you? Noticing something amiss, Naruto inquired with curiosity. Ming gazed at the petite figure before him, a boy with tousled blonde hair. Dressed in slightly tattered clothing, his garments cloaked in dust, he bears a striking resemblance to his father. As he stepped forward, shaking his head and wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Ming reached out his hand, pinching Naruto's ear and giving it a gentle tug. Breaking into a grin. Why, foolish little brother, I am here to take you home. Are you truly my brother? Along the street, a tall figure walked with a small one. As they turned back, that fleeting glance shared between Ming and Naruto suddenly dropped. Though it lasted but a moment, Ming perceived within that gaze a flicker of hope, coupled with a profound, almost overwhelming fear. Was everything merely an illusion? Before Ming could respond, the voice resumed. They all call me the nine-tailed fox, labeling me an orphan, and everyone in the village despises me. I suppose a child like me does not deserve to have family, right? Naruto looked up, mustering all his strength to meet Ming's gaze, forcing a smile as he said, Brother, you are not real. You are here to mock me, aren't you? You're just playing with me, right? Despite the strain, he smiled, a sunshine-like grin. I am destined to become the Hokage. Such tricks cannot deceive me. This was the stubbornness of a 3-year-old child. Alas, the truth was all too real. Without hesitation, Ming seized Naruto's ear, feigning anger. You foolish child. What nonsense are you thinking? Ouch, let go. Ming released him, then placed his palm on Naruto's head, rubbing it affectionately. Oh, my foolish little brother. I am not foolish. I am destined to become Hokage, right? Haha. On the streets of Konoha, the larger figure carried the smaller one, strolling slowly. The setting sun cast a radiant glow, rendering the scene exceptionally heartwarming. Yet, throughout the journey, Naruto, perched on Ming's back, was restless and incessantly questioned. Brother, why did you return only now? I was on a mission. Oh, brother, are you a ninja? Yes. Are you very strong? Brother, will you protect me? I was so scared when you weren't here, so very scared. Ultimately, at such a tender age of 3, after a flurry of questions, little Naruto finally drifted into a deep slumber on Ming's back, sleeping peacefully. Ming reflected on Naruto's earlier words, unable to find calm. 3 years old. While other children blissfully enjoyed their childhood, his brother bore such burdens. Upon seeing his brother, he still questioned whether someone was toying with him. Had such a thing occurred before? A fire of anger ignited within Ming's chest, refusing to be extinguished. Naruto, rest assured, I will protect you. I swear it. The distance from Naruto's residence to the park was considerable. Ming walked slowly, not wishing to disturb the peacefully sleeping Naruto, despite his sound slumber. However, he wished for no unexpected incidents, not even a single one. Before long, several figures appeared on the path. A group of children blocked the way, confronting Ming. Put the nine-tailed fox down, accompanied by the fox spirit in the village. Could it be that you are an accomplice of the fox? Judging by his demeanor, he does not appear to be a good person. The leading child, armed with a stone of uncertain origin, hurled it directly at Ming and his companion. Kill him. Eliminate this accomplice of the fox spirit. The sizable rock arced through the air, only to be grasped by Ming. With determination, he struck. Bang! The stone shattered. Su Ming raised his hand, drawing forth the longsword sheathed at his waist, its tip pointed forward, reflecting the pale faces of the children before him. He spoke not a word, merely advancing with slow, deliberate steps. Stay back. Do not approach. The children, witnessing this, were gripped by terror, nearly losing their wits. In their retreat, one child slipped and fell to the ground, his gaze towards Su Ming filled with dread. In the next moment, a figure donned in a dog-headed mask materialized before the fallen child. You have gone too far. The Umbu agent. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Have you tidied up? This Umbu was indeed the one who had been commanded by Su Ming to clean the house in Naruto's residence. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the agent felt a surge of anger. However, noticing the glint of cold steel on Su Ming's sword, he suppressed his fury and nodded. I shall spare your life this time, but do not let it happen again. After speaking, Su Ming disregarded the Umbu, turning his attention to the group of children behind him, redirecting his sword. With a swift motion, the sword struck the ground, embedding itself deeply. The Umbu's heart raced at the sight. He had endeavored to overestimate the person before him, yet he realized he had still underestimated him. Gazing at Su Ming, who was shorter than himself, the Umbu was taken aback. Was he truly just a child? Su Ming, at the tender age of 8, declared, I possess a short temper. Thus, should anyone bully my younger brother again, it shall be their body that the sword pierces next. With a flourish, he withdrew his sword and grinned. Do not mistake my words for jest, unless you wish to become a corpse. No one dared to reply. The atmosphere was profoundly silent. As Su Ming sheathed his sword, preparing to depart, he suddenly noticed another figure emerging in his path. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, Do you wish to join the fray as well? The Umbu turned to look, and upon recognizing the newcomer, muttered softly, Uchiha. Before Su Ming stood two figures, one large and one small. The elder carried the younger on his back, Uchiha Itachi and his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. In response to Su Ming's words, Itachi shook his head. I am also an elder brother. I understand your sentiments. Should anyone bully my younger brother, I shall not let them go unpunished. Su Ming nodded, finally observing the prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan up close. A boy of 7, capable of contemplating life with the mindset of a Hokage, tirelessly striving for his village and family. A boy who, despite having a fondness for sweets, had endured a lifetime of hardship. Yet, at this moment, Itachi was also merely 8 years old, having just awakened his Sharingan according to the original narrative. However, for Su Ming, such details were of little consequence. After the demise of his parents, only Naruto remained significant. Matters unrelated to Naruto did not occupy his thoughts. Su Ming took a step forward. As he passed Itachi and Sasuke, he suddenly spoke. If you truly care for your brother, endeavor to believe in him and his capabilities, rather than presuming to dictate his path. Upon hearing these words, Itachi visibly trembled. Just as he regained his composure and intended to respond, Su Ming had already turned his back, carrying Naruto away. Itachi fell silent. Moments later, Sasuke, nestled against Itachi's back, lifted his small head and asked, Ni-san, who is that person? He is a commendable brother. Itachi glanced back, affectionately regarding the Sasuke on his back. What? Ni-san, that's not what I meant. I was asking, is that person very strong? Very strong, Itachi replied, a rare gravity in his expression. At the moment he unsheathed his sword, I felt as though I could perish beneath its edge. How could that be? Ni-san is the strongest. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with confusion. However, being still young, he soon forgot the matter. A moment later, he looked at his brother with excitement. Ni-san, will you train with me for a while? Next time, Sasuke. Not again. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi turned, gently tapping Sasuke's forehead. Next time. In the Hokage's office, smoke wafted thickly. The Umbu standing before the third Hokage instinctively shifted to sidestep the heavy odor, but it was in vain. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his large pipe and slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression complex. He has returned? Yes. Moreover, he has taken Uzumaki Naruto with him. Even addressing you without the slightest respect, the Umbu reported candidly. That aligns perfectly with his character. He was always like this when Minato was still around. Sarutobi murmured to himself. You may return. There is no need to continue monitoring. Given Su Ming's temperament, if you persist, he will indeed resort to violence. The Umbu hesitated. But sir, the significance of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I am aware, Sarutobi interjected, but you cannot defeat him. Cannot defeat him, the Umbu echoed, their eyes dimming behind their dog-masked visage. Not only can we not defeat him, but we probably couldn't even withstand a single blow. He is a prodigy who astonished even the fourth Hokage. Withdraw, Sarutobi commanded. Yes. The Umbu retreated. Sarutobi rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of headache. Su Ming's mission had been arranged by him after the fourth Hokage ascended, despite resigning in disgrace after the last Ninja World War, yielding his position to the fourth. His thirst for power had never waned. The authority of the village had always resided with him, Sarutobi, rather than the fourth. The strength that the fourth could wield was quite limited. Su Ming was one of those forces, and indeed, the one with the greatest potential. Thus, he assigned Su Ming an exceptionally challenging task, which, although classified as level C, bore a difficulty at least equivalent to that of level A. At the time of undertaking this mission, Su Ming was merely 5 years old. The task was located in a small neighboring country adjacent to the Land of Fire. Despite its diminutive size, the country was rife with nefarious individuals. Although it lacked ninjas, it remained perilous. The objective of the mission was to safeguard the villages near the Land of Fire within that nation. The timeline for this undertaking spanned 5 years. Sarutobi utilized this very task to occupy Su Ming, granting him ample time to usurp the authority from the fourth Hokage and seize control. However, Sarutobi did not anticipate the cold-heartedness that the young Su Ming would exhibit. He picked up the mission report from the table, revealing that all 423 inhabitants of that country had been slain. The task was completed in 3 years, utilizing the shortest time frame imaginable. A genius, indeed, and moreover, a genius stained with blood. Compared to delicate greenhouse flowers, such individuals were precisely what Konoha required. Additionally, Konoha was currently facing a shortage of manpower. Gazing at the report, Sarutobi found himself in a state of indecision. His tendency to soften his heart had always been his flaw. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he let out a gentle sigh and gradually exited the Hokage's office. Ultimately, he felt it necessary to personally investigate the matter, particularly since it concerned Minato. Meanwhile, Su Ming returned home with Naruto on his back. The house was impeccably tidy, imbued with a faint fragrance. The Umbu were quite obedient and performed their duties effectively. Once Naruto fell asleep on Su Ming's back, he did not awaken. This 3-year-old child, even in slumber, clung tightly to Su Ming's sleeve, as if fearing that his grasp would loosen and Su Ming would vanish. With a sense of helplessness, Su Ming had no choice but to remove his coat as well, allowing him to gently place Naruto onto the bed. The bed was rather firm. Aside from a simple sheet, it was merely a hard wooden board. He took a careful look around the room. A table, a bed, a wardrobe, and then nothing more. There was not a single piece of decent furniture. After the Umbu had cleaned, the room felt exceedingly empty, a lonely emptiness, Su Ming mused. Perhaps Naruto had never bothered to clean, simply not wanting the space to appear so desolate. Beneath the table lay half a carton of expired milk. Su Ming picked it up to inspect, noting it had been expired for over 3 months, yet it was more than half empty. The consumed portion had undoubtedly found its way into Naruto's stomach. With a heavy sigh, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. Just then, a figure appeared outside the door. Without hesitation, Su Ming strode out, clutching the half-empty carton of milk. At the entrance, the third Hokage regarded Su Ming's cold demeanor with a hint of exasperation. "Su Ming, you have returned," he remarked. Su Ming responded with a sardonic smile. "Let us speak outside. Do not disturb Naruto's sleep." Instantly, the third Hokage felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Outside, he reflected on Naruto's current circumstances, which were indeed less than favorable, yet all was done in the name of his protection, he explained. "You are the son of the fourth Hokage, and you should be aware of the immense allure and underage Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails poses to other villages." "I am unaware of that." Su Ming lifted the half-carton of milk in his hand, stating, "All I know is that my 3-year-old brother consumes expired milk daily, living a life of hunger and inadequate clothing. The current existence I have arranged for Naruto is the best I can provide for him. If his identity were to be revealed, he would be in grave danger." "The best life?" Su Ming scoffed, forcefully tossing the half-carton of milk away. It arced through the air before crashing into a pile of garbage. A few stray cats, drawn by the sound, approached but quickly turned away in disdain after sniffing the milk. "If even stray cats reject it, is this what you call the best life for Naruto?" The third Hokage remained silent. "I do not wish to know your rationale. I have but one question. What of my parents' inheritance? The substantial wealth they amassed during their lifetimes? I know it is in your possession. Why not bestow it upon Naruto? He's too young to manage it. I ask you where it is." Gazing at Su Ming, whose expression had turned icy, the third Hokage remained silent for a long while. Finally, he sighed and replied, "It has been exhausted." As he uttered these words, the third's gaze fell, unable to meet Su Ming's eyes. You are aware that, recently, the conflict with the Land of Lightning, aside from the sacrifice of the Hyuga clan, consumed everything left by Minato. After speaking, the third added, for the sake of the village. Huh. Ha ha. In response to such an answer, Su Ming could only sneer, even scoffing. Even in his past life, he found it curious that with the formidable strength of the Fourth Hokage and his wife, they could not have saved enough wealth for their son. Yet, Naruto's childhood was still filled with profound poverty. It turned out that whatever they had left for Naruto had long since been appropriated by the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage truly is hypocritical. The atmosphere fell into a prolonged silence. When the Third Hokage attempted to speak again, Su Ming interrupted him directly. He looked at the Third with an icy, fearsome gaze. Third Hokage, let us engage in battle. Let us fight. This proclamation came forth so abruptly, yet with an unsettling naturalness. Sarutobi stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the resolute Su Ming. How many years had it been since anyone had dared to openly express hostility towards him, let alone challenge him? Even Danzo, who had long coveted his position as Hokage, and Orochimaru, who had defected not long ago, lacked the courage to utter such words. Yet now, these words escaped the lips of a mere child. You are not my match, Sarutobi responded. Su Ming remained silent, slowly placing his right hand upon the hilt of his sword. His movements were deliberate. Yet, as he made this gesture, Sarutobi felt an unexpected pressure emanating from Su Ming. The pressure emanating from an 8-year-old child weighed heavily upon Sarutobi. He wished to dissuade him, urging, you must trust me, trust the village. We will take good care of Naruto. Yet, before his words could fully materialize, they were abruptly shattered by a piercing rush of wind. In an instant, the long sword was drawn with a swift motion. Sarutobi's pupils dilated in shock as the pressure surrounding him intensified, making him acutely aware that failure to defend himself would result in dire consequences. Instinctively, he began to form hand seals, intent on summoning the Monkey King. He leaned back, attempting to retreat. However, it was already too late. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, striking Sarutobi with a decisive blow. As the Third Hokage, renowned as a formidable ninja, his combat experience was profound. Typically, even when ambushed, he could react in the shortest span of time. Yet, against this frontal assault, he miscalculated. Drip. Blood fell to the ground as a deep gash opened on his arm, crimson flowing freely. Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend the reality of his injury. Clang. The long sword was sheathed without a glance cast towards the third by Su Ming, who turned away. I will take care of Naruto. If you have no other matters, please take your leave. Sarutobi sighed, this child. He continued, I have kept Watergate's house for you. You may move in tomorrow, but you must do so alone. Naruto cannot accompany you. Yet, Su Ming did not pause, his footsteps unyielding, offering only a cold scoff filled with derision in response. Sarutobi had no choice but to depart. Today marked the most helpless moment of his tenure as Hokage. Faced with a mere child, even during the Great Ninja War, he had never felt so powerless. He realized he had failed Naruto, not fulfilling Watergate's wishes. Nevertheless, halfway through his departure, Sarutobi glanced back at the already vanished figure of Su Ming. His resolve remained unchanged. Even with the uncertainties brought forth by Su Ming's return, he was determined to follow his intended course. The Nine Tails would remain the property of Konoha. At this moment, Su Ming refrained from entering the house. It was still early, and Naruto was asleep. He reflected on the encounter with the Third Hokage. Indeed, the third was formidable. With his current strength, he was undeniably outmatched, even with his so-called golden finger. Yet, he was resolute in his determination to fight for Naruto's sake. Even with his advantages, reaching Sarutobi's level would not come overnight. His golden finger was a system known as the Glory of King's template. Within his mind, a translucent template materialized. Host, Su Ming World, Naruto World Unlock Template, Glory of King's World, Orange Right Capital Unlock Percentage, 4/2 upon reaching 5 template progress. The first characteristic of the template character will be unlocked. The characteristics of the template of Orange Yuki are sharpness. Upon reaching 20 progress in the template, the next character template will be unlocked. Template points, 25. Daily task, training in swordsmanship, rewards 0. 2 of template progress, completed. This template system is remarkably straightforward. By completing daily tasks, one can unlock corresponding templates and simultaneously acquire their abilities. The Iato technique employed in the recent encounter with the Third Hokage was derived from the template of Orange Yuki. He is a prodigious swordsman, albeit a solitary one. However, there is no denying the strength of his swordsmanship. When honed to perfection, it becomes a means to sever all. The world of Naruto is fraught with peril. And even with the system, Ming has faced numerous life and death battles. Yet, he has persevered, allowing his blade to be stained with blood. A sword that has tasted blood is a true sword. Ming shook his head to clarify his thoughts. He then glanced towards the only available corner in the room where he could conceal himself. Come out, Itachi. You've been waiting for quite some time, haven't you? As soon as Ming's words fell, Itachi's figure slowly emerged from the corner. Truly impressive, Ming-san. Itachi lavishly bestowed his praise. To deliver such a strike that even the third Hokage was wounded, the title of Konoha's greatest genius rightfully belongs to you. Ming did not respond. Indeed, he was once Konoha's greatest genius. However, after he embarked on missions, his name was deliberately erased from memory, leaving it to fall upon Itachi. Yet, the two had never truly competed against one another, for Ming had left too early, and their paths had rarely crossed. At that moment, as Itachi spoke, Ming discerned the implication behind his words. That strike. It suggested that Itachi had perceived his sword technique, a feat even the third Hokage had failed to grasp. And yet, Itachi, indeed, had he awakened the Sharingan? By the reckoning of time, Itachi should have activated it by now. Is there something on your mind? Ming inquired, directing his gaze towards Itachi. Itachi, why did you say those words to me the other day? Itachi asked. If one day, the village and the clans stood in opposition, their conflicts irreconcilable, and you were the sole link between the two, what would you do? Ming refrained from answering Itachi's question directly, instead posing a counterquery. What would I do? Accept Konoha's orders and annihilate my kin? Ming did not articulate his thoughts explicitly, yet the impact on Itachi was profound. Itachi fell silent, his eyes reflecting a depth that belied his 8 years. After a considerable pause, he spoke. There is no need to rush your response, Ming smiled. Let us engage in a duel, as a test of our mettle. A test of mettle? Itachi seemed taken aback. Indeed, Ming confirmed with a nod. But not now. At this moment, my dear little brother is about to awaken. With that, Ming stretched languidly. Before Itachi could fully comprehend, he was already before him, extending his hand to gently tap Itachi's forehead. Next time, Itachi. When the weasel regained his senses, Ming's figure had already vanished. Then, from the adjacent room, cheerful voices erupted. Brother, I'm hungry. Then let's go eat ramen. Miso flavor. Yay. You're the best, brother. I want a big bowl. Haha. I'll make you so full you can't walk. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, a young figure was already seen wielding a sword. 1 strike. 2 strikes. Numerous strikes. Ming's face was etched with seriousness. Though he was not very large, the moment he grasped the sword, he exuded an air of maturity. Particularly, he conveyed an unprecedented sense of security that compelled one to believe in him. If asked about the source of this confidence, Ming would assertively attribute it to his father, the man known as the Little Sun with his golden brilliance. This was reminiscent of Naruto. Today's daily task assigned by the system was to swing the sword 1,000 times. Ming held the long sword, incessantly striking. Strike. Strike. Another strike. Since rising that morning, he had already executed 723 strikes, a considerable burden for his current physique. Yet, Ming did not relent. He was determined to grow stronger, whether to avenge his parents or to protect his still fragile younger brother. He had ample reasons to strengthen himself. 997, 998, 999, 1,000. Ming exhaled heavily, sheathing his sword. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of 1,000 sword swings. Reward, System Template Progress 0. 8. You have unlocked the first template feature of the system, Sharpness. Sharpness. This feature derived from the template of the character Orange Right. Even though he had traversed into this new realm, Ming still vividly remembered the figure of Orange Right from the game, the sword that could cut through anything. Sharp beyond measure. Now, he had acquired a similar capability. Was this power formidable? Indeed it was, for he had epitomized the concept of cut, rendering it to perfection. In that perfection, nothing was beyond his reach, not even illusions. Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, causing a leaf to gently drift down, landing precisely on the tip of Ming's lowered sword. Without a moment's hesitation, the leaf was effortlessly cleaved in two. Ming narrowed his eyes, his gaze sparkling with intensity. Brother, are you here? As the door swung open, Ming turned to see a small head peeking in. A smile crept across his lips. Awake now? I don't know how I ended up sleeping so long yesterday. I used to wake up quite early. Naruto is amazing. Approaching, Ming affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair before stepping into the room. Time to freshen up. We'll be having breakfast soon. Breakfast? Upon hearing those words, Naruto appeared somewhat surprised. You must eat breakfast while you're still growing. Ming smiled, urging, hurry up. Naruto nodded vigorously before dashing off to freshen up. Ming shook his head in exasperation. However, when his gaze shifted to the bed, intending to tidy up, he was taken aback to find it impeccably arranged. Neat and clean. Even the clothes he had changed out of yesterday were folded neatly. Staring at this scene, Ming was momentarily stunned. Brother, I'm done washing up. Naruto's figure suddenly appeared. Upon noticing Ming lost in thought while looking at the bed, the small figure immediately panicked, lowering his head. I didn't mean to touch your things, brother. I just wanted to help. Puff. Expecting punishment, Naruto was instead met with Ming's laughter. Looking up, a large hand unexpectedly descended upon his head. Ming unabashedly ruffled Naruto's hair. I've never seen clothes folded so poorly before. My foolish little brother. I'll teach you next time. Nonsense. Mine are not ugly. Naruto, initially tense, suddenly flushed, expressing his discontent. Ming laughed heartily, despite his brother's disdain for the folded clothes. Naruto's smile grew increasingly genuine. Brother, he said he would teach me. Outside the dango shop, Naruto asked with confusion, Brother, aren't we going to eat ramen? Let's try something different. Perhaps, Naruto, you'll discover food even more delicious than ramen. Ming replied. But Naruto patted his empty pockets, his little face drooping. I have no money. Haha. Observing Naruto's expression, Ming found it both amusing and somewhat pitiful. Why did Naruto love ramen so much? Ming pondered. Perhaps it was the only delightful food he had tasted during his childhood. Other delicacies were not unappetizing, but simply unavailable. Don't worry, brother has money, Ming assured. Leading Naruto into the dango shop, where he ordered 2 plates of dango. They ate while waiting. Ming only consumed a few pieces symbolically, as the rest vanished into Naruto's belly. Even after finishing the last piece, Naruto seemed unsatisfied. Ming chuckled and ordered 2 more plates for him. Bringing Naruto to the dango shop was not a mere whim. Ming was waiting for someone who adored sweets. Moments later, as 2 individuals clad in Uchiha attire entered, Ming stretched out his arm and waved. Itachi and Sasuke approached. The 4 gathered at a table. Itachi ordered a plate of dango, but, after eating one, excused himself and pushed the rest toward Sasuke. Then, Naruto and Sasuke, the 2 little ones, began to eat dango facing each other. Eventually, they found themselves staring at one another, instinctively competing. Ming smiled in resignation. Indeed, this may be the bond that exists between Ashura and Indra. Another plate, please, called out the proprietor, Ming. As a dish of dumplings was presented, Ming savored one before pushing the plate towards Itachi. I am quite full, he declared, stretching lazily. The remainder is yours. After all, it is not advisable for children to indulge excessively in sweets. Listening to Ming, Itachi seemed to comprehend that refusal was not an option. The man he had only encountered twice appeared to have discerned his inclinations. He took the plate and began to savor the dumpling slowly. Unbeknownst to him, the frown that had been etched upon his brow gradually unfurled, as he became absorbed in the delightful experience of the confectionery. Is it delicious? Ming inquired suddenly. The question caused Itachi to flinch, for in that moment, he had instinctively lowered his defenses, lost in the pleasure of the moment. Is this the power of Ming-san? Before Itachi could ponder further, Ming's voice resonated again. We agreed to have a spar once you finish eating. At Ming's words, Itachi instinctively set down the dumpling and rose. However, Ming had anticipated this reaction and remarked, wastefulness is not the example an elder brother should set for his younger sibling. This statement firmly seated Itachi back in his chair, compelling him to dutifully finish the dumplings. Meanwhile, the 2 little ones beside Ming and Itachi exchanged glances upon hearing the mention of a fight, their eyes sparkling with excitement. In the training grounds of Konoha, 2 figures stood in opposition, Itachi and Ming. Itachi's expression was notably grave, for he could sense the immense pressure emanating from Ming. Although no blows had yet been exchanged, the weight of that pressure had already caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In stark contrast, Ming appeared completely at ease, meticulously observing this prodigious Uchiha youth. a mere 13 years of age yet capable of annihilating an entire clan. While it was undeniable that Obito played a role in these events, Itachi's formidable prowess could not be overlooked. A 13-year-old with the Mangeki Sharingan, such talent was indeed terrifying. There's no need for concern, Su Ming declared. Unleash your full strength. Do not worry about injuring me. He rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Instinctively, Itachi took a half-step back. He had witnessed Su Ming utilize this very technique to injure the third Hokage. Caution was paramount. However, he quickly realized that retreating would yield no results. Offense was the best form of defense. In the next moment, 5 shuriken materialized in Itachi's hand, which he promptly hurled in a flash. 5 shuriken, launched from 5 directions, surged towards Su Ming, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. Impressive. Sasuke, seated at the periphery of the training ground, observed the scene with wide-eyed astonishment, his heart filled with awe. Yet, before he could fully marvel at his brother's might, a glint of cold light flashed forth, followed by a series of sharp clinks, as the 5 shuriken were effortlessly strung together. With a single stroke, Su Ming had dismantled what appeared to be a flawless assault. Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. His brother's opponent is formidable. Meanwhile, Naruto was utterly mesmerized, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Wow, my brother is so cool. However, this was not the end. With sword in hand, Su Ming swiftly executed a slash. His unparalleled speed brought him almost instantaneously before Itachi. Itachi's eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively recoiled, but it was already too late. With a swift motion, Su Ming's blade cleaved through Itachi, bisecting his form, which then vanished with a resounding thud. A shadow clone. A smirk tugged at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. Such combat prowess was truly befitting of Itachi. Yet, this battle was only becoming more exhilarating. From the side, another 5 shuriken were launched. Su Ming raised his sword to parry, simultaneously vanishing once more, reappearing before Itachi. With a vertical strike, he swung his sword. Such speed. Itachi's eyes widened once again, and within his gaze, a crimson tomo materialized. The Sharingan. With a swift thrust, Su Ming's sword plunged into the ground, embedding itself deeply, yet Itachi narrowly evaded the blow. Gazing at the sword buried halfway into the earth, Itachi felt a profound sense of astonishment. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had long been steeped in a tradition of pride. The very essence of pride was etched into the bones of the Uchiha. The Uchiha were strong. This was a belief held firm since the time of Madara, through to Itachi, and across generations of Hokage. Otherwise, the 3 generations and even Danzo would not harbor such trepidation towards the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha's most formidable asset lies in their Sharingan. Yet now, Itachi, who has activated his Sharingan, finds himself still subdued. He has attempted multiple assaults to alter the tide of battle, only to realize that all his efforts are in vain. Why? He bears no signs of any bloodline limit. This indicates that Su Ming is merely an ordinary ninja. But how can an ordinary ninja possess such extraordinary strength? In the fleeting moments of combat, myriad thoughts raced through Itachi's mind. However, the more he pondered, the greater his confusion became. Even if Su Ming understood the essence of this situation, he would be incapable of elucidating the concept of bearing a system that grants overwhelming advantages. Itachi simply cannot comprehend it. Thus, let the battle commence. To experience it through combat is the simplest way. Ding! Evading Su Ming's onslaught, Itachi hurled shurikens while retreating. Simultaneously, as he created distance, he swiftly formed hand seals. One cannot help but acknowledge that Itachi's seal speed is terrifyingly rapid. During his previous battle with Sasuke, his speed was no longer merely impressive. It was as if he had unleashed an entire ocean. In mere moments, the seals were completed. Then, drawing in a deep breath, he exhaled forcefully. Fire style, great fireball technique. Suddenly, a colossal fireball emerged, hurtling directly towards Su Ming. The power of that fireball surpassed anything a mere genin could conjure. The blazing inferno illuminated the entire training ground, casting a stark light on Naruto and Sasuke's pale faces. Fire style Sasuke stood transfixed, utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that his brother wielded such a potent ninjutsu. Simultaneously, a swell of pride surged within him. He yearned to proclaim, "This is my brother." However, as he glanced around, he realized there were no spectators, only a younger child, even smaller than himself. What could such a child possibly understand about ninjutsu? Sasuke pondered. Nevertheless, he could not resist nudging Naruto beside him, like a proud peacock, exclaiming, "Did you see that? That is my brother. That is the Uchiha's fire style." At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed, and the great fireball hurtling towards Su Ming was effortlessly cleaved in two. Su Ming, wielding a sword, appeared with an air of calm authority. Naruto scoffed, "So what? He still can't withstand my brother's sword. I find this technique rather unimpressive." "What did you say?" Sasuke glared fiercely. "Dare to repeat that?" "I said." Naruto retorted defiantly, "That technique is nothing special." Just as Naruto finished speaking, an enraged Sasuke swung his fist towards him. "Don't you dare say that." After being struck, Naruto refused to back down, retaliating with a punch to Sasuke's cheek. Instantly, Sasuke's face swelled. Consequently, the two young boys engaged in a fierce tussle. Within the training grounds, the battle between Su Ming and Itachi came to an abrupt halt. Itachi, wearing a bitter smile, gazed at the composed Su Ming and admitted, "Ming-san, I have lost. Not only have I lost, but I have done so decisively. I am completely devoid of chakra. While you, Ming-san, appear utterly unfazed." A profound sense of defeat washed over Itachi. Though they were both human, the disparity between them was staggering. "You are already quite formidable, but the intensity of your training is still insufficient," Su Ming remarked, directing his gaze towards Itachi. "Training intensity?" Itachi pondered for a moment before suddenly lifting his head, his eyes glimmering with hope. "Ming-san, may I train alongside you in the future? I aspire to earn the right to be in your company." His words were imbued with resolute determination. After a brief reflection, Su Ming found no reason to decline. "Very well, as long as you are not afraid of hard work." "I am not afraid," Itachi declared with unwavering conviction. Thus, their agreement was solidified. As the combat concluded, it was nearly time to return home. However, when they turned around, they were startled to discover that the two little ones had vanished. They exchanged bewildered glances, eventually locating the children amidst a patch of grass. Notably, when they found them, the two little ones were in a pitiful state, their faces swollen and their clothes tattered. Upon being discovered, Sasuke immediately ceased his antics, rushing to Itachi's side in tears. "Brother, Naruto is bullying me. Boo-hoo." Meanwhile, Naruto, though he too approached Su Ming, clenched his fist with a fierce expression. "If you speak ill of my brother again, I will make you pay." His fierce demeanor carried an unexpected intensity. Su Ming and Itachi shared a knowing smile. It seemed that a solid bond had formed between the two little ones. "Your greatest issue is that you overthink things," Itachi reflected on Su Ming's words as they made their way home, a wry smile creeping onto his face. "Am I overthinking? Yet, given the current state of relations within the village and the clan, how could I not ponder excessively?" The more he learned about the Uchiha, the more he understood the clan's strength, and he recognized that if the two factions ever reached an irreconcilable conflict, it would be dire. Itachi's expression grew increasingly grave. In that moment, he found himself wishing for companionship in his struggles. Unbeknownst to him, the image of Su Ming surfaced in his thoughts. Shaking his head, Itachi continued to smile wryly. "Ni-san, everything hurts," Sasuke lamented, his small face scrunched up in pain as he walked beside Itachi. Itachi smiled gently and beckoned. "Come here, Sasuke." The little one joyfully climbed onto his brother's back, embodying the essence of a child relying on his elder sibling. On the other side, Su Ming glanced at Naruto, feeling somewhat helpless. He had intended to carry Naruto home, but to his surprise, Naruto had declined. The reason for his refusal was, "Brother has already fought. He is tired. I can walk on my own." Such maturity was heart-wrenching. Su Ming shook his head. Despite Naruto from a past life being unable to fully comprehend the profound anguish that Sasuke experienced upon losing his loved ones, in this moment, having gained a family of his own, he undoubtedly cherishes them all the more. This realization is something Sasuke, too, is unable to grasp. He believes his world is shrouded in darkness and thus suffers. Yet, he fails to recognize that prior to this, his existence had never basked in light. Hence, even the faintest glimmer of hope would be grasped with utmost fervor. As he regained his senses, Su Ming noticed Naruto's expression of confusion. "Brother, where are we going?" "This isn't the way home." Indeed, it was not the path leading home. Su Ming instinctively ruffled Naruto's hair and gently replied, "Winter is approaching. We are going to purchase some winter clothing." "Oh," Naruto nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to him, he had learned to submit and follow his brother's arrangements, finding joy in the experience. At last, he was no longer alone. Su Ming led Naruto into a nearby clothing store. However, just as they were about to enter, Su Ming noticed a figure at the entrance. The most striking feature of this figure was an exceedingly rare dumpling nose, adorned with a dark, high-neck short-sleeve top and triangular protective gear on the upper body, complemented by matching trousers and leg bindings. A small katana was sheathed at the back. Upon seeing this silhouette, Su Ming's mind immediately conjured the name that matched the form, Shizen. Uchiha Shizen. Their paths had crossed but sparingly, and after exchanging a brief glance and a nod of acknowledgement, they parted ways. Su Ming took Naruto inside the clothing store. The establishment was sparsely populated, if not entirely empty. The overall ambience was dim, and to Su Ming's astonishment, every article of clothing was thick and notably small in size. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that all the garments were tailored to Naruto's dimensions. Even a children's clothing store would not boast such uncanny coincidence. Thus, there could only be one conclusion: illusion. Shizen's reputation for swift movements was well known throughout the shinobi world. Unbeknownst to anyone around, Su Ming's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. In a sudden motion, he drew the blade and thrust it toward a diagonal rear. With a soft sound, the sword embedded itself into the wall, burying most of its length within. The scene before him began to shift. Strikingly, he observed that the previously disdainful store owner now wore a mask of terror in place of his contemptuous gaze directed at Naruto. Before the owner could utter a word, Su Ming's cold stare swept over him. "We are here to buy clothing." His voice, equally frigid, made the owner tremble slightly before he was compelled to approach them. With Su Ming's keen perception, he was aware that Shizen had already departed. Although he did not fully understand Shizen's intent in casting an illusion upon him, the situation seemed to be unfolding favorably. At the very least, the store owner now appeared exceedingly eager to assist Naruto, addressing him as young Master Naruto, a title befitting only someone of Konohamaru's stature. The shopping experience proceeded swiftly, and in the end, they even received a considerable discount. At present, Su Ming finds himself uncertain whether to attribute his current circumstances to Ji Shui's influence or to the sword he has long embedded in the wall of the clothing store. Nonetheless, Naruto is filled with joy, and that is sufficient. "Brother, that shopkeeper is truly wonderful." On the way, Naruto appears somewhat exhilarated. In the past, very few shopkeepers would sell me anything, and even if they did, it would cost a fortune. In response to Naruto's words, Su Ming simply chuckles and ruffles his hair, his resolve to protect Naruto growing ever stronger. Upon returning home, Su Ming encounters Ji Shui once more. It is evident that Ji Shui has been waiting for him. Ruffling Naruto's hair again, he says, "You head home first. I have some matters to discuss with this brother." "All right," Naruto obediently replies, clutching his clothes as he makes his way home. "Is this your younger brother?" "Quite adorable." After Naruto departs, Ji Shui approaches. "Far more well-behaved than Sasuke," he remarks. Su Ming merely smiles at this, gazing at Naruto's receding figure before suddenly asking Ji Shui, "Don't you find him frightening?" After all, in the village, he is well known as the Nine Tails. "Frightening?" Ji Shui shakes his head. "He is merely a child. Even if he were to be considered terrifying, that would apply solely to the Nine Tails, not to Naruto." Su Ming is somewhat taken aback. This is the first time he has heard such an assessment regarding the Nine Tails and Naruto. He had always presumed that the Uchiha clan, especially Ji Shui, would harbor different sentiments towards Naruto and the Nine Tails, particularly given that the blame for the Nine Tails rampage had been forcibly placed upon the Uchiha. As the most talented youth of the clan, Ji Shui would undoubtedly be a prime suspect. Yet, to his astonishment, he received such an equitable response. For the current Naruto, this indeed constitutes a fair evaluation. Regrettably, Su Ming shakes his head. Ordinarily, there would be little intersection between Ji Shui and Naruto. In fact, I find you to be the more formidable one. Ji Shui gazes intently at Su Ming, enunciating each word. "You possess no bloodline limit. Yet you are able to suppress the power of my clan's Sharingan and effortlessly dismantle my Genjutsu. You enrolled in school at the age of 3 and graduated within half a month, obtaining your ninja qualifications. At 5, you undertook missions alone, annihilating an entire nation over 3 years while completing what was deemed a C-rank task of far greater difficulty. Frankly speaking, if you were not the adopted son of the Fourth Hokage, I would genuinely suspect you to be a spy sent from another ninja village." "A spy?" Su Ming chuckles. "Have you ever encountered a spy with such extraordinary talent? Which ninja village would be so foolish?" As for the explanation, much like Itachi, Su Ming finds it difficult to elucidate what A truly is. Therefore, he lets Ji Shui speculate. "Utilize your Uchiha intellect. Are we to engage in a spar?" Suddenly, Ji Shui regards Su Ming with a glimmer of eagerness, reminiscent of his encounters with Itachi. However, what he anticipated would be an acceptance is met with Su Ming's outright refusal. Su Ming shook his head, suggesting a change of time. While he indeed yearned to witness the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, the moment was not opportune. He gestured toward the small head peeking through the window and smiled faintly. indicating that it was currently a time for rest. Ji Shui was momentarily taken aback, having noticed Naruto beside him. He shook his head in realization. After all, to play with Itachi, was he not also a brotherly protector? Suddenly, he began to reflect on Su Ming's words. Susanoo. Ji Shui's pupils dilated in surprise. How did he know? Before Ji Shui could pose another question, Su Ming had already turned and waved his hand as he departed. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Ji Shui's expression grew increasingly solemn. Ming-san, indeed a man esteemed by Itachi. Su Ming approached the door and pushed it open. Naruto, who had been eagerly waiting, lunged at him like a sloth, clinging to him. Su Ming smiled gently at this display. Oh, this adorable little brother is indeed quite clingy. Yet, this sensation seems rather delightful. Ding 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 with several light sounds, Itachi set down a few shurikens and looked at Su Ming with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ming-san, you have grown stronger again. Itachi's smile was tinged with bitterness. As a prodigious talent and the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he had always borne the weight of genius. Yet now, he found the gap between himself and Ming-san widening. Well, you are quite impressive as well. You've managed to endure longer than last time. However, in comparison to Ming-san, you still have a considerable distance to cover, Itachi admitted with some resignation. Do not fret, Itachi. Suddenly, Su Ming appeared before him, smiling gently as he playfully tapped Itachi's forehead. You are still just a child. Such affectionate words, coupled with intimate gestures, caused Itachi's face to flush. Faced with such affection, Itachi showed no inclination to shy away. How could he possibly retreat from someone as strong as Ming-san? If avoidance was not an option, he might as well relish the moment. After all, it was to be their first encounter of this nature. With that thought, Itachi's cheeks grew even warmer. Though oblivious to Itachi's thoughts, Su Ming merely shook his head, uninterested in delving deeper. He turned his attention to search for Naruto. Over the past few days, Itachi had nearly come every day for training, and naturally, the ever-present Sasuke had tagged along. While they trained, Naruto and Sasuke often engaged in playful antics together. Their camaraderie fluctuated. At times, they would share a lollipop, while at others, their rivalry was fierce. This time, however, the absence of the two youngsters left room for concern. When Su Ming finally located them, the scene was rather disheartening. Not only were they covered in dust, but Naruto was also gripping something between Sasuke's legs with surprising force. As for the pillar, it seemed to be in excruciating pain, having taken a direct bite from Naruto's shoulder. Strangely enough, despite the severity of the situation, not a single tear was shed. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming hurriedly intervened to separate the two. Naruto's shoulder bore a row of teeth marks, resembling those of a young wife. As for Sasuke, Su Ming couldn't help but think that had he arrived even a moment later, he would have had to seek out the recently defected Orochimaru for a gender reassignment procedure. Was this the nurturing of a wife from childhood? Was the bond between Naruto and Sasuke truly a manifestation of love? Su Ming felt a sense of helplessness. However, for the two youngsters, this spectacle had become a part of their daily lives. Itachi, too, felt a profound sense of resignation. Today was no different. The next day, they would be entangled once more. Eventually, Itachi left with a visibly aggrieved Sasuke. This time, when the pillar reported the incident, even Su Ming felt embarrassed to defend Naruto. After all, the grip during the scuffle had been quite forceful, and the marks were still red. They were fortunate nothing more serious had occurred. Otherwise, if Itachi were to wipe out the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha would be left with no choice. Perhaps marrying Naruto wouldn't be such a bad option. Su Ming suddenly mused. Shaking his head, he gently ruffled Naruto's hair, who hung his head in dismay, feeling utterly helpless. All right, it's time to eat. Stop pretending, he exclaimed. Hiki. Naruto looked up, grinning widely. Let us go have ramen. Yay. Ichiraka Ramen was a truly remarkable establishment. Su Ming recalled that Ichiraka Ramen had been in operation for an extraordinarily long time in the Naruto world. It seemed that regardless of any calamity that befell the village, once the disaster had passed, the ramen shop would be rebuilt, still staffed by the original crew. Hence, Su Ming remembered that in his past life, the owner of the ramen shop was humorously referred to as Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Of course, Su Ming had distinctly sensed that he was merely an ordinary person, not a ninja. The moniker Otsutsuki Ichiraku was simply a fabrication. After finishing their meal, as they walked back, the two of them strolled down the street. Unlike before, the once exuberant Naruto suddenly appeared somewhat subdued. What's wrong? Su Ming inquired. Brother. What kind of people were our parents? After a prolonged silence, Naruto slowly spoke. I've asked Grandpa Third many times. He always says that our parents died during the Nine-Tails attack on the village. But I don't want to hear that. Suddenly, Naruto lifted his small face, his eyes brimming with longing. I want to know who they were. What kind of people were they? The pillar had parents who celebrated his birthday, cooked for him, and loved him. But I have none. Brother, I envy him. I want a father and a mother. As he spoke, tears streamed down Naruto's cherubic face. Our father, he had golden hair. Just like Naruto. A nostalgic expression crossed Su Ming's face as he began to recount the tales of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The battles fought. The story shared, every detail unfolding. However, before Naruto could finish listening to the story narrated by Su Ming, he succumbed to a deep slumber, carrying Naruto on his back. Su Ming made a resolute decision. He recalled that Naruto possessed the chakra of his father within him, which undoubtedly contained a fragment of his soul. Upon triggering the seal of the Nine Tails, it was theoretically possible for that soul to manifest, albeit temporarily. He remembered that within the template shop of the system, there existed a celestial talisman capable of solidifying the soul. Provided the soul remained stable and there was an ample supply of chakra, his father could, in theory, reappear. However, he still required an additional 20 points of template currency to redeem the talisman. The chakra needed could be drawn from the Nine Tails. As he carried Naruto, Su Ming's voice suddenly pierced the silence. Nine Tails, I believe we can have a discussion. Upon uttering these words, he became acutely aware of the sealed space. Within the confines of the 8 trigram seal, there lay a vast cage, housing a crimson nine-tails fox languidly resting within. The aura of hatred and malevolence radiated from it. Kurama. Noticing the intrusion, the reclining Kurama slowly opened its eyes, displaying a hint of surprise upon seeing Su Ming. You little brat. Kurama, it's been a while. Su Ming greeted the Nine-Tails with a smile. His acquaintance with Kurama predated Naruto's, as he was 5 years older. Previously, he had entered the sealed space through a manifestation of consciousness, but only after obtaining Kushina's consent. However, allowing a 5-year-old child to enter the sealed space to meet the Nine-Tails was a privilege only the carefree Kushina would bestow. Any other individual would have declined. It was during that encounter that Su Ming and Kurama forged a rather commendable friendship. In Kurama's words, Su Ming was the only human, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, that he found tolerable. This was perhaps also influenced by their first meeting, where a tipsy Su Ming had inadvertently severed Kurama's whiskers with a sword. Nevertheless, Kurama exhibited a surprising degree of calmness in Su Ming's presence. What brings you here? Little brat? Kurama tilted its head, offering Su Ming a profile view. If you have something to say, do so quickly. Do not disturb my slumber. Su Ming felt a tinge of exasperation. Despite being partially sealed by the Shinigami, Kurama remained unchanged and as indolent as ever. I indeed have a matter to discuss. Su Ming replied. What is it? I require some of your chakra. Su Ming refrained from divulging his plan to Kurama, for the fox harbored unspoken resentment towards Minato, who had sealed him away. It is worth noting that this fox was exceedingly vengeful, particularly towards those who had imprisoned him. The likes of Hashirama and Minato were no exception. Should Su Ming reveal his intentions of resurrecting Minato to Kurama, one could only speculate what actions the Nine-Tails might take. For the sake of caution, it is perhaps best not to divulge. One must guard against fire, theft, and deceitful foxes. Behold, the Nine-Tails extended its claws, and from the tips emerged a small orb of chakra that closely resembled the tailed beast ball. Observing the quantity of chakra, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, the Nine-Tails possesses a grand disposition. Thank you, Kurama. After receiving the chakra from the Nine-Tails, Su Ming waved his hand in farewell. Rest assured, I shall set you free. After all, we are friends. Upon hearing this, Kurama turned his head away in a haughty manner, subsequently closing his eyes with an air of disdain. However, after Su Ming's departure, a subtle smile crept upon Kurama's lips, revealing a fleeting moment of amusement. The little rascal, after all these years, still remembers. I had long since forgotten. It was at the tender age of 5 that Su Ming first encountered Kurama. On that day, the young Su Ming, unaccustomed to alcohol, was caught by Jiraiya and forcefully intoxicated. When he eventually entered the sealing space, he staggered as he walked. Yet, it was that very child who managed to sever Kurama's whiskers with a single stroke of his blade. Reflecting on that day, Kurama recalled the fierce gaze of Su Ming, which bore the essence of a wild beast, one of equal standing. This, too, was why Kurama chose to befriend Su Ming. In his eyes, they were of the same caliber. After severing his whiskers, Su Ming patted his chest and assured Kurama, Fear not, I shall rescue you. I will grant you your freedom." He then leaned against Kurama and promptly fell into a deep slumber. This little rascal. As Kurama reminisced, a smirk returned to his face. Such audacity. You are the first to dare sleep beside me. As for Kurama taking action against Su Ming, what a joke. The illustrious Nine Tails, the revered beast, would never lower himself to confront a mere 5-year-old child. Even if others were willing, they would still need to consider Kurama's sentiments. Upon departing the ceiling space, Su Ming returned home and gently laid the slumbering Naruto upon his bed. The days that followed were much like any other. However, from that day forth, Naruto never once broached the subject of his parents, not a single time. Yet, during moments of play with his companions, he would occasionally drift into thought. Even when his friend tried to amuse him with silly antics, Naruto seemed oblivious. Thus, time passed slowly. After completing a series of new daily tasks, his template points accumulated to 100. He then accessed the template marketplace, located the Sage Talisman, and clicked to exchange. A flash of white light enveloped him, and a piece of paper inscribed with the character for Sage appeared in Su Ming's palm. Today was no different. On his way back from the ramen shop, Su Ming carried Naruto on his back and cheerfully inquired, "Naruto, your birthday is tomorrow. Is there a gift you desire?" A gift? Naruto momentarily felt lost. For so many years, he had celebrated his birthday alone. In fact, on some occasions, he would force himself to forget it altogether. Due to his fear of witnessing the bustling world outside while feeling lonely, he could not help but shed tears. To be a man destined to become Hokage, he must not cry. Uncertain, Naruto shook his head. "Then I shall decide," he declared. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, a tender smile gracing his face. "All right," Naruto agreed, his heart fluttering with anticipation, for this was, in essence, his very first birthday celebration. The two returned home, and the excitement over the birthday gift kept Naruto awake far into the night. The next morning, he rose early, eager to see his present. Su Ming chuckled, once more affectionately tousling Naruto's hair. "Naruto, have you ever seen the Nine Tails within you?" Su Ming inquired. Naruto froze, surprised that his brother was aware of this. The mention of Kurama caused his small face to fall. "He is so fierce," he lamented. Su Ming laughed heartily, knowing all too well that Kurama enjoyed frightening children. "Let us pay him another visit. Don't worry, this time we'll go together, and he won't be fierce with you." To reassure Naruto, Su Ming added, "The gift I prepared for you is also there." "Oh, really?" Naruto replied, his face scrunching up in contemplation, before he reluctantly agreed. In an instant, Su Ming grasped Naruto's hand, and their consciousness transported them to the ceiling space. "Hey, you two little rascals, what mischief are you up to now?" Kurama growled, shaking his massive body as he regarded them. "Kurama, keep your voice down, don't frighten Naruto," Su Ming cautioned. "Oof, how boring," Kurama huffed, turning his head away defiantly. "Just a little brat, why would I frighten him?" Su Ming chose to disregard his attitude, tightening his grip on Naruto's hand. "It's about to begin." Then, under Kurama's astonished gaze, Su Ming tore the ceiling paper away. In that moment, a golden light suddenly burst forth. It was none other than Minato Namikaze, their father. A flash of golden brilliance revealed a figure clad in a white Hokage cloak over a green flak jacket and blue spandex, with striking blonde hair and blue eyes. His name was Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage. Boom. The instant Minato appeared, Kurama erupted in fury. His malevolent chakra surged forth, and with a powerful swipe, he struck the prison bars before him. In that moment, it seemed as though he intended to completely shred the figure standing before him. "Minato Namikaze!" Kurama bellowed in rage. The Nine Tails, still harboring a deep-seated animosity, saw Minato as an enemy upon recognizing him, despite Naruto's efforts to quell that hatred. When Minato caught sight of the enraged Nine Tails, he had no time to assess the situation. Upon seeing Naruto and Su Ming, he swiftly scooped them up and placed them aside. With a flourish of his Hokage cloak, Minato positioned himself protectively in front of Su Ming and Naruto, fully absorbing the raging chakra of the Nine Tails. "The Nine Tails, if you wish to confront me, do not harm the two children." However, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly emanated from behind the Nine Tails. "Wait, Kaibai." It was Su Ming's voice. "Little ghost, is this your plan?" Kaibai glanced at Su Ming through Minato, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. On the other side, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage, holding a pipe, suddenly froze, sensing an ominous presence. The Nine Tails. Panic surged through him. Could it be that the seal was compromised? Instantly, his expression darkened as he commanded, Umbu, follow me. The Jinchuriki is in peril. Whoosh. Several figures vanished in an instant, racing towards Naruto's location. Along the way, the third's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that another village was targeting the Jinchuriki? Yet, no news had emerged from outside. Within the ceiling space, Kaibai was decidedly displeased, exceedingly so. His displeasure stemmed not from Ming freeing the fourth, but rather from the fact that this little brat had not consulted him. You'd better provide me with an explanation. Upon realizing that what lay before him was merely Minato's chakra remaining within Naruto, Kaibai fell silent, gazing haughtily at Ming, awaiting an explanation. Feeling the equally perplexed gaze of Minato, Ming felt a bit embarrassed. Isn't today Naruto's birthday? I wanted to surprise him. Minato responded incredulously. Is this what you call a surprise? This is nothing short of a fright. You intend to unleash the Nine Tails to celebrate Naruto's birthday? What's next? Unleashing tailed beast bombs to illuminate the entirety of Konoha. A headache began to throb at the thought. This temperament was even more reckless than Kushina's. Ming, you must understand. The Nine Tails is exceedingly dangerous, Minato said, maintaining his composure. Fortunately, nothing catastrophic occurred, and the Nine Tails quieted down. Minato's attention then shifted to Naruto, who bore a striking resemblance to Kushina with his golden hair and blue eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Minato's expression softened, and disregarding the Nine Tails, he gently spoke, You must be Naruto, right? To his surprise, upon seeing Minato, Naruto displayed no signs of joy. Instead, he cautiously hid behind Ming. Who are you? Minato was momentarily taken aback. Didn't Lord Third tell you? I'm your father. Father? Naruto scoffed coldly at this proclamation. I have no father. I am an orphan. A fox demon. I have no father. None. With that, Naruto's consciousness began to fade, and he instinctively detached himself from the present. Ming was taken aback, but also somewhat understanding. Since birth, he had never received fair treatment, subsisting on expired milk and living a solitary life, devoid of friends. Endless solitude and the haunting memories of being labeled a fox demon enveloped him. How could he possibly accept the sudden appearance of a father, especially one renowned as the village's great hero? Alas! Ming sighed, for he was still but a mere 3-year-old child. Observing Naruto's departure, Minato Namake's wore a bitter expression. He had never anticipated that his first encounter with Naruto would unfold in such a manner. What was truly happening? Minato turned to Ming, his gaze filled with inquiry. Ming, what on earth is going on? Ming exhaled deeply, uncertain of how to address this father figure. Ultimately, he could only utter, Naruto has endured immense suffering. Profound suffering. Can you recount it to me? Upon hearing Ming's words, Minato's heart shattered. His own son did not recognize him and referred to himself as a fox demon. What was this situation? Ming took a deep breath and then directed his gaze toward the Nine Tails behind Minato, speaking solemnly, Kurama, you must have witnessed all that Naruto has experienced, correct? Naturally, Kurama replied with an air of arrogance, adding, the tribulations faced by little Naruto are quite fascinating. Even I never imagined he would endure such treatment. After witnessing it, I couldn't help but think, Minato, you truly are a fool. Minato was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, yet he recognized the debt he owed to Naruto. Thus, even in light of Kurama's remarks, he could only respond, Nine Tails, please enlighten me. Amused by Minato's discomposure, Kurama relished the moment. After a brief pause, he lifted his chin and declared, well, since little Ming has spoken, and you, Minato, are in such a state, I shall share with you. With that, he pointed a claw, and before Ming and Minato unfolded a series of vivid images. However, the individuals depicted were scantily clad, and the setting seemed rather inappropriate. Ming's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Was that Hashirama and Uzumaki Kushina? Moreover, was this a moment of intimacy? Kurama, it appears, had quite the peculiar taste. As Minato beheld the scene, he too was rendered speechless. A sudden thought struck him. Did this imply that he and Kushina, along with the Nine Tails, were also, misaligned? Under the peculiar gazes of the two, Kurama's composure faltered, and had he not been enveloped in crimson fur, Ming might have perceived his flushed face. Once more, Kurama gestured, and the images shifted instantaneously. In the new scene, a young Naruto wandered the streets, confronted by a group of older children who glared at him with disdain. Fox demon. It's that fox demon again. Kill him. How absurd. What were the third Hokage's thoughts in allowing a fox demon to remain in the village? The scenes unfolded like a cinematic reel, causing Minato's body to tremble uncontrollably. Naruto. Bang. Within the confines of the ceiling space, Minato Namikaze struck the ground with his fist, creating a considerable commotion. Yet, what remained was merely the chakra he had left behind. Despite the fury that surged within him, it proved futile. Observing Minato's wrath, the Nine-Tails seemed to find amusement for the first time, embellishing his words. Honestly, I never anticipated that you and Kushina's descendant would be treated in such a manner. To speak frankly, when the seal was first broken, I indeed wished to escape and frolic in Konoha. However, my sentiments have shifted. Minato Namikaze. It suddenly occurred to me that if I were to raise Naruto Uzumaki, allowing him to confront Konoha directly and obliterate the village you so diligently protect, that would be truly entertaining. You dare. Minato Namikaze roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Ming stood silently to the side, uttering not a word. The Nine-Tails' remarks were merely intended to provoke Minato. In truth, he would never consent to raising Naruto, given his temperament. According to the Nine-Tails' reasoning, he would rather spend that time in slumber, which seemed far more appealing. At this moment, Ming was curious about how his father, the Fourth Hokage, would respond. Outside. Upon emerging from the ceiling space, Naruto felt a twinge of melancholy as he stared blankly at the ceiling. For a 3-year-old child, the events of the day had been overwhelming. Yet, this was a necessary journey. Ming had envisioned this scene. But he had imagined Minato being a prominent presence in Naruto's future life, which meant certain challenges would inevitably arise. Father and son, this bond extended beyond mere blood relations. He held no doubt regarding Minato's love for Naruto. However, as the Nine-Tails had articulated, when Naruto found himself on opposing sides with the village, how would Minato, as both the Fourth Hokage and Naruto's father, choose? Would he destroy Konoha or seek to restrain Naruto? The sun shone brightly outside as Naruto lay quietly on his bed. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. I'm coming in. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a slightly somber Hiruzen Sarutobi. He found it difficult to fathom why the seal on the Nine-Tails had loosened. There were no signs of ninja intrusion outside Naruto's room, indicating that the seal had not been breached by outsiders. Could it be Ming? Upon entering, Hiruzen surveyed the room. It had been a while since his last visit, and it appeared considerably tidier. It seemed Ming's return had positively influenced Naruto. Having an elder brother was not without merit. At the very least, it forged a bond within Konoha. Is your brother not here? After taking in the surroundings, Hiruzen turned his gaze to Naruto and inquired. Naruto glanced around the room and shook his head, though a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. He recalled being with his brother moments ago, yet now, perhaps it was for the best that he was absent. Hiruzen smiled. His absence would facilitate his examination. Why have you come, Grandpa Third? Naruto asked. It has been a long time since I last visited you. This time, I have come to conduct a routine physical examination. Oh. Naruto responded with little enthusiasm, then lifted his shirt to reveal his abdomen. Sarutobi immediately cast his gaze in that direction. The seal appeared to have merely loosened slightly. There was no persistent chakra emanating from the Nine-Tails, suggesting it was merely an accident. There is nothing to worry about. Naruto's health is quite robust, Sarutobi remarked with a smile. Naruto had grown accustomed to these routine checkups. In the past, the third Hokage frequently performed such examinations on him. Initially, he believed it was a sign of concern for his well-being. However, everything became clear once he caught sight of the fox within him. Naruto was never foolish. After the examination, Sarutobi felt relieved and retrieved an envelope from his inner pocket, placing it on the table. This is your living allowance for the month. Please do not squander it. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Naruto, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted his head, just as he had done in the past. Why do I not have a mother and father? Did I not inform you? Long ago. The third Hokage turned back, his gaze as cold as ever. The tale of the Nine-Tails, correct? Many sacrificed themselves because of it, including my parents. But I wish to hear naught of this. I want to know what my mother and father were like. What is knowing change? The third Hokage turned away, leaving without a backward glance. The dead do not return. His words were frigid, his departure resolute. This entire scene was witnessed by several within the sealed space. Whether it was the Nine-Tails, Ming, or Minato Namikaze, the reactions differed. The Nine-Tails wore a mocking expression, while Minato's face was wrought with distress. The recent events felt more tangible and infuriating than the fragments shown by the Nine-Tails. Yet, Minato clenched his fists tightly, only to release them weakly. What could he do with this knowledge? He was merely a remnant of chakra, a lingering essence. He could do nothing at all. He could not even compel his son to acknowledge his lineage. What a failure! In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Is this the village you vowed to protect? Are these the individuals you entrusted? Minato Namikaze, it seems your perception is somewhat flawed. The Ninetales, lounging nearby, interjected gleefully. Unlike before, Minato offered no rebuttal this time. His heart was laden with bitterness. How could there be merely a flaw? For a fleeting moment, he wanted to rush out and confront the third Hokage. Why? Why does Naruto endure such treatment? Why not publicly acknowledge his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage? The child of a hero? His chakra was nearly depleted. Minato raised his head to glance at Su Ming beside him, his expression heavy with sorrow. I am aware that as a father, I have profoundly failed. I did not adequately accompany Naruto. I do not seek his forgiveness, but please, Ming, convey my heartfelt apologies to Naruto. With that, Minato Namikaze turned away. The white Hokage cloak, emblazoned with the title of Fourth Hokage, appeared conspicuous. Yet the figure beneath it exuded an overwhelming sense of melancholy. In that moment, he was no longer the Fourth Hokage. He was merely a father who had not safeguarded his child. If given another chance, how would you choose? Upon hearing this, a nostalgic expression flickered across Minato's face. If I could choose again, I would cherish every moment with Naruto, for I am a father. Yet, time has slipped away, and I possess no right to choose anymore. Suddenly, Su Ming snapped his fingers and smiled, declaring that is not how it works. If a father wishes to apologize, he should do so directly to Naruto. Such matters are not for me to handle. However, turning back, upon witnessing the object in Su Ming's hand, Minato was momentarily taken aback. It was the chakra of the Ninetales. The chakra of the Ninetales? Minato was intimately familiar with this chakra. However, his current situation was rather unique. The Ninetales could indeed share chakra with others. Yet, Minato shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Merely having chakra is insufficient. What about this? In Su Ming's other hand appeared a white talisman inscribed with a prominent character for sage. A sage talisman? Minato was once again astonished. He had never anticipated that Su Ming possessed a sage talisman. This talisman was undoubtedly of great significance to him, and he could sense its power to affect the soul. This meant he could remain, as a father, to witness Naruto's growth. Kaibai, would you mind lending your chakra? Su Ming turned to the dormant Ninetales nearby. Do as you wish, the Ninetales replied, turning its head away with a haughty demeanor. As long as you do not disturb my slumber. Despite the Ninetales' apparent indifference. When Su Ming shattered the sage talisman and used it on Minato, it subtly tilted its head, observing with the corner of its eye. After all, it was a sage talisman. With a flash of golden light, Minato's form, which had been dissipating, solidified completely. Su Ming then extended the chakra from the Ninetales, and upon absorbing it, Minato's body stabilized. Subsequently, he was able to remain here, albeit in a spiritual state confined to the ceiling space. Nevertheless, for Minato, this was more than sufficient. After all, he would now have the opportunity to watch his son grow. For a father yearning to make amends and fulfill his paternal responsibilities, this was a deeply cherished prospect. As the chakra of the Ninetales was depleted, Minato Namikaze gazed at Su Ming with palpable excitement. Su Ming, from where did you acquire such a celestial talisman? Observing Minato's reaction, Su Ming understood his thoughts and reassured him. Father, fret not. Such talismans are still available. And mother can also be revived. However, Su Ming's tone suddenly lowered as he looked at Minato. Are you certain that, in Naruto's current state, if mother were to see him, she wouldn't fly into a rage, perhaps even prompting Kurama to dismantle Konoha? Minato visibly flinched upon hearing Su Ming's words. He was all too familiar with Kushina's temperament. If she were to be revived now, unleashing the Ninetales was indeed within the realm of possibility. Thus, Minato rubbed his forehead, slightly embarrassed, and said, this matter requires further discussion. Haha. Seeing Minato in such a state, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Others may not comprehend. But he clearly understood the hierarchy within the Fourth Hokage's family. Before Naruto's arrival, the order was as follows. Uzumaki Kushina, the matriarch, Su Ming, the next in line, and Minato, in a subordinate position. I'm going to call Naruto, said Su Ming before departing. Outside, Naruto stood by the window, staring blankly at the street. During their entry into the ceiling space, Su Ming had cleverly concealed himself with the aid of the system, thus avoiding detection. Are you still angry, Naruto? Su Ming approached and affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Father may have been somewhat at fault, but he loves you dearly. In this world, what parent does not cherish their child? I know, brother. Naruto nodded. Of course, forgiving him would not be an easy task. Su-Ming looked at Naruto and suddenly winked mischievously. Shall we teach him a lesson? After years of absence, it would be too simplistic to forgive him so easily. Upon hearing this, Su-Ming noticed Naruto's eyes light up with excitement. He then took Naruto's hand and they returned to the ceiling space. Naruto, I'm truly sorry. Minato expressed with a face full of remorse upon seeing Naruto. Enough, enough. What good is an apology? Su-Ming replied with a look of disdain. Why not offer something tangible instead? Tangible? Minato was taken aback, feeling his body in search of something to offer Naruto, but then realized he was merely a spiritual entity and possessed nothing. Thus, he awkwardly stated, Naruto, your father currently has nothing on him. Would you like to learn ninjutsu? Surprisingly, Naruto shook his head. With my brother protecting me, I don't need to learn ninjutsu. At that moment, Kurama, who had been watching the scene unfold, burst into laughter. Minato, I must say, your attempts at appeasing a child are truly lacking. Minato's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, it was his inaugural experience as a father, and before he could fully embrace his responsibilities, he perished during the Nine-Tails invasion. With that in mind, allow me to propose a rather mischievous idea. The Nine-Tails suddenly had a flash of inspiration and grinned wickedly, realizing that with little Su-Ming around, he could not seek vengeance against Minato Namikaze. The Nine-Tails contemplated alternative means. Since Naruto had grown up under his watchful eye, and given that Minato wished to make amends, he might as well devise a little mischief. Hiki, Minato, this time, you have fallen into my clutches. The Nine-Tails cast a sly glance at Naruto and asked, Naruto, have you ever heard of riding a horse? Naruto, taken aback, nodded somewhat vacantly. Minato's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Su-Ming beamed at the Nine-Tails with an approving smile. Wait a moment, Minato seemed poised to object. However, the determined Nine-Tails readily interrupted, stating, Did you not promise to compensate Naruto? Are you afraid to ride? Even Hashirama dared to do so back in the day. Well, fine. Minato reluctantly acquiesced. He then positioned himself on all fours and lay down. Naruto eagerly climbed atop him. Giddy up. Giddy up. Father, hurry up. Faster. Ha. Giddy up. Ha. Naruto's laughter resounded throughout the ceiling space. For almost an entire day, Naruto and Su-Ming reveled in this delight. It was undoubtedly the most joyous birthday Naruto had ever experienced. Of course, while Naruto was basking in happiness, the Nine-Tails was not idle either. He took advantage of Minato's distraction to sneakily swipe at his rear twice. Consequently, the Nine-Tails found Naruto increasingly endearing. Minato, in turn, began to savor the joys of fatherhood. Later that evening, Itachi and Sasuke arrived to celebrate Naruto's birthday. After indulging in cake, an exuberant Naruto pulled Sasuke aside and whispered, Hey, Sasuke, my father is the Fourth Hokage. Pride was evident on Naruto's face as he spoke those words. In the Hokage's office, shrouded in smoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a pipe in his mouth, squinted at the young man clad in Uchiha attire before him. Shursui has informed me that, despite your youth, your talent allows you to enter the Umbu, Itachi. Before Hiruzen, Itachi Uchiha knelt on one knee, his head bowed. However, you must be aware that the relationship between your clan and the village has become somewhat delicate. If I were to recruit you into the Umbu, many might voice their discontent. Hiruzen began slowly. Itachi remained silent. But do not fret. I believe in you, Itachi. You are you, and they are they. You are distinct. The third Hokage displayed his customary benevolent smile. After all, you are the village's future Jim. Jim? Itachi pondered this term, a flicker of confusion appearing in his eyes. Thus, Itachi, the Umbu welcomes you. Hiruzen extended his hand with a warm smile. Itachi remained somewhat bewildered. The intricate relationship between his clan and the village was something he was keenly aware of. Therefore, he had not harbored much hope regarding his application to join the Umbu. Yet, to his surprise, it was approved. Itachi raised his head to meet the benevolent gaze of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, feeling a stir of emotion within him. Is this the magnanimity of the Hokage? Suddenly, Hiruzen inquired, I hear you have a good relationship with Su-Ming? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. But upon hearing Su-Ming's name, he nodded enthusiastically. In the days spent with Su-Ming, Itachi was profoundly impressed by his strength and demeanor. However, caught up in his excitement, Itachi failed to notice the brief furrow in Hiruzen's brow as he nodded. Su-Ming is a truly remarkable person, Itachi declared. Hiruzen smiled, though a hint of discontent flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, he donned a familiar smile. If your first mission in the Umbu is to monitor Su-Ming, would you accept it? Monitor Su-Ming? Why? Itachi asked. There's no issue with Su-Ming, Hiruzen replied, but his brother is the village's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Within him resides a blend of malevolence and desire, the Nine Tails. My concern is that Su Ming may be swayed by the Nine Tails to act against the interests of the village. If that were to happen, the village might be forced to intervene, a scenario I, as Hokage, would prefer to avoid. After all, you are the future of the village. Hiruzen gazed directly into Itachi's eyes, filled with kindness. Are you willing to accept this task to protect your friend? I am willing. Itachi nodded, somewhat exhilarated. This task must remain confidential, the third Hokage reminded him. I understand. As a ninja, I will not divulge my mission, Itachi affirmed, then departed. Shortly after Itachi left, the brooding Danzo entered the room. Hiruzen, I hear the seal on the Nine Tails has weakened? Indeed, Hiruzen did not deny it. The matter of the seal's weakening was not something that could be concealed, especially given Danzo's extensive network of information. If it were up to me, we should seal that Nine Tails brat away and assign guards to watch over him daily. That way, the seal would not weaken, Danzo asserted. Taking a seat directly across from Hiruzen, Hiruzen shook his head. He is the son of Minato. Danzo couldn't help but chuckle. The son of Minato? Now you acknowledge him as such? If Namikaze Minato were aware of your treatment of his son, he would not take kindly to it. Are you using this as an excuse now? Do you think I am a fool? Enough with the idle talk. I have but one question. Is this matter related to that brat who just returned? The brat who just returned naturally referred to Su Ming. Hiruzen shook his head. He was not present at that time. It should not concern him. That's good to hear. Otherwise, I shall resort to certain exceptional measures, Tuanzo remarked with a cold smile. He possessed his own methods concerning Konoha. Anyone who posed a threat to Konoha would be dealt with through his special means. For instance, Shikaka Hitaki. Similarly, the once mighty Senju clan, and subsequently, the Uchiha clan. Of course, if Su Ming were to present any issues, Tuanzo would not hesitate to employ his special measures. As for the identity of the fourth's adopted son, he had no fear of Shikaka Hitaki, known as the White Fang of Konoha, let alone a mere adopted son. The biological son of the fourth is treated this way. What concern is an adopted son? This matter shall be arranged as I see fit. You need not worry about it, Sarutobi stated. Humph. Tuanzo did not retort and rose to depart. After the birthday, Naruto turned 4. According to the customs of the Ninja Academy, at the age of 5, he was to commence his studies there. Hence, during this period, Minato Namikaze found himself rather busy. For the first time, he was troubled over his son's enrollment. Having witnessed Naruto's current life, Minato could not help but doubt that Naruto would grow up as healthily and happily as he had hoped. His primary concern was that Naruto would not be bullied upon entering school. Thus, he began to teach Naruto ninjutsu. However, when it came time for him to personally instruct Naruto in ninjutsu, Minato was thoroughly vexed. Su Ming had previously believed that Konoha had only 2 true geniuses, Naruto and Konohamaru. This was because Naruto had taught Konohamaru to utilize the Rasengan, and Konohamaru had learned the technique from Naruto. Su Ming had long thought that Naruto's poor teaching skills stemmed from Jiraiya. Yet, unexpectedly, Naruto. Next I am going to impart to you a super powerful ninjutsu, Minato declared. Wow. Naruto's face lit up with anticipation. The first essential element of this ninjutsu is rotation, Minato continued. The second element is power. Naruto's face was filled with excitement. And there is the most crucial third element, the finishing blow. This ninjutsu is of A-rank difficulty. Combining rotation, power, and the finishing blow into one super ninjutsu, the Rasengan. As he spoke, a pale blue Rasengan materialized in the palm of Minato's hand. Wow, that's amazing, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. But, can I really learn such a powerful ninjutsu? That is precisely why I am teaching you, Minato replied with a smile. And even a fool can learn this technique. Then, a water sphere appeared in Minato's hand. This was specially prepared for Su Ming. Minato explained. For practice, use this water sphere. Just smash it with a bang. With a clap, the water sphere burst. It's that simple, Minato said, beaming with joy. Su Ming thought to himself, ah, truly a teaching genius. I, Su Ming, shall call you the strongest. After witnessing Minato's method of education, Su Ming could not help but facepalm. I find myself too weary to engage in further criticism. It has become evident that Naruto's method of instructing Konohamaru is a legacy passed down from the illustrious Minato Namikaze. What does it mean to strike once with a thud, followed by a resounding bang that results in an explosion? This. Su Ming gazed at Naruto with a semblance of sympathy. I still do not quite comprehend. Naruto scratched his head, his expression still one of bewilderment. Minato Namikaze was equally taken aback. It was quite simple. Just a thud followed by a bang, and then it explodes. With a sharp pop, the water balloon in Minato's hand burst once more. Suming smirked, unable to bear the sight any longer. From this perspective, Iruka's approach to education seemed far superior. In the end, with Naruto's lack of progress frustrating Minato, he reluctantly called Ming over. Ming, could you explain to Naruto how to perform the Rasengan? Ming hesitated. The Rasengan? Isn't that simply a matter of having hands? Teaching Naruto was beyond him. He couldn't possibly say, just have hands, and you're good to go, could he? That wouldn't make sense. Well, father, how about teaching Naruto another jutsu? After all, the Rasengan is an A-rank technique. Isn't that a bit too advanced for him? Minato pondered this and conceded. After all, Naruto was only 4 years old. He recalled how much time it took him to develop the Rasengan. Expecting Naruto to master it at such a tender age was indeed premature. In that case, let us select a different technique. Ultimately, the Fourth Hokage altered his decision. Naruto, this jutsu is too challenging. We shall change it. What I will teach you next is the Shadow Clone technique, a remarkably powerful ninjutsu. The technique Minato intended to impart was not merely the basic clone technique, but one capable of creating tangible duplicates. Minato's demeanor improved somewhat as he taught the Shadow Clone technique. However, due to the immense chakra reserves within Naruto, it proved to be quite difficult to control, increasing the challenge considerably. After several attempts ended in failure, Minato, somewhat disheartened, seemed to realize his lack of teaching aptitude and turned to Ming for assistance. Naruto also looked over. Brother, how do you form the hand seals? Ming appeared utterly perplexed. Hand seals? Isn't that simply a matter of clapping one's hands together and shouting the desired result? What serious ninja forms hand seals? After a prolonged silence, Ming finally said, Naruto, I will find you a teacher. Minato initially hesitated to agree, but he truly had no other options for Naruto. He could only nod in acquiescence. Ming's ideal choice was Iruka, as his teaching skills were exceptionally commendable, even in the original Naruto storyline. Naruto's lack of descent into darkness can be largely attributed to Iruka's influence. Entrusting Naruto to Iruka brought Ming a sense of reassurance. At this time, Iruka had already attained the rank of Nin. As a team leader, he had gained an understanding of the harsh realities of the ninja world, leading to a growing sense of weariness within him regarding the incessant conflicts and turmoil. Iruka pondered that perhaps, given his disposition, he was ill-suited for the battlefield. However, as a ninja, he possessed few means of financial support outside of missions, and without undertaking these tasks, he found it impossible to sustain himself. Moreover, his team still relied on him. In moments of confusion, Iruka often sought solace at the memorial stone, standing before the spirits of his parents, as if finding a semblance of support in their presence. It was there that Ming discovered him. Yumino Iruka. Alone, Ming approached, his gaze drawn to the memorial stone, which bore an array of names, from the renowned to the obscure. Iruka was somewhat taken aback by Ming's arrival. Although they were strangers, he nodded in acknowledgement. Ming offered him a gourd of liquor, which was not of this world, but from his previous life, a reward redeemed from the template marketplace. The drink was potent. Upon tasting it, Iruka's face flushed crimson, and tears streamed down his cheeks from the fiery sensation. Ming reclaimed the gourd and took a hearty swig himself. They were both heroes in their own right. Perhaps it was the effects of the alcohol that loosened Iruka's tongue, or perhaps it was the sight of a boy, not much younger than himself, speaking so candidly. Regardless, Iruka found himself sharing much, his childhood, tales of being overlooked, and the struggles to become a ninja. Those who strive diligently deserve respect. Yet, in this world, effort alone is insufficient. Take Lee as an example. After years of toil, he mastered his taijutsu, only for it to be grasped by Naruto in mere days. Lee had exerted immense effort, but it was merely a fragment of countless days and nights. This was the reality of talent. I am Ming. After listening to Iruka, Ming extended his hand in introduction. Iruka reciprocated, Iruka. Their hands clasped, and thus, they were acquainted, a simple exchange. Then came the purpose of their meeting. I would like to ask you to teach my brother ninjutsu. As for the third Hokage, you needn't concern yourself. I will speak to him. This is a task, and I will compensate you for your efforts. Ming was direct, as he always was. Iruka hesitated, feeling a flicker of inclination but lacking the resolve to commit. Thus, he sought to learn more. May I inquire, who is your brother? His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Ming spoke candidly. For anyone hearing that name, the immediate association would be with the Nine Tails, prompting an instinctive aversion. However, Ming believed that Iruka would not shy away. for he had once been Naruto's guardian angel and would continue to be. As anticipated, Iruka displayed only hesitation, not aversion or disdain. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. Perhaps you should seek someone else. My parents perished during the Ninetales incident. His honesty was striking, a subtle refusal. Ming once more offered the gourd. I understand. My parents also fell victim to the Ninetales incident. In fact, before my return, Naruto did not even know the names of his parents. Iruka opened his mouth, raising the gourd to his lips. Though spicy, the alcohol transformed into a sweet fragrance upon entering the throat, and the light intoxication left Iruka somewhat entranced. Naruto's life was fraught with hardship, devoid of friends and recognition. Yet, despite this, he remained optimistic, aspiring to become Hokage. Suddenly, Ming's expression turned serious. Iruka, you must understand that it was the Ninetales who killed your parents, not Naruto. Iruka fell silent, refraining from a response. Furthermore, do you know who his parents are? Iruka cast a questioning glance. His father, renowned as the Yellow Flash, single-handedly altered the course of the last great ninja war and even perished in the act of saving the village. At this juncture, Iruka's heart began to grasp the truth. Yet he awaited Ming's confirmation. His name was Minato Namikaze. Iruka's pupils constricted. Indeed, the shock of discovering Naruto's identity swiftly dulled the grief within Iruka's heart. The intoxicated sensations from the alcohol dissipated almost entirely. Iruka's face was a portrait of astonishment. The fourth Lord. Yes, Ming nodded. Didn't he expect that? Did you? Indeed. Iruka smiled wryly, realizing he had never anticipated that the offspring of the fourth Hokage was the boy referred to as the fox demon in the village. Consequently, he began to harbor doubts about the third Hokage as well. Iruka was not foolish. Therefore, I wish to invite you to teach the son of the fourth Hokage. Are you willing? I am, Iruka replied without a moment's hesitation. The heirs of heroes, at any time, are deserving of respect. Ming smiled faintly. This mission will be classified as B rank, with a reward of 100,000. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. 100,000? Iruka was somewhat bewildered. It was known that even during his usual missions, the reward was merely in the thousands. To accumulate 100,000, he would have to undertake 100 missions without sustenance. This seems rather excessive, does it not? Ninja compensation is naturally determined by the mission rank. D-rank missions yield between 500 and 2,000. C-rank missions earn 2,000 to 10,000. B-rank missions range from 10,000 to 100,000. A-rank missions can go from 100,000 to 1,000,000. Of course, higher-tier missions were beyond their reach. The reward Ming offered Iruka was undoubtedly the highest for a B-rank mission. This was of immense significance to Iruka, who was in dire need of funds. Not too much, Ming chuckled. As long as you treat Naruto well, I would be willing to offer even more. Primarily, Minato Namikaze was certainly not cut out for education. I will treat Naruto with the utmost care, Iruka assured him. Ming smiled again. He held no concerns regarding Iruka. After providing Iruka with the address, Ming departed, heading to the Hokage office. The transfer of ninjas required the Hokage's approval, especially as this was a mission initiated by Ming. Hokage building. Inside the office, Sarutobi gazed at the mountain of documents piled upon his desk. Despite the fatigue evident in his eyes, there lingered a trace of enjoyment within that weariness. Power, it seemed, had an intoxicating allure. A moment later, a knock resonated at the door. Sarutobi stretched his stiff neck and called, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Ming's entrance, prompting a flicker of surprise in Sarutobi's gaze. Ming, have you come to see me for a reason? Sarutobi inquired. Ming nodded in affirmation. Naruto is already 4 years old, which means he will be of school age next year. The Ninja Academy is different from home. He will encounter various individuals, and I fear he may be bullied. Thus, I seek someone to teach him. Sarutobi nodded in understanding and asked, So, you wish for me to arrange a teacher for you? A look of concern crossed his face. I genuinely wish to assist, as Naruto is the child of Minato, and I should extend my help. However, given the current state of the village, it is challenging to spare anyone. A cold sneer crept into Ming's heart. Setting aside the many individuals in the Umbu and Root who were currently unoccupied, even Kakashi had just returned from a mission and was resting at home. Sarutobi's helplessness was merely a pretext, a reflection of his inherent hypocrisy, unspoken yet palpable. Do not trouble yourself, Lord Third, Ming replied. I have already selected a candidate for the teacher. I have come to register the task. Selected? Sarutobi's brows furrowed suddenly. Historically, Each individual close to a Jinchuriki had been thoroughly vetted by him. No one could approach Naruto without his approval. Ming nodded, unperturbed. His name is Irika, a Chunin. Is there a problem, Lord Third? Sarutobi recalled that Irika was merely an ordinary Chunin, devoid of any special status. He chuckled softly, of course not. I trust you. Just as I once trusted Minato. His smile was benevolent, and had one been unaware of his true nature, Ming might have found it deeply moving. Yet, regrettably, Ming was all too familiar with the Third Hokage. A Hokage who espoused the will of fire, yet had remained largely absent during several ninja world wars. Was paradoxically dubbed the strongest Hokage. He turned a blind eye to Danzo's machinations against Konoha's White Fang and the Senju clan, seemingly unfazed. Every action he took was aimed at solidifying his grasp on power. Nonetheless, when the village faced genuine peril, he was willing to step forward, even at the cost of his own life. From this perspective, his so-called will of fire was indeed enacted. Thus, the Third Hokage was, without a doubt, a profoundly contradictory figure. However, this was of little concern to Ming. His focus remained solely on Naruto. He hoped that the Third would not go too far. Otherwise, Ming would not hesitate to cut him down. Then, I thank you, Lord Third, Ming said with a smile, turning to depart. By the way, I classify this task as B rank, with a reward of 100,000 Ryo. As he spoke, he had already exited, leaving Sarutobi in a state of astonishment. 100,000 Ryo. Such a sum. The Third's reaction had been anticipated by Ming, for following the last war and the assault from the Hidden Cloud Village. Konoha was in dire financial straits. A task of 100,000 taels, and I have not seen a single one for a long time. Yet now, to speak candidly, the Third Hokage suddenly feels a twinge of envy towards Irika, this ordinary Chunin. He even muses. If only he had treated Naruto a bit better back then, might he have been able to lay claim to the wealth in Ming's hands? Ming is not lacking in funds. He has made that abundantly clear. After 3 years away, he has accomplished far more than mere killings. What is the point of killing without seizing the spoils? Of course, Ming showcases this to gauge the Third's reaction. I possess wealth. Yet I choose not to share it. How infuriating. As he steps out, Ming feels a sense of satisfaction, relishing the sight of Sarutobi's expression. With Naruto's education underway, what remains is the need to enhance his own prowess. In this world beset by chaos and conflict, where circumstances shift in an instant, life is perpetually at risk. Konoha is no longer a sanctuary. In order to safeguard his brother, he has ample motivation to augment his strength. Thus, he is determined to unlock the next template with all his might. Currently, the progress of the first template stands at 15. 6. Only 4. Remains. On his way home, he must cross a small river. As he approaches the bridge, Ming catches a glimpse of a small figure in white attire with brown hair, tied in small bunches at the ends. The figure, with its back turned, gazes into the water below. A tremor runs through Ming as he recognizes the identity of this individual, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Neji. He is also a figure marked by tragedy. According to the narrative, it should be shortly after the death of Hyuga Hayashi. Neji, at the tender age of 4, has lost his father. Sensing someone behind him, little Neji turns around, the bird in a cage mark on his forehead glaringly apparent. His eyes, hollow and streaked with the remnants of tears, meet Ming's. He asks, "Do you have a father? Do you have a father?" Upon hearing this, Ming visibly flinches. He gazes at the child who stands a head shorter than himself, and an unexpected wave of sympathy washes over him. Yet, this compassion is swiftly extinguished. He is Neji, Hyuga Neji. Sympathy is unwarranted for one of his caliber, for it signifies a grave disrespect towards the strong. I once did, Ming replies. He recalls the moment he first learned of the passing of Namikaze Minato. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. To have possessed something is to dread its loss. Neji nods, then turns away again, his small frame exuding an overwhelming sense of desolation. So do I, is Neji's response, his voice calm, devoid of joy or sorrow. Beyond these few exchanges, there is little further conversation between them. Ming approaches Neji's side, standing shoulder to shoulder as they both gaze into the flowing waters. The river sparkles as it ripples. Neji speaks up. I do not understand why, despite being merely a family, we must be divided into the main and branch houses. The fate of the branch house exists solely to serve the main house. My father dedicated his entire life to protect the main house, only to meet his demise for it. I do not wish to follow this path, hence I struck Hinata, showing her no mercy. Neji continues to speak, oblivious to whether Ming comprehends his words. Indeed, this matter holds little significance. He merely seeks a confidant. She appears frail, unable to contend with me. I yearn to demonstrate that those who have separated from their lineage are never inferior to their ancestral kin. I possess great strength, far surpassing theirs. As he uttered these words, the diminutive Niji bore an expression imbued with an indescribable fortitude. Ming offered no words of solace. Instead, he produced a wine gourd. Among men, excessive words are unnecessary. Would you care for a sip? Niji paused momentarily before accepting it. He tilted his head back, allowing a generous mouthful of potent liquor to cascade down his throat. His demeanor, though spirited, yielded predictable results. Having never tasted strong spirits, Niji was overwhelmed. Tears and mucus streaming down his face as the fiery liquid flushed his cheeks crimson. Simultaneously, it gradually washed away the sorrow that resided within him. Cough, cough. Niji coughed incessantly, clearly unaccustomed to the harsh flavor of the liquor. Ha. Ming chuckled heartily. At that moment, Niji seized the wine gourd once more, taking another hearty gulp. This time, it was even more fervent, rendering him decidedly inebriated. Ming reclaimed the gourd from Niji's grasp. He was still young and should not be permitted to indulge excessively. Yet, even those 2 sips were more than enough for him to bear. Having consumed the liquor, Niji soon became dizzy and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Ming shook his head, gazing at this equally unfortunate child with resignation. Given the circumstances, he would have to escort him home. However, he was uncertain of the location of the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, before Ming could dwell on his predicament, a petite figure emerged. With white eyes, short hair, and dressed in long robes and trousers, Hinata Hyuga blushed upon making eye contact with Ming, quickly averting her gaze. Could you return Niji and I to me? Hinata mustered her courage to address Ming. Observing the shy girl clad in the attire of the Hyuga clan, her bashfulness struck Ming as exceedingly endearing, prompting a playful impulse within him. Of course, I can return him, but before he fell asleep, he promised himself to me. If I return him, what will you offer in compensation? Niji's sister was momentarily taken aback, then resolutely replied, I will give you money. Ming shook his head. The value of the Byakugan cannot be measured in mere currency, unless something of equal worth is offered in exchange. Hinata was left speechless. A smirk played upon Ming's lips. How about this? If you give me your Byakugan, I shall return him to you. Hinata froze, her expression contorting with inner conflict. Just as Ming contemplated refraining from teasing her further, Hinata's gaze suddenly solidified with determination. All right, I agree. Ming was taken aback. Could this girl truly be so naive? However, you must return Niji and I to my home. This was Hinata's stipulation, not entirely foolish. She understood the importance of involving her family. No problem. He had intended to return Niji all along. His playful banter with Hinata was merely a fleeting whim. Moreover, Ming was curious to witness the current state of the illustrious Hyuga clan in Konoha. Thus, he hoisted Niji onto his back and followed Hinata home. As they traversed the path, despite Hinata leading the way, her furtive glances frequently drifted towards Ming. Whenever Ming caught her gaze, her cheeks would flush crimson as she stammered. I wasn't looking at you. This girl is simply adorable, Ming thought, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Yet, after being discovered, it would not be long before Hinata attempted to steal another glance. With a resigned heart, Ming feigned ignorance. Before long, they arrived at the Hyuga residence. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the stern visage of Hayashi Hyuga in the courtyard. Hinata appeared somewhat anxious and softly called out, Father, I'm back. Hayashi responded curtly. Yet his gaze did not linger on Hinata, but instead turned sharply towards Ming, demanding, Who are you? Father, he is my friend. Hinata interjected nervously. He came to escort brother Niji home. Though not foolish, Hinata was simply too shy to express her true feelings. Throughout their journey, she had discerned that this handsome young man was no villain. Shy individuals often possess immense courage in particular situations, and Hinata was no exception. Ming was taken aback that Hinata would stand up for him. Her unwavering innocence was endearing. Shaking his head, he gently set Niji down from his back. To his astonishment, the esteemed Hyuga clan, known as the finest family in Konoha, behaved like startled birds. Such hospitality was hardly necessary. With this thought, he turned to leave. At that moment, however, Hayashi moved, his arms coiling like vines, swiftly ensnaring Ming from behind. 8 trigrams palm. Ming pivoted, drawing his sword with a swift motion. A chilling brilliance emerged, radiating an unmatched sharpness as he struck forth. Even Hayashi dared not confront this blade head-on. 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. The moment Hinata witnessed her father's technique, her heart soared with astonishment. At that instant, a singular thought consumed her mind. So formidable. Crack. The defensive return heaven shattered beneath Su Ming's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled a shuriken toward Hayashi. The elder tilted his head to evade the projectile. However, before he could exhale in relief and prepare for another assault, he was startled to find that Su Ming had vanished. Whoosh! With a sudden awakening of his Byakugan, he sensed chakra emanating from the shuriken behind him. In the next heartbeat, a figure materialized, grasping the shuriken. Hayashi's pupils widened in disbelief. That was the Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God, a technique developed by the second Hokage and refined by the fourth, had nearly been lost to time since the fourth's demise. Why could this young boy wield it? In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Hayashi's mind, yet comprehension eluded him. Nevertheless, the battle was ever-changing, leaving no room for distraction. Bang! Hinata Hazashi attempted to defend himself, yet was forcefully repelled. In Su Ming's hand, a swirling orb of pale blue chakra was strikingly evident. Hinata Hazashi's eyes widened once more. That was the Rasengan, a technique of the fourth Hokage. Why? Stopping in his tracks, Hinata Hazashi gazed at Su Ming in confusion. The impact from that strike had left his arm still tingling slightly. Such a formidable youth. Hinata Hazashi was astonished, recognizing that the boy before him, merely 8 or 9 years of age, held the upper hand in their battle. There is no need for surprise. What the fourth can do, I can do as well, Su Ming spoke slowly. Of course, he was not claiming that he possessed all the same abilities. If anyone else had uttered such words, Hinata Hazashi would have scoffed, but he believed this boy. He had no choice but to believe. Who exactly are you? He reiterated his earlier question. Su Ming. After murmuring the name, Hinata Hazashi suddenly looked up, astonished. The adopted son of the fourth Hokage? Su Ming nodded. Upon confirming Su Ming's identity, Hinata Hazashi lowered his guard and prepared to invite him inside. However, Su Ming declined. He possessed his own pride. I had thought that a prominent clan like the Hyuga would exhibit proper hospitality, but I was mistaken. The Hyuga clan is not so exceptional after all. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away without a hint of hesitation. Hinata Hazashi wore an expression of embarrassment, wanting to call him back, but unable to swallow his pride. At that moment, Hinata spoke up. Su Ming-kun, wait a moment. Su Ming paused momentarily, turning to smile. That smile was as warm as the morning sun. Perhaps next time, Hinata, forgive me. He then reached out, gently ruffling Hinata's forehead. I still like you very much. With that, he vanished. Hinata's face turned crimson, her mind blank, consumed by a single thought. Ming-kun said he likes me. Thud. Hinata fell backward. Catching her, Hinata Hazashi, her father, was filled with rage. How could this boy flirt with his daughter in front of him? Truly outrageous. After a moment of anger, Hinata Hazashi sighed and carried the unconscious pair back inside. He could see clearly that Hinata had already succumbed to her feelings. And Niji. He sighed heavily, his gaze lost in recollection. Hazashi. I will take good care of him. I promise to look after your son. I will. After placing the two children safely, Hazashi departed. His thoughts stirred by Su Ming's unexpected appearance. Despite being merely 8 or 9 years old, he displayed such strength. Moreover, his brother, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Interacting with him, was it a blessing or a curse? Alas, a headache. Girls should not be left unattended, and they are still so young. As night fell, Hinata and Niji gradually woke, with Hinata stirring a bit earlier. However, upon recalling that she had fainted in front of her father, she decided to continue feigning unconsciousness. Whenever I think of Hinata, my cheeks flush crimson. It is truly mortifying. When the two little ones are together, upon Niji's awakening, the first sight that meets his eyes is Hinata's blushing face. And Niji, brother? Niji responded with a faint acknowledgement, preparing to turn away. After their father's demise, his perception of the main family members had soured significantly, and the same went for Hinata. Niji, shall we have a conversation? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing the resolute face of Hayashi Hyuga, who entered, holding a sealed letter. I initially intended to wait until you matured a bit more to share this with you, but I did not foresee that my hesitation would lead to your suffering. Please forgive me. Hayashi extended the letter to Niji, who opened it, his gaze trembling with emotion. This is my father's handwriting. The letter read, Niji, my time is running short. In this limited span, there are matters I wish to convey to you. The situation between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha must reach a resolution. The Byakugan must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Originally, Your elder brother intended to embrace death, but as a branch family member. Our duty is to protect the main family. I rendered him unconscious. Niji, what you have always seen is the ineffectuality of your father, but this time, I did not perish for the sake of the main family. I sacrificed myself to protect you, my brother, my family, and indeed, the entire village. This is my will. Niji, I have long desired to rebel against the fate imposed upon the Hyuga clan, and now, I shall determine my own destiny. It is simply that. I have shattered my own fate, Niji. Destiny must be forged by one's own hands. Your father loves you, Niji. Father. The 4-year-old Niji trembled as he clutched the letter, tears streaming uncontrollably. Suddenly, the usually stern Hayashi Hyuga knelt down, bowing his head low. This is the truth. I am deeply sorry, had it been me who perished back then. The revelation dealt a profound blow to Niji, leaving him in a state of utter bewilderment for a long time. The truth is often more brutal. At this juncture, Hinata unexpectedly spoke, Suming-kun. Let me share something with you once you awaken. Upon birth, what is predetermined is not fate, but rather the starting point. We strive, and our efforts are not aimed at rebellion, but rather at making better choices to reach a more favorable conclusion. Hinata smiled, her expression radiant and joyful. Akin to the sun, the name Hyuga indeed signifies a direction toward the sun. Their clan, too, ought to strive toward the light, should they not? Lord Hyuga. Lady Hinata. Niji trembled, tears shimmering in his eyes. At this moment, the chasm between them has vanished. Father, must a person's destiny merely drift like clouds, adhering to a predetermined path? Or can one truly carve their own direction? I remain somewhat perplexed. Lady Hinata expressed that her fate resides beside Su Ming. I suppose mine is akin to hers, is it not? Su Ming is indeed a remarkable individual. Beneath the azure sky, Niji gazed upward, revealing a smile as radiant as the sun. After departing from the Hyuga household, Su Ming returned home. He had provided guidance regarding Niji's matters, trusting that Hinata's father would handle them with care. At present, Su Ming's mind lingered on Hinata's countenance as they parted. That girl is truly adorable. Upon returning home, Irika had already been there for half the day, and he was getting along splendidly with Naruto. It must be said that Irika's teaching abilities are quite commendable. What stumped the great Minato Namikaze was mere child's play for Irika. Naruto was also learning swiftly. After all, he is not lacking in intelligence. As the son of Minato and Kushina, his potential is undeniable. In the original narrative, his slow acquisition of ninjutsu stemmed from the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra. However, with Minato present, he could effectively mitigate that influence. In just half a day, Naruto managed to master the challenging shadow clone technique. Brother, upon seeing Su Ming, Naruto rushed over with exuberance, clinging to him without a second thought. Brother, I've learned a ninjutsu. I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage. With diligent effort, Naruto would undoubtedly achieve his dream of becoming Hokage. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, a beaming smile adorning his face. Su Ming, since you have returned, I must take my leave. Irika stood up, preparing to bid farewell. Thank you, Irika. No need for thanks. Irika affectionately patted Naruto's head, his smile radiating joy. Naruto was obedient and clever. His rapid learning of ninjutsu meant that, at this rate, Irika wouldn't be able to teach him for long. By the way, Naruto, do not forget our agreement. As he spoke, Irika grinned widely and gave a thumbs up. Naruto mirrored his gesture. I won't forget. Irika departed, leaving Naruto in high spirits. However, Su Ming grew increasingly curious about their agreement. Yet despite his inquiries, Naruto remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, Su Ming learned from Kurama that the agreement entailed Irika rewarding Naruto with some money upon mastering the next ninjutsu. This revelation only deepened Su Ming's confusion. Yet, even Kurama was oblivious to the underlying reasons. As Irika walked away from Naruto's home, he felt quite content. For the first time, he realized that the joy of teaching was profoundly fulfilling. As leaves danced in the wind, the fire of life continues to burn. Perhaps the will of fire spoken of by the third Hokage truly embodies this sentiment. However, today, as he recounted this statement to Naruto, Naruto posed a question to him. When the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. Its light will illuminate the village and nurture the budding trees. Regarding this phrase, Naruto inquired, if the leaves dance and ignite a raging inferno, will that fire allow the new trees to sprout, or will it consume all the trees in its path? This question rendered Irika momentarily speechless. He found himself at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with such rhetoric. Hearing someone question the words of the third Hokage, and it came from the mouth of a child. This statement, of course, was not uttered by Naruto, but rather by Sumin, who had imparted it to Naruto, informing him that this great fire would inevitably ignite. And it was their choices that would determine its course. Naruto, not comprehending fully, sought clarification from Iruka. Iruka was taken aback. After walking a few more steps, as he approached his home, he was intercepted by an Anbu clad in a dog-headed mask. The figure, towering over him, spoke in a chilling tone, "Iruka, come with me. The Hokage wishes to see you." In the Hokage's office, a haze of smoke perpetually swirled. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, tirelessly inhaled and exhaled the clouds of smoke. Gazing down upon the village, he ruled. A knock at the door interrupted the solitude, and upon receiving permission, Iruka entered. "Lord Third, you summoned me?" "Indeed," Sarutobi replied, his demeanor radiating the familiar warmth. "I have heard that Sumin has asked you to educate Naruto?" Iruka nodded, his heart fluttering. He had come to realize Naruto's true identity, surmising that there was something extraordinary about the Third's intentions. At that moment, the Third's actions undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. Perhaps the third Hokage was not as benign as he appeared, Iruka pondered. Sarutobi continued, "It is good that someone is guiding him." A hint of melancholy crossed his face. "You may not be aware, but Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina." Ah? Iruka was taken aback, not in disbelief, but astonished that the third would divulge such information. Observing Iruka's reaction, Sarutobi assumed he was entirely unaware of this fact and regretted not having tested the waters first. Yet, the words had already left his lips. "I have long wished to afford Naruto the treatment he deserves, but as Hokage, I must consider many factors. Revealing Naruto's identity could bring him considerable peril." The third maintained his benevolent expression. Such a demeanor easily led others to believe in the veracity of his words. Instilling deep trust, Iruka nodded silently, not uttering a word. "I am grateful to you," Sarutobi expressed, as a relative of Naruto. "This child has endured much suffering over the years." A look of sorrow crossed his face. Iruka's perspective on the third began to shift. Yet today he had matters of his own to address. "Lord Third, I actually have something to discuss with you." "Oh? Pray, do tell." "I aspire to educate the next generation of our village. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally, its light shall illuminate the village and nurture the budding trees. This is the will of fire imparted by the third Hokage, and I aspire to pass it on to the next generation. I request the consent of the third Hokage." Sarutobi smiled faintly, rose, and approached Iruka. "Your thoughts are commendable. When Naruto enrolls in school, you shall be his first teacher. Iruka, I have faith in you." Iruka departed. Yet he harbored lingering doubts about the third Hokage's words. Regardless of the perspective, the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is undoubtedly more captivating than that of the fourth Hokage's son. It seems the third Hokage must have ulterior motives. After Iruka left, Danzo entered, his gaze cold and calculating. "That boy has gone to the Hyuga clan again." Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from meddling in this matter?" Danzo smirked. "I shall keep an eye on anyone who poses a threat to Konoha, without exception. Clearly, this boy has ulterior motives, and Sarutobi can no longer afford to be lenient. You must understand the significance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What do you intend to do?" After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi finally spoke. Danzo replied in a chilling tone, Hasn't he undertaken a mission in quite some time? He is a ninja. How can he not fulfill his duties?" Listening to Danzo's words, Sarutobi hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding. "The Nine-Tails is indeed too crucial. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task of wielding the sword 2,000 times today. Reward, 0.5 of the system template. Ding, the host Shinming Dao Orange Right Capital System template has reached 20. The system will unlock the next template for the host. Would you like to proceed with the extraction?" Extract. As Su Ming's voice fell, the system commenced the extraction of the template. Moments later, "Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn a new template, Shadow Blade, Lonling Wong." Boom. At that instant, a shadow appeared in Su Ming's mind. He was a figure concealed in darkness. An intrepid assassin. His gaze was filled with ferocity and pride. In that moment, Su Ming tightly closed his eyes, seemingly merging with the darkness. When he opened them again, he appeared transformed into the figure within his mind. Fierce and proud. Footsteps approached, and Su Ming turned to see Itachi, who had just arrived. Before he could greet Su Ming, he was startled by the current demeanor of Su Ming, feeling a sudden tremor in his heart. In that instant, it was as if he were being scrutinized by a beast. The scent of death lingered. Me-san," Itachi called out. As the wildness faded from Su Ming's eyes, he donned a cheerful smile once more, radiating warmth. "You've arrived, Itachi." He patted Itachi's shoulder, behaving as he always did. "Come in." The two trained as they had in the past, yet Su Ming, having unlocked a new template, was evidently stronger than ever. While a distracted Itachi found himself increasingly challenged. In just a few exchanges, Itachi was soundly defeated. As he sheathed his sword, Su Ming observed Itachi's troubled expression and inquired, "Is something amiss?" Itachi was taken aback and then responded with a wry smile. "You've seen right through me, Mi-san." Su Ming rolled his eyes, clearly displaying his thoughts on his face. He was not blind to the obvious. Itachi exhaled deeply, realizing that, at some point, his ability to conceal his emotions had faltered in the presence of Su Ming, revealing everything, even his joys. After this sigh, Itachi seemed to gather his resolve, his expression turning grave. "Ming-san, have you been influenced by the Nine Tails?" A chuckle escaped Su Ming at Itachi's serious demeanor. He had expected Itachi to be worried about something significant, only to discover it was this matter. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, he offered a reassuring smile and said, "The Nine Tails could never affect me. My bond with Kurama is unbreakable. Besides, I promised Kurama I would let him out for some fresh air in the future." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Itachi's expression lightened considerably. "Let us call it a day for now, Itachi." Su Ming smiled. "I have tasks to attend to." With that, he began to turn away. However, Itachi's face still bore a hint of hesitation, prompting him to call out to Su Ming once more. "Ming-san, I know," Su Ming interjected with a smile. "It's about the third Hokage, right? I trust you, Itachi. You are my brother." With that affirmation, he departed. The sincerity of Su Ming's words resonated deeply, giving Itachi a renewed sense of determination. He silently vowed, "No one shall harm Ming-san. No one." Su Ming bid farewell to Naruto. Curiously, at parting, Naruto did not exhibit any profound sense of loss. Instead, he displayed a remarkable resilience. With a thumbs up and a cheerful smile, he exclaimed, "Brother, you must do your best." "All right, my dear little brother." With Minato around, Su Ming felt no anxiety regarding Naruto's safety. However, after his departure, the third Hokage would likely intensify his efforts to influence Naruto's mindset. Yet, he could never anticipate that within Naruto resided two formidable entities, Kurama and Minato. Altering Naruto's thoughts would not be a simple endeavor. As Su Ming journeyed onward, he reflected on the mission details entrusted to him by the third Hokage, a smirk gracing his lips. The mission was classified as B-rank, a capture task targeting a nin, with a reward of 10,000 ryo. Ironically, despite being a mere genin, he was assigned to apprehend a nin. Moreover, upon reviewing the target's location, Su Ming's smirk deepened. Familiar with the original Naruto series, he recognized the place all too well, one of Orochimaru's secret hideouts. To suggest that Orochimaru was merely a nin was an absurd jest. Su Ming had encountered Orochimaru a few times before. He was a perilous individual, or perhaps a purely enigmatic one. Whether he could be classified as a man was a question worth pondering, though it was certain that Orochimaru would not waste time on such trivialities. At that time, Orochimaru desired to study Su Ming, but alas, he was thwarted by Minato. Both Orochimaru and Su Ming lamented this missed opportunity. Orochimaru felt he had lost a promising subject for research, while Su Ming sighed over a sumptuous snake delicacy that never came to be. As for whether he could defeat Orochimaru, that was hardly a concern. He could easily sever a few segments. The subsequent complications would naturally fall upon Minato to resolve. As Su Ming wandered through the village, he chanced upon a familiar figure by the hot springs. Though not particularly elegant, the tall figure had long white hair cascading to his waist, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Unfortunately, he was crouched low, peering through the cracks of the wooden partition into the women's bath, practically drooling in anticipation. With a sigh of exasperation, Su Ming facepalmed, recognizing the familiar antics. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He clasped his hands together and performed a transformation jutsu, morphing into Tsunade's likeness. He approached Jiraiya and patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming loudly, "Jiraiya, are you spying again?" Startled, Jiraiya's face paled as he turned to see Tsunade's form, causing him to plop down onto the ground in shock. The once mighty Sannin now found himself in a most undignified predicament. It was evident that Jiraiya held a profound fear of Tsunade. However, it wasn't long before Jiraiya began to suspect something amiss. Squinting, he scrutinized Su Ming and asked, You are not Tsunade. Who are you? With arms crossed, Ming felt a flutter of discomfort. How had he forgotten Tsunade's ample proportions? What do you mean? He maintained his facade. Jiraiya smirked, that your transformation is quite convincing. And Tsunade indeed has such a figure, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. What? Tsunade is never this gentle. At this remark, Jiraiya's expression fell. If it were really Tsunade, I would have already fled the village. Ming reflected, what a profound memory. Suddenly, he reverted to his original form and looked at Jiraiya with a smile. I have a mission. I wonder if you, Jiraiya, would be interested in joining me? It's concerning Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes widened. The earlier flamboyant demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious composure. Jiraiya harbored a deep obsession with Orochimaru, akin to Naruto's feelings for Sasuke in the original narrative. The experiences of the master and apprentice bore similarities, yet their outcomes diverged. Much like Naruto. Whenever matters involving Orochimaru arose, regardless of the danger, Jiraiya would be compelled to act. Thus, Ming felt no apprehension. In truth, after Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya had also departed, leaving the village. However, he would occasionally return to observe Naruto from a distance, aware of the peril that surrounded him. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Jiraiya uttered such words. It was quite mad, I know, yet I possess compelling reasons to proceed. Ming produced the mission dossier from his hands and offered it to Jiraiya. Upon receiving it, Jiraiya furrowed his brow in disapproval. Nonsense, he exclaimed in sudden anger. The third Hokage is sending you to your doom. I must confront him. With that, he attempted to depart. Lord Jiraiya, you should be well aware of the third's nature, Ming interjected without attempting to dissuade him. Hearing this, Jiraiya halted in his tracks, falling into contemplation. He certainly understood the character of the third Hokage, being one of his disciples and one of the legendary Sannin. They knew their master too well, hence their repeated departures. Sighing, Jiraiya turned back. What are your intentions? I am quite eager to meet Orochimaru. To be precise, I wish to savor the flavor of snake soup. As he spoke, Ming extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, his wildness evident in his eyes. Noticing his gaze, Jiraiya felt a twinge of fear, instinctively thinking he was gazing upon Orochimaru himself. No, he was even more perilous. Were it not for knowing you were Minato's son, I would surely suspect you were Orochimaru's illegitimate child, Jiraiya remarked. Ming merely smiled, remaining silent. He pondered curiously whether, if Orochimaru indeed had a child, he would address him as father or mother, a fascinating topic. The two then set forth on their journey. Orochimaru's stronghold was not far from the land of fire. Thus they arrived with relative swiftness. However, as they neared the stronghold, Jiraiya appeared somewhat hesitant. Rather than doubt, it was fear that gripped him. He was acutely aware that he could not persuade Orochimaru to return. Yet, a thread of obsession lingered within him. Furthermore, they shared no common interests. Jiraiya's sage techniques were no match for Naruto's verbal jutsu, leaving him at a loss. Between them, Jiraiya was a lecher, while Orochimaru seemed indifferent to gender. Compared to Jiraiya's peeping, Ming imagined that Orochimaru would likely seize the opportunity to possess another's body, then smirk at Jiraiya, saying, Jiraiya, how does this new vessel suit me? That scene, accompanied by Orochimaru's voice, would likely haunt Jiraiya for a lifetime. Just as Jiraiya hesitated, Ming sensed the emergence of two formidable presences outside Orochimaru's stronghold. Two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds stood before them. Notably, one was hunched, entirely concealed beneath the cloak, save for a distinctly visible appendage resembling a scorpion's tail protruding from behind. The other possessed orange hair and an impassive countenance, most strikingly marked by purple ripples in his eyes. Their identities were unmistakable, Pain and Sasori of the Red Sand, with Orochimaru standing opposite them. We have conducted considerable investigation regarding your intelligence, and we are fully aware of your inquiries into Shao, Scorpion remarked. Oh, is that so? It seems your visit this time is to take action, Orochimaru said, licking his lips and revealing a chilling smile as always. However, I am quite well informed about you. Scorpion of the Red Sand. That you conceal yourself within this puppet, your true weapon should be the third Kazekage, correct? Upon hearing this, Scorpion's eyes glinted coldly. Oh? You have conducted your research thoroughly, haven't you? I believe I have never divulged anything. I possess a keen interest in intriguing matters, Orochimaru replied, casting a greedy glance elsewhere. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths hold immense research value. This organization, Akatsuki, is becoming increasingly fascinating. I truly wish to uncover its mysteries. At that moment, Orochimaru's chakra began to surge, indicating his intent to strike. However, at that instant, Pain suddenly turned his head, directing his gaze to another side. Gentlemen, you have been watching for quite some time. May I suggest you reveal yourselves? Both Orochimaru and Scorpion were taken aback, then looked towards the other direction. To their astonishment, they beheld the fabled Rinnegan. Two figures emerged. Jiraiya? Orochimaru quickly recognized him. Long time no see, Orochimaru, Jiraiya said. Beside them, Ming surveyed Orochimaru before turning his attention to the other two. Pain, Scorpion of the Red Sand. According to the unfolding narrative, it should be the two of them inviting Orochimaru to join the Akatsuki organization. Konoha. Scorpion narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent enveloping him. His parents perished at the hands of the White Fang of Konoha. Thus, Scorpion harbored no fondness for those from Konoha, including Orochimaru. Are you two his accomplices? If so, I would not mind eliminating you both as well. Scorpion's words resonated. Ming observed, while they were not accomplices, he had no qualms about addressing bothersome individuals before engaging with Orochimaru. This remark incited a surge of animosity in Scorpion. You little brat from Konoha, are you seeking death? Humph. At that moment, a flash of cold light erupted. The sudden brilliance momentarily blinded those present, and when their vision cleared, a red-haired youth had appeared among them. That was the true form of Scorpion. Such a powerful strike. Watching the sword-wielding Ming, Orochimaru felt a rush of excitement, instinctively licking his tongue. His eyes filled with desire. It seemed this was the perfect offering. Meanwhile, Pain's indifferent gaze wavered slightly. The swiftness of that strike was such that even he had only glimpsed an afterimage. Truly astonishing. Bang! The puppet collapsed, and Scorpion's expression grew serious. This was one of the few battles where his puppets could not cope. Moreover, it had shattered with such rapidity. He cast his gaze downward. Observing the crimson flowstone that had been cleaved in two, its surface smooth and even. Are you not wielding your strongest weapon? Ming inquired cheerfully, gripping his longsword. For the first time, Scorpion hesitated, and doubt crept into his mind regarding his abilities. At that moment, he even felt that if his opponent so desired, he could cleave him in half with a single stroke. The crimson flowstone was an exceptionally resilient puppet, and even when damaged, Scorpion could still exert control. Yet, under the weight of that sword, he found himself utterly bereft of dominion. Scorpion gazed intently at Ming. His blade seemed to possess a suppressive effect on the puppet. Ming continued to smile. Just moments ago, he had unleashed the formidable strength of a strike that unlocked 20 of his template progress, wielding the divine dream blade. Capable of severing anything in existence. Even a puppet was no exception. Scorpion remained silent. It was Orochimaru who suddenly spoke up. So this so-called Akatsuki organization is nothing more than this. They lack the courage to act even against a mere child. Orochimaru witnessed Ming's prowess firsthand. Even that single strike would pose a lethal threat, even if he himself were to engage. However, this did not deter him from disparaging Scorpion before him. Why don't you give it a try? Scorpion retorted with a cold sneer. That would be unwise. Such a perfect form. How could I bear to damage it? Orochimaru turned to Ming. May I inquire your name, young one? Certainly, but only after a sumptuous snake feast. Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils dilated, and he appeared somewhat flustered. So it is you. Indeed, it is. Scorpion interjected. Why not join us? As a reward, I can prepare you a delightful snake feast. I assure you it will be delectable. Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated an invitation from Akatsuki, though he was indeed curious about the organization. It was regrettable that he could never join, as the current leader was Obito, the very man responsible for his parents' demise. He sought vengeance. But the time was not yet ripe. How about I capture this snake for the feast, and you join us? Scorpion suggested, noting Ming's silence. Ming smiled. I actually believe, Mr. Scorpion, that you may not emerge victorious. With that, he approached Orochimaru, patting him on the shoulder. What do you think, Mr. Snake? Orochimaru licked his lips, utterly oblivious to Ming's actions. His strength still falls short. Then let us put it to the test. Scorpion declared coldly, simultaneously producing a new puppet. Meanwhile, Pain furrowed his brow. He could sense that Ming's strength was formidable. Otherwise, Scorpion would not have attempted to recruit him. Although this was not part of Obito's orders, it seemed to be an unexpected gain. Heh. Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, unleashing a torrent of air as he lowered his body and charged at Scorpion. Scorpion sneered, manipulating the puppet to strike back. Boom. A resounding crash echoed through the air. As the smoke dissipated, The figure of Orochimaru was seen lying on the ground. Scorpion revealed a mocking smile. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, while Su Ming maintained a cheerful demeanor. Just as Scorpion was about to speak, Pain suddenly declared, "It's not over." Suddenly, the fallen Orochimaru lifted his head and opened his mouth, from which another shadow of Orochimaru emerged. This time, however, it evaded Scorpion and flew directly towards Pain. "I shall claim the Rinnegan. I have long desired it." The laughter of Orochimaru echoed in the air, yet Scorpion showed no intention of intervening, instead displaying a smirk of disdain. "Ignorant fool." As Orochimaru charged towards him, Pain remained impassive, not even hinting at any movement. "Have you been frightened into silence?" Orochimaru cackled. Yet, at the moment he drew near, Pain's Rinnegan shifted, and he bellowed as if commanding the heavens, "Shinra Tensei." Boom. Scorpion's smirk deepened, while Jiraiya stood completely stunned. However, neither of them noticed that at the moment Orochimaru approached Pain, a kunai appeared in Su Ming's hand, marked with a special insignia. In the next instant, Su Ming vanished. Flying Thunder God. With a swift strike, a sword cleaved through the air, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. Boom. The force of Shinra Tensei radiated outward, overwhelming the surroundings, which erupted in an instant. An expanse of 100 miles was obliterated in a blink. Yet, behind Su Ming lay the sole surviving sanctuary. He stood like a divine being wielding a sword, the true arbiter of fate. Pain gazed at this figure before him, momentarily taken aback. "You are formidable," he remarked. Su Ming offered no response, but turned a glance at the still dumbfounded Orochimaru and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Orochimaru's excitement was palpable. "Nothing, merely my growing desire for your body. A swordsmanship capable of withstanding the Rinnegan's assault is a rarity, even among the likes of Konoha's White Fang. I have long expressed my interest in snake delicacies," Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Orochimaru faltered, a rare look of defeat gracing his features. Perhaps the most effective counter to a scientist is not an artist, but a gourmet. Art is eternal, yet cuisine is ephemeral. "This snake, I shall protect," Su Ming declared as he turned his gaze to Pain. Pain frowned. "Before you summon the other bodies, you cannot defeat me." At this, Pain was fully perturbed. He possessed 6 bodies, a secret known to few, yet the man before him seemed to be aware of all. A troublesome adversary. After a long moment, Pain turned to Scorpion. "Let us depart." Scorpion nodded, casting a lingering glance at Su Ming before turning away. However, just as Pain prepared to leave, Jiraiya suddenly asked, "Are you Yahiko?" Scorpion turned his head slightly to look at Pain, but he showed no sign of acknowledgement and simply departed. Jiraiya appeared somewhat dazed. Su Ming shook his head. "Our paths diverge. We shall not conspire together." He glanced at Orochimaru and asked, "Shall we have a chat in your quarters?" "Indeed, I would be most pleased." Inside the stronghold, Orochimaru proudly showcased his achievements, stating that Scorpion from the Akatsuki believed he had control over Kabuto. Little did he know, Kabuto has long been under my command. There was a note of mockery in his tone as he turned his gaze towards Su Ming. "I originally intended to join the Akatsuki, but now I have changed my mind, Su Ming. I find you far more intriguing than the Akatsuki. Despite lacking any bloodline limit, you are merely an ordinary person. Yet you can stand equal to any ninja with such abilities. And that sword that cleaved through the attack of the Rinnegan. Su Ming, your physique is truly captivating." Su Ming maintained a smile, responding, "Mr. Snake, I return the compliment. Your body is equally fascinating to me. It even makes my mouth water." He drew his sword, its cold gleam reflecting ominously. Orochimaru suddenly fell silent. On the road, Pain and his companion were somewhat pensive. Scorpion tightened the cloak around him, not having revealed his true visage for a long time, feeling somewhat out of sorts. "What shall we do?" Scorpion inquired. Their purpose for coming was to resolve the issue with Orochimaru. However, not only had that issue not been resolved, but they had also uncovered an even mightier foe. Pain clenched his fists, his expression remaining inscrutable. "Let's return for now." With their combined strength, while they were not afraid of Su Ming alone, there was more than just him to contend with. There was also Jiraiya. That name held considerable weight in his memories. Yet, he was no longer the boy he once was. He had his own thoughts. The boy who slays demons will ultimately become a demon himself. Pain began to walk, his steps growing heavier. Back inside the stronghold, after some probing, Orochimaru had become more subdued, refraining from any further indiscreet remarks. He had realized that in Su Ming's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary snake. Thus, if he wished to survive, he must first prove his worth. He needed to demonstrate that he possessed value greater than mere snake soup. For a moment, Orochimaru felt somewhat helpless. Disregarding Jiraiya, he called for Kabuto directly. "This is my assistant. He is a talented child," Orochimaru introduced. "This is Su Ming." He pointed towards Su Ming. Kabuto was only a few years older than Su Ming. At that moment, Kabuto regarded the young man who commanded such immense respect from Orochimaru. He then noticed Jiraiya standing beside Su Ming. Is he Jiraiya's disciple? Kabuto pondered, but suddenly realized that the positions they occupied, though seemingly ordinary, followed a set of unspoken rules among ninjas. In the presence of a rogue ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, if Su Ming were merely a disciple, Jiraiya would not allow him to stand in front of Orochimaru. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. The strength of the individual before him was undoubtedly formidable. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, revealing a smile as he extended his hand. "Greetings, Su Ming." "Hello," Su Ming replied. Su Ming nodded slightly but refrained from extending his hand. Do's smile faltered, his eyes narrowing in response, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. At that moment, Orochimaru intervened to ease the tension. "Do, an astute young man, had been my source of information regarding Scorpion. It is noteworthy that he was once affiliated with Scorpion." Su Ming acknowledged Do's multifaceted role as a spy. He was well aware of it. His feelings towards Do were neither entirely favorable nor unfavorable, yet it was evident that a genius often harbors a certain pride. Though Do presented himself obediently before Orochimaru, it was challenging for him to yield to someone younger, like Su Ming. Thus, he felt compelled to assert dominance. Moreover, Su Ming possessed considerable knowledge about Akatsuki, rendering Do's value to him rather insignificant, should Do prove uncooperative. Suddenly, Su Ming reached out, forcefully pinning Do against the wall and gripping his neck. "Are you dissatisfied? Discontent is permissible, but it must be matched by commensurate strength. In the absence of power, any display of displeasure is merely childish." "I have taken note." Do concealed his previous demeanor, replacing it with one of reverence. Su Ming released his hold. Throughout the encounter, Orochimaru stood by, showing no inclination to intervene. For someone like him, it was difficult to exhibit emotions towards others. Should he indeed feel anything, it would either result in the target's misfortune or his own. After all, Orochimaru had once shown interest in Itachi, only to be swiftly subdued by a mere glance from him. Now, Orochimaru found himself intrigued by Su Ming, albeit wary of revealing it too overtly. Otherwise, it was likely that Su Ming would not hesitate to make a meal of him. "Ah, a dangerous man." Orochimaru rubbed his face, feeling somewhat troubled. Besides Su Ming stood Jiraiya, who had remained silent. Since the moment he glimpsed Orochimaru, Jiraiya had only uttered the words "long time no see," and then fell into silence, which seemed rather uncharacteristic of him. However, neither Su Ming nor Do mentioned it. "You must know the purpose of my visit, right?" Orochimaru inquired. "Danzo informed me. However, I truly did not anticipate that Su Ming's strength had reached such heights. Should you wish to take me back, I would not resist. Nevertheless, I suspect you will not do so." "Oh?" Su Ming responded, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. "Why?" Orochimaru smiled. "The wind that can set the windmill in motion would not willingly remain confined. For you, Su Ming, Konoha represents a constraint. Why not leave Konoha? Become a rogue ninja. I can assist you in channeling this wind with even greater ferocity." As he spoke, a glimmer of desire shone in Orochimaru's eyes. With no intention of concealing it from Jiraiya, Su Ming's gaze shifted, locking eyes with Orochimaru. Those were the eyes of a serpent, symbols of loyalty. Yet, for a serpent, loyalty is often transient. Should it ever perceive its master to be weaker than anticipated, it would not hesitate to strike back. As Su Ming smiled, his eyes were tinged with a shade of ink. The second template, the Shadow Blade, was activated. In that moment, he transformed into a true hunter, one who melded seamlessly with the darkness. Through his dual pupils, Orochimaru had already succumbed to the abyss. The capabilities of the second template, unlike the first, bore resemblance to illusionary arts yet diverged from them. Su Ming preferred to term this ability as a domain, the domain of darkness. Within this obscurity, he reigned supreme. The path of his blade delineated his territory. With a snap of his fingers, Su Ming elicited a tremor in Orochimaru, who then awoke, his gaze filled with astonishment. Su Ming chuckled softly, pondering that perhaps Mr. Snake's understanding of a rogue ninja mirrored the common narrative among ninjas. A rogue ninja betrays their village, subsequently hunted down and pursued like a dog, a pariah condemned by all. Such a life was utterly unappealing to him. Yet, his interpretation of a rogue ninja differed somewhat from that of Mr. Snake. Orochimaru turned his head slightly. Su Ming continued, "Mr. Snake, your rogue ninja has betrayed Konoha. But my path would be different. Should I ever become a rogue ninja, it would not be a betrayal of Konoha, but rather Konoha betraying me. At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. Likewise, Kabuto abruptly lifted his head, staring at Su Ming, his gaze transformed from one of malice to one illuminated with light, Su Ming's light. No one had anticipated that Su Ming would articulate such sentiments. Despite his formidable strength, there were many in the ninja world who displayed exceptional power from a young age. Kakashi became a Jonin at 12, and Itachi annihilated the Uchiha clan at 13. They were all prodigies. Though Su Ming was slightly younger, it was acceptable. However, insights require time to mature and cannot be rushed. Jiraiya gazed at Su Ming, equally astonished. He had not expected this revelation. Since you are unwilling, so be it. However, I will always keep a place for you, Orochimaru remarked, gesturing to his head, indicating that should Su Ming ever desire, he would readily offer his support. Su Ming smiled in return. Turning to Jiraiya, he inquired, Mr. Jiraiya, upon arriving here, you do not intend to remain silent indefinitely, do you? Focusing on Jiraiya, Orochimaru licked his lips. I can never return, Jiraiya. You must understand. Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement. He harbored lingering desires, yet he was acutely aware of Orochimaru's nature. Lacking the experiences of Naruto and the influence of Ashura, he would not obsess to the point of madness like Naruto. For him, beyond the desire to reclaim Orochimaru, there existed another purpose, the prophesied son from the prophecy. Jiraiya turned to Su Ming and suddenly chuckled ruefully. I somewhat regret coming here with you. You, my friend, possess too much strength and are far too dangerous. He concluded with a remark, more perilous than Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru squinted his eyes. Despite his discontent, he could not deny the veracity of Jiraiya's words. I had initially harbored concerns that you might conspire with Orochimaru against Konoha, which led me to deliberate whether to intervene. However, even if I were to act, you would not stand a chance, Jiraiya. Orochimaru interjected. Jiraiya, unperturbed, turned his gaze towards Su Ming. Yet, I have now altered my stance. I implore you to grant me. In Konoha, an opportunity in light of the Fourth Hokage's legacy. Jiraiya bent low, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Konoha shall never be your adversary. This was Jiraiya's solemn vow. After witnessing this incident and Su Ming's prowess, how could he remain oblivious? Should matters be mishandled, the gravest crisis for Konoha may well arise from Su Ming himself, a prodigious ninja. If Jiraiya were to assess his genius, it could be encapsulated in a singular word. Or perhaps two, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Should Konoha treat him with the reverence he deserves, believing in Su Ming, they would not mind having him as their leader. Akin to the illustrious Senju Hashirama. Conversely, neglect could lead to the annihilation wrought by Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, he is accompanied by a host of the Nine Tails. If the village were to reach such a dire juncture, Jiraiya could scarcely conceive of any means to thwart them, only destruction would remain. The fate of it all hinged upon Konoha, or rather, the third Hokage's disposition. Jiraiya sighed, hoping that Sarutobi Sensei would grasp the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, a question arose within Jiraiya's mind. Could Su Ming be the prophesied child? Yet after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. The prophesied child would possess the affinity to tame tailed beasts, and Su Ming had none in his company. Perhaps it is for the best. Su Ming responded. Indifferent to Konoha's fate, yet deeply concerned for Naruto. With his current strength, although capable of self-defense, Naruto remained young. He still required a joyful childhood and a nurturing environment. For that reason, Su Ming was willing to extend an opportunity to Konoha. Thank you, Jiraiya nodded, before departing. He needed to return to the village to alert Konoha, urging the third Hokage to devise more effective countermeasures. At the same time, he hoped for better treatment for these brothers. After all, Su Ming was no mere young host of the Nine Tails. He was a fully fledged eagle soaring high. After Jiraiya's departure, Orochimaru intended to invite Su Ming to inspect his research findings. However, upon hearing Su Ming casually point out the flaws in his work, Orochimaru's expression promptly changed. Along with Kabuto, a fervor ignited in their eyes, a thirst for knowledge. Ultimately, Su Ming felt quite unnerved under their gaze and reluctantly exchanged items from the template shop for something akin to a tablet from his previous life, filled with an abundance of educational materials from that era. Admittedly, the technological advancements of the Naruto world were incomparable to those of his past life, so he limited the content to a high school level. Nonetheless, even that left Orochimaru visibly exhilarated. When Orochimaru inquired about the name of the device in his hand, Su Ming mischievously replied, "This is called Ding Ding, and the videos you see here are referred to as online classes." Orochimaru nodded. a look of genuine reverence on his face as he expressed his gratitude to Su Mingjun for enabling him to attend online classes via DingTalk. The sight of Orochimaru was unexpectedly comical, especially with the name DingTalk in the mix. However, it was undeniable that Su Ming soon found himself admiring Orochimaru's dedication to learning. There was simply no room for critique. Meanwhile, Do, who longed for the DingTalk in Orochimaru's possession, gazed at Su Ming with eager anticipation, but upon receiving no response, a hint of disappointment clouded his eyes. Indifferent to Do's yearning, Su Ming nonetheless instructed him to show him around. Orochimaru's stronghold was quite expansive, housing numerous individual rooms filled with various experimental materials and subjects. Human experimentation was a common sight here. Yet, as they passed one particular room, Su Ming's attention was captured. In contrast to the other rooms, this one appeared exceptionally clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. Upon entering, Su Ming beheld a pristine youth seated upon a bed. With white hair, green eyes, and red eyeshadow accentuating his eyelids along with 2 red dots between his brows, Su Ming immediately recognized his identity, Kinshiki. A survivor of the Kagaya clan and the formidable wielder of the bloodline limit known as Shikatsu Miyaku. Despite his limited appearances in the original Naruto series and his youthful appearance, Su Ming had no trouble identifying him. Kinshiki, Lord Su Ming has arrived. Should you not hasten to pay your respects? Do admonished sharply from the side. Su Ming raised a hand to halt him. Nevertheless, Kinshiki stood up, looking at Su Ming, and with a clear voice, greeted, Lord Su Ming. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Kinshiki possessed the remarkable ability to freely manipulate osteoblasts and osteoclasts, even controlling calcium concentration to form bones that were harder than steel. Consequently, he exhibited formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. In the original narrative, Gaara's absolute defense was shattered by Kinshiki, had it not been for his eventual ailment. It is conceivable that they might not have triumphed over him. What left the deepest impression on Su Ming about Kinshiki, beyond his immense power, was his loyalty. He could be regarded as the finest of subordinates. Su Ming had not anticipated encountering him here. Kinshiki, a solitary soul, was asked by Su Ming, "Are you alone?" "Yes, my lord," was the response. Though respectful, it bore no trace of fear. The room was dim, with scant illumination. As Su Ming surveyed the surroundings, seemingly discerning his thoughts, Kinshiki spoke up, "In truth, I do not despise darkness. It has accompanied me throughout my growth." Su Ming nodded. A person nurtured in darkness often finds solace in it. Much like the relationships of Zabuza and Haku, Sasuke and Naruto, Kinshiki and Orochimaru. It has been remarked that had Kinshiki encountered Zabuza instead of Orochimaru, perhaps the outcome would have differed. Now, Kinshiki stood before Su Ming. The distinction was that Su Ming perceived a lack of light in Kinshiki's eyes. He remained enveloped in darkness. It seems that the world has deviated somewhat due to Su Ming's emergence. Junmalu has yet to pledge loyalty to Orochimaru. Su Ming inquired, "What do you despise?" Junmalu fell silent for a moment before lifting his head. "I despise solitude. I despise being unnecessary. The darkness is not frightening. What terrifies me is loneliness. In the shadows, those small eyes appear to be utterly lost, on the verge of dimming. If one is truly unwanted and devoid of significance, why continue to exist?" This was his poignant question. However, Su Ming reached out and gently placed his hand upon Junmalu's head, offering a glimmer of light, Su Ming's light. Junmalu gazed upward, his eyes faintly shimmering in the darkness. There is no inherent meaning in mere existence, yet perhaps by persevering, one might discover something intriguing. Su Ming affectionately tousled Junmalu's hair. "Just as you have arrived here, I have found you." Suddenly, Do illuminated the candlelight, brightening the room, casting a warm glow that also lit up Junmalu's eyes. Feeling the warmth of Su Ming's palm, for the first time, a yearning arose within Junmalu, a desire to follow in Su Ming's footsteps. "Come, let us go." Gently stroking Junmalu's face, Su Ming smiled softly. His smile shone as brightly as the candlelight. Though darkness may serve as a solitary refuge, it is the light that embodies true hope. I too wish to explore the truths of the world, alongside Master Su Ming. In that moment, the young Junmalu made a resolution. Su Ming led Junmalu out of the dwelling. Following closely behind Su Ming, Junmalu appeared to be in high spirits. However, Do wore a hesitant expression. Noticing this, Su Ming asked, "Is something the matter?" Do replied, "Junmalu is quite special. He has been afflicted with an illness since childhood, a condition that even Lord Orochimaru cannot remedy. Therefore, even if Master Su Ming were to request him, it may not be of any use." His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Such a request might prove futile. Upon hearing this, Junmalu's body trembled. The fear of being unnecessary was his greatest dread. For Junmalu, the most vivid memories were of battle, for it was in those moments that he felt needed. A bone spike manifested in his hand, and without hesitation, he lunged it towards Do. Suddenly, a hand grasped him. Junmalu looked up to see Su Ming, his expression radiating warmth. Junmalu attempted to explain, but Su Ming shook his head, reassuring him, "Do not be afraid. I have a solution for your affliction." "Really? Is that true?" Junmalu asked, hope flickering in his eyes. "Indeed," Su Ming affirmed. The bone spike vanished, and Junmalu returned to his former self. Despite his youth, Junmalu possessed formidable strength. Had Su Ming not reacted swiftly, Do might have met a dire fate. The reason for this was that Do's words led Junmalu to believe he was persuading Su Ming to abandon him. After narrowly escaping peril, Do felt a pang of anxiety. He had originally walked beside Junmalu, but now hurriedly shifted to the opposite side. With the current prowess of Kabuto, he was utterly outmatched by J-Maru. He spent 80 template points to exchange for some medicine from the template shop and presented it to J-Maru. With the system in place, J-Maru's condition was certainly not a concern. However, despite J-Maru's seemingly obedient demeanor, Kabuto dared not cast even a glance in his direction. The fright from the earlier incident had been overwhelmingly intense. Meanwhile, upon returning to Akatsuki, Pain went directly to meet Obito. "What is the situation?" Obito inquired, a hint of perplexity visible in the exposed Sharingan beneath his mask. Although Orochimaru's abilities were commendable, Sasori's prowess was equally formidable, and coupled with the Rinnegan, there was no room for error. Yet now, they had encountered two leaf ninjas. Pain recounted the events, prompting Obito to ponder deeply. He had not anticipated the existence of such a talented ninja in the leaf. He turned to Pain, wondering if there was a possibility of recruiting him. Pain shook his head, stating that the individual had already declined their offer and would not join them. "What a pity," Obito mused, his gaze turning cold. "Since he will not ally with us, he will inevitably become our enemy when we gather the tailed beasts. It would be prudent for us to act preemptively." Furthermore, Noki from Awagakure had also reached out, hoping for assistance in creating some disturbances for the leaf. Although provoking the leaf was not a wise course of action at present, the compensation offered by Noki was simply irresistible. "Nagato, prepare accordingly," Pain instructed with a nod before departing. Despite Awagakure's participation in the last Shinobi World War, they had been unable to engage due to a surprise attack on their logistics by the Yellow Flash, resulting in most of their ninjas remaining intact. Not to mention, Awagakure had a significantly larger number of ninjas than Konoha. The lack of gains from the last war left Noki quite displeased, particularly after Kumogakure had recently taken advantage of Konoha, igniting Naka's desire for retribution. He had been contemplating ways to instigate conflict and compel Konoha to pay reparations. The military strength of Awagakure was Naka's greatest asset. Moreover, Noki was thoroughly familiar with the personality of Konoha's Hokage, aside from the second Hokage, who possessed some capabilities. The other Hokages were, frankly speaking, rather unimpressive. The first Hokage was given tailed beasts without charge, the fourth's tenure was too brief, and he departed hastily. While the third Hokage could be succinctly described with a single term, coward. During the last Shinobi World War, despite having the advantage, Konoha opted for negotiations. Was this not cowardice? Thus, Noki concluded that even if conflict arose with Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare take drastic measures. Even in the event of an actual confrontation, the Awagakure would not falter. After a moment of silence beneath the mask, Obito suddenly stood up, determined to personally observe the boy who had cleaved through the Rinnegan's defenses. If circumstances permitted, he might even take direct action. The village of Konoha was as tranquil as ever. The streets bustled with activity, and the faces of the townsfolk radiated joy. However, unlike usual, the child, often referred to as the nine-tailed fox and generally despised by the villagers, had not been seen for quite some time. Nevertheless, few seemed to notice his absence. The vibrant atmosphere outside remained unchanged. Yet, within a small, unassuming house, if one were to draw near, they might hear the occasional peal of laughter echoing from within. Such joy? "Naruto, you must train diligently," Iriko admonished, attempting to adopt a serious demeanor in front of the grinning Naruto. However, it wasn't long before he succumbed to Naruto's sunlit smile, ultimately expressing with exasperation, "Naruto, if you don't put in the effort, you won't be able to fulfill our agreement." Upon hearing Irika's admonition, Naruto's playful demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. "All right, I'll comply." Within the ceiling space, Minato Namikaze felt a tinge of helplessness. It was only after Su Ming's departure that he grasped the nature of the agreement between Naruto and Irika. They had made a pact. As long as Naruto devoted himself to training and met Irika's standards, he would be rewarded with a sum of money. Naturally, Naruto was not particularly interested in the money itself. He intended to use his earnings to treat his brother to a bowl of ramen, specifically, the unique dish he had concocted himself. In fact, Naruto had already decided to name that special ramen Naruto roll. Under the sun, Naruto trained vigorously, his determination unwavering. Before long, a small head peeked around the doorway. Yet, upon witnessing the scene in the yard, a shadow of disappointment crossed the little one's eyes. It was Hinata. Noticing her, Irika waved her over. "Ah, here to see Su Ming again, are we? You've come a bit early. He hasn't returned yet." Ever since Su Ming's departure, Hinata often came to wait for his return, but each time ended in disappointment. "Oh." Hinata's head drooped, and she turned away, visibly disheartened. "Hinata, let us return to training." Niji chimed in cheerfully. "Only by becoming stronger can we protect Su Ming." Hinata nodded vigorously, her gaze resolute. "I will grow stronger to protect Su Ming." The two departed, oblivious to the figure perched quietly on a nearby tree. Itachi leaned against the trunk, observing the scene. Softly murmuring, "In truth, I too wish to protect Su Ming." Not long after Hinata left, a slightly stooped figure appeared at the entrance. Clad in a white Hokage robe. The moment Irika caught sight of him, he recognized the identity of the visitor. "Lord Third Hokage." Irika bowed respectfully. "Irika, didn't I tell you?" "There is no need for such formalities," Hiruzen replied kindly. "You are Naruto's teacher. These rituals are unnecessary." Yet, Lord Third is a hero of the village, and the proper respects must be observed. Irika countered earnestly. Hiruzen nodded, his eyes reflecting increasing satisfaction as he regarded Irika. No one dislikes admiration, including the Third Hokage. Since Su Ming's departure, the Third Hokage has been visiting frequently, almost more often than Hinata. Each time he arrives, it is either to inquire about Naruto's well-being or to present him with small trinkets. It seems as if he genuinely cares for Naruto. But, Naruto, you need not train any longer. The esteemed Third Hokage has arrived. Irika called out. Upon hearing this, Naruto paused his training and sprinted over. "Grandpa Third Hokage, what delightful treasures have you brought me this time?" "Ah, this time it is merely a trinket, but I find it quite amusing, hence I brought it along." With that, Sarutobi retrieved 2 crystalline glass orbs and placed them in Naruto's hands. "Wow, how beautiful. Thank you, Grandpa Third Hokage," Naruto exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Haha, I'm glad you like it." Sarutobi affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, creating a heartwarming scene of a loving grandfather and his adoring grandson. However, once Sarutobi departed, Naruto's smile quickly faded. With a swift motion, he tossed the glass orbs into a nearby pile of refuse. "Irika-sensei, shall we continue our training?" he said. Turning to his teacher, Irika nodded, unfazed by the incident. Indeed, those glass orbs were trivial items, easily obtainable from any shop on the street, worth scarcely a few coins. "Oh, Third Hokage, could you be any more dismissive?" Irika shook his head. At Orochimaru's hideout, the lights blazed brightly. Su Ming set down the scroll he had been reading and turned to Kabuto, who had just entered, asking softly, "Is there something you need?" "Lord Su Ming." Kabuto replied respectfully, "Lord Orochimaru requests your presence." "Understood, I shall go at once." Su Ming closed the scroll and gently patted Kimamaro's head. As Kimamaro's face flushed, Su Ming chuckled softly and stepped out of the room. This Naruto character from the original story, a calm and handsome figure, was surprisingly quite endearing in his youth. Even more so than Itachi. In the laboratory, Orochimaru had been waiting for quite some time. "Su Ming-kun, I have news that I believe will pique your interest." "What news?" Su Ming inquired, raising an eyebrow. Orochimaru continued, "I have just received word that the Akatsuki organization plans to take action against Konoha." Su Ming paused, taken aback. He recalled that the Akatsuki was still in the process of amassing funds and was far from striking Konoha. Why would they act now? Su Ming furrowed his brow. Could it be that due to Orochimaru's refusal to join the Akatsuki, the timeline had diverged? It seemed quite plausible. Orochimaru elaborated. "The reason the Akatsuki is targeting Konoha is reportedly because they have been commissioned by Inoki." Inoki. Su Ming pondered this name thoughtfully. He was all too familiar with Inoki, known as the Two-Ton Inoki. It was said that in his youth, he had once battled Madara, although considering Madara's power, he likely would have been easily defeated by a Susanoo. Nonetheless, it could not be denied that Inoki possessed the strength of a Kage. Of paramount importance is the fact that Iwagakure retained a significant number of capable forces during the last Shinobi World War, a feat that Konoha cannot rival. Observing Su Ming's silence, Orochimaru continued. During the last conflict, that old coot Inoki gained little advantage. It appears he can no longer restrain himself. Su Ming nodded, swiftly grasping the implication. He then turned to Orochimaru, inquiring if he had any inclination to stir the waters even further. Oh? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. What do you propose, Su Ming? As a defector from Konoha, it would be impossible for him to harbor no animosity towards it. The notion of exacting vengeance upon Konoha delighted Orochimaru immensely. If my memory serves me right, Asuma Sarutobi should be outside at this moment, Su Ming remarked, his smile laden with intrigue. Indeed, the waters could be muddied even more. At this juncture, it was still insufficient. In the border of Konoha, a small team was on patrol, tasked with ensuring the safety of the area. Among them was Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the Third Hokage, who had long departed from the village. Despite being acutely aware of Konoha's current predicament and the lack of manpower, Asuma remained obstinately away, stubbornly defying his father. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, oblivious to the disapproving glances of his companions. Though he had always resisted his father's influence, he found a certain charm in smoking, a trait inherited from Hiruzen Sarutobi. He found it rather dashing. Coughing, Asuma noticed the irritation of those around him, who could no longer tolerate his habit. Could you smoke a little less? They implored, but Asuma paid them no heed, his thoughts consumed by the image of Kurenai Yuhi, his goddess. Lost in his reverie, he finished one cigarette and reached for another when a flash of cold steel suddenly sliced through the air. Reacting instinctively, Asuma dodged, unable to warn his comrades in time. A thunderous explosion echoed as his teammates fell, lifeless, beside him. The chilling sight left Asuma's expression frozen in horror. As the dust settled, a youthful figure emerged, wielding a bone sword that radiated a frightening aura. It was Kimimaro. Despite his tender age, Kimimaro possessed formidable strength. Asuma, the Hokage's son, was no weakling himself, yet his companions were not as capable. Who are you? Asuma demanded, glaring at Kimimaro. With a swift motion, Kimimaro traced the ground with his bone sword, pointing it directly at Asuma while raising his gaze slightly. Asuma Sarutobi? He inquired. In that moment, realization dawned upon Asuma. The Kagaya clan from the hidden mist. He thought, fear gripping his heart as he summoned a short blade, enveloping it with chakra. This was Asuma's signature technique. However, he soon discovered that Kimimaro was not alone. Earth release, earth wall. A massive wall of earth erupted from the ground with astonishing speed. Had Asuma not reacted quickly, he would have been struck directly. At that instant, Kimimaro's bone sword elongated, and without hesitation, he charged toward Asuma, a warrior born for battle, fierce despite his youth. Clang! The bone sword clashed with Asuma's short blade, and to his astonishment, even with the wind-enhanced chakra blade, he could barely leave a mark on Kimimaro's weapon. Such hard bones. Asuma thought, his expression turning grave. Engaged in combat, he found himself unable to escape. Meanwhile, the earth wall continued to rise swiftly, catching him off guard. Asuma was struck from above. Thud. He hit the ground, his senses slightly blurred. Is this all the son of the Hokage is capable of? A voice taunted from the side. Struggling to lift his head, Asuma could not discern the figure's face, only the emblem of 2 stones emblazoned on the forehead protector. That is the emblem of the rock-hidden village. Asuma fainted. Truly remarkable, Mr. Snake, who effortlessly concluded the battle with merely an intermediate ninjutsu. Praised Su Ming as he stepped forward. Orochimaru removed the forehead protector of the rock-hidden village from his head and crushed it with ease. What truly astonished me, however, is this child. At such a tender age, he possesses such formidable power. Were it not for Su Ming's interest in him, I might have coveted this body for myself. Su Ming remained silent, yet his gaze bore an unmistakable warning. He turned to look at Asuma, who was not gravely injured, save for a severe wound between his legs, where blood flowed profusely. Su Ming recalled hearing the sound of something shattering moments ago. He cast a curious glance at Orochimaru. Could it be that he harbored such peculiar inclinations? Nevertheless, this was hardly a favorable situation for Asuma, for a man. It might be more painful than death itself. Alas, the sorrow of loss. Let us go. Su Ming directed his gaze at Orochimaru, as Asuma was injured enough. Orochimaru, somewhat exhilarated, licked his lips, pondering what thoughts Sarutobi-sensei might have upon witnessing his son in such a state. I longed to see the expression on Sarutobi-sensei's face. But alas, there is no opportunity. There will be in the future. Su Ming smiled, then took his leave. Junmaru followed closely behind. Before long, news of Asuma's injury would reach Konoha. Even if Asuma's unconsciousness rendered his perceptions questionable, there would undoubtedly be seeds of doubt in Sarutobi's heart. Coupled with the impending emergence of Akatsuki and the movements of the rock-hidden village, Sarutobi would find it impossible to dismiss his concerns. Even if he were to doubt, Su Ming would ensure he came to believe. The loss of his son's ability to procreate also signifies that his lineage within the Sarutobi clan is nearly extinguished. With the provocations from the enemy village, it remains to be seen how Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, will respond. How could he allow his days to remain so tranquil? Su Ming chuckled. The group returned to Orochimaru's stronghold. This could be considered Junmaru's inaugural battle, showcasing his formidable prowess. The bone pulse truly is powerful. Throughout their journey, Orochimaru observed Junmaru's figure, lost in thought. Junmaru had been discovered within Orochimaru's stronghold, and he was well aware of such an individual. However, Orochimaru recognized that Junmaru's affliction was beyond his means to heal. Yet now, it had been remedied by Su Ming. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered as he suddenly inquired. Su Ming, once I complete my studies within the confines of Ding Ding, will I be able to catch up to you? Su Ming was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. You are still far from it. There remains much for you to learn. As he gazed at Su Ming's retreating figure, a flicker of intrigue danced in Orochimaru's eyes. Su Ming is indeed a mysterious individual. Orochimaru then asked, when do you plan to return to Konoha? To return to Konoha? Su Ming laughed. It is not so simple to go back. Sarui's decision to release me undoubtedly stems from the belief that I would perish at your hands. If I were to return in such a manner, it would surely displease them. Observing Su Ming's beaming smile, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. With his understanding of Su Ming, it was evident that he would not exhibit such benevolence for the sake of Sarutobi and Danzo. The performance was just beginning. Su Ming chuckled, gently caressing the face of the nearby Kinshiki. Considering the time, guests were indeed expected. Let us step outside to greet them. Orochimaru was taken aback, uncertain of whom Su Ming referred to as guests. Could it be that Sarutobi had sent someone after us? Or perhaps it was Danzo's men? With a sense of intrigue, Orochimaru followed in Su Ming's footsteps to the outside of their stronghold. Outside, the wind was fierce, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst this swirling chaos stood a solitary figure. Short hair, an orange mask adorned with black stripes, and a long black hooded cloak, concealing a chain connecting both wrists within its sleeves. From beneath the mask, a singular exposed Sharingan eye, marked with 3 tomo, was strikingly apparent. His name, Obito Uchiha. Indeed. When Su Ming had dispatched Pain and Scorpion, he had surmised that Obito would come. Initially, it was merely conjecture, but with the news from Orochimaru, Su Ming was nearly certain that Obito would indeed arrive. He would certainly come to encounter the one who had repelled the Rinnegan. As anticipated, he appeared. Gazing at the exposed Sharingan, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Uchiha? He frowned, recalling the vast amount of information regarding the Uchiha clan. Yet none could be compared to the figure before him. Who exactly was he? Indeed, Obito directly acknowledged this, deliberately lowering his voice to a gravelly tone as he proclaimed, I am Uchiha Madara. This declaration momentarily stunned Orochimaru, while Su Ming erupted into laughter. Uchiha Madara? Do not dare to tarnish his name. What are you laughing at? Obito seethed, his exposed Sharingan radiating boundless fury as he glared at Su Ming. Nothing. Merely laughing at your unworthiness, Su Ming replied, lifting his gaze and disregarding Obito's wrath. The Uchiha Madara I am familiar with was a figure bold enough to contend with Senju Hashirama, a being capable of challenging the entirety of Konoha. Though he faced defeat, he did so with dignity and honor. Uchiha Madara would never be the sort to hide in the shadows, concealing his true face like a coward. Listening to Su Ming, Orochimaru cast a sideways glance, surprised by the depth of Su Ming's knowledge regarding Uchiha Madara. Indeed, in the Warring States period, had it not been for Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara would have indisputably been the preeminent figure. Even in the era of Hashirama's existence, he remained a dazzling star. Jiraiya had long held the title of a hero. Yet Su Ming had always believed that if Jiraiya were a hero, then Madara could rightfully be deemed a formidable champion. This champion, indeed, was a paragon of a tyrant. Do you dare to question me, Uchiha Obito? With narrowed eyes, Obito's fury reached a near-peak intensity. Su Ming merely scoffed, declaring, if you truly are Uchiha Obito, then reveal your true self. Obito never hides behind a mask, even in the face of aging. In Su Ming's memory, Uchiha Obito was precisely this way. Even as time took its toll, he would never don a mask. This was the pride of a warrior. Yet, Obito evidently failed to comprehend this notion. You are the one who repelled pain, aren't you? I see you're playing with fire. With that, Obito ceased his idle chatter, springing forward with a sudden surge towards Su Ming. His speed was astonishing, so rapid that most shinobi would struggle to react. However, at that moment, Su Ming was surrounded by no weaklings. Junmaro was the first to respond, manifesting a bone sword in his hand. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. Swinging the sword in a furious arc, Obito showed no intent to evade, barreling directly into the attack. Just as the bone sword was about to strike him, a flicker of disdain passed through his exposed Sharingan. The sword sliced through his form without any hindrance. Kamui, a space-time ninjutsu, skirting past Junmaro and then Orochimaru. Obito found himself directly beside Su Ming. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he anticipated that in the next moment, Su Ming would meet his demise at his hands. Yet at that instant, a slight smile curled at the corners of Su Ming's lips. He locked his gaze onto Obito, and as the latter drew near, a wave of darkness surged within his eyes. Second template, Shadow Blade activated. The realm of darkness instantaneously engulfed both Obito and his surroundings. Obito's body froze for a fleeting moment. Though it was but an instant, it was sufficient in a duel of masters. In Su Ming's hand, a pale blue, whirling sphere materialized, which then struck Obito's face with unimpeded force. Rasengan! Bang! Obito was sent hurtling away, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Even after enduring the might of the Rasengan, cracks appeared on the mask he wore. He struggled to rise, his rage boiling uncontrollably. Rasengan! Su Ming's lips curled once more, revealing a hint of mockery. How does it feel to be struck by the same technique twice? The last time Obito was humbled was beneath the Rasengan during the Nine Tails turmoil, at the hands of the Fourth Hokage. Alas, at that time the Fourth, preoccupied with Kushina and Naruto, did not engage him extensively. Today, however, Su Ming had not wielded a sword, but rather employed the same technique, which was far from a simple affair. He aimed to evoke some memories within Obito. Who exactly are you? Obito demanded. The one who intends to kill you. Su Ming replied coldly. Preserve your life well. In the future, I shall personally come to claim it. With that, he turned away, paying no mind to the volatile Obito. Su Ming did not wish to slay Obito, rather, he lacked effective means to restrain Obito's Kamui at present. With the formidable power of the second template, it merely had a slight impact on Obito. The prowess of the Mangeki Sharingan is overwhelming. Upon awakening the Mangeki, the Uchiha clan experiences a qualitative leap in strength. Until a viable method to restrain Kamui is discovered, Obito is virtually immortal. Furthermore, there is another crucial point. Obito is not only an enemy to him, but also to Naruto. In this lifetime, as long as he exists, Naruto will never forgive the murderer of his parents. Obito must die. He must perish. Su Ming departed without a moment's hesitation, not even casting a glance at Obito, as if he were a mere figment of imagination. Outside the stronghold, the winds howled with sand. The mask on Obito's face began to shatter, the cracks widening, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. Yet, the few individuals heading towards the stronghold showed no intention of looking back. Su Ming. A flash of fury ignited within the Sharingan as Obito etched that name deeply in his memory. He was oblivious to why Su Ming possessed the Fourth Hokage's jutsu, or how he knew of the events from that day. But such details mattered not. All he desired was Su Ming's demise, just as Su Ming sought his own. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi slammed the letter he held onto the desk, his anger palpable. The missive, delivered from a Wagakure, bore accusations that several of their ninjas had vanished within Konoha, with a Wagakure suspecting foul play at the hands of Konoha's inhabitants, demanding an immediate investigation. Failure to comply would result in a Wagakure taking matters into their own hands. The tone of the letter was nothing short of imperious, as if Konoha were a mere vassal of a Wagakure. Sarutobi, of course, understood the truth. The Wagakure was merely aggrieved by the benefits accrued by Kumogakure during the recent incident involving the Nara clan and sought an excuse to demand compensation from Konoha. Their arrogance was utterly intolerable. Did they truly believe Konoha to be an easy target? In that moment, Sarutobi instinctively considered a direct response to Inoki, challenging him to war if that was his desire. However, the voice of reason within him urged calm. After much contemplation, he sighed and shook his head. Konoha, despite its claims to be the foremost ninja village, was merely a fade. If war were to break out with a Wagakure, they would be utterly outmatched. Thus, Sarutobi sighed and summoned the Umbu, instructing them to thoroughly investigate any possible acts against a Wagakure. Though he knew such actions were unlikely, maintaining a semblance of decorum was essential. With a creak, the door opened as Danzo entered. Sarutobi, what are your plans? Sarutobi sighed, contemplating the situation. What else could be done? Inoki likely perceived the gains of Kumogakure with envy, seeking reparation for his grievances. Danzo nodded, well aware of the underlying truths. Indeed, I have an idea. What idea? Sarutobi gazed at Danzo with a hint of surprise. This old comrade, well aware of his own limited capabilities, was nonetheless driven by immense ambition. Typically, Sarutobi found little reliance on him in times of crisis, yet now he was presented with an idea, which left him astonished. Danzo smirked, suggesting that if Inoki sought compensation, they should provide it. Provide? Sarutobi's expression fell into one of disappointment. Initially, he had hoped Danzo might propose a worthwhile solution, but it seemed his optimism was misplaced. Konoha was currently in dire financial straits. If they could truly offer compensation, would Sarutobi be in such a state of distress? Observing Sarutobi's incredulous demeanor, Danzo continued. Though we may lack funds, the prominent clans possess wealth. For instance, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Inoki has evidently come prepared this time, should they fail to present compensation. A direct conflict between the two villages is imminent, and Konoha lacks the resources to engage in war. Those prominent clans, being part of the village, are bound to contribute to its welfare. If the village is impoverished, then they must step in. Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. This approach could easily incite resentment among those clans. Yet now, there seemed no alternative solution. What is the matter? You are the Hokage. Danzo sneered. Do you believe they would dare to disregard your orders? However, if you are too soft-hearted to issue commands, then allow me to assist you. The Uchiha clan has been quite active recently. Why not seize this opportunity? Danzo, remember your place. Sarutobi's expression grew stern as Danzo's words trailed off, their meaning unmistakable. After Danzo finished speaking, Sarutobi's countenance suddenly turned grave. If you disagree, then devise your own plan. Danzo chuckled coldly and turned to leave. He had indeed coveted the position of Hokage for quite some time. However, given the current circumstances, this troublesome endeavor was best left to Sarutobi. After all, he was the Hokage. In the office, Sarutobi's expression fluctuated between concern and contemplation, struggling to arrive at a decision. After a long moment, he sighed in resignation. Summoning the Iwagakure ninja who had delivered the message, Sarutobi stated, I wish to speak with Inoki. It appears we have no choice but to offer compensation. Konoha can no longer afford to engage in conflict. Once the Iwagakure ninja departed, Sarutobi sighed again and called for Itachi. At Orochimaru's base, Ming had been there for some time. One must acknowledge that Orochimaru possesses remarkable intelligence-gathering abilities. Under his command, a formidable force has emerged. The movements of both Konoha and Iwagakure continuously converge here, allowing Ming to stay abreast of the latest developments. How is Kabuto faring? Ming inquired of Orochimaru. Rest assured, Kabuto is quite astute. Especially after your guidance, he has become even more exceptional. He has now reached Konoha and will proceed to live there as an ordinary ninja. Ming smiled. Do has always been a multifaceted spy, seemingly possessing the innate potential for espionage. In the original narrative of Naruto, Do resided in Konoha for quite some time. However, with the emergence of Ming, circumstances have begun to shift ever so slightly. Yet, it is merely a deviation in timing. Do will still venture to Konoha, but this time, he shall serve not as Orochimaru's spy, but as Ming's. With a faint smile, Ming remarked, in a few days, once Do has settled in Konoha, I shall have him disclose the contents of the letter from Iwagakure to Konoha. I want the entire village to know what kind of person Sarutobi Hiruzen truly is. Before the letter reached Konoha, it first passed through Ming's hands, only subsequently arriving at Sarutobi's. Listening to Ming's words, Orochimaru became exhilarated. He harbors a peculiar hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha. Every matter that pertains to Konoha piques Orochimaru's interest. For instance, at this very moment, Teacher Sarutobi, you remain oblivious to the true nature of the devil you have provoked, do you not? I wonder how long you can withstand the onslaught of such a fiend. I hope you can endure for a while longer. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully dull. Ming possesses a wicked charm, one that is oddly endearing. Orochimaru departed. Itachi, you must be acutely aware of the village's current predicament. The village can no longer withstand conflict. This holds true for both myself and the Uchiha clan. Konoha is no longer the invincible fortress it once was. Should war erupt, many will perish, perhaps those familiar to you from the Uchiha clan, or even I, or perhaps Ming or Sasuke. As he uttered Sasuke's name, Sarutobi suppressed the discomfort surging within him, yet even so, he could not express this sentiment calmly. He is Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his father is Sarutobi Sasuke. And the Uchiha. How cruel it is to name a child Sasuke. Each time Sarutobi hears that name, he feels a surge of frustration, particularly in the presence of the Uchiha. This sentiment intensifies when confronting Itachi, who is so devoted to his younger brother. Especially now, when he is speaking humbly, as if bowing down. Perhaps the downfall of the Uchiha clan in the original Naruto narrative is somewhat intertwined with the name Sasuke. Lord Third. I understand everything you have said. Upon my return, I shall speak with my father, Itachi replied. Among Sarutobi's words, the names that resonated most with Itachi were Ming and Sasuke. Very well, Sarutobi nodded, adding, Itachi, the safety of the village rests in your hands. Itachi nodded and departed. After Itachi left, Sarutobi exhaled deeply. Now that Itachi had agreed, this matter should be resolved without issue. Subsequently, Sarutobi gazed out the window. The night had deepened, and twinkling lights illuminated Konoha, rendering it a scene of prosperity. Approaching the window, he found himself somewhat entranced by the sight. After a long moment, he clenched his fist. Konoha remains his Konoha. In just a few days, news from Konoha had reached Awagakure, yet Noki showed no inclination to take action himself. Instead, he dispatched his subordinates, deeming that his dealings with Konoha were sufficient. This information also made its way back to Konoha and, through the hands of Kabuto, spread throughout the village. Presently, the entirety of Konoha was aware that their village was to engage in negotiations with Awagakure. Notably, the envoy sent by Awagakure was neither the Tsuchikage nor any significant figures, but merely ordinary shinobi, unlike the previous incident with Kumogakure, which was shrouded in secrecy and known only to a few common villagers. This time was markedly different. Kabuto's formidable abilities enabled the entire village to be informed, even inciting a sense of outrage among them. Many began to question the actions of the Third Hokage. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi slammed his palm onto the desk, his face a mask of fury. You had better provide me with an explanation for how this information was leaked. Before him stood several Umbu, Danzo, and a shinobi from Awagakure. Following Sarutobi's outburst, the Awagakure ninja displayed a contemptuous demeanor. This information could not possibly have originated from Awagakure. Third Hokage, I trust you can manage this matter without disappointing us, he said, turning on his heel and departing without a care for the others. Sarutobi's anger reached a boiling point as he struck the desk with such force that it startled the Umbu present. Danzo, however, remained unperturbed. Though he too regarded the Awagakure ninja with a darkened expression, he understood that the audacity of this ninja stemmed from the belief that Konoha would not dare to wage war. Despite his dissatisfaction, Danzo felt restrained from taking action. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi's fury subsided slightly, and he turned to the Umbu, commanding, investigate this matter thoroughly. I must know who is responsible. The Umbu conducted a comprehensive investigation yet were unable to ascertain who had leaked the information. However, among those privy to the news, aside from a few absolutely loyal Umbu, were two individuals, Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha, both members of the Uchiha clan. Considering their motives, the Uchiha clan could easily lower Sarutobi's prestige and disseminate such information throughout the village in a short span. Only prominent clans possess such capabilities. Contemplating this, even Sarutobi's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Nevertheless, despite Danzo's persistent urging to take decisive action, the rational Sarutobi shook his head in refusal. Even if the Uchiha clan were indeed behind this, he would feign ignorance. After all, who would bear the financial repercussions owed to Awagakure? Sarutobi was certainly not as foolish as Danzo. As the news spread with increasing rapidity, at that moment, Ming, accompanied by Kimimaro and Orochimaru, intercepted the path from Awagakure to Konoha. It wasn't long before the Awagakure shinobi appeared, and contrary to the rumors, they were not merely ordinary ninjas. There were 5 in total, 2 of whom Ming recognized. One was Naka's bodyguard, Akatsuchi, and the other was Kuratsuchi, known as the Tsuchikage's legs, and Naka's granddaughter. Dust swirled as they approached. The figures of Ming and his companions appeared somewhat indistinct, yet their presence at this critical juncture was unmistakably intentional. Chi-Tu and the other 3 instinctively positioned themselves in front of Hei-Tu, warily observing Ming and his group. Upon witnessing this, Ming let out a soft sigh, feeling a tinge of regret at the obscured view of Hei-Tu's legs. Hei-tu, slightly older than Su Ming, was in her teens, boasting long, elegantly shaped legs and fair skin. Su Ming mused upon the lost opportunity. Indeed, a fragment of his character was inherited from the Fourth Hokage, though not entirely. The Fourth Hokage, often referred to as a small son, radiated love for every villager in Konoha. As his adopted son, Su Ming surpassed him in some aspects while falling short in others. Unlike the fourth, who had the energy to shower affection upon every villager, Su Ming's adoration was reserved for every beautiful girl he encountered. However, his affections transcended village boundaries, extending to lovely maidens from other villages as well. In essence, he was an embodiment of universal love. Su Ming ran his fingers through his hair, convinced that his golden locks were a decree of fate. If the heavens have made me golden, I must embrace it, he thought, sensing a shift in Su Ming's emotions. Junmalu approached directly, brandishing an oversized bone knife with an air of seriousness. Hand over the girl, he declared. Su Ming burst into laughter, taken aback by Junmalu's unexpected proclamation, especially given his earnest demeanor. Orochimaru, too, was momentarily stunned. While he was indifferent to gender, something felt amiss. This boy seemed rather peculiar. On the other side, Chi-Tu and the other three bodyguards felt insulted. Hei-tu was the granddaughter of Inoki, which effectively made her their master. The principle of the master is humiliated. The servant must die, ignited their fury. With a roar, the four charged at Junmalu. Without hesitation, Junmalu swung his bone knife, engaging fiercely with Chi-Tu and his companions. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Orochimaru observed from the sidelines, showing no inclination to intervene. Given Junmalu's strength, taking on four opponents was a daunting task. Despite his talent, the elite guards selected by Inoki were certainly not subpar. Defeat was inevitable. Yet Su Ming's intention lay in honing skills. Junmalu was akin to a sword. Without use, even the finest blade would rust. With a resounding clash, Junmalu pierced through Chi-Tu's ninjutsu, yet he remained undeterred, grappling with immense pressure against the four. Just as he prepared to strike again, Su Ming interjected. That's enough, come down. At Su Ming's words, Junmalu's expression relaxed, and he sheathed his bone sword, turning to smile at Su Ming before descending. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Junmalu's hair and stepped forward, drawing his sword. The four opponents braced themselves, sensing the looming threat. Su Ming smiled radiantly, reminiscent of the sun. There's no need to be tense. This will be swift. With a flicker, a cold light flashed. Blood splattered, and four severed heads soared into the air, crashing down to the ground along a horizontal line. The once unshakable Haido was left speechless, paralyzed by fear as he beheld the approaching Su Ming, instinctively retreating. However, in his heightened state of anxiety, he slipped, tumbling to the ground. Su Ming approached him, squatting down to meet his gaze. He gently lifted the girl's chin, disregarding the terror reflected in her eyes, and smiled. Do you recognize who I am? Haido numbly nodded, his delicate face ashen. As long as you understand, Su Ming continued, after all, the ninjas of Konoha are always forthright. Releasing his grip on Haido's chin, he delicately wiped away the blood staining her legs and gently patted her pale cheek. Run. Run with all your might. If you delay, you may find yourself trapped here as well. Though Su Ming maintained his smile, to Haido it lacked warmth. He appeared as a demon. Watching Haido flee in a frenzy, Orochimaru was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed Su Ming would keep her, especially since the nights in his domain were rather cold, making her presence as a warm companion quite convenient. Su Ming shook his head. She still held value. If Noki were to discover that the envoy he sent for negotiations had returned with only one member, and that this granddaughter was utterly terrified, what do you think his reaction would be? Orochimaru paused momentarily, then chuckled. Su Ming, you truly are a devil. Laughter erupted from Su Ming, but he mused on how Sarutobi would learn of these events first. What would be his reaction upon discovering his son had been rendered a eunuch? The prospect of Sarutobi's expression was truly something to anticipate. While Su Ming conversed with Orochimaru, he remained unaware that Junmaru had finally lowered his hands from his eyes. Just moments before, when Su Ming had lifted Haido's chin, Junmaru had covered his eyes with both hands. Oh, such innocence. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi could no longer remember how many times he had been consumed by rage, despite his repeated admonitions to remain calm. The sight of his son's injuries ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. That was his son, his only son, while he had another in Konohamaru. The bond he shared with this son was irreplaceable. But now, who did this? Who was responsible for this? In the hospital, the distraught Sarutobi erupted in a furious shout. A quaking medical ninja hesitated before responding. Asuma while unconscious, he shouted about Awagakure. With a resounding crash, Sarutobi stormed out, his fury propelling him toward the residence of the Awagakure ninjas. You better give me an explanation. What has happened to my son? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Sarutobi's words, the Awagakure ninja responded with a chilling laugh. Lord Third, you have arrived just in time. I require your explanation regarding the rumors circulating within the Hidden Leaf Village. Rumors? What rumors? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi, who had accompanied him, elucidated. There are whispers in the village, emanating from an unknown source, claiming that a ninja from the Hidden Stone Village was slain by Su Ming for insulting Konoha. The villagers are now heralding Su Ming as a hero, asserting that he is striving to uphold the honor of the foremost ninja village. Bang! At that moment, Sarutobi's countenance turned a deep shade of anger. For the first time, he harbored murderous intent towards Su Ming. When the rumors first surfaced, he had contemplated the possibility of Su Ming's involvement, but given his mission to capture Orochimaru, merely surviving was a considerable feat, let alone engaging in any other endeavors. To his shock, it was indeed him. Following the previous incident, the villagers' dissatisfaction with the Hidden Stone Village had reached a boiling point. Now, Su Ming had taken action, eliminating the envoy from the Hidden Stone Village, thereby preserving Konoha's esteemed reputation. However, who would take responsibility for the ensuing conflict? Sarutobi felt an overwhelming surge of rage, as if his chest would explode from the pressure. At that juncture, a ninja from the Hidden Stone Village coldly asserted, Lord Third, we demand an explanation. An explanation? Sarutobi nearly retorted in fury, but managed to restrain himself, simply stating, I will address this matter. If it is not handled appropriately, the Hidden Stone Village cannot extend its reach to Konoha. Observing Sarutobi's fierce gaze, the Hidden Stone ninja wisely fell silent. We shall await your favorable response, Lord Third. As Sarutobi departed, the day proved to be his most demanding yet, all due to Su Ming. He even began to suspect whether Asuma's predicament was also orchestrated by Su Ming. The crux of the matter lay in Su Ming's current esteemed standing within the village. Should he return, Sarutobi would find it challenging to impose any punishment upon him. Damn it! At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, and Jiraiya strode in. He had, of course, heard the rumors circulating in the village, but due to the haste of his arrival, he lacked a full understanding, only aware that the villagers held Su Ming in high regard. Thus, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his teacher, Sarutobi, possessed keen insight. It seemed that the third Hokage shared his sentiments and regarded Su Ming favorably. However, before he could finish his thought, he was met with Sarutobi's furious glare. Before he could utter another word, there was a resounding crack as the desk, a legacy from the first Hokage, shattered. Sarutobi's face was as dark as a pot's bottom, and he bellowed, Get out! Meanwhile, in the Hidden Stone Village, Noki was in exceptionally high spirits that morning, believing that Sarutobi lacked the audacity to instigate a war. Consequently, he was certain that Konoha's reparations were inevitable. What remained was to strengthen the Hidden Stone Village. However, upon his arrival that afternoon, he received intelligence from his subordinate ninjas. Akatsuchi had returned, and he had done so alone. On seeing this, Noki stepped out. Akatsuchi appeared disheveled, her face smeared with dirt, and her entire appearance, save for her white legs, bore the marks of her arduous journey. What about Akatsuchi and the others? Noki squinted, his expression darkening. Upon seeing Noki, the frightened Akatsuchi finally felt a sense of security and leaped into his arms. Noki offered her continuous reassurance, and after a brief moment, the emotionally stabilized Akatsuchi began to articulate the truth. Konoha, they truly dared to take action. As his gaze swept around, Noki noticed the red imprints on his granddaughter's legs. Akatsuchi froze. Those marks were remnants of the blood that Su Ming had wiped away, a detail she had momentarily forgotten in her frantic escape. She recalled Su Ming muttering as he cleaned the blood, Indeed, white looks better. Was this done by a Konoha ninja? Noki inquired. Akatsuchi nodded. Very well. You should rest now, Noki said, patting her shoulder and offering a few words of comfort. Once Akatsuchi departed, Naka's expression turned fierce. He had intended to discuss matters and prepare compensation, yet he had swiftly executed the guards of a Wagakure and even allowed his granddaughter to be disrespected. Sarutobi, you truly are something. You wish to negotiate? Very well, I shall personally engage you. Noki raised his hand abruptly, commanding the Wagakure ninjas to follow him. We are heading to Konoha. At his command, the ninjas of Wagakure sprang into action, leaving only a few behind to guard the village as they surged towards Konoha. Naka's actions were tantamount to declaring war. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Itachi emerged from his father's chamber, his visage still heavy with concern. He had anticipated that persuading his father to accept the third Hokage's conditions would be an arduous task, even preparing for outright refusal. To his surprise, however, his father, Uchiha Fugaku, had unhesitatingly acquiesced, agreeing to the request for the Uchiha to compensate Konoha. Itachi had always believed the village and his clan to be at an irreconcilable impasse. Yet he had not expected this outcome. Itachi, why are you still seeking the clan leader at this late hour? A few Uchiha clansmen approached. Listen well, Itachi. They warned coldly, do not entertain any thoughts of betraying the Uchiha clan. We in the Umbu have means to connect with others. Should you act recklessly, we will not spare you. Konoha is the village of the clan. The news of Itachi's induction into the Umbu had already spread among the Uchiha, leading to animosity from several clan members, particularly the more radical ones. Itachi turned, recognizing the derision and disdain on their faces. They appeared not as kin, but as adversaries. Remember our words well. The three warned icily. Just then, Itachi's eyes transformed. The Sharingan manifested, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing before the three. Bang! The three individuals collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of any means to defend themselves. Itachi slowly straightened his posture and remarked, I recall having mentioned that one should not judge a person by their exterior, nor should one hastily conclude that I possess a great deal of patience. He continued, individuals like you, who are quick to speak, all too often misjudge the depth of their own capacity, oblivious to the profound depths of mine. With that, Itachi began to stride towards the trio. His pace was unhurried, yet each step was a torment for them. In his hand, a kunai materialized, instilling terror in the three. What do you intend to do? They stammered. I have become thoroughly disillusioned with the Uchiha clan. This time, allow me to make you fully aware of your own limitations. With that declaration, he raised his hand. Just then, a sudden voice rang out, Mi-san. Please do not escalate this. It was Sasuke's voice, filled with urgency. Hidden nearby, Sasuke felt a surge of panic. He recalled his brother's words about the Uchiha clan being a source of pride, their clan emblem a symbol of honor. Yet now, Itachi paused, and with a thud, he hurled the kunai against the wall. Bowing his head, he said, I sincerely apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. He relinquished his resistance, unwilling for Sasuke to witness such brutal scenes. After all, he was still so young. Thus, Itachi was apprehended, imprisoned for the alleged crime of harming his kin. The clan members departed, yet no one noticed that in that moment, Itachi's Sharingan had transformed into its Tsutomu state. In the Hokage's office, a haze of smoke lingered. Reports from the front lines revealed that a ninja from Iwagakure had indeed been slain by Ming. This news was true, signifying that a potential war loomed between the two villages. However, the current state of Konoha rendered it incapable of engaging in such a conflict. The only clans he could mobilize were the Hyuga and Uchiha, but the latter had not received its due rewards for their contributions in the last great ninja war. Instead, they had been forcibly distanced from the core of village governance. Thus, persuading them to take up arms would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the village was severely lacking in elite shinobi. The older generation had perished or departed, while the new generation had yet to fully mature. Presently, Konoha was far from the formidable first ninja village it once was before the third great ninja war, an empty shell of its former self. Additionally, Sarutobi had received word that Inoki, upon learning of these events, had summoned the Iwagakure ninjas towards Konoha, indicating that he would not relent easily. More critically, following Iwagakure's movements, other ninja villages began to stir, Kumogakure and Kirigakure among them. Sarutobi rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed with a throbbing headache. The door swung open, and Danzo entered, immediately adopting a reproachful tone. I warned you that boy would be a calamity. It would have been better to eliminate him early on. Sarutobi cast a cold glance in his direction. And who was it that fervently advocated for Ming's mission? Danzo fell silent. Sarutobi dismissed him with indifference, repeatedly perusing the battle reports from the front lines. If it comes to that, I suggest we hand over Ming. Danzo proposed. Hand him over? Sarutobi scoffed. Do you know how the villagers refer to him now? They call him the hero of Konoha, the prodigious youth of Konoha. Can you bear the responsibility if such a person were to be surrendered to Iwagakure? Danzo was left utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that Ming would attain such monumental renown in Konoha due to a single incident. At Orochimaru's lair, having completed his daily tasks, Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and sheathed his longsword. He accessed the system template and noted that the progress for the Shining Dream Blade, Tachibana Yukio template had reached 24, while the Shadow Blade, Lanling Wang template had attained 5. Upon the second template reaching 20, a new template and ability would be unlocked, though the nature of that ability remained unknown. After his training session, Junmaru, who had been standing by for quite some time, stepped forward obediently and offered a towel to Su Ming. Su Ming accepted it and wiped his forehead, smiling as he gently patted Junmaru's hand. Junmaru beamed back at him. Su Ming then turned his attention to the approaching Orochimaru, inquiring, "Any new developments?" Orochimaru nodded, informing him that the envoy sent by Konoha to Iwagakure to meet with Inoki had been annihilated. Furthermore, Inoki had even sent the severed heads back to Sarutobi-sensei, indicating that war was inevitable. Orochimaru looked at Su Ming, silently questioning their next course of action. Su Ming replied with a smile, "There is no need to rush. Our role is not to intervene, but rather to wait. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes to engage in this conflict, he will undoubtedly require the support of Konoha's prominent clans. However, the Hyuga clan, having recently lost Hinata Hizashi, harbors considerable disappointment towards Konoha, and even if they were to act, they would not do so with full force. As for the Uchiha clan, even if they were inclined to participate, Sarutobi would not dare to deploy them." Listening to Su Ming, Orochimaru chuckled. Just then, news from Kabuto arrived. Orochimaru reviewed it and reported to Su Ming, "New information has emerged, and it pertains directly to you, Su Ming." "Oh?" Su Ming replied, somewhat surprised. "Could it be that Sarutobi wishes for me to engage in battle?" Orochimaru nodded, confirming that Sarutobi indeed had such intentions, and that news would likely arrive shortly. Su Ming sneered. Indeed, it was not long before Konoha's message reached him. Konoha had its own unique methods for communicating urgent news. As he examined the handwritten letter from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he let out a cold laugh and tore it up. Iwagakure had already reached the borders of the Land of Fire and had taken action, with the third Sarutobi Hokage, Inoki, personally striking against Konoha. The war had commenced. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered Su Ming to abandon his current tasks and join the battle immediately, coordinating with the Hyuga clan to repel Iwagakure's assault. Su Ming laughed coldly. Engaging in battle? That was out of the question. He wished for the entirety of Konoha to recognize Sarutobi's cowardice. Yet it was evident that he could not directly engage in battle. Should he truly take action, it would only be at a pivotal moment. The letter was torn to shreds by Su Ming, its fragments fluttering in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated that war would commence in such a manner. When he learned that Inoki had personally intervened, he was momentarily taken aback. Although he had entertained such thoughts, he soon dismissed them. Ultimately, he could only command the prominent clans of Konoha to the battlefield. The Hyuga clan, renowned as Konoha's foremost clan, sent more than half of its members to the fray. However, the process was far from straightforward. When Sarutobi met with Hyuga Hizashi, he uttered merely 2 sentences, and Hizashi faltered. He remarked, "Next year, Hinata will be enrolling, correct? And Niji, if memory serves, he is starting this year, is he not?" After Sarutobi uttered these words, Hizashi's face turned ashen as he summoned his clan members. Reluctantly, but for the sake of Hinata and Niji, they had no choice but to engage. The participation of the Hyuga clan significantly alleviated the pressure on Konoha, and Sarutobi's furrowed brow eased somewhat. Yet, this was not the conclusion. News from the borders indicated that the previously quiet Kumogakure was once again in turmoil. The thought of the formidable duo from Kumogakure gave Sarutobi a headache. The last encounter had seen them defeated by Minato Namikaze, but now sighing. Sarutobi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Creak. The door swung open, and an Umbu entered. "Third Hokage, news from Su Ming." Sarutobi took the message and, upon perusing its contents, his expression soured dramatically. Bang! With a dull thud, the newly replaced table dinted under the force of his anger. Sarutobi was seething. Did he consider his orders optional, to be heeded or ignored at will? The letter from Su Ming contained little but conveyed the essence that the mission was ongoing, and he could not extricate himself. A ninja's duty was to complete their tasks, and thus Su Ming would never abandon his mission. Sensing Sarutobi's fury, the Umbu trembled, afraid to utter a word. After a moment, Sarutobi's anger subsided slightly, and he turned to the Umbu, instructing, "Summon Danzo." The Umbu departed, and shortly thereafter, Danzo entered, regarding Sarutobi with a puzzled expression. "Did you call for me?" Sarutobi handed him Su Ming's letter, and upon reading it, Danzo sneered. "I said it was only a matter of time enough with the pleasantries." Sarutobi interrupted impatiently. "You proposed a course of action, and I acquiesced." "Oh? Which proposal?" The suggestion to deploy the Jinchuriki to the battlefield. Danzo narrowed his eyes, casting a discontented glance at Sarutobi, his old comrade. He did not recall ever proposing such a notion. What Sarutobi spoke of was merely his own conjecture. Danzo understood all too well that Sarutobi had summoned him merely to serve as a scapegoat. After all, while Sarutobi's reputation was illustrious, he was loath to bear such a stain. Allowing a mere 4-year-old child to enter the battlefield would disgrace the reputation of Konoha. What if I refuse? Danzo narrowed his eyes, unwilling to bear the blame. Sarutobi smirked. Do not presume I am unaware of your collusion with Orochimaru. That arm of yours must surely be a product of that experiment. Danzo fixed his gaze on Sarutobi for a prolonged moment before responding. Very well. Very well. Very well. His repeated affirmations indicated he was at his wit's end. I truly appreciate your consideration of my proposal. With that, he stormed out. Sarutobi exhaled deeply, his gaze falling upon the letter on the table. Summing, what holds greater significance, the mission or your brother? How will you choose? At Naruto's home, Iruka arrived early as usual. Ever since he learned that Naruto's parents were the Fourth Hokage and his wife, Iruka had grown increasingly fond of him. Of course, it wasn't solely due to the fourth status. The two shared strikingly similar backgrounds, both being children of heroes with tragic childhoods. The difference lay in the fact that Naruto had an older brother. At such moments, Iruka found himself envying Naruto. If only I had an older brother. Iruka-sensei, what are we practicing today? Upon Iruka's arrival, Naruto burst out with excitement. Naruto was always filled with such vigor. Well, that requires discussion with the fourth. Ah, discuss it with dad? He won't teach me anything. Naruto pouted in disdain. Regarding the fourth's existence, Naruto had inquired about it with Summing, who deemed it an appropriate time to confide in Iruka. Thus, Iruka became one of the few privy to this secret. In the ceiling space, listening to Naruto, Minato Namikaze scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling. Kurama rested his paws on his chin, adopting a relaxed posture, and narrowed his eyes at Minato. Naruto is right. Your intellect is ill-suited for teaching him. No matter how intelligent he is, you won't be able to teach him. Kurama's tone held a hint of pride. Grateful that Naruto was following him, Minato felt embarrassed, yet as he pondered Kurama's words, something seemed amiss. Suddenly, several Umbu appeared at Naruto's home. More accurately, they were Root members. Iruka eyed them warily, demanding, what do you intend to do? The Root ninjas disregarded Iruka and turned directly to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, come with us. Naruto stood beside Iruka, equally on guard, asking, where to? The Root ninjas sneered, where else but the battlefield? As a Konoha ninja, how can you not contribute while the village is at war with other ninja villages? Iruka stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Naruto, glaring at the Root ninjas. He is only 4 years old. With so many ninjas in Konoha, why must a 4-year-old child be sent to the battlefield? Confronted by Iruka's inquiries, the members of the Root organization exhibited no inclination to respond. They merely directed their cold gazes towards Naruto, stating, come with us. In the ceiling space, upon witnessing this, Minato Namikaze felt a surge of rage. The couple had sacrificed themselves for the village, and he had assumed that after their demise, Konoha would care for their child. Yet Naruto's childhood had been shrouded in darkness. Had it not been for Sumiyoshi, Minato could scarcely fathom what kind of life Naruto would have endured. But now, amidst Konoha's conflict with other ninja villages, they were preparing to thrust a mere 4-year-old child onto the battlefield. Was there truly no one left in Konoha? Were it not for Minato's confinement in the ceiling space, he would have confronted the third Hokage, questioning why he did not take to the battlefield himself and instead sent his son in his stead. At this moment, the last glimmer of hope he harbored for Konoha shattered completely. It was no wonder that the legendary Sannin had departed one after another. Konoha had become a place of sorrow. Will you take the initiative, or shall we be compelled to act? With Naruto remaining still for an extended period, the Root ninjas urged him forward. Iruka attempted to intervene, but was halted by Naruto. There's no need, Iruka-sensei, you cannot stop them. Iruka's expression dimmed. Indeed, he could not. These individuals were Konoha's elite ninjas. The absurdity of it all struck him. In that moment, he too felt the urge to confront the third Hokage, questioning why these elite ninjas were not on the battlefield while a 4-year-old child was. I will not hinder you. Iruka stood resolutely before Naruto, locking his gaze onto the Root ninjas, uttering each word with determination. But I have a requirement. I wish to accompany Naruto to the battlefield. Iruka-sensei, you need not do this, Naruto said, looking at him. Iruka gently shook his head. No, Naruto, I will stand by your side. He firmly grasped Naruto's hand. breaking into a smile. With your teacher beside you, there is nothing to fear. Yes, I am not afraid. Naruto nodded. So this was Konoha, the village his parents had fought valiantly to protect. Iruka gazed tenderly at Naruto. Perhaps my strength is lacking, and I cannot offer much assistance. However, Naruto, what I can do is to remain by your side at all times, even in life or death. This, too, is something that Sumiyoshi taught me. Very well. We accept. The root ninjas showed no regard for Iruka's request. To them, it was merely a matter of whether one more person would perish or not. Emotion was foreign to them. They cared only for the orders of their leader, Danzo. Meanwhile, their leader was leisurely resting at home. Konoha's war? That was a matter for Sarutobi to worry about. Thus, Naruto and Iruka were dispatched to the battlefield. At this moment, Itachi remains imprisoned within the confines of the Uchiha clan, devoid of any news. This information, conveyed through Kabuto's hands, swiftly reached Su Ming's ears. Upon receiving the tidings, an aura of murderous intent erupted from Su Ming. So intense that even Orochimaru instinctively formed hand seals. In that moment, he felt as though death loomed imminent. Kimimaro, prepare yourself. We must depart. Su Ming commanded. Kimimaro nodded in acknowledgement. In but a brief moment, the two emerged from their stronghold, ready to leave. Orochimaru, attend to your affairs diligently. Our paths shall cross again in the future, Su Ming declared as he departed, accompanied by Kimimaro. Orochimaru observed their retreating figures, rendered momentarily speechless. He understood the implication behind Su Ming's words. Future collaboration would inevitably pertain to endeavors against Konoha. Though Su Ming is undeniably formidable, he cannot single-handedly confront an entire ninja village, even one lacking unity. Human strength has its limits. In the past, I always dreamed of becoming the wind to turn the windmill, yet now I have discovered the joy of waiting for the breeze to rise. Su Ming, you are that very wind. For your sake, I shall diligently cultivate my power until the day you choose to strike at Konoha. As he gazed at Su Ming's silhouette, a smile graced Orochimaru's lips, brimming with excitement. Ah, Sarutobi-sensei, you have made yet another grave mistake this time. A blunder far greater than allowing me to escape. Truly, age brings with it a propensity for folly. Orochimaru turned and strode back into the stronghold. He was preparing to leave this place, all the while readying himself for that fateful day. He was resolute in his belief that when Su Ming directed his blade towards Konoha, the entire ninja world would tremble in response. In the borders of Konoha, a makeshift encampment had been established. Hyuga Hizashi furrowed his brow, meticulously analyzing the battlefield. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that a Wagakure had no intention of probing. Their assault was brutally fierce. Considering Konoha's military strength, they were woefully outmatched. Raising his head and gently massaging his aching forehead, Sarutobi Hiruzen had promised that reinforcements would arrive 2 days after the Hyuga clan reached the border. Yet now, the 2 days had elapsed, and still, no aid had arrived. A sigh escaped Hizashi's lips. At that moment, a ninja from the Hyuga clan entered to report. Head of the clan, the reinforcements from Konoha have arrived. A flicker of excitement sparked within Hizashi. Despite the disparity in forces between Konoha and Wagakure, he believed that with the advantage of defensive position and sufficient ninja on hand, he could hold the line. In an instant, numerous defensive strategies began to form in his mind. However, when he beheld the reinforcements entering, he was taken aback. There were only 3 individuals, a root ninja, a chunin, and astonishingly, a mere 4-year-old child, no older than Hinata. In that moment, Hizashi's complexion darkened, a look of incredulity overtaking him. He turned to the root ninja. You are the reinforcements sent by Lord Third Hokage? The root ninja nodded, then shook his head. Only these 2 accompany me. I must return to report to Lord Danzo. Furthermore, Lord Danzo instructed me to inform you, Hyuga-sama, to refrain from attempting any tricks, for he will be waiting at the Hyuga clan stronghold for your return. It was a blatant threat. Without hesitation, the root ninja departed. Bang! Hizashi's fist struck the table, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. At that moment, he yearned to lead the Hyuga clan away and abandon the conflict altogether. Yet, that was utterly impossible. The presence of Danzo's envoy signified a warning against retreating. The Hyuga clan is entirely within my grasp, he realized, trapped in a deadlock. All he could do was engage fiercely in battle, risking everything at the front lines, as this was the only way to safeguard the peace of the Hyuga clan behind him. Taking a deep breath, Hizashi endeavored to temper his emotions and then turned his gaze to the 2 individuals brought by the root ninja. The child was recognizable. It was Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. While a Jinchuriki may serve as a secret weapon for each ninja village, they are typically controllable. But now, with a 4-year-old. Could he truly harness the power of the tailed beast? If mishandled, it could spell doom for the Hyuga clan as well. Hyuga clan head. I have heard my brother speak of you. Naruto finally spoke, having remained silent until now. Your brother? Hisashi inquired. His name is Ming. Hisashi nodded slowly, about to respond, when suddenly he froze, his pupils dilating. Ming's brother, could it be? Indeed, I am the son of the Fourth Hokage, Naruto candidly admitted. However, it was precisely due to Naruto's candidness that Hinata Hisashi fell into a profound silence, an almost deathly quiet. He managed a bitter smile. The son of the fourth has arrived. Sarutobi, you truly have made a sacrifice. At the same time, a wave of chilling dread washed over him. Is this the will of fire of the third Hokage? What, indeed, is the flame that illuminates Konoha? In stark contrast to Hisashi's reaction, Naruto remained remarkably composed. He even took a moment to survey his surroundings before addressing Hisashi. Clan leader Hinata, you need only hold out for one day. After that, my brother will arrive. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hisashi finally scrutinized him thoroughly. Initially astonished by his identity as the son of the fourth, the brother of Ming. Yet now, he took note of the remarkable tranquility emanating from this 4-year-old child. His gaze, his eyes, resembled those of the 8-year-old boy he had once seen. One day, huh? Hisashi murmured, Ming, I shall place everything upon your shoulders. Please, do not let me down. The clamor from outside erupted, and Hisashi's gaze shifted, his eyes alight with determination. All members of the Hyuga clan, follow me to confront the enemy. We must ensure the safety of young Naruto. The son of the fourth, is he not a young master? After Hisashi departed, Naruto gazed into the distance, remaining still for a prolonged moment. Brother, I will patiently await your arrival. I will indeed be obedient. On the road to the land of fire, two figures sped forth, Ming accompanied by Kinmaru. At this moment, Kinmaru felt a pang of guilt, despite exerting all his strength. He found himself unable to keep pace with Ming. If only he could move a tad faster, he would not be a burden to Ming-san. He must become stronger. They were now very close to the land of fire. Anxiety flickered in Ming's eyes. Naruto, wait for me. Brother will not permit anyone to harm you. That is absolutely forbidden. Iwagakure launched another assault, their numbers vastly outnumbering those of Konoha. The reason they had been halted thus far was the Hyuga clan's adept use of Byakugan, allowing them to detect enemy movements ahead of time and set traps. Yet this was not an infallible strategy. No matter how powerful the Byakugan, it remained pale in comparison to sheer numbers. Now, under the direct command of Inoki, they had breached Konoha's defenses. Once this position was compromised, there would be no further obstacles to Konoha. Soaring into the sky, Inoki unleashed a devastating dust release technique. Observing the increasing casualties among the Hyuga, Hisashi grit his teeth and charged skyward. He was the only one capable of confronting Inoki, even if only for a brief moment. Faced with foes that outnumbered them several times over, not a single member of the Hyuga clan faltered. They still held on to hope. But that hope bore a name not of Konoha, but of Ming. Boom. In the chaotic battlefield, Irika fought desperately to protect Naruto. He had already resigned himself to the possibility of sacrificing his life. As a teacher, dying to protect his student was indeed a noble end. The ninjas of Iwagakure breached the defenses of the Hyuga clan, a handful of them charging forward directly towards Naruto and Irika. Their faces twisted with savagery and cruelty. Where knows no age, even children can incite their thirst for blood. Irika gripped his kunai tightly, bracing for the impending conflict. Naruto, anxiety etched on his face, stood his ground resolutely. As the Iwagakure ninjas lunged forward with frenzied cries, a flash of cold light erupted into the sky. Several heads soared, blood splattering across the battlefield, and the headless corpses collapsed to the ground. Ming turned, shielding Naruto's gaze from the gruesome sight. Upon seeing Ming, Naruto wasted no time and leaped into his embrace, feeling as if he had embraced the entire world. With a broad smile, he exclaimed, Brother, I'm not crying at all. I'm not crying at all. His innocent voice, a beacon of purity amidst the blood-soaked carnage. A 4-year-old child, withstanding immense pressure, conquering the fear of facing enemies and death, all in anticipation of his brother's arrival. He firmly believed that his brother would surely come. That was their unspoken pact. A bond forged in silence. Unbeknownst to him, Irika wiped away the corner of his eye, and before he could lament the wind's strength or the sand blinding him, he suddenly spotted two Iwagakure Chunin appearing behind Ming, their kunai thrusting toward him without hesitation. Be careful, he managed to warn, only to witness a flash of cold steel accompanied by the sickening sound of blades meeting flesh. Su Ming remained unmoved, yet the two Awagakure ninjas collapsed simultaneously. Junmura gripped his bone sword, standing steadfast beside Su Ming, the most loyal of protectors. Junmura was not much older than Naruto. On the battlefield, children often went unnoticed. Yet, lurking in the shadows were lethal threats that were equally overlooked. With a swift motion, Junmura swung his sword, bringing another adversary down. He remained silent, steadfast at Su Ming's side. Naruto detached himself from Su Ming's embrace, aware that this was not the time for recklessness. "Brother, you go ahead. I can protect myself." Naruto beamed with determination. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. The tide of battle had turned overwhelmingly in favor of Awagakure. It was merely a matter of time before victory was claimed. Su Ming turned but did not leave immediately. Instead, he communicated with the Kyuubi residing within Naruto. "Kyuubi, your chakra can be shared with others, correct?" The Kyuubi, arms crossed and with a hint of disdain, replied, "Of course, my chakra is incredibly potent." Su Ming smiled. "Then I shall rely on you." He turned to Naruto. "Naruto, I have an important task for you." "What task?" Naruto's eyes sparkled like two little lanterns. "Use your shadow clone jutsu to distribute the Kyuubi's chakra to everyone." "Okay." Naruto formed hand seals, and with a resounding bang, dozens of shadow clones materialized. "Naruto, you just need to touch their bodies, and I will be able to transfer the chakra to them," the Kyuubi instructed. All right. Dozens of Naruto sprang into action, and soon, the chakra of Kurama enveloped every member of the Hyuga clan. Then, a wave of crimson engulfed them. "What is this? How peculiar. It feels as though my body is infused with power. Is this Naruto's ability?" Remarkably impressive. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan were astounded. Even Iruka and Kimimaro were adorned with the red cloak of the tailed beast, their expressions mirroring the same astonishment. Observing the exhilarated Naruto, Su Ming smiled and then turned to Kimimaro, instructing him to safeguard Naruto while he went to assist Lord Azashi. Kimimaro nodded and immediately positioned himself beside Naruto. "Everyone, let us strive together. Let us drive away these villains," Naruto shouted with fervor. Following his declaration, the Hyuga clansmen, sensing Naruto's intent, were ignited with fighting spirit. They would battle alongside young Master Naruto. They would vanquish these foes, eager to showcase their prowess to young Master Naruto. They must not disgrace themselves before him. Their enthusiasm was palpable. It seemed as though Naruto was naturally endowed with leadership qualities. Su Ming chuckled and then departed with reassurance. With the assistance of Kurama's chakra, the combat strength of the Hyuga clan would be significantly enhanced, making victory over the Rock Village almost assured. Meanwhile, Su Ming was headed to another battlefield, where the outcome would directly influence the ultimate triumph of the conflict. On one side stood Onoki, and on the other, Hizashi Hyuga. In truth, the disparity between the two was not exceedingly vast. Although Onoki was formidable, the Byakugan, one of the three great ocular jutsu, was equally impressive. However, due to the numerical superiority of the ninjas from the Rock Village, Onoki did not need to conclude the battle swiftly. He merely needed to prevent Hizashi from providing support. Yet now, with Su Ming's arrival, the tide had shifted dramatically. Onoki grew anxious, his strikes becoming increasingly fierce, causing Hizashi to gradually fall into a disadvantage. At that moment, Su Ming arrived, positioning himself beside Hizashi with a gentle smile. "Allow me to take over, esteemed father-in-law." Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Su Ming, as if he would have struck had Onoki not been present. Su Ming returned a smile, then drew his sword with a fluid motion, exuding an innate grace. As Su Ming swung his sword, it possessed an inherent beauty. However, Hizashi, in that instant, was unable to appreciate the elegance of the movement. His thoughts were consumed by the question, which of my daughters is he referring to, Hinata or Hanabi? The battle commenced. Onoki, wary of the suddenly appeared youth, was on high alert, exercising utmost caution. Yet, when the clash began, he realized that he had overestimated his opponent, though it turned out he had underestimated him as well. For Su Ming was exceedingly powerful. Earth release, rock fist technique. Onoki bellowed, and in an instant, his right arm was enveloped in layers of rock, forming a colossal stone arm that surged toward Su Ming with great force. Witnessing the strike, Hizashi's breath quickened. He had felt the potency of such an attack. It was formidable. However, Su Ming drew his sword and executed a vertical slash. The blade shimmered as it sliced through the air, shattering the boulder with an effortless grace, as if Su Ming had merely executed a common strike against an ordinary ninja. The resounding impact sent fragments of stone flying, leaving the astonished Noki gazing at Su Ming. his eyes fixed in disbelief. With a smile, Su Ming remarked, "No need to look at me like that. Your appearance is unremarkable. I find your granddaughter far more appealing." Noki, taken aback, thought, "Hajie Izashi. Is he truly so audacious before his father-in-law?" Enraged by Su Ming's words, Noki pointed accusingly, exclaiming, "So it is you." "Indeed, it is I." With a swift motion, he hurled a specially crafted kunai, though it veered slightly off course, allowing Noki to evade it. Yet, as the kunai embedded itself into the earth, a smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. In the next instant he vanished, reappearing behind Noki. "Flying Thunder God, be cautious of your back, old man." With an outstretched palm, a pale blue vortex of chakra formed, and Su Ming unleashed a Rasengan, crashing it into Naka's waist. A sharp crack resonated through the air. Naka's complexion shifted dramatically, turning a shade reminiscent of liver. The waist had always been his vulnerability, magnified by his advancing age. Now, succumbing to Su Ming's Rasengan, Noki was grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground, stripped of his combat prowess. Standing before Noki, Su Ming surveyed the scene from a position of dominance. The outcome was evident. Noki stared blankly at Su Ming, realizing in that moment that the man before him possessed a strength akin to that of a demon. Elsewhere on the battlefield, bolstered by the chakra of the Nine Tails, the Hajie clan gained the upper hand. The Wagakure faced utter defeat, and Konoha emerged victorious. As Noki retreated, Su Ming made no effort to stop him. A person with the strength of a Kage, should they wish for death, posed a significant threat. In their final moments, if they were determined to take a life, it would be nearly impossible to prevent. Although the likelihood of Noki posing a threat to Naruto was minuscule, even a 1 in a million chance was too great for Su Ming to ignore. Furthermore, leaving Noki alive served another purpose. Su Ming's strength now rivaled that of a Kage. Yet he was not eager to reveal it prematurely. At least until Naruto had acquired a certain level of strength, it was unwise to expose himself. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly raise the suspicions of Sarutobi and Danzo. He could indeed abscond with Naruto from Konoha, becoming a rogue ninja. The world was vast, and with Su Ming's power, he could evade detection if he so desired. The notion of being a rogue ninja was, in truth, a mere jest. However, that was not his aspiration, nor was it what Naruto deserved. The Fourth Hokage and his wife would rather sacrifice themselves than jeopardize the safety of Konoha. Beyond the responsibilities of their roles, they firmly believed that Naruto was destined for a happy and fulfilling childhood. If he were to leave with Naruto, it would unequivocally obliterate that chance. He was still a child, in need of a joyful upbringing, companionship, and the joys of growing up. Before Naruto matured, Su Ming vowed to shoulder everything for his younger brother. "Naruto, all you need to do is grow up joyfully. I shall bear all the shadows that linger." The Iwagakure forces have retreated, and the Hyuga clan erupted in cheers, basking in the euphoria of victory. They had never anticipated such an outcome in this battle. However, retreat was not an option, for behind them stood children and families that required their protection. The jubilant members of the Hyuga clan lifted Naruto high into the air, tossing him joyously, catching him, and tossing him again. For a prolonged moment, Naruto was enveloped in bliss, a sensation he had never experienced before: recognition, gratitude, elation. Observing this scene, Su Ming found himself smiling unconsciously, oblivious to the disapproving gaze of Hyuga Hayashi nearby. Subsequently, Hyuga Hayashi approached Su Ming, fixing him with a penetrating stare. "Which of my daughters have you taken a fancy to?" Hinata is 4 years old, and Hanabi is a year younger. With Su Ming's prowess, winning the affection of either would not pose a challenge, especially since it was evident that Hinata had already succumbed to his charm. Yet, Hyuga Hayashi sensed that Su Ming harbored ulterior motives. Indeed, upon making his inquiry, Su Ming smiled. "Why does my esteemed father-in-law insist on knowing which one? Isn't it delightful to have both?" With a cheerful pat on Hyuga Hayashi's shoulder, Su Ming turned his attention back to Naruto. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi's expression darkened, devoid of any joy. While they had triumphed in the battle against a Wagakure, he had suffered a profound defeat in another realm. The news of their victory returned to Konoha, and their next course of action would be to head back home. However, upon returning to Konoha, tranquility would be a distant prospect. Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly keep a closer watch on Su Ming. Nevertheless, Su Ming felt no trepidation regarding this. Naruto was thriving in his interactions with the Hyuga clan. Aside from Hyuga Hayashi's deliberate avoidance of him, everything was remarkably harmonious. It was not until evening that Su Ming finally encountered Hyuga Hayashi again, and he approached him with a wine glass in hand. "Care for a drink?" Su Ming inquired. Humph. Hyuga Hayashi turned his head aside, ignoring him. With a smile, Su Ming paid him no mind, indulging himself in solitary drinking. I hope Lord Hayashi can keep my abilities under wraps, Su Ming stated earnestly, abandoning the playful title of father-in-law. Why? Hyuga Hayashi was taken aback, revealing one's strength should be advantageous, for then no one would dare to bully them. Su Ming shook his head. It is different. He gazed at Hyuga Hayashi. If my strength were to be exposed, and the news of my victory over Inoki reached Konoha, how do you think my reputation in the village would fare? Remarkably well. You would be hailed as a hero, perhaps even the next Hokage among the villagers. Hyuga Hayashi asserted confidently. Su Ming replied, the last individual of such stature was named Shikamaru Nara. I believe you are aware of his fate, Lord Hayashi? Hyuga Hayashi fell silent, taken aback. Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, a man who single-handedly infiltrated the Sand Village, eliminating Chiyo's son while managing to retreat unscathed, was a figure of remarkable prowess, one strong enough to don the Hokage's mantle. Indeed, had he still been alive after the fall of the Fourth Hokage, it is highly likely that the position of Hokage would have fallen into his capable hands. However, the grim reality is that he succumbed to despair following a mission failure, leading to his tragic suicide. This man was of a caliber rivaling that of the Kage. Hinata Hizashi gazed at Su Ming, an expression of disbelief etched upon his features. It appears that my esteemed father-in-law has enjoyed a rather comfortable existence in Konoha over the years, Su Ming remarked with a slight smile, laced with a hint of mockery. The wars of Konoha have never truly ceased. They merely transitioned from the forefront to the shadows after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. Beneath the light, darkness has never truly vanished. It has always lingered. Hinata Hizashi fell into a contemplative silence. Su Ming chuckled softly and departed. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Naruto, who had never partaken of alcohol, blushing furiously as he clung to Kimamaro's shoulder. Brother, you are so much more handsome than Tobirama. That guy spends his days hiding in his brother's embrace, whining like a child. You're the one who is truly dashing. With a hiccup, he added, come, let us drink. The scene that greeted Su Ming was one of chaos. Kimamaro wore a look of exasperation, utterly helpless against the intoxicated Naruto. Su Ming slapped his forehead in dismay. Naruto's tolerance for alcohol is truly abysmal. He rushed forward to separate them, fearing that if he delayed, Naruto might attempt to kiss him. Once apart, Naruto promptly fell into a deep slumber. Su Ming shook his head in resignation. After calming Kimamaro, he gazed out the window, unable to shake his insomnia. Tomorrow, they would arrive in Konoha. Little did even Hinata Hizashi know that the war was far from over. The true conflict awaited upon their return to Konoha. The most formidable foes are not always external adversaries, but rather those who share the same blood. When facing outward, their shadows remain elusive. Yet once the dust settles and the spoils of victory are to be shared, they will emerge without hesitation, ready to strike. This truth resonates through the tales of Konoha's White Fang, the Uchiha clan, and even the long-extinct Senju clan. Such is the reality of Konoha. At the entrance of Konoha village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with Danzo and several other ninjas, stood waiting. They had endured a considerable amount of time. Yet the Hyuga clan had not returned. From the early dawn until the sun reached its zenith and then began its descent, no one had appeared. What could be the matter? Was it not agreed that they would return today? Danzo, growing impatient, cast a glance at Sarutobi. Upon hearing his voice, the third Hokage finally shifted his gaze, his eyes fixed in contemplation. They must be on the road, he surmised. The journey from the border to Konoha should take no more than 3 days, yet time had surpassed that limit. They had stood there for an entire day. From the Hokage to the advisors, down to the ordinary ninjas, all waiting. Many wore expressions of impatience, including the 2 advisors. Were it not for Hiruzen Sarutobi's presence and his unyielding patience, Midogate and Nari Kamura would have departed long ago. Nevertheless, dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface. Not far from Konoha, several campfires crackled to life, where members of the Hyuga clan gathered. They huddled around the flames, sharing laughter and enjoying refreshments, relishing their respite. They had intended to return to Konoha in the morning, and indeed, Hyuga Niji wished to head back directly. However, Su Ming had intervened, suggesting that after several days of battle, the clan members were utterly fatigued and would benefit from a moment of rest. His words rang true. After enduring relentless conflict, the exhaustion weighed heavily on them. Niji felt as though he was bearing the burden of 3 men, given their diminished numbers and lack of reinforcements. Though they successfully repelled the Iwagakure's offensive, fatigue had taken its toll. Niji acquiesced to Su Ming's request, but to ensure an earlier return. He commanded a brief respite of half a day. This brief interlude was the only time these valiant defenders of Konoha could truly relax, for soon they would be home. Home is always a place of warmth, is it not? As they resumed their journey, Ming held on to Naruto, who in turn grasped onto Kimimaro, the youngest among them, whose laughter rang the loudest. Before long, the outline of Konoha came into view, igniting excitement among the Hyuga clan members. Their spirits soared, especially upon catching sight of the ninjas gathered to welcome them, their hearts swelling with pride, nearly bursting forth with cries of, "We have returned. We are heroes." However, what greeted them was a chilling inquiry. "Why have you returned so late?" Danzo's voice cut through the air. The Hyuga clan fell silent, taken aback. Mitogate's cold tone followed. "Do you have any idea how long we have waited for you? From morning until now. You better provide us with an explanation." Niji was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly replied, "Well, you see, esteemed advisor, after repelling the Iwagakure, our clan members were simply too exhausted. So I ordered them to rest for a while." "Rest?" Mitogate scoffed icily. "Do you realize that due to your unilateral decision, we accomplished nothing today, causing significant losses to the village?" Niji fell silent, and all the Hyuga clan members were enveloped in a heavy stillness, once filled with fervor and joy. Those sentiments have been ruthlessly extinguished. Even the ninjas of Konoha cannot help but furrow their brows. However, as the words come from the Hokage's advisor, they dare not voice their dissent. Sarutobi Hiruzen lets out a sigh, seemingly having anticipated this scene. He intends to offer some words of comfort, but at that moment, Ming steps forward. His gaze falls upon Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi sneers, "What do you wish to say?" Ming remains silent, merely drawing his sword. With a swift motion, a gleam of cold light flashes, and before Uchiha Itachi can react, he feels a chill across his face. Instinctively, he reaches up to touch it, only to find his hand stained with blood. This strike has marred his visage. Fear washes over Uchiha Itachi's face. Ming's expression remains impassive. "I possess little patience. So if you have any final words, I suggest you speak them swiftly." Blood drips from the sword's tip as the gathered ninjas stare at Ming in stunned silence. His demeanor remains as indifferent as ever. "I am unaware of the significance of the matters that weigh upon you, esteemed advisor, that you should be in such a haste. However, should you be venturing forth to meet your demise, I must apologize. To express my contrition, I could even escort you on your journey." With a flick of his long sword, the cold light dances menacingly. Uchiha Itachi instinctively retreats a few paces. They toil valiantly on the front lines for the sake of safeguarding the village's tranquility. Ming gestures towards the Hyuga clan and speaks slowly. They have fought tirelessly for days and nights without rest, all to protect this village and shield their families from harm. They risk everything for this cause. Might I inquire, esteemed advisor, where were you while they battled fiercely on the front lines, striving to defend our home? In response to Ming's inquiry, Uchiha Itachi and his companion avert their gazes, stammering. Where, indeed, were they? Comfortably lounging at home, calculating how to manipulate the new generation of Konoha to heed their commands. Establishing authority is best achieved by targeting the recently triumphant Hyuga clan. Moreover, upon our return, we never asked anyone to wait for us. You too, likewise, volunteered to be here. Waiting for us is your affair, not ours. If your dissatisfaction arises from this, then I regret to inform you that you may leave. You may depart." Ming spoke these words without reservation. The members of the Hyuga clan, including their leader, Hyuga Hizashi, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. In that moment, he found himself viewing Ming in a more favorable light, contemplating that having such a son-in-law might indeed be a commendable choice. However, Uchiha Itachi and his companion, Kurenai Yui, fell silent in the wake of Ming's words. Yet, standing alongside them, Danzo could not help but let out a derisive laugh. "Ming, if I recall correctly, you left the village on a mission, did you not? Has your task been accomplished? Naturally, it remains unfulfilled. Setting aside the fact that it was a mission to apprehend Orochimaru, Konoha's forced dispatch of Naruto to the battlefield left Ming with no choice but to follow. Yet now, within Danzo's words, it has become a weapon to wield against him." At that moment, the ever-silent Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke up. It was merely a task. And furthermore, Ming, alongside the Hyuga clan, had valiantly defended the village, earning the title of hero. While ninja are often held accountable for task completion, and protection of the village indeed merits commendation, failure to fulfill a task equally warrants punishment. Moreover, he had just assaulted the Hokage's advisor, a grave misstep, Danzo declared. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, seemingly acquiescing to Danzo's words. A look of dejection crossed his face, as if to say he was powerless to act. Yet, as the Hokage, he certainly had the authority to overrule Danzo. At this moment, he merely sought to leverage Danzo's influence to suppress Su Ming. This intent was apparent to any discerning observer. The Hyuga clan displayed visible anger. Hyuga Hizashi wished to speak, but Su Ming restrained him. Now was not the time to clash with Sarutobi. Protecting Konoha and the unfulfilled task balanced each other, yet the injury inflicted upon the Hokage's advisor necessitated punishment. Sarutobi decisively stated, Su Ming, the village has decided to revoke your ninja headband and require you to reflect at home for several days. Do you have any objections? On what grounds? Before Su Ming could respond, a voice suddenly arose, soft and youthful. It was Naruto. With a defiant expression, Naruto fixed his gaze upon Sarutobi and reiterated, on what grounds? Why are you revoking my brother's ninja headband? He protected the village and everyone in it. He is the village's hero. Each word was filled with resolve on his small face. Yet, he was but a child, a mere 4 years of age. Who would heed his words? Even if he was a Jinchuriki, the thoughts of a child are often the most easily dismissed. Whenever he mustered the courage to voice his feelings, he was frequently deemed unreasonable or naive. In such moments, the typical response from adults is often reproach. Danzo turned his gaze toward Naruto and coldly remarked, your brother has committed an error. The fact that there is no harsher punishment is a testament to our leniency. He should be grateful to Konoha. Naruto remained silent, yet his eyes were resolute, clearly unable to accept this outcome. However, his opinion held little weight. Sarutobi's face bore a semblance of guilt, as if he felt some remorse. Naruto, a village must adhere to rules, under which every child can grow healthily. Rules provide us with protection, and we must abide by them. In truth, we do not wish to punish your brother. He is indeed commendable. However, this matter is not trivial, so allowing him some time to rest is prudent. Sarutobi's demeanor was gentle, yet beneath that smile, Hyuga Hizashi felt a chill. At that moment, within Naruto's being, Kurama took the initiative to communicate with Su Ming. Little Su Ming, I can no longer tolerate the actions of these old fools. Were it not for Naruto's tender age, rendering him incapable of withstanding my power, I would have emerged to teach them a lesson. Su Ming smiled faintly, appreciating Kurama's sentiments. If only Naruto were older and capable of bearing Kurama's strength. What would it matter if Konoha faced destruction? Yet, alas, Naruto was still but a child. The depths of Konoha are profound, with Danzo and Sarutobi possessing considerable power. Even if war were to break out now, many ninjas might hesitate to act due to his connection with Naruto. However, in the face of life and death, such concerns become irrelevant. Kakashi, Night Guy, and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans contribute significantly to Konoha's strength. Yet it remains insufficient for one individual to contend against an entire village. Su Ming is formidable, yet compared to the likes of Hashirama and Madara, he still lacks the necessary prowess. He requires further growth. Su Ming removed the forehead protector from his brow and handed it to an Umbu ninja. At that moment, he swiftly drew his sword, a glint of cold light flashing through the air, followed by a spray of blood. An arm was severed, tumbling to the ground. Danzo clutched his severed limb, glaring furiously at Su Ming. With a chilling expression, Su Ming warned, my brother is still young. Speak more kindly, or next time, I shall not hesitate to sever your head. Danzo trembled at the swiftness of that strike, reminiscent of a certain individual, the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, a figure worthy of the Hokage's half-sleeve. Su Ming departed with Naruto and Kinmaru. As the Konoha ninjas observed Su Ming approaching, they instinctively recoiled, none daring to obstruct him. They parted to create a path for the trio, with Naruto and Kinmaru closely following. Yet, unnoticed by all, a flicker of fierce intent crossed the young Naruto's eyes. His brother was his sole protector. Once Su Ming had left, the heavy atmosphere gradually dissipated, allowing Danzo to reveal his resentment with a cold huff before departing. The two Hokage advisors followed suit, leaving behind Sarutobi and a gathering of ninjas. With a resigned sigh, Sarutobi glanced at Hinata Hizashi, intending to offer words of praise. However, the sentiment felt hollow, prompting him to abandon the thought and simply pat Hizashi on the shoulder before leaving. The Hinata clan members appeared equally dejected. Hizashi sighed, the image of the fourth Hokage surfacing in his mind. Is this the Konoha you fought so desperately to protect? Throughout the journey, Naruto remained silent, his spirits low. Su Ming turned back, ruffling Naruto's hair with a smile. What are you daydreaming about? Brother, why do they treat you this way? Naruto asked, puzzled. Perhaps they are simply afraid. afraid that you will grow stronger and take what is theirs. Naruto seemed to grasp only part of the sentiment, insisting, "But brother would never do that." Ming replied, "Some thoughts linger even if I would not act upon them. Just as in the past. People feared you not because you would harm them, but because they believed you might. At times, humans can be far more terrifying than tailed beasts." Ming chuckled, shaking his head. "Indeed, Kurama is quite adorable." Only upon mentioning the tailed beast did Naruto's spirits lift. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Kurama scoffed, "What a joke. I am so majestic, how could adorable ever suit me?" In the sealed space, Watergate was engaged in a massage session with the Ninetales, who had shrunk to the size of an adult and lay on the ground, relishing the experience. The reason the Fourth Hokage was providing this massage was due to a prior agreement made by Ming, wherein the Ninetales had consented to transfer chakra to the Hyuga clan, albeit with a sly request for Watergate to massage him in return. Under normal circumstances, Watergate would have never acquiesced, but for the sake of his two sons, he had to endure this discomfort. Such is the unwavering nature of paternal love. The Ninetales lay on the ground, basking in the comfort of the moment, exclaiming how pleasurable it was, truly befitting of the Fourth Hokage. The small room felt somewhat cramped with 3 individuals residing within, yet Naruto found immense joy in this closeness. The events of that day were etched deeply in his heart. He recognized that the one who genuinely cared for him was his brother, not the village of Konoha. He was still too young to offer protection, but he vowed silently that one day he would safeguard his brother. That night, the 3 of them squeezed onto a single bed, and from the moment they climbed in, Junmaru's face turned a deep shade of red, particularly when Naruto, who had a habit of sleeping in the nude after Ming's return, rolled around in the middle, making it difficult for Junmaru to sleep. This was a new experience for both boys, as their friendship had first blossomed on the battlefield. Yet it deepened in the quiet of the night. The next morning, Ming rose early to practice his swordsmanship, only to discover that Junmaru had already awakened and was training outside, his cheeks flushing upon seeing Ming. It must be said, Junmaru appeared rather endearing in that moment. Unable to resist, Ming pinched his cheek and laughed heartily. Today's routine task was to practice swordplay 3,000 times. Ming drew his sword, striking again and again. The sound of slicing air echoed around him. Remarkably, each of his strikes, both in angle and force, mirrored the last, a testament to a challenging training regimen. However, Ming held himself to exceptionally high standards. Time passed swiftly, and under the sun, the youth was drenched in sweat. 2 figures, one large and one small, stood in stark contrast. 2,997, 2,998, 2,999, 3,000. Accomplished. Ming sheathed his sword. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing today's task, practicing swordsmanship 3,000 times. Reward. Progress of the first template at 0. 7 and the second template at 0. 9. The system's voice resonated. With this progress, Ming's first template, the Divine Dream Blade Kyoji, had reached 29. 4, while the second template, the Shadow Blade, Lanling Wang, had achieved 9. 1. When the progress of the second template reached 20, Ming was able to extract a new template. However, this required time. After completing their training, the door opened, and Naruto emerged, yawning. This time, however, when Ming opened the door, Naruto did not call out as he usually did, saying, "Brother, I'm hungry." Instead, after opening the door, Naruto glanced around, seemingly searching for something. This behavior caught the attention of Ming and his companion. "What is wrong, Naruto? Is Irika-sensei not here?" Naruto inquired. He had fulfilled Irika's requirements, and according to their agreement, Irika was supposed to reward him. This matter had remained in Naruto's mind. It was their pact, the specifics of which even Ming, his brother, was unaware. Yet today, Irika had yet to arrive. "No, is there something wrong?" Ming asked. "And no," Naruto stammered. Just then, Irika appeared, looking somewhat apologetic as he addressed Naruto. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I'm late." He pulled out some money from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Naruto. "This is your reward." "Thank you, Irika-sensei," Naruto exclaimed joyfully. After receiving the money, he quickly approached Ming, grabbing his hand with excitement. "Brother, let us go eat. It's my treat." At that moment, Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He finally understood the purpose of his diligent training and why he valued his agreement with Irika so much. It was all to treat his brother to a meal. With a gentle smile, Ming affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair and said, "All right then, but this time, I expect you to go bankrupt." "Uffed, as if my brother would," Naruto retorted with a smirk. "By the way, let us include Kimimaro too." The three of them gradually walked away, filled with laughter and joy. However, Irika, left behind, wore a resigned expression. Naruto, have you forgotten about me? Irika felt a twinge of sorrow. The three enjoyed their meal immensely, and Naruto fulfilled a long-held wish. Afterward, they returned home. Removing their identities as Konoha ninjas made Ming feel considerably more relaxed. Shortly after his return, Itachi arrived, accompanied by Sasuke. Brother Ming, Itachi said, his face filled with regret. I was delayed by other matters when Naruto was in trouble, so it's all right, Ming replied with a smile, patting Itachi's shoulder. Naruto is fine now, and it was your fault. You're still just a child. Itachi instinctively wanted to counter, thinking, aren't you also a child, Brother Ming? But when he looked up and saw Ming's smile, he unconsciously swallowed his words. It seemed that in front of Brother Ming, he truly was still a child. Naruto, do we still have dumplings? Ming asked, tilting his head. Yes, we do. Naruto raised an empty skewer, only to awkwardly set it down, having picked up the wrong one. On his way back, Su had thoughtfully brought several skewers of dango, but Naruto couldn't resist sneaking a few bites. Su smiled as he affectionately patted Naruto's head, taking the remaining dango and offering it to Itachi as a greeting gift. Itachi paused in surprise. Would he reject it? Su chuckled, insisting he would not. With a blush, Itachi accepted the treat. It seemed that his fondness for sweets had indeed been discovered by Su. Otherwise, he wouldn't always find sweet treats reserved for him. As he observed Su's beaming face, Itachi felt his cheeks flush even more. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Yet, he finished the dango because, after all, he truly adored sweets. He was utterly besotted with them. After Itachi finished the dango, Su casually remarked, in 2 days, Naruto and Sasuke will be starting school, right? Yes, Itachi nodded. The Ninja Academy is a place where new friendships can blossom. I hope Naruto and Sasuke will enjoy it. They certainly will, Su replied. After a brief conversation, Itachi excused himself, but unlike before, Sasuke did not follow his brother out. He lingered, stepping forward to Su once Itachi had departed. Is there something you need? Su asked, intrigued by the youthful Sasuke's expression. I wish to become your apprentice, Sasuke declared. Really? Su was taken aback. Why? Isn't it better for Itachi to teach you? Nisan. Sasuke paused, gathering his thoughts before meeting Su's gaze. I want to protect my brother, just like Naruto does. Naruto told me that one day, I must grow strong enough to chase away all the bullies who torment my brother. I want that too. There was a resolute determination in Sasuke's eyes. I don't want my brother to be bullied by our clan anymore. His sincerity was palpable, filled with an abundance of love for his brother. The Uchiha clan was indeed a peculiar lineage. Only those who love deeply can harbor such intense hatred. This was true for both Itachi and Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke was simply a younger brother yearning to protect his sibling. Brother, please help me. Naruto whimpered playfully. Su chuckled, realizing how quickly the young ones could turn on the charm. He agreed to take Sasuke as a pupil. In fact, Itachi had suggested it long ago. But Sasuke had been too young then to make such a commitment. Now, Sasuke had voiced his desire, and through his words, Su grasped the irreconcilable conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Itachi's imprisonment was a narrative that unfolded after Shursue's demise in the original Naruto storyline. During that time, Itachi contemplated violence against his kin, and had it not been for Sasuke's intervention, a river of blood might have flowed. However, that fate was averted, though it foreshadowed the Uchiha clan's eventual downfall. It was during that period that Itachi awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan. It appears that the timeline has advanced beyond that of the original narrative. In this lifetime, whether Itachi will bring about the downfall of the Uchiha clan remains uncertain. However, as a friend, how could he bear the weight of darkness alone? Itachi, do not forget that you have friends. You are not alone. The time has come for the ninja school to commence, and Itachi has taken a special leave, refraining from any missions to attend Sasuke's entrance ceremony. Naruto, on the other hand, is escorted by Ming. The opening ceremony is bustling with energy, serving both to foster friendships among the new generation of ninjas and to deepen the bonds among the elder ninjas. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is a significant occasion to solidify his authority and instill his ideals in the new cohort. Thus, even amidst pressing matters, he would not allow himself to be absent. Mingkoin. As Ming and Naruto arrive, they hear a familiar greeting. Turning around, they are greeted by the youthful faces of Neji and the bashful Hinata. Mingkoin, Hinata murmurs, her cheeks flushed. Haha, Ming chuckles, stepping forward to gently pinch Hinata's cheek. You look quite adorable today. What are you saying? She stammers, her face turning crimson, lacking even the courage to meet Su Ming's gaze. Observing this, Hinata's father, Hayashi, finds himself rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He realizes that even if he were to forbid Hinata from associating with Su Ming, it would be futile. Alas, it seems that a daughter cannot be kept forever. At that moment, Naruto suddenly wriggles free from Su Ming's grasp, tugging at his sleeve and leading him away. "What is the matter, Naruto?" Su Ming asks in surprise. Turning back, Naruto pouts. "Brother, if you don't make a move soon, she'll be whisked away." Uffed. Hayashi chuckles, amused. It appears that Naruto is feeling a tinge of jealousy. How amusing it is that his daughter's rival seems to transcend gender. The happenings concerning Su Ming go unnoticed by the crowd. Following the previous incident, Hayashi has distinctly felt that many clans within Konoha are intentionally distancing themselves from them, instilling a sense of unease. Although he harbors no ill will towards Konoha, he cannot prevent others from speculating otherwise. Consequently, he has grown less resistant to Su Ming. The potential of Su Ming is undeniable. Should he mature, he possesses the power to upheave Konoha. Itachi arrives with Sasuke. In the current situation, if anyone could genuinely connect with Su Ming, it would undoubtedly be Itachi. "Ming-san," Itachi greets, to which Su Ming nods in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, standing behind their respective brothers, wrinkle their noses and simultaneously turn their heads away, even choosing to look in opposite directions. These children, Itachi and Su Ming, share a knowing smile. The entrance ceremony is about to commence. In the most prominent position, the white-clad Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazes down at the children. "Congratulations on your enrollment. From this moment forth, you must strive diligently towards becoming ninjas. I hope that upon your graduation, you will contribute to the betterment of this land." In the place where leaves dance, fire persists endlessly. Its glow illuminates the village and nurtures the budding saplings. This, I perceive as the essence of the will of fire. Sarutobi's address revolved around this so-called will of fire, which undoubtedly influenced Konoha and shaped the new generation. Yet, that was in the past. The current Konoha will not be swayed so easily. After the third speech, he noticed Su Ming standing nearby and approached him. "Su Ming, you must understand that my decision was made with great reluctance. As the child of Minato, you should be aware of the numerous enemies he faced. My actions were intended to protect you," he said, echoing sentiments similar to those expressed by Naruto. A cold smile graced Su Ming's heart, though outwardly he maintained a sunny demeanor. "I understand. Thank you, Lord Third." Sarutobi nodded and patted Su Ming on the shoulder. As he was leaving, he kindly turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, now that you've enrolled, be sure to get along well with your classmates." "I will, Grandpa Third," Naruto replied. Sarutobi departed with a sense of satisfaction. However, as he walked away, Naruto suddenly remarked, "Brother, why do I feel an urge to punch him?" "Punch him?" Su Ming chuckled, admitting that he felt the same way. "Sometimes, that hypocritical face makes you want to smash it. There will be a chance." Su Ming ruffled Naruto's hair. "Naruto, Sasuke, come here." At that moment, Irika's voice called out. Just as Su Ming had anticipated, Irika was the homeroom teacher for Naruto and Sasuke. Alongside them were the other members of the so-called Konoha 12, including Ino, Shikamaru, Niji, Hinata, Lee, Tenten, Sakura, Kiba, and Shino, with Naruto and Sasuke included. The Konoha 12 were complete. Among them, the most striking were undoubtedly Naruto and Sasuke. In terms of appearance, Naruto had always been decent, though malnourished in the past made him less appealing. However, that was no longer the case. He now stood taller than even the pillars, his boyish charm complemented by undeniable handsomeness. The two had undoubtedly become the center of attention. The other girls in the class looked at them with starry eyes, captivated by their attractiveness. After greeting Su Ming and Itachi, Irika led Naruto and Sasuke to their classroom. As it was their first day, they began by assigning seats. The three were to share a desk. Although Naruto and Sasuke were typically at odds, they surprisingly chose to sit together. This left the remaining seat as a coveted prize for the female ninjas. The first to arrive was Sakura. Can I sit here?" she asked, blushing as she stole a glance at Sasuke, thinking how handsome he was. Then she glanced at Naruto, thinking he was handsome too. "If I could sit here, I'd be so happy I might faint." However, to Sakura's astonishment, upon her inquiry, the two reached an unexpectedly unanimous conclusion, exclaiming in unison, "No." After uttering this, they shot each other a glare before haughtily turning their heads away. Naruto and Sasuke, those two young lads, appeared to be thriving at the Ninja Academy, clearly enjoying considerable popularity. With Irika looking after them, Su Ming felt entirely at ease departing. Itachi too was leaving, albeit under different circumstances. Unlike Su Ming, he was entering the Umbu, tasked with a mission. Before parting, Su Ming placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder and earnestly reminded him, "Itachi, remember, you are not alone. Should you ever face a difficult decision in the future, keep in mind that I am here for you." As he spoke, Su Ming smiled warmly, a sincerity in his expression that starkly contrasted with the insincere smiles of Sarutobi Hiruzen, radiating like the sun. Itachi nodded, a wave of warmth washing over him. He departed, his steps markedly more resolute than before. This young man, burdened with the fate of the Uchiha clan and the expectations of the village, felt for the first time that the weight he bore was not solely his to carry. If the burden became too much, there was still Su Ming to rely on. However, before that, he must endure on his own. He certainly did not wish to fall too far behind Su Ming. After leaving the academy and on his way home, Su Ming encountered an acquaintance, though calling them acquaintances might be an understatement, as they had previously made a pact to engage in combat. However, due to prior commitments, that confrontation had been postponed, and now that individual awaited him, their intent unmistakable. Su Ming smiled faintly. "It's been a while, Shizuku." "I've been waiting for you," Shizuku replied. "Then let us begin." There were no lengthy pleasantries, nor any ornate words exchanged. Neither of them was one for excessive chatter. Whatever needed to be said could be expressed through their battle. For them, combat was the finest form of communication. Shizuku wielded a tanto, having shifted from his previous preference for shuriken after joining the Umbu, finding the blade more suitable for his style. "I'm coming," he called out, tightening his grip on the tanto and charging towards Su Ming. Clang! The weapons clashed. Su Ming drew his sword as well, the contact of their blades sending a powerful gust of air cascading outward, bearing witness to the intensity of their struggle. As the two clashed, not far away, a figure observed quietly, white hair, a black mask, and a forehead protector obscuring one eye. The attire alone revealed the identity: Hatake Kakashi, the son of the White Fang. Kakashi, who typically remained unfazed by events, now wore a serious expression as he watched the duel between Shizuku and Su Ming. To gain a clearer view of the fight, he even lifted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. It was only upon exposing his eye that he truly felt astonished. Such formidable swordsmanship. This exquisite swordsmanship. Kakashi had only witnessed it in one individual before. However, the mention of that name is something he is most reluctant to utter. That person sacrificed a mission to save a comrade, only to be criticized later, even by those he had once rescued. Ultimately, he took his own life, leaving behind the young Kakashi. What manner of swordplay is this? The confrontation between the two repeatedly struck Kakashi's gaze. The Uchiha clan possesses a unique bloodline limit, and Kakashi is all too aware of the power of the Sharingan. Yet, the other youth, wasn't he the child of Minato-sensei? How could he be so formidable as well? Shocked and bewildered, he could hardly comprehend. Yet the battle raged on. "Shizum, you need not hold back. Feel free to employ your ocular technique. For defeating you in such a mundane manner would be exceedingly dull." Listening to Su Ming's words, Shizum retreated, his eyes shifting dramatically, and soon the three-tomo Sharingan emerged. Truly remarkable, Shizum, Su Ming thought, as he admired his prowess. Without hesitation, Shizum activated the three-tomo Sharingan. Once the Sharingan manifested, Shizum simultaneously began forming hand seals. During his sprint, several identical figures of Shizum appeared, all corporeal. Body flicker technique. Shizum had long been renowned for this technique, showcasing its extraordinary power. "Be cautious, Su Ming." With those words, multiple Shizum figures closed in on Su Ming. They struck simultaneously. Su Ming sought to evade, but at that moment, one of the Shizum's eyes suddenly shifted, causing Su Ming's vision to blur. Jinjutsu, Shizum's illusionary technique. How formidable! From a distance, Kakashi's pupils constricted as he beheld this scene. In that instant, he realized that had he been in Su Ming's position, he would have had no means to withstand Shizum's assault. Of course, this also stemmed from Shizum's superior understanding of the Sharingan compared to Kakashi. Yet, Su Ming made his move. Even with Shizum having employed an illusion, it failed to hinder Su Ming's actions. With a swift flourish, his long sword gleamed with a chilling light. The figures of Shizum beside Su Ming were struck by the blade, and then transformed into crows. Still an illusion, Kakashi was left dumbfounded. The location of Kakashi had long been discerned by Su Ming and his opponent. They had not shied away from him during their battle. As Shizum cast his Jinjutsu, Kakashi was also ensnared, allowing him to see what Su Ming saw. Hence, his astonishment deepened. At that moment, Kakashi instinctively believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, as Su Ming appeared trapped within the illusion. With the awakening of the Sharingan, Kakashi had come to appreciate the might of this ocular technique. It could be said that once ensnared by an illusion, the battle was essentially over, especially against someone as adept at genjutsu as Shizum. However, Kakashi did not anticipate that Su Ming's blade was far from finished. The crow that had once been Shizum's form had scarcely taken flight before it was instantaneously reduced to ash. With a single stroke, Su Ming shattered Shizum's illusion. As the illusion dissipated, Su Ming poised his sword against Shizue's throat. Shizue offered a bitter smile, acknowledging his defeat, utterly and completely. Even after employing his most confident techniques of body flicker and illusion, he still fell short. How formidable you are. In truth, there is no need for you to suppress yourself. The kaleidoscope Sharingan is within your grasp, Su Ming remarked with a smile. These words rendered Shizue momentarily speechless. He had yet to confide in anyone about activating his kaleidoscope Sharingan. How, then, did Su Ming come to know? Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his katana, fully aware of the allure the kaleidoscope held for other ninja. Do not worry. I harbor no ill intentions, Su Ming continued. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for the care you have shown Itachi during this time. Su Ming chuckled softly. Shizue had always treated Itachi well. Had it not been for this, given the immense power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Su Ming would have preferred to see Shizue's eyes to prevent Itachi from making foolish decisions in the future, although they were not blood brothers. And he could not allow Itachi to evolve into an eternal kaleidoscope. Having such power for himself would be appealing. However, Shizue's kindness towards Itachi, and even towards Naruto, made it difficult for Su Ming to act against him. Reflecting on Shizue's kaleidoscope, Su Ming felt a tinge of regret. The number of individuals capable of awakening the kaleidoscope Sharingan was exceedingly small: Itachi, Sasuke, Shizue, Fugaku. Beyond these, the only readily accessible ones were Kakashi and Obito. Su Ming had a fondness for the Sharingan, not merely for its unique abilities, but also for its striking appearance. It would be inappropriate to forcibly take Sasuke or Fugaku's eyes. Itachi would likely fight him fiercely if he were to learn of such an act. Furthermore, Shizue was presently in no condition to engage in conflict. However, Kakashi and Obito seemed to present an opportunity. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Ming's gaze shifted to Kakashi, who was concealed nearby. Upon sensing the scrutiny, Kakashi instinctively trembled. Fortunately, Su Ming merely contemplated and took no action. You need not thank me. Itachi is not only my kin, but also my friend, Shizue replied. What surprises me is your ability to connect with Itachi so well. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Shizue understood their pride. Itachi, despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, was prouder than most. A youth who could earn Itachi's approval must be extraordinary in his own right. Perhaps it is because of my striking appearance. Su Ming chuckled lightly, half-jokingly adding, many have coveted my beauty and have harbored various emotions towards me because of it. At times, being too handsome can be quite burdensome. Such troubles abound. Su Ming sighed. Shizue rolled his eyes, but had to concede that this was indeed true. Shaking his head, Su Ming turned his attention back to Shizue. Is there anything else? If not, you may take your leave. Shizue was taken aback. Is it really that simple? You defeat me and then send me away? By the way, Su Ming cautioned, do not disclose your activation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan to anyone, especially not to the higher-ups in Konoha. The matters concerning the Uchiha clan can only be resolved by the clan itself. Do not place your hopes in anyone else. Furthermore, abandon the notion of using the Kodoame Tsukumi on Fugaku, unless you wish to bring ruin upon the Uchiha. Before Shizue could fully process this, Su Ming had already departed. Reflecting on Su Ming's words, Shizue found himself in a state of confusion. This friend of Itachi's is quite enigmatic. Having left Shizue behind, Su Ming strode directly towards Kakashi. Upon noticing Su Ming approach, Kakashi experienced a moment of panic. Given his nature, he had rarely indulged in acts of voyeurism, aside from a few instances while studying Paradise of Affection. Now, it was clear that Su Ming had discovered him. Kakashi felt flustered and instinctively considered retreating. However, Su Ming called out to him, "Come out, Kakashi." Kakashi hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. As he rose, he lowered his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan once more. Approaching Su Ming, Kakashi was scrutinized closely. With his white hair, black mask, and the forehead protector obscuring his left eye, he donned a form-fitting black combat uniform complemented by a green Janine flak jacket. The red symbol of the umbu adorned his shoulders and back. This was Kakashi's attire. Yet, upon seeing Kakashi's black mask, Ming suddenly recalled a scene from the original Naruto where Naruto and Sasuke speculated about what lay beneath Kakashi's mask. Was it thick lips or buck teeth? At that time, the seemingly aloof yet secretly passionate Kakashi had shown a keen interest in this mystery. Ming, always spontaneous, reached out to touch Kakashi's mask without hesitation. Kakashi instinctively recoiled, but he was no match for Ming. The mask was swiftly removed, revealing a rather handsome face. Ming marveled, surprised to find that a younger Kakashi could indeed be considered quite the heartthrob. Kakashi, momentarily bewildered by Ming's actions, found himself at a loss for words. Ming, unfazed, casually placed the mask back onto Kakashi's face and remarked, "I was merely curious." Kakashi could only respond with silence. Patting Kakashi on the shoulder, Ming inquired, "You've been watching for a while, right? What do you think?" Kakashi blinked, then shook his head. "Too strong. I am no match." Ming chuckled in response. It was certain that Kakashi was not a rival. At this juncture, despite his commendable strength, he had yet to reach the level of a Hokage. Nevertheless, being able to perceive the battle between Ming and Shursui was no small feat. "What do you consider your most powerful ability?" Ming asked Kakashi. Kakashi pondered deeply, and the first thing that came to mind was the Sharingan, followed closely by Chidori. He then voiced his answer. Ming shook his head. Kakashi was utterly taken aback. The Sharingan was indeed formidable, but it was destined to be derived from another's power. Even with the utmost proficiency, it remains challenging to attain the original harmony once possessed. Ming understood the origin of Kakashi's Sharingan, which many were already aware of. It was derived from Obito. Kakashi fell silent. Each time Obito was mentioned, he was reminded of those rather unpleasant memories. Perhaps that was one of the few warm moments of Kakashi's childhood, yet it was ultimately destroyed. Ming discerned Kakashi's thoughts, but chose not to delve into them further at that moment. He inquired, "Have you ever considered training in swordsmanship?" Swordsmanship? Kakashi was taken aback. Indeed, he had never contemplated it, or rather, he dared not to. In the past, he had yearned for it, even once vowing to become renowned in the ninja world for his blade skills. However, after the tragic demise of Sakumo Hatake, all of that had crumbled. The very notion of swordsmanship was one Kakashi was reluctant to utter. His demeanor grew increasingly frigid as he declared, "I will not wield a sword, nor could I ever." His tone was resolute, tinged with a hint of disdain. Ming shook his head and stated, "Among everyone in Konoha, I truly admire only two individuals. One is my father, Minato Namikaze. He is a hero. The other, known as the White Fang of Konoha, is Sakumo Hatake. He's also a hero." Ming gazed intently at Kakashi, articulating each word with conviction. As he absorbed Ming's words, Kakashi's body trembled slightly. A ninja who fails to complete a mission is merely a waste. What does it matter if he saves his comrades? He would still face condemnation. After a long pause, Kakashi spoke, his voice quivering. "My father's death has impacted me profoundly." Ming replied, "A ninja who sacrifices a mission for the sake of comrades is never a waste. Conversely, those who abandon their comrades for the sake of a mission are the true scum." Turning away, Ming smiled at Kakashi as he departed. "In truth, I still believe you are well suited for swordsmanship." With that, he left Kakashi in contemplative silence. After a considerable time, Kakashi raised his gaze to the sky and murmured, "Father Itachi, from this day forth, in the name of the Third Hokage, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the Umbu team. I hope you will strive diligently," spoke Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, as he patted Itachi's shoulder in the Hokage's office. "Third Hokage." Itachi replied respectfully, "I have only recently joined the Umbu. Is this not premature?" "There is nothing wrong with that," Sarutobi reassured with a warm smile. "You are an exceptional young man, and the village requires the vigor of youth. Sometimes, introducing fresh blood is a wise choice. Moreover, Itachi, I have faith in you." Itachi lowered his head, a posture that appeared respectful yet concealed the confusion in his eyes. The village and his clan. The irreconcilable conflict between the two was daunting, and among his clansmen, only arrogance and hubris were evident. Yet, if conflict truly arose, the Uchiha clan would meet but one fate: annihilation. Itachi's mind drifted to the man behind Sarutobi, the one who assisted the Hokage, Danzo. With his ruthless nature, the Uchiha clan is destined for complete annihilation. The only one who may remain is Itachi. Sasuke is not an option. There's no need to worry excessively. Suddenly, a large hand descended, gently resting upon Itachi's shoulder. I will handle the Uchiha matter and strive to find the best resolution. In truth, we may have forgotten that the Uchiha are also part of Konoha. Sometimes, attempting to place our trust in him might be the wiser choice. Third Hokage. Itachi lifted his gaze, disbelief etched upon his features. He had never anticipated that the esteemed Third Hokage would possess such a vast heart, yet the Uchiha. You may return to your duties, Sarutobi instructed. Understood, Itachi replied, turning to depart. As he walked away, Sarutobi suddenly called out to him. During these sensitive times between the village and the Uchiha, limit your interactions with Ming and Naruto. Otherwise, they may become entangled in this situation. I understand. Itachi nodded and continued on his way. In his eyes, something was gradually solidifying. Itachi felt that shouldering all the responsibility alone would bring joy to others, even if it meant facing misunderstandings. He was both stubborn and noble. By a small river, Ming sat at the edge of a bridge, his legs dangling down. Beside him was a young woman with beautiful, long black hair, a beauty mark beneath her right eye, clad in a purple qipao, her wrists adorned with protective bands. Notably, the metal forehead protector of Konoha on her brow signified her status as a genin. Her name was Uchiha Izumi, who had graduated from the Ninja Academy not long ago. Ming had encountered her on his way back. It was no mere coincidence, for Izumi had specifically come to find him, for Itachi. Izumi was a strikingly beautiful girl. Gentle in nature, likely the ideal type for many men. However, Ming shook his head, for she was indeed Itachi's little girlfriend. At this age, few could rival Itachi's allure, could they? Izumi nodded. Itachi-kun, that is indeed the case. Ming chuckled, observing that it was precisely this aspect of Itachi that bestowed upon him a unique charm, endearing him to others. Listening, Izumi seemed to recall something, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Does Izumi like Itachi? Ming suddenly inquired. Huh? Taken aback by the unexpected question, Uchiha Izumi initially froze, her face quickly reddening like a ripened apple. Yet, in the end, she nodded, her head lowering slightly. Itachi feels the same way. Ming continued. Oh. Her response was simple, but at that moment, Izumi felt a wave of shame, wishing to vanish into the ground. It was the expression of someone who had discovered the affections of their beloved, joyous yet tinged with fear. Finally, Izumi mustered her courage. With Itachi-kun's birthday approaching in a few days, I wish to prepare a gift for him, but I am uncertain what to give. Please assist me. This was the purpose of Izumi's visit. Itachi's birthday was indeed drawing near. It seems that Itachi himself is unaware of the impending day. He has been quite occupied with matters concerning the Umbu and the Uchiha clan. However, Izumi remembers, and that is enough. There is no need to present him with extravagant gifts. If possible, a few skewers of dango would suffice, the kind that you often enjoy, the tricolored variety. Yet, Izumi hesitates, questioning whether Itachi would even appreciate such a treat, as he seldom indulges in sweets. Surely, he would. Ming smiles reassuringly. Then, thank you, Ming-kun. Izumi replies as she rises to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly turns back, bowing to Ming. Please, do not inform Itachi that I came. I wish to surprise him, I implore you. Ming agrees with a smile. Such is the simplicity of love, and such is the innocence of youth. What Itachi lacks is not gifts but companionship. It is hard to fathom how a 13-year-old, who has slaughtered his entire clan and bears the burden of truth, has managed to endure. He has never even confided his fondness for sweets to his childhood friend, Izumi. Itachi, you mentioned that you love rainy days. Is it because only on such days can you weep freely without being noticed? Izumi is a remarkable girl. She is capable of standing by your side. I have consented to this union on your behalf. As Ming gazes at the river flowing beneath the setting sun, he remains seated, lost in contemplation until brother. We're home. Naruto's exuberant voice interrupts. Ming turns, his face lighting up with joy. Here he comes. The little one rushes over, nearly colliding with the composed Sasuke beside him. Naruto leaps into Ming's embrace, and taking advantage of the moment, Ming glances back. Sasuke, will you join us? Oh. Sasuke replies, his expression betraying a reluctance, yet he approaches, and as he grasps Ming's hand, a flicker of joy sparkles in his small eyes. The three of them head home, filled with happiness. If given a choice, who would willingly embrace solitude? Creak. The door swings open. Exhausted after a long day, Kakashi collapses onto his bed, his mind echoing with Ming's parting words. In truth, the art of the blade may suit you better. He rises, gazing blankly around the room. The furnishings remain untouched since his father's time. He has never altered them. In fact, Even items that can no longer serve their purpose are still positioned as they were. Kakashi fears that if he were to move anything, the very essence of the room would shift. The more he alters, the fewer traces of his father remain, until he completely loses it, never to find it again. He is renowned outside as the copy ninja, yet at home, he is merely an ordinary man yearning for familial affection, no matter how powerful the Sharingan is. Capable of replicating jutsu and movements, it cannot replicate the love that resides in his heart. It cannot replicate the essence of his father. Kakashi retrieves a long-preserved box, one that has never been opened. Inside lies a short blade, known as the White Fang, his father's favorite weapon during his lifetime. At this moment, Kakashi held him tightly in his grasp. In the early morning, after completing their daily tasks, Ming received a towel from Junmaru, wiping the sweat from his brow while inquiring, "Have you grown accustomed to living here these days?" Junmaru's face flushed inexplicably, yet he nodded in affirmation. In his youth, Junmaru, possessing unparalleled strength and the hardest bones in his clan, was deemed the mightiest weapon and thus confined to a prison. After encountering Orochimaru, he had lived in solitude. However, everything changed upon meeting Ming. He experienced a different kind of existence and, simultaneously, harbored newfound hope for the future. For now, he had someone worth protecting, Ming and Naruto. Despite the latter's mischievous and troublesome nature, his snoring and grinding of teeth at night, and occasional sleepwalking, there was a certain liveliness to it all. Adapting was the key. Ming instinctively ruffled Junmaru's hair. It was uncertain how much longer such days would endure. The Uchiha and Konoha were destined for a confrontation. In this battle, self-preservation was not an arduous task. Yet Ming's aspirations transcended mere survival. He aimed to extinguish Itachi's delusions regarding the village. The hopes of the Uchiha clan had never resided in Konoha but rather in their own lineage. A crucial element rested in the hands of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. It was imperative to ascertain whether he possessed the requisite determination. This aspect required further confirmation, and Itachi's birthday presented a fitting opportunity. Furthermore, Ming found himself lacking in allies. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, aside from the higher-ups of Konoha, Obito would also make an appearance. Currently, Ming had only Junmaru at his disposal, whose strength fell significantly short of that of a shadow-level ninja and required further development. Moreover, he needed to remain to protect Naruto. Alone, Ming would struggle to influence the unfolding events. Thus, after much contemplation, he conceived an alternative approach, the resurrection of Minato Namikaze. If he could succeed in reviving Minato, it would indeed be a considerable boon. Ming discussed this matter with Minato, who fell silent for a considerable time. Resurrecting him was certainly feasible, as the Fourth Hokage, although his tenure was brief. He had heard of the techniques developed by the Second Hokage. However, the method was exceedingly cruel. It required the sacrifice of living beings and had long been categorized as forbidden jutsu. Perceiving Minato's concerns, Ming reassured him, "Father, there is no need for worry. I have discovered a method that does not involve such brutality and does not require living sacrifices." Minato nodded, acknowledging another point. "My soul is sealed, so reviving me will still pose a challenge." "That is simple. I am familiar with the Shiki F gene technique," Ming replied. Minato nodded again, relinquishing his insistence. Ming took his leave. Before long, Naruto awakened, washed up, and prepared to set off. Breakfast was typically enjoyed outside, alongside Kakashi. After Naruto finished his morning routine, happened to pass by Naruto's house. With an expression of reluctance, he was pulled along by Naruto to have breakfast together. Every time Ming witnessed this interaction, he couldn't help but smile genuinely. It was hardly sincere. While on their way, inquired about what made his brother the strongest. Ming pondered for a moment before answering that it was the Sharingan. Itachi was indeed a genius ninja, yet his true power transformation came after awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. It is unequivocal to assert that Itachi's greatest strength lay within the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Sasuke subtly probed about the method to awaken the Sharingan, to which Ming merely shrugged. It would be better for him to ask Itachi directly. He would have a clearer understanding. Sasuke nodded, seemingly casual. Yet he etched this information deeply into his memory. After sending the two youngsters on their way, Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he wandered aimlessly around the ninja school, ensuring that no one was tailing him. Once he was certain of his solitude, he found a discreet spot to signal Kabuto. Lacking a means to contact Orochimaru directly, he had to rely on Kabuto. The Edo Tensei technique was undoubtedly within Orochimaru's repertoire. However, he lacked a portion of the Fourth Hokage's remains. Fortunately, Ming possessed what was needed. He needed to reach out to Orochimaru. Before long, Kabuto arrived. Lord Su Ming, he greeted with a bow. Su Ming nodded, indicating he need not be so formal. Nonetheless, Kabuto insisted on maintaining his demeanor, once subdued. He would be more obedient than anyone else. Where is Orochimaru? Su Ming inquired. At the border of the Land of Fire, Kabuto replied. Su Ming was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Orochimaru was wanted by Konoha and classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. It was unnecessary to elaborate on Konoha's desire to capture him. However, it was surprising that Orochimaru dared to remain within the confines of the Land of Fire at this time. Nevertheless, since he was present in the Land of Fire, the situation became much more convenient. I need to contact Orochimaru. I require his assistance to resurrect the Fourth Hokage. The Fourth Hokage? Kabuto momentarily faltered before understanding. However, he felt a surge of excitement upon receiving this news. Having spent a considerable amount of time in Konoha, Kabuto was well aware of the treatment Naruto endured. If the Fourth Hokage were resurrected and learned of Naruto's plight, it would surely be fascinating. Perhaps they would witness a confrontation between the two Hokage of Konoha. That would undoubtedly be an intriguing spectacle. With this thought, Kabuto excitedly licked his lips, revealing a chilling smile. At the border of the Land of Fire, within a dense forest, Orochimaru, wearing a straw hat, suddenly halted, revealing a surge of exhilaration. Resurrecting the Fourth Hokage is indeed a splendid idea. Su Ming-kun, are you planning to take action against Konoha? Just the thought of having Minato face Sarutobi-sensei is thrilling. Orochimaru cackled. Upon receiving Kabuto's message, he unhesitatingly altered his course and headed towards Konoha. As for the bounty placed on him by Konoha, to be honest, it is merely a jest in his eyes. The current Orochimaru, not to mention the ninjas of Konoha, could very well stand before Sarutobi Hiruzen and remain unrecognizable. After school at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke appeared unusually cheerful today, though the reason eluded him, his demeanor exuding a sense of detachment from all. As usual, Su Ming picked up the two youngsters. And after sending Sasuke off, Naruto discreetly confided in Su Ming, "Brother, did you know? The pillar has gone mad." Huh? Su Ming was taken aback. What happened? Naruto shook his head, bewildered. He could not fathom what had caused the pillar's inexplicable joy. When I confronted him today, he didn't retort. And that girl, Haruno Sakura. He smiled at her, and she fainted right away. Irika-sensei was quite flustered. Before Su Ming could respond, Naruto continued, Sakura fainting is rather normal. The last time I accidentally bumped into her, she fainted for quite a while. But the pillar's behavior today is utterly abnormal. It's as if, Naruto pondered, his eyes suddenly brightening, like a joyful fool. Puff. Such a term was something Su Ming had taught Naruto during a moment of boredom, and he hadn't anticipated its swift application. Su Ming shook his head, recalling the questions Sasuke had posed earlier. An unsettling feeling lingered, suggesting that something significant was about to unfold, likely related to Itachi. With a smile, Su Ming reassured Naruto, "Forget about it for now. Let us take it easy." Naruto promptly prepared himself. At the Uchiha clan grounds, upon returning home, Sasuke found Itachi absent. He lingered indoors for a moment before settling on the outer steps, resting his chin on his hands, eagerly awaiting his brother's return. Sasuke, sitting on the ground will make you catch a chill. Uchiha Makoto approached, smiling. Mother, I'm not afraid. I must wait for brother to come back. I have something very important to tell him. Then wait here. I shall take my leave. Makoto entered the house, glancing at her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, with a sigh. Sasuke is becoming increasingly reliant on Itachi. Fugaku remained silent, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he seemed to notice Makoto's presence and offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I was lost in thought. Still pondering the village matters? Alas. Fugaku sighed. The clan members are growing increasingly discontent with the village. It is becoming difficult to suppress this unrest, and I fear that when the time comes, do not overthink it. You should have faith that the third Hokage believes in us. Makoto approached, gently kneading Fugaku's shoulders to help him relax. If only the third truly believed in us. Fugaku replied with a bitter smile. He understood Sarutobi's character well. If Sarutobi genuinely trusted the Uchiha clan, he would not be burdened with such worries. However, it pained him to see Itachi caught in the middle, struggling with the turmoil. It would be prudent to compensate him adequately. After all, Itachi's birthday is fast approaching. Why not celebrate it for him? By the way, I heard that Itachi has made a rather good friend. Perhaps we could invite him over for the celebration. Makoto suggested. This indeed is an excellent idea. Fugaku gazed out of the window, and at that moment, a familiar figure slowly emerged at the entrance. Itachi had returned. Nissan, Sasuke exclaimed, rushing over with excitement. Itachi intercepted Sasuke, feeling somewhat helpless towards his younger brother. What is it, Sasuke? Of course there is something, and it is quite significant. Sasuke replied eagerly. What is it? Itachi asked, slightly taken aback as he observed Sasuke's serious expression, which he had never seen before. Sasuke took a step back, his demeanor grave. Brother, I want to awaken the Sharingan. Please teach me. Your Sharingan must be your most formidable ability, right? I want to be as strong as you. Sasuke was brimming with enthusiasm, completely oblivious to Itachi's increasingly troubled expression. The Sharingan. Is that something that can be easily awakened? Itachi's mind raced. The conditions for awakening it are so stringent. Are you suggesting I harm our parents? Or do you intend to confront me? In an instant, Itachi was overwhelmed with frustration. Without hesitation, he drew a small blade from his waist and struck the back of Sasuke's head with the hilt, gritting his teeth as he declared, I will not allow it. He then turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly looked back, adopting an exceptionally serious tone as he admonished Sasuke. Sasuke, give up. I will never let you awaken it. Why? Sasuke asked, bewildered. Because I am your brother. Itachi, in a rare display of authority, asserted himself before departing, leaving Sasuke in a state of confusion. Undoubtedly, Su Ming was unaware of this exchange. Had he known, he would have likely burst into laughter. The awakening of the Sharingan is simple in theory, yet daunting in practice. However, once one learns the conditions for awakening it, few would be inclined to pursue it, as who would willingly allow their loved ones to perish. In the original Naruto story, if given a choice, Sasuke would undoubtedly prefer not to have the Sharingan rather than suffer the loss of his parents and brother. Yet, he found himself with no other option, feeling aggrieved. Sasuke entered his mother's room, while Itachi silently sat in a corner, gazing quietly at the sky. The clan, the village, in Naruto's training. Apart from the daily regimen, there was also training in controlling Kurama's chakra. Kurama and Naruto were quite compatible, not only because both were stubborn, but also due to their unique bond. However, when conflicts arose, Kurama behaved like a petulant child. In the end, Su Ming had to soothe both Naruto and Kurama, leaving him somewhat speechless. As for Minato, caught in the middle, he found himself ineffective in pacifying either party, even becoming a target for Kurama's frustrations, which was truly unfortunate. Sometimes, Su Ming pondered, if Kushina were present, the situation would be far simpler, just a punch from each, and both Naruto and Kurama would settle down. Naruto is undoubtedly the most well-behaved child in Konoha. Certainly, the Nine Tails will be the most obedient of the tailed beasts. However, the timing is not yet ripe. Reviving Kushina without sufficient strength would be unwise. He does not wish for Naruto to witness a living tragedy, akin to that of Hashirama. The day after tomorrow marks Itachi's birthday. Unfortunately, during the invitations, Itachi was absent due to a mission, while Izumi attended in his stead. If Su Ming were to attend, Itachi would undoubtedly be delighted, Izumi sincerely expressed. Moreover, the clan leader wishes to meet Su Ming as well. Therefore, please invite the Uchiha clan to visit the day after tomorrow. I implore you. Izumi's sincerity was evident. Su Ming smiled and nodded in agreement, but remarked that if he were to attend, he would need to bring 2 additional sets of chopsticks. Naturally, he could not leave Naruto and Junmaro behind. As for the possibility of Junmaro being recognized by Asuma, Su Ming was unconcerned, as the son of the Hokage. How could he appear in a clan that had strained relations with the village? That would only bring trouble to Sarutobi. Upon Su Ming's agreement, Izumi appeared quite elated, clearly focused on Itachi. Of course, she also shared with Su Ming the situation regarding Sasuke. Upon hearing it, Su Ming could not help but laugh. In Naruto's words, it was certainly, Hashirama is asking for a beating. Having decided to celebrate Itachi's birthday, Su Ming naturally intended to present a gift, although he had yet to determine what it would be. When Naruto learned of this, he promptly declared that they should gift ramen. Su Ming's lips twitched. He thought to himself, please spare me. As for Junmaro, after some contemplation, he suggested gifting bones. This was something Su Ming found difficult to accept. They were indeed 2 troublesome children. Ultimately, Su Ming exchanged for a protective talisman from the system shop, which was said to possess the ability to ward off evil and protect the bearer. As for Itachi's health issues, Su Ming had yet to ascertain the details, but he hoped that the talisman would prove beneficial. At the Uchiha clan's residence, the birthday of the clan's young master was no small matter, especially as Fugaku intended to make amends with his son. Thus the occasion was to be celebrated with great pomp. However, given the current tense atmosphere, No one other than Ming had been invited. In fact, even if others were invited, it was likely that no one would dare attend at this juncture. But Ming was undaunted. Upon receiving the news of Ming's agreement, Izumi conveyed it to Itachi, who appeared quite pleased. For the first time, Izumi witnessed Itachi behaving like a child, which left her slightly disappointed, feeling that perhaps she was not the foremost in his heart. Yet this disappointment quickly dissipated, as she reminded herself that Ming was a boy. With this thought, she too felt a childlike joy. Before the birthday, Itachi took a leave of absence to remain at home, where his presence was not required for the preparations. Sasuke was also quite well behaved today, allowing Itachi the freedom to wander. He contemplated seeking out Ming but ultimately abandoned the idea, recalling the third Hokage's words. He could not bring danger to Ming. The Nanha River, a legendary stream said to be where Hashirama and Madara played and even forged their bond, brotherly affection, served as the backdrop for the profound friendship between these two legendary figures of Konoha, shaping the village's history. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi found himself in this place, where he encountered an individual clad in a crimson cloud-patterned cloak and a single-eyed mask. "Who are you?" Itachi inquired, his demeanor subtly cautious. "I am Uchiha Obito," he responded, deliberately styling his hair to resemble that of Obito. He gazed at Itachi, slowly articulating his words. Despite having donned this long, dark hairstyle for some time, Obito still felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Such a carefree and unruly style ultimately did not suit him. Yet, he found himself somewhat enamored by the persona of Uchiha Obito, as though this name embodied immense power. Itachi took a step back, clearly not ready to fully accept Obito's claims. Undeterred, Obito understood that he could not rush Itachi, the prodigious young talent of the Uchiha clan. "I can assist you," he offered. "I can help you deal with the Uchiha clan." Itachi did not immediately refuse. The name Uchiha Obito, though he did not entirely believe it, still resonated with a profound impact. This was the entity capable of contending with the god of ninjas, the true deity of the Uchiha clan. "You need not rush to respond," Obito continued. "Should you ever find yourself in need, you may seek me out. I can be of assistance." With that, he activated his Kimui and vanished without a trace. He had observed Itachi for a considerable duration, only daring to appear once he confirmed that Mei was indeed absent. Initially, he intended to confront the Uchiha clan directly, but reconsidered and ultimately abandoned that notion, relieved that Itachi had provided him an opportunity to reveal himself. Once Obito departed, Itachi fell into a contemplative silence. Despite his efforts to forget, the matter could not be evaded. How should he choose? This remained a persistent quandary. Itachi had contemplated confiding in Mei about the situation, but found himself unable to voice his thoughts whenever he was in her presence. "I have borne this painful burden alone long enough. Why should I impose it upon Mei?" For Itachi, the depth of his feelings was never about sharing. Rather, it was about shouldering the darkness so that she might bask in the light. "I will watch over you, but will not intrude." As he silently returned home, Itachi noted the efficiency of the Uchiha clan's operations. They had arranged matters quite well. Even those clan members who had previously harbored animosity towards him were now, unusually, smiling. This scene only deepened Itachi's hesitation. Ultimately, the act of choosing was an arduous endeavor. The following day, Mei arrived with Karui and Naruto in tow. Prior to their arrival, Naruto, who harbored a disdain for Sasuke, had specifically instructed Karui to indulge in a feast, declaring that he intended to eat the Uchiha clan into bankruptcy, even consuming the funds meant for purchasing pants for the clan. Mei chuckled, commending Naruto on his lofty ambitions. Within the ceiling space, Minato bore an expression of embarrassment, while Kurama hastily deflected the blame, asserting that Naruto's antics were entirely his own doing. "I certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to try to impoverish the Uchiha clan. The difficulty of that endeavor is akin to the risk of choking the third Hokage with smoke." Of course, there was also the notion of suffocating Tsunade with a chest slam. However, should that scenario arise, Mei would not mind taking on the role of enduring such an experience for Tsunade. In summary, today everyone was filled with joy. Itachi emerged to greet Ming, accompanied by Izumi and Sasuke. "Happy birthday, Itachi," Ming said with a smile, handing over a talisman. Itachi accepted it with delight. "Happy birthday, big brother Itachi," Naruto remarked with a mischievous grin, presenting a discount coupon for Ichiraku ramen, adding, "I specifically chose this for you." Izumi behind Itachi laughed heartily, likely finding Naruto quite amusing. Itachi also smiled and expressed his gratitude to Naruto, who waved it off, stating it was no trouble, as he would eventually make up for it. Itachi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Ming, who appeared somewhat helpless. Junmaru, as usual, presented his little bone, which he had a peculiar obsession with, however. This time he offered a pair of bones, differing in shape, but forming a heart when combined. Izumi was overjoyed, considering Junmaru the most adorable child she had ever encountered. The trio entered the Uchiha clan's territory. Under Itachi's guidance, they caught the attention of many, with some gazes being quite ordinary while others were distinctly different. Su Ming even overheard hushed voices speculating. Is that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Young Master Itachi truly has foresight. With the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under his control, our clan could pose a threat to the higher-ups in Konoha. Su Ming shook his head. It seemed evident that talent varied among individuals. Individuals like Itachi, who were not only handsome but also gifted and intelligent, were indeed rare. The Uchiha who had spoken earlier seemed rather dull-witted. Su Ming chose to disregard him. Meanwhile, Naruto had dashed off, inquiring about where to eat and dragging Junmaru along. Before leaving, he shot a glance at Su Ming, signaling him to keep Itachi occupied while he pursued his grand ambitions. Su Ming sighed in resignation. Before Naruto departed, within the sealed space, Kurama continued to mock Minato, saying Naruto would follow his lead. In truth, Minato wished to retort that he would follow Kushina. But fearing Kurama might seize on this to hold it against him and report him later, he could only endure in silence. Before long, Fugaku Uchiha appeared and welcomed Su Ming with the etiquette befitting esteemed guests, a gesture of goodwill from the Uchiha clan. Itachi has few friends, Fugaku remarked in the reception room of the Uchiha compound, sliding a teacup towards Su Ming with a smile. It is rare to witness Itachi so invested in someone. To be honest, I was somewhat surprised to hear you lack any bloodline limits. Alliances between noble clans often depend on social standing. So I took the liberty to investigate you. Fugaku chuckled apologetically. Please forgive my impulsiveness, Su Ming. He took a gentle sip of tea and continued, in terms of status. The Fourth Hokage is not at a disadvantage compared to the Uchiha. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I extend my welcome to you. Su Ming smiled in return, lifting the tea to drink. Though his manner of drinking was markedly different from Fugaku's, he gulped it down in one go. Since Lord Fugaku acknowledges my friendship with Itachi, I shall refrain from further elaboration. He turned to Fugaku, inquiring, what is the current state of the Uchiha and the village? Fugaku gazed at Su Ming, maintaining his stare for a considerable time. Upon ascertaining that Su was indeed serious, Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, grappling with disbelief that a mere 10-year-old child would concern himself with such matters. Naruto was 5, and Su returned when he was 3. 2 years had already elapsed. Nevertheless, he responded, driven by his trust in Itachi, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Fugaku sighed, apprehensive that if the current circumstances persisted, war would soon be inevitable. Su nodded, aligning with his thoughts, as this was precisely his intent. What does Lord Fugaku think? Su inquired, casting a glance at Fugaku. The relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha was a conundrum. It could be deemed simple yet complex. The crux lay in the opinion of the clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, whose stance was of paramount importance. Fugaku remained silent, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. He had long grappled with this dilemma, whether to heed the call of his clansmen to attack Konoha or to reject their counsel in favor of the village's protection. To articulate it more clearly, his indecision stemmed from a desire to achieve both objectives simultaneously, resolving the issues concerning Konoha and his clan. Thus, Itachi would join the Umbu. However, this was not the right course of action. After all, where in the world exists a solution that satisfies all parties? Itachi, caught in the middle, bore a particular anguish. The source of his torment was largely political, Fugaku's indecision and Danzo's ruthlessness. What do you suppose Itachi would choose if one day, war between the Uchiha and Konoha became unavoidable? Su posed the question plainly, seeking to elicit a response from Fugaku. The latter fell into a profound silence, fully aware of his son's inclinations. If it truly came to that, would Itachi stand with the Uchiha? Fugaku could not ascertain this. He lacked certainty. Itachi was his pride, a son who, from a young age, could approach problems with the mindset of a Hokage, an aspect that filled him with both pride and fear. For when he contemplated issues, he did so through the lens of the Hokage, rather than as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Observing Fugaku's silence, Su discerned the answer. Itachi would not side with the Uchiha, absolutely not. Fugaku too recognized this truth. If one day Itachi were to sacrifice the entire Uchiha clan, even his own parents, in the name of Konoha, what would you do, Lord Fugaku? Fugaku lapsed into silence once more, having never envisioned such a scenario. He had never considered that his son might take the lives of his kin, or even his own. However, upon calming his thoughts and reflecting deeply, he suddenly realized that Itachi indeed had the capacity to do so. Fugaku offered a rueful smile. I have no choice, do I? He is my son. This was Fugaku's response. He intended to sacrifice himself. He was undoubtedly a devoted father, yet perhaps not an effective clan leader. He had failed to guide the Uchiha towards prosperity, but his love for his two sons ran deep. What a tangled web this was. Su shook his head. Were all members of the Uchiha clan so troublesome? Considering Itachi, Sasuke, and now even Fugaku. Indeed, I owe you, Uchiha. Lord Fugaku. Have you ever contemplated that your words might inflict even deeper anguish upon Itachi? You may find solace in death, resolving everything. Yet Itachi shall endure the entirety of the Uchiha's demise. Furthermore, given Itachi's disposition, Sasuke will remain, harboring resentment and fear, seeking every possible means to eliminate his beloved brother. Is this the outcome you wish to witness? Su Ming gazed intently into Fugaku's eyes. Fugaku trembled slightly, unprepared for such profound considerations. However, upon hearing Su Ming's assertions, his eyes widened in horror. Indeed, he was unwilling, absolutely unwilling. Raising his gaze to Su Ming, Fugaku silently inquired about the next course of action. Su Ming smiled softly. Having achieved his purpose, he turned to Fugaku and gently urged, Lord Fugaku, let us collaborate. For the sake of Itachi and Sasuke. Outside the reception room, Naruto, in a state of discomfort, lifted his shirt to observe his protruding belly, glancing at the copious amounts of food remaining beside him, feeling a wave of sorrow. He finally realized how ludicrous his earlier thoughts had been. It is worth noting that he had consumed merely half of a single serving. Yet there was still a considerable amount left. Turning his head, he saw Kinshiki devouring his meal with vigor. Having already finished his portion and now indulging in a second serving, Naruto swallowed enviously. Indeed, one cannot generalize the physical capacities of individuals. Not far away, Choji hid behind a cherry blossom tree, secretly watching as Itachi and Izumi sat together. He pouted, showcasing his displeasure. Yet, Itachi and Izumi appeared quite joyful. Izumi held 2 skewers of dango, offering one to Itachi, and the two blushed as they began to eat. Cherry blossoms fluttered down, landing softly on their shoulders. Izumi's head inched closer to Itachi's shoulder, while Sasuke's mouth drew near his nose, the angle suggestive enough to hang 3 oil jars. Naruto chuckled beside him, playfully patting Kinshiki, turning his attention to Choji for mockery. However, due to his overindulgence, his laughter soon turned uncomfortable, which, most crucially, Choji overheard. He swiftly turned his gaze, directing his wrath entirely at Naruto. As in their childhood, the two engaged in a playful scuffle, though this time, Naruto found himself at a disadvantage. Itachi embraced Izumi's shoulders, smiling down at his brother, while Izumi gently leaned against Itachi, silently observing. The cherry blossoms continued to fall, petals cascading like a scene from a fairyland. However, not far away, in a concealed location, several root ninjas suddenly rose, their gazes dark as they departed from the area. Contemplating his subordinates before him, Danzo's mind began to churn. The appearance of the Jinchuriki within the Uchiha clan's territory, what implications did this hold? As a secret weapon of the village, the Jinchuriki could unleash catastrophic power during times of war. Thus, nearly every village sought to tightly control their Jinchuriki, and Konoha was no exception. Now, the Jinchuriki has appeared within the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha, deemed by Danzo as a threat to the village, raises suspicions about their ulterior motives. Although Danzo yearns to confront Fugaku directly, seeking clarity, he understands that the current circumstances do not permit such recklessness. The timing is not yet ripe. Therefore, he proceeds to the Hokage's office. The Hokage's office is perpetually shrouded in mist. After pushing open the door, Danzo deliberately pauses for a few seconds to allow the smoke to dissipate before stepping inside. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is engrossed in his duties and raises an eyebrow upon noticing Danzo's entrance. What brings you here, Danzo? The Jinchuriki has emerged in the Uchiha territory. Danzo states bluntly, cutting to the chase. To his surprise, Hiruzen merely nods, offering no further comment. Aren't you going to take any measures? Danzo inquires. What measures should I take? Hiruzen counters. Today is Itachi's birthday. Naruto is merely there to celebrate. Danzo, there is no need for alarm. Danzo's expression remains one of doubt. The matter of the Jinchuriki should indeed be of utmost importance. I am aware, Hiruzen affirms, but they also deserve a measure of relaxation. The Uchiha are still Konoha's Uchiha, and I trust them. Trust? Danzo retorts. Your blind faith could spell disaster for Konoha. With a cold huff, he storms away. Shortly after Danzo's departure, a figure suddenly appears. Thank you, Lord Third, for trusting the Uchiha. Shursui, there is no need for such formality. The Uchiha are part of Konoha, and I will find a better way to dispel any prejudices the clansmen may hold against the village. Hiruzen says kindly, patting Shursui on the shoulder. Lord Third. Shursui's voice trembles, touched by the gesture. He instinctively considers revealing the secret of his Mangeki Sharingan and the application of Kodo Amatsukami. However, recalling Su Ming's admonition, he ultimately restrains himself. Nevertheless, my strength alone is limited, Shursui. I will need your assistance. Rest assured, for the village, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Shursui declares resolutely. Raising his voice with conviction, Hiruzen smiles warmly. Uchiha clan's reception room. Fugaku remains silent. He has been quiet since Su Ming revealed his plan. After a lengthy pause, he finally raises his gaze to meet Su Ming's. Konoha's strength remains formidable. The Uchiha clan alone cannot contend with it. Lord Fugaku. There is no need to hastily commit the entire clan. I have many trump cards, which you will witness in due time. However, I cannot reveal everything to you just yet. What I seek now is merely your stance, a resolute leader's stance. This is for the good of the Uchiha, as well as for Itachi and Sasuke. After a moment of silence, Fugaku finally nods in agreement. Su Ming smiled, extending his hand. Shall we cooperate happily? Fugaku likewise reached out, affirming, indeed, let us cooperate joyfully. Their hands clasped together. Little did Fugaku anticipate that this conversation would alter the fate of the entire Hidden Leaf Village, as well as the destiny of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, it would also transform the lives of Itachi and Sasuke, those troublesome brothers. In hindsight, Fugaku would come to believe that the most prudent decision of his life was this collaboration with Su Ming. In the future, when the Great Fire truly engulfed the entirety of Konoha, threatening to reduce it to ashes, he, Fugaku Uchiha, would seize the opportunity to survive and even attain a rebirth. In that moment, he would realize the formidable nature of his son's friendship, a bond with one who could be likened to a deity. Upon reflecting on his life, Fugaku would discover that his greatest pride was not in awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, but rather in having a wonderful son. However, that is a tale for another time. Su Ming rose to his feet, and Fugaku stood to see him off. As Su Ming opened the door, he was struck by the vibrant spectacle of blooming cherry blossoms. Beneath the cherry trees, the people wore expressions of sheer joy, save for Naruto and Sasuke, those two buffoons. As they wrestled, they became adorned with fallen cherry blossom petals, resembling two flower children, or perhaps the cherry blossom duo. Upon Su Ming's emergence, Itachi's face brightened, and after receiving a nod from Su Ming, his joy became even more pronounced. This did not go unnoticed by Izumi, who instinctively pouted, tossed her hair, and struck a charming pose beneath the cherry blossoms. This display of femininity was particularly enchanting. Yet, Itachi had departed, after enjoying a pleasant conversation with your father. Leaning against a nearby spot, Su Ming observed the blossoms cascading from the sky. Itachi sat beside him, enveloped in silence. At that moment, Izumi realized how absurd her previous notions had been. Fortunately, Itachi beckoned to her, prompting her to excitedly rush over. Izumi is quite a remarkable girl, Su Ming remarked. Treat her well. Su Ming recalled that in the original Naruto storyline, Izumi met her demise at the hands of Obito. In her final moments, she sorrowfully called out for Itachi. The only support she had was him. The tranquility did not last long. Danzo arrived, his demeanor radiating fury. Hiruzen Sarutobi could afford to disregard the appearance of a Jinchuriki within the Uchiha clan, but Danzo could not, especially since he believed this to be a matter of village protection. He had always maintained that Jinchuriki should be confined, locked away in a prison. Only in this manner could they be controlled more effectively. Thus, he came alone, convinced that the Uchiha clan would not dare to challenge him, for he was an advisor to the Hokage, the head of Root. Should the Uchiha attempt to strike at him, he would consider it an act of treason. However, it was Su Ming who initiated the confrontation, this fearless Su Ming. At the very moment when Danzo stepped into the Uchiha clan's territory, Su Ming rose to his feet, casually draining a cup of liquor he had procured from an unknown source before striding up to Danzo. The Uchiha clan members were somewhat bewildered. Itachi appeared momentarily stunned, while Izumi wore a look of concern. Naruto, on the other hand, instinctively covered his eyes with his small hands, though curiosity compelled him to peek through the gaps. Ultimately, When Su Ming unceremoniously sent Danzo flying with a single blow, Naruto's hands instinctively snapped shut. Oh my, how bloody. I'm too young to witness this. Danzo retreated in disgrace, experiencing one of the most humiliating moments of his life, which, regrettably, seemed to coincide with encounters with a young man named Su Ming. And yet, he found himself unable to best him. Su Ming had appeared with such swiftness that Danzo failed to react in time to the incoming punch, resulting in him being hurled away. Rising to his feet, Danzo's face was a mask of fury, but Su Ming delivered another swift strike. As Danzo attempted to evade, he shouted in anger, "Do you have no sense of a ninja's dignity?" Su Ming offered no reply, continuing to throw punches. After a brief struggle, Danzo muttered a warning to take care of oneself before making a hasty exit, his retreat marked by a distinct air of defeat. The Uchiha clan remained in a state of confusion. Itachi bore a worried expression, while Izumi glanced at him. Only Naruto, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, laughed heartily and applauded, exclaiming that his brother was truly impressive. Sasuke remarked that Naruto's laughter rang painfully in his ears, prompting him to grapple with Naruto once more. The two little ones embraced beneath the cherry blossom tree, rolling about without a shred of modesty. Will there be consequences for this, Ming-san? Itachi inquired, casting a worried glance at Danzo's retreating figure. Su Ming shook his head. Are there consequences? Undoubtedly. In the aftermath, Danzo's animosity towards the Uchiha and towards me will only intensify. However, even if I refrain from striking him and allow him to bask in his arrogance, will that ensure there are no consequences? There would still be repercussions. He might even arrogantly trample over the Uchiha and me, flaunting his supposed might. Some individuals are akin to the large yellow dog Su Ming encountered in his previous life. The more you fear them, the more ferocious they become. Yet when you cease to fear them and even exhibit greater ruthlessness, they will come to fear you. Until he is sufficiently pained and intimidated, he will relentlessly pursue and bite at your heels. As Itachi's birthday approached its final stages, Sasuke's gift to his brother was, in fact, quite unique. At the conclusion of the festivities, Sasuke serenaded Itachi with a birthday song. The moment his voice rang out, Su Ming sensed impending doom. However, the true horror lay ahead. For the first time, Su Ming contemplated the possibility that the Uchiha's bloodline limit was not merely the Sharingan, but rather their vocal prowess. Midway through the birthday song, Naruto could no longer contain himself and dashed to the cherry blossom tree, promptly expelling the contents of his stomach. While the other Uchiha clan members did not react in quite the same manner, they were not far off from feeling similarly unwell. Ultimately, amidst the spectacle, the pillar of the celebration, Itachi, was left blushing crimson, observing the unfolding scene with a hint of pity. At this moment, Su Ming came to the realization that the art of sound evasion was not a unique trait of the Uchiha clan, but rather a distinctive ability of Hashirama himself. Perhaps the formidable weapon he wielded to counter Indra and Ashura's battles, particularly against his sage art, was indeed the power to manipulate sounds that could lull tailed beasts into submission. Within the confines of the ceiling space, the Nine Tails had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Ming could only chuckle helplessly, overwhelmed by the terrifying talent of Hashirama. A day passed, and Itachi's birthday celebration had concluded. As Su Ming prepared to leave the Uchiha clan grounds, he gently tapped Itachi's forehead. Live well. Remember, to me and to Sasuke, your life is far more precious than the entirety of Konoha. With that, Su Ming departed. Itachi stood there, momentarily dazed. The warmth of Su Ming's touch still lingering on his forehead, yet his mind was consumed by Su Ming's farewell words. On the road, Su Ming grasped Naruto with one hand and pulled Kimimaro with the other. In truth, for everyone, the world is not as expansive as it seems. One's world cannot encompass all, yet it can certainly hold those who matter. Whether it be Su Ming or Naruto, Konoha has never represented the world. Rather, the world is defined by connections. As long as you exist, the world exists. Upon returning home, it was not long before Kabuto arrived, bearing news of Orochimaru's presence. Orochimaru had reached the borders of Konoha and was concealed within the nearby villages. It was not so much a concealment, as Orochimaru had already changed his form, even opting for a body of a different gender for the sake of secrecy. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, realizing that his fears had indeed materialized. However, with Orochimaru's arrival, the resurrection of Minato and Namikaze must be escalated in priority. To resurrect Minato, two primary aspects must be addressed, the soul and the body. Minato's soul was not residing in the Pure Land. Despite Su Ming's use of sage seals to preserve a fragment, it was insufficient for resurrection. Therefore, He needed to release Minato's soul, which required the use of the death mask. This task could be entrusted to Orochimaru, who would undoubtedly find such matters intriguing. Thus, Ming instructed Kabuto to convey this to Orochimaru. The second requirement was the body, White Zetsu. Ming was uncertain where to locate White Zetsu, but he did know how to find Obito. Leaving his home, Ming concealed himself near the Uchiha territory, utilizing the abilities of his second template, Shadow Blade. He could remain undetected by the Uchiha clan, and similarly, Obito would struggle to find him. Obito harbored complex emotions towards Itachi. He admired yet resented him. As the wielder of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Obito acknowledged Itachi's brilliance. If anyone among the Uchiha could awaken the Mangekyou, it would undoubtedly be Itachi. Yet, Obito's feelings toward the Uchiha clan were intricate. The only person capable of evoking different emotions within him was Rin. However, what he sought to create was a world that included Rin, not one that resurrected her. A world with Rin would also encompass Obito. Yet it would not necessarily include Kakashi. Conversely, resurrecting Rin would encompass both. It is difficult to fathom what Tobi truly thinks. Ming did not dwell on it. He merely understood that he could find Tobi here. And indeed, he found him, Tobi, who he sought in order to confront Itachi. Long time no see, were the first words spoken by Ming upon their reunion. At the moment Tobi laid eyes on him, the exposed Sharingan quivered instinctively. Had it not been for the mask, one could have discerned a smirk at the corner of his eye. When their gazes locked, Tobi instinctively prepared to use Kimui to escape. However, Ming activated the second template's ability, rendering Tobi momentarily dazed. In an instant, a kunai was hurled, and Ming appeared before Tobi, delivering a powerful strike. Tobi regained his senses just in time to evade Ming's subsequent onslaught and activated Kimui, his form becoming intangible. This time, however, he had learned from past experiences. He did not immediately materialize but waited a moment before reappearing. The Rasengan passed through him harmlessly. Tobi chuckled with satisfaction, laughing heartily as he departed, feeling that he had outwitted Ming and humiliated him thoroughly. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Ming had inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark on Tobi's body during their initial encounter. Everything that transpired afterward was a deliberate ploy orchestrated by Ming, meant to prepare a vessel for the resurrection of Minato Namikaze. Ming had meticulously calculated every detail. However, having been caught off guard by Ming's previous use of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobi had grown cautious, deliberately lingering in the Kamui space before finally exiting. Upon his emergence in the vicinity of White Zetsu, Tobi was suddenly assailed by a chilling gust from behind. As he turned, he was startled to see a figure materialize before him. With a swift motion, Ming's sword gleamed menacingly as it struck. Tobi had exercised enough caution. He had even lingered in the Kamui space to avoid any tricks from Ming. Yet, despite his uncertainties regarding the distance, Ming had indeed approached him. In that moment, blood splattered as Tobi's form was severed by the blade, a portion of his body cleaved away. In a panic, Tobi activated Kamui once more, escaping it again. Within the Kamui space, the injured Tobi collapsed heavily to the ground. Had he not fled swiftly, Ming's strike would have surely cleaved him in two, sending him to the afterlife to meet Obito. At that moment, Tobi's expression twisted with rage, and he screamed Ming's name, vowing that when his plans came to fruition, he would exact a fierce retribution on him, without fail. Once Tobi departed, Ming slowly surveyed the surroundings. The space was dim and devoid of much light, resembling a cave. Shortly thereafter, a white figure materialized. Ming smiled. This was the objective of his journey, White Zetsu. Extending his hand, White Zetsu offered no resistance as Ming effortlessly grasped him. The sticky sensation in his hand made Ming furrow his brow. After capturing White Zetsu, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he ventured deeper within. He recalled that Uchiha Madara was also present here. However, upon reaching the innermost part, he was met with the sight of an aged corpse. By the attire it wore, he could vaguely discern traces of Madara. Indeed, it was Madara, long since past. He had likely succumbed to the ravages of time, for the era of Madara was distant from the present. Even in times of peace, a ninja might not endure to see the current age, let alone one as severely wounded as Madara. With a soft sigh, Ming lamented that had he encountered this legendary Uchiha, perhaps they could have shared a drink and engaged in a contest of skill. Alas, that was no longer possible. No matter how formidable one may be, they ultimately depart from this world. Such is the inexorable law of the shinobi realm. Ming departed, having secured White Zetsu, the necessary offering to resurrect Minato Namikaze. Yet, due to White Zetsu's elusive nature, he had only managed to capture one, sufficient solely for Minato's revival. In truth, had time permitted, Su Ming would have desired to capture several more, with the hope of resurrecting both Hashirama and Tobirama together. Particularly, he wished to see Tobirama's reaction to the choice of his successor, who had led to the downfall of the Senju clan. It would have been a sight to behold. Regrettably, time was not on his side. The resolve of Konoha against the Uchiha had only intensified. After securing White Zetsu, Su Ming returned home, leaving behind a shadow clone, and departed from Konoha. He sought out Orochimaru, for the Edo Tensei technique was far better suited to him. Of course, Orochimaru was equally intrigued by the prospect of releasing Minato's soul, as the caster of the Edo Tensei could control the resurrected. The thought of having the Fourth Hokage battle against Konoha was exhilarating. When Su Ming found Orochimaru, he had already utilized the Death God mask. After Su Ming entrusted him with the knowledge of how to, Orochimaru released Minato's soul. Su Ming-kun, you arrive with remarkable swiftness. How have your preparations fared? Orochimaru inquired. We are ready at any moment, he replied. Very well. Su Ming produced White Zetsu, declaring, this is the offering I have prepared. Orochimaru's gaze lingered upon White Zetsu for a considerable time, clearly able to perceive its uniqueness. Consequently, his look towards Su Ming grew more fervent. Su Ming understood his intentions well. Rest assured, I shall procure more such research materials for you in the future. Then I thank you, Su Ming-kun. Orochimaru smiled, evidently pleased. Following this, the ritual for Minato's resurrection commenced. After Su Ming nodded in affirmation, Orochimaru began the incantation, forming the hand seals with deliberate slowness. His expression imbued with a sense of reverence. This forbidden technique, pioneered by the second Hokage, was not merely learned by Orochimaru. He undertook extensive research and even made certain enhancements to it. As the final hand seal was formed, Orochimaru clasped his hands together. Then, invoking the summoning technique, reanimation. With his incantation, the soul from the Pure Land was drawn forth, descending from the sky and landing upon the body of White Zetsu. The White Zetsu on the ground began to levitate, gradually transforming into the visage of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The reanimation was complete. Minato, it's been a long time. Orochimaru observed his creation with satisfaction, excitedly licking his lips. Upon hearing Orochimaru's greeting, Minato was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, who are you? He then turned to Su Ming, asking, is this your new girlfriend? Su Ming retorted, what the hell? Girlfriend? Are you kidding me? Having Orochimaru as a girlfriend is utterly repulsive. Even Orochimaru himself seemed confused about his gender identity, and now, rolling his eyes, Su Ming couldn't be bothered to engage with Minato. At that moment, Orochimaru used his original voice, allowing Minato to recognize him. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Minato to shift the conversation. How's Naruto doing? He's doing well. Well-fed and well-rested. Aside from missing a father, he has no issues. Su Ming's words left Minato feeling slightly uncomfortable, especially in front of Orochimaru. He cast several discreet glances at Su Ming, hoping for a more favorable attitude from him. However, Su Ming either looked away or gazed skyward, rendering Minato somewhat speechless. Am I not the revered Fourth Hokage? Do I have no dignity? Enough. You know why I summoned you. Su Ming stated directly. Minato nodded. Leave that mysterious masked man to me. I will intercept him. Su Ming had yet to reveal to Minato the identity of Obito, so he was unaware that the masked man he believed could disrupt the ninja world was, in fact, his former disciple. Of course, when Obito realized that his teacher did not recognize him, he had indeed thrown a fit. Yet, it was understandable. His appearance had changed. His identity had shifted, his voice had transformed, and he had been dead for many years. Who could have guessed it was Uchiha Obito? Nevertheless, Obito had become quite irate. What a predicament! Su Ming approached, patting Minato on the shoulder, nodding in appreciation. Minato, however, was left bewildered. You little brat, where are your manners? The key point is that there is a time and place for everything. Can't you see that Orochimaru-sensei is still here? Have some consideration for my dignity. Unexpectedly. At that moment, Su Ming turned to Orochimaru and casually waved his hand. You can leave now. This is no longer your concern. Orochimaru nodded. Very well. If Su Ming has matters to discuss, let Kabuto inform me. With that, he departed, maintaining an exceptionally respectful demeanor. Minato was left utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? But that is none other than Lord Orochimaru. Even he must respectfully address him as teacher, yet he displays such courtesy to his own son? He gazed at Su Ming for an extended period, his expression one of disbelief. Su Ming scoffed. What are you staring at? He is not your biological child. Indeed. How astutely observed by Minato Namikaze. Yet why do I feel such an urge to strike? Within Minato, the other half of Kurama couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. Minato Namikaze, you are the man who sealed me away. Can you not exhibit some fortitude? Kushina is not here to witness your bravado. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Minato's eyes. Su Ming shot him a glance and said, Shall I summon Orochimaru back to resurrect my mother? Minato immediately faltered, embodying the essence of a true man who knows when to bend or yield. Within the walls of Konoha, even with the passage of time, Danzo's fury remained unabated. His mind was consumed by visions of Su Ming, wishing he could obliterate him entirely. Yet, he found himself powerless. He touched the bandages on his arm, lost in contemplation. Izanagi. The last time, Danzo nearly succumbed to his impulses, but that was within the Uchiha clan. Exposure would carry grave risks. This time, however, his gaze darkened, clearly plotting. Recently, the Uchiha clan had been particularly active, prompting him to seek out Hiruzen, convinced that he could no longer tolerate the situation. At the Uchiha compound, Su Ming's sudden request for an audience astonished many within the clan. The patriarch's reception further stirred various thoughts among the clansmen. A few discreetly departed, their destination being Naruto's residence. In the reception room, Fujitaka, the clan leader, inquired, How have you deliberated? Su Ming cut straight to the point. I believe you must have made the most judicious choice befitting a clan leader. Fujitaka forced a smile. A child of his son's age was instilling a sense of pressure within him, as if he were facing the Hokage himself. Fujitaka remarked, I wish to witness your prowess. Quite simple, Su Ming replied. With a snap of his fingers, he produced a specially crafted kunai, infusing it with a modicum of chakra, and proclaimed, Summoning technique. Fujitaka was left perplexed. No hand seals? Are you certain you are not jesting? However, as Su Ming truly summoned forth a creature, Fujitaka stood in stunned silence, further astounded upon discerning what had been summoned. His thoughts echoed, By heavens! No wonder he is the son of the fourth. He treats his own father as a summoning beast. Remarkable. I must ensure Itachi and Sasuke keep their distance from him. Otherwise, they may learn ill ways. Minato Namikaze then appeared in the reception room, greeting Fujitaka. Fujitaka, it has been a while. At this moment, Fujitaka finally grasped that this fourth Hokage was indeed real, and that reality was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. The demise of the fourth Hokage is a well-known fact. Yet now, Lord Fugaku need not worry. While a person may perish, it does not imply they cannot be resurrected. Su Ming smiled, assuring him, I can guarantee that the fourth Hokage is indeed alive. Fugaku's face was a portrait of astonishment, such grandiloquent words, yet he found them pleasing. He nodded. If that is the case, I have no objections whatsoever. The Uchiha clan remained under his command, despite the presence of many who yearned for conflict with Konoha. Conversely, there were just as many who desired peace. Su Ming advised Fugaku to abandon the dissenters, like a lizard shedding its tail. The current plight of the Uchiha mirrored that of the lizard. There could be no perfect solution. Sacrifices must be made. Fugaku made his decision. However, Su Ming shook his head, indicating that the situation was far from simple. Fugaku was taken aback. The circumstances on both sides had escalated to a point of no return. Even if he purged the rebellious clan members now, Konoha would not spare the Uchiha. What is your suggestion? Fugaku inquired. Relocate the clan members who wish to engage in battle with Konoha, and discard the obstinate ones entirely, allowing them to serve as fodder for the revival of the Uchiha. Su Ming proposed. Then, the remaining members should conceal themselves. Only when the Uchiha truly disappear will Konoha be at ease. Fugaku fell silent, then nodded in agreement. A path towards rebirth lay only in embracing death. This was the Uchiha's sole avenue forward. Of course, only 5 individuals were privy to this plan. Su Ming, Fugaku, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, and Kurama. The clandestine operations were to be executed by Orochimaru, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique for relocation. Concealment and undetection were Orochimaru's specialties. After all, a serpent must possess unique abilities to avoid becoming a dish of snake stew. This plan was unbeknownst to Shui and Itachi. Su Ming had no intention of revealing it to them, particularly to Itachi. Their current relationship with Konoha was delicate, and knowledge of this scheme might incite the suspicions of the higher-ups. When Su Ming departed, a few Uchiha clan members went to Naruto's residence with the intention of capturing him. They truly harbored aspirations of controlling the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but alas, Their ambition far exceeded their strength. After casting out several Uchiha clan members, Junmura calmly returned home, patting his hands together. Upon his return, Naruto appeared self-assured, proclaiming, "I knew these individuals wouldn't stand a chance against you." Junmura shook his head. "Are they really that formidable?" Naruto asked, bewildered. Junmura shook his head again. Naruto was left utterly dumbfounded. Junmura extended 2 fingers, then retracted one, stating, "These individuals are no match for even a single finger." Naruto, along with his companions, nearly took offense at this remark. Could we Uchiha be so weak? The second pillar, once a staunch supporter of the Uchiha clan, had faced numerous setbacks since taking Ming as his master. Naruto, that foolish boy, possesses considerable strength, which is tolerable, yet he also has such a formidable elder brother. Moreover, upon his brother's return, he brought back an even more extraordinary individual. Are there truly so many geniuses in this world? Wasn't it said that the Sharingan is one of the 3 great dojutsu? Why can I not perceive it? Ming has returned. He did not bring Minato, as it is not yet time to reveal him. Although Minato longs to reunite with Naruto, he must suppress that yearning. In the ceiling space, Minato has vanished, leaving only the Nine Tails blinking and snorting in response. Minato is concerned that Naruto might miss him, yet Naruto is oblivious, his gaze solely fixated on Ming. "Brother," he exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Upon Ming's return, he also brought back Shui, of course, to enable the awakening of the Sharingan for Sasuke. After arriving, Ming turned his attention to Sasuke and posed a serious question. "Sasuke, do you wish to awaken your Sharingan?" At the mention of this, Sasuke initially froze. Then his face lit up with overwhelming joy. Did he desire to awaken the Sharingan? Naturally, he yearned for it immensely. He had even discussed this matter with Itachi, only to be met with a heartless rejection. Now, hearing Ming's words, Sasuke did not hesitate to agree. Ming maintained a serious demeanor, stating that the process of awakening the Sharingan would be excruciatingly painful. "Are you willing to endure it?" he asked. Sasuke nodded resolutely, affirming his willingness to endure any suffering for the sake of awakening the Sharingan. Ming shook his head, thinking how youthful and naive he was. The agony of awakening the Sharingan is not something just anyone can bear. He looked at Shui and nodded, signaling him to proceed. Shui's genjutsu is extraordinarily powerful. Possessing the Meijiki Sharingan, casting a minor illusion on Sasuke was an effortless task. Soon, under Shui's watchful gaze, Sasuke's eyes grew hazy as he succumbed to the illusion. The content of the genjutsu was meticulously crafted by Ming in advance, the night of the Uchiha massacre. His beloved brother would slay their entire clan, their parents included. Then, with a dismissive tone, he would coldly utter, "My foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me, then loathe me, despise me, and live on in wretchedness. Flee, escape, struggle to survive. When you possess eyes like mine, seek me out. No, no, no." Sasuke cried out desperately, his voice breaking with anguish. He could not fathom that his most cherished brother had transformed into such a monster. Their parents lay fallen in a pool of blood, and his brother's blade was stained with it. Blood of their clan, blood of their parents. In the midst of his furious cries, tears of blood streamed from Sasuke's eyes. Then, his gaze transformed, turning a deep crimson. In that sanguine hue, a Tomo Sharingan emerged. The Sharingan had awakened. "That will suffice," Shui, Ming instructed. Shui nodded and ceased the genjutsu. Sasuke gasped for breath. The recent events still weighing heavily on him even after breaking free from the illusion. The impact of what had transpired lingered, rendering him cautious as he cast a glance at Ming and Shui. Ming offered no words of solace. "What you witnessed may not have been entirely illusory," he remarked. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Ming, determination flickering within him. "Strive for strength. That day is not far off. Until then, your focus must be on fortifying yourself." Ming patted Sasuke's shoulder. "Do not let Itachi down." With that, Ming departed. Sasuke's resolve solidified further. He was determined to protect his parents and prevent that scene from ever unfolding. Guardian. This was his ninja way. The movements of the Uchiha clan had only reinforced Danzo's resolve. Although his previous attempt to confront Hiruzen had been deflected, this time was decidedly different. The matter of the Jinchuriki was no trivial concern. Thus, when he stood before Hiruzen once more, he bore a newfound confidence. Hiruzen raised his head to meet Danzo's gaze. "If this pertains to the Uchiha, speak not of it. We cannot turn against them." Danzo, with an expression that suggested he anticipated such a response, replied, "Naruto Uzumaki is in peril. What has occurred?" Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. "The situation regarding the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is of grave importance. undoubtedly significant. Danzo smiled. Certain Uchiha clan members wish to take him away. Hiruzen, you must understand the implications of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki falling into the wrong hands. The threat is monumental. You surely grasp the intentions of the Uchiha without further elaboration. Hiruzen fell silent. The Uchiha clan had faced exclusion since the era of the Second Hokage, a policy that had remained unchanged. They were systematically barred from the village's core, forbidden from wielding power. This exclusion had been starkly illustrated during the last Ninja World War, when, despite gaining the upper hand, the Sannin retreated alongside the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen was acutely aware that such opportunities to establish authority could not be afforded to the Uchiha. The consequences would be unfathomable. Yet now, they had dared to act against the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He tightened his grip on his pipe, pondering whether there remained any room for negotiation. This matter required further consultation with Shursui, Hiruzen decided. Danzo remained silent, recognizing Hiruzen's weakness. His compassion had always been his flaw. Nevertheless, Danzo understood that even summoning Shursui would not alter the course of events. Moments later, Shursui arrived. Lord Third, Lord Danzo, he greeted, bowing respectfully. Hiruzen gestured for him to forego formalities and, with a furrowed brow, recounted Danzo's concerns regarding the Uchiha clan. I still hold faith in the Uchiha. The village cannot withstand another civil war. I have always hoped for a more peaceful resolution to our disputes. Alas, the challenges are formidable. Hiruzen sighed, his face etched with worry. Shursui remained silent, absorbing the news of his clansmen's actions, now just coming to light. Moreover, I am acutely aware that such actions would incite considerable animosity from the higher echelons of Konoha towards the Uchiha clan. However, I have summoned you here to discuss more prudent strategies, for ultimately, the Uchiha are members of Konoha. Unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to engage them in confrontation. Sarutobi glanced at Shursui and spoke. Shursui remained silent. Sigh. Sarutobi let out a breath. Perhaps I, as the third Hokage, have not done enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing so many issues. His lamentations bore a hint of age upon his visage. This scene unfolded before Shursui's eyes. At last, unable to restrain himself, Shursui suddenly spoke. Actually, Lord Third, I have a method that may or may not be feasible. Oh, pray tell, Sarutobi expressed interest. In the next moment, Shursui's eyes transformed, revealing his Manjiki Sharingan. I have activated the Manjiki Sharingan. In an instant, both Danzo and Sarutobi were struck with astonishment. Beyond surprise, there was a palpable sense of wariness. The Manjiki Sharingan poses a significant threat. After awakening it, I acquired a power known as Kodo Amatsukami, which allows me to alter others' will without detection. Once I modify the will of clan leader Fugaku, the issues between Konoha and the Uchiha will be resolved directly. Sarutobi suppressed his astonishment and said, Then Shursui, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Shursui nodded and departed. Shortly after his exit, Danzo cast a slightly mocking glance at Sarutobi, yet this time, Sarutobi did not retort. He merely nodded. Danzo exited with a smile. The Manjiki Sharingan indeed presents an overwhelming threat. How can one trust such an Uchiha? In recent days, Hashirama, having activated his Sharingan, eagerly engaged Naruto in training. The outcome was predictable. With the Sharingan awakened, Hashirama's strength surpassed Naruto's by a slight margin. Thus, in their skirmishes, Hashirama often held the upper hand. However, before Hashirama could revel in his prowess, Kurama voluntarily transferred some of his chakra to Naruto. In Kurama's words, "Can one under my protection be bullied?" Bang! Naruto hurled Hashirama away, grinning widely at him. Hashirama, you've lost again. Humph. Hashirama turned his head, deliberately ignoring Naruto. During their battles, Naruto's strength suddenly surged, which was evidently abnormal. Hashirama wanted to accuse him of cheating, but found no evidence to support his claim. Nevertheless, he refused to concede that he could not defeat Naruto. Rising and brushing off the dirt from his backside, Hashirama declared, I'm not in good shape today. We'll battle again tomorrow. Ugh. Naruto responded with a rude gesture. Such is the nature of their friendship. In the Ninja Academy, it was similar, despite their constant rivalry and mutual disdain. If anyone dared to interfere or target one of them, the other would undoubtedly leap to their defense without hesitation. A friendship to be envied. Su Ming approached and gently patted Sasuke on the shoulder, inquiring with a smile, How is your training coming along? Sasuke's face inexplicably flushed, and he replied softly, It's going okay. Naruto, standing nearby, interjected, Indeed, it's going quite well. You fought 8 matches and won 3. That has certainly progressed. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's anger flared you. Naruto laughed heartily and walked away, fully aware that his brother had something to discuss with Obito. Given Obito's somewhat petty nature, it was prudent to keep some secrets to himself. After Naruto departed, Ming consoled Obito, saying, "There is no need to rush. You've only just awakened your Sharingan. With practice, you will surely catch up to Naruto." Sasuke nodded in agreement. Ming understood that the outcome was largely influenced by the Nine-Tails' interference. Ever since Minato had emerged, the Nine-Tails had taken a keen interest in Naruto, eager to prove that he cared more than Minato did. Naturally, Minato was not as capable as the Nine-Tails when it came to providing Naruto with chakra or teaching him ninjutsu, which led to Naruto's lack of progress and perpetual disdain from the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails reveled in this role, feeling as though all the grievances he had suffered while inside Kushina had finally been avenged. Before long, a figure appeared at the entrance, glancing around cautiously. Once assured of no pursuers, he stepped inside. It was Kabuto. "Lord Ming, we have a problem," Kabuto exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency, indicating the gravity of the situation. Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it?" Kabuto responded solemnly, "Shui is in trouble." Damn it. Ming's expression shifted drastically. Despite repeatedly instructing Shui not to divulge the secrets of the Meijiki Sharingan, he had failed to heed those warnings. With a frustrated clap of his hand to his forehead, he muttered, "Is the Uchiha clan filled with fools?" In saying this, Ming momentarily forgot that Sasuke was still present. Sasuke, bewildered, quietly reminded him, "Master." Ming quickly recalled Obito, adding, "You don't count." Sasuke exhaled a sigh of relief, yet the next moment, he heard Ming's voice again. "You're even less competent than a fool." Sasuke, somewhat disheartened, asked, "Master, is this really how you want to treat me? Don't you care about your beloved disciple's feelings?" However, Ming completely disregarded Sasuke's pitiful gaze, responding as if he were not even present. He was not Itachi. Turning back to Kabuto, Ming inquired, "Is Shui still alive?" Kabuto replied, "He has already escaped, but Danzo has dispatched people to pursue him." Ming took a deep breath. "All right, I understand. I will handle this," he stated with resignation. Kabuto nodded and departed, having merely come to deliver the news. Espionage had always been his primary role. "Master, where are you going?" After Kabuto left, Ming wasted no time in preparing to leave. Seeing this, Sasuke asked, bewildered, "Where to?" "To guard the corpse," Ming replied tersely before he exited. The water has already been pursued by Danzo. So if Ming were to seek him out now, by the time he finds him, it is likely that his body would be cold. Therefore, rather than searching for him, it would be more prudent to wait at the spot where Shui jumped. The Uchiha clan truly provides no respite. Ming moved swiftly, soon arriving at the southern bank of the He River, the very place where Shui had leapt. However, Ming had forgotten the exact location of Shui's jump, leaving the possibility of finding him to fate. Fortunately, Shui, demonstrating commendable resolve, soon appeared within Ming's line of sight. Ming rushed forward and rescued him. After exchanging for a medicinal pill from the System S store, he administered it to Shui, who then gradually regained consciousness. Yet, upon awakening, the first thing Shui did was turn to the side and vomit. This was, of course, a side effect of the pill, having lost both eyes. Shui's body was already weakened, and the jump had undoubtedly inflicted severe damage. The fact that the pill managed to save his life was remarkable enough. As for its taste, there was no alternative. After more than half an hour, Shui, pale and trembling, propped himself up against the ground, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, a reflexive action. Still blind. Am I still alive? Of course. Ming rolled his eyes, but if you wish to die, I could assist you with that. Were it not for Shui's potential utility, Ming would have seriously considered knocking some sense into him, perhaps even returning to Orochimaru for a brain transplant. He had explicitly warned Shui not to divulge the secrets of the Meijiki Sharingan to Konoha, yet he had still done so. Now, even if Konoha wished to refrain from intervening, they would have no choice but to act. Ming looked at Shui with exasperation. It appeared that the activation of the Sharingan bore little correlation to intelligence. Hearing Ming's words, Shui offered a sheepish smile. Despite the act of self-harm, once one survives, who would willingly choose death again? Shui quickly shook his head. Struggling to rise, he bowed toward a distant boulder. "Lord Ming, thank you for saving me." Ming smirked. "I'm right here." Oh. Shui seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily adjusting his posture to bow and express his gratitude once more. Ming began to doubt whether collaborating with the Uchiha clan was indeed a wise choice. He recalled Itachi mentioning that Shui was one of the clan's top geniuses, possessing remarkable intellect. Yet, that was hardly evident now. Oh well, I suppose I'll make do. If it weren't for Itachi, I would have taken those 2 eyeballs in advance. Ming sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. It seemed Shusui's Sharingan had already been entrusted to Itachi. Sometimes, Ming truly wished to crack open Shusui's head to see if it was empty inside. His actions were certainly not indicative of a sound mind. However, it was not the time for such thoughts. Shui still held value. Ming shook his head and led Shui away. With eyes devoid of light, Shui found himself at a loss, for he was not a medical ninja, and the system did not possess any suitable remedies. Thus, he could only endure the circumstances as they were. Shui was escorted to Minato Namikaze, where he was also introduced to Fugaku. Initially, Fugaku was unaware of Shusui's actions, so upon discovering that Shui was blind, he was taken aback. Shui, what has happened to you? Fugaku inquired, astonished. It was well known that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was exceedingly precious if such eyes were to be collected by others. It would be tantamount to a provocation against the Uchiha clan unless the clan members willingly offered them. Now, what could have transpired with Shui? Fugaku's tone turned serious as he gazed at Shui. Shui hesitated, his expression suddenly turning awkward. Ming facepalmed, realizing the lack of foresight in this situation. What exactly happened? Fugaku pressed once more. This time, Shui stammered as he recounted the events. Once he finished, he stood there quietly like a child who had misbehaved, awaiting Fugaku's response. However, Fugaku remained silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. After a prolonged silence, Shui sensed an unease in the air and raised his head to look, only to be met with a sharp slap from Fugaku. Without hesitation, Fugaku struck Shusui's head with a resounding smack. The impact left Shui momentarily dazed, staring blankly at Fugaku. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fugaku exclaimed, delivering another slap, perhaps feeling that one slap was insufficient, or perhaps caught up in the moment. Fugaku continued to unleash his frustration, leaving Shusui's head swollen. Yet Fugaku's anger remained unabated as he poked Shusui's forehead, saying, "You dare to disclose the fact that you awakened the Mangeki to the higher-ups of Konoha? Do you not realize that even if you remain silent, they would still be wary of our Uchiha clan? I have long awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, but even so, I have kept it hidden, fearful of being discovered by Konoha. Yet you, young man, have openly confessed." Fugaku's ire escalated, but he soon noticed that Shusui's head had become quite swollen. He surmised that further punishment would be redundant. Thus, he relinquished the thought of continuing. Meanwhile, Shui was utterly bewildered, staring at Fugaku in shock. "Chieftain, you have also awakened the Mangeki Sharingan?" he stammered. "What? Surprised?" Fugaku shot back. "It is merely a Mangeki, not an insurmountable feat." Shui was left in complete astonishment, feeling increasingly foolish. Ming, on the other hand, silently raised a thumb in admiration, recognizing that the ability to flaunt superiority was indeed hereditary in Fugaku, much like Itachi and Sasuke. "It is just a Mangeki," he mused, a statement that could have roused the spirits of half the deceased members of the Uchiha clan. After giving Shui a stern lecture, Fugaku's anger had somewhat subsided. He turned to Ming and said, "Ming, I have expressed all that I wished to convey. This child is now in your hands. Rest assured, you may punish him as you see fit. I will not intervene." Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you seriously telling me to beat the person I just rescued?" Rubbing his temples, Ming finally grasped the legacy of the Uchiha clan. He looked at Shui and stated, "For the next few days, you shall remain here. There is no need for you to go anywhere. When your time comes, I will naturally seek you out." With that, Ming took Fugaku and departed. A portion of the Uchiha clan had been thoroughly established here. However, Fugaku could not leave. As the clan leader, his visibility was too great, and any departure would attract undue attention. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, both Fugaku and Ming maintained their usual calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding Danzo and the route was anything but tranquil, as they frantically searched for Shui with no results. "Lord Danzo," an underling reported to Danzo at route headquarters. Danzo's expression darkened as he listened to the current situation. "Is there no news of Shui?" The subordinate shook his head. "The Uchiha clan should not be aware of this matter, correct?" "They're unaware." "That is good," Danzo nodded. If the Uchiha clan were to discover his intent to hunt down Shisui and seize his Sharingan, it could very well precipitate a civil war. Konoha could engage in conflict with the Uchiha, but the cause of such a war must not stem from him. One Sharingan was already sufficient. A Mangeki Sharingan was unlike any ordinary eye. Pondering the Mangeki in his possession, Danzo felt a surge of excitement. The news of Shisui's disappearance did not remain concealed for long, quickly spreading and gaining traction. The suddenness of Shisui's vanishing left the Uchiha members who remained behind utterly bewildered. After some investigation, the scant clues pointed toward internal affairs within Konoha. This indicated that Uchiha Shisui had been killed by someone from Konoha. The individuals capable of such an act were few. Indeed, perhaps only a handful: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Fugaku, and Itachi. Among them, the one most suspected was Itachi. Recently, Itachi had grown exceedingly close to Konoha, even neglecting internal Uchiha matters in pursuit of his Umbu missions. This had fostered considerable discontent among the Uchiha clan. Once dissatisfaction arose, it was merely a matter of time before it erupted. Before long, root ninjas frequently appeared outside the Uchiha clan, with some brazenly surveilling them openly, maintaining around-the-clock watch. In response, the more radical factions of the Uchiha bypassed Fugaku and sent representatives directly to Sarutobi. Upon calling Danzo, Sarutobi provided the rationale that they suspected the Uchiha were manipulating the Nine Tails, necessitating a thorough investigation. One piece of evidence cited was that Uchiha Shisui possessed a Mangeki Sharingan. The Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan possesses the ability to control the Nine Tails, as evidenced by figures such as Obito and Madara. When the Uchiha clan announced the disappearance of Shisui, Danzo sneered and questioned whether it was merely a ruse orchestrated by the Uchiha to conceal him. The ensuing discord escalated significantly, prompting the Uchiha representative to leave in a huff, despite Sarutobi's attempts to counsel Danzo to temper his demeanor. However, Danzo not only dismissed this advice but intensified his actions. The root ninja monitored the Uchiha clan members incessantly, subjecting each individual entering or exiting to scrutiny. This incited a climax of tensions that could no longer be suppressed, compelling the Uchiha to instigate a revolution. In the dimly lit Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Midogate and Azuma convened. Before them knelt Itachi, respectfully addressing them. As he spoke, he raised his gaze to observe their expressions. The situation was critical. They needed to act decisively before the first strike was made. Danzo narrowed his eyes and asserted, "The Uchiha were once comrades. I wish to resolve this through dialogue rather than violence. Allow me to devise a solution." Sarutobi subtly shook his head, refraining from direct assent. He glanced at the others. And with no objections raised, the matter was thus settled. As the group prepared to depart, Danzo halted Itachi. Turning to face Danzo, their eyes locked. Despite the third Hokage's eloquent words, Danzo would ultimately prioritize the protection of Konoha when it mattered most. "I hope you can choose. Will you stand with your family and face annihilation, or will you side with Konoha, safeguarding your brother and extinguishing the Uchiha clan before the insurrection?" Itachi's eyes widened in shock, though he harbored discontent towards his clan. The thought of their extermination had never crossed his mind. Unfazed by Itachi's turmoil, Danzo continued, "To protect the village, we must quell the uprising before it begins. The only ninja capable of undertaking this role is a double agent from both Konoha and the Uchiha. Itachi, you are the only one fit for this task." Danzo's gaze bore into Itachi with seriousness. "Will you accept this mission?" Itachi remained silent, offering no response. Danzo shook his head and began to leave, adding, "You would do well to decide swiftly before I issue my command. Otherwise, none of the Uchiha will survive, aside from you." With that, Danzo exited, leaving Itachi in a state of confusion. The village, the clan, the ninja. He looked up at the sky. "What am I to do, Shisui?" Upon leaving, Itachi found himself drawn to the vicinity of the Uchiha household. Yet, he stood outside, refraining from entering. The sounds of merriment within were audible even from outside. "Brother, come quickly." Naruto's voice rang out. "You sneak attacked me, you rascal," Sasuke retorted. "Heh. If you dare, behold my ultimate technique, body technique, 1,000 years of pain." Ah. The sound of the pillars was heart-wrenching, and Naruto's laughter was deafening. Such a scene left Itachi, who sought to find Ming, momentarily stunned. He halted in his tracks, enveloped in a profound silence. Ming and Naruto appeared to be so blissful. If I were to seek him out, would I disrupt their lives? Furthermore, how could I involve Ming in matters concerning the clan and the village? Suddenly, Itachi broke into a smile, albeit a strained one. I feel a sense of reassurance knowing that Sasuke is with Su Ming. Stealing a glance at Sasuke, Itachi discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itachi departed. He had made friends, yet in times of peril, he was even more reluctant to involve them. Itachi had few friends, Shursui and Su Ming. Shursui was already gone, and Su Ming remained his only companion. Live well, Su Ming. Carry my blessings. Shortly after Itachi's departure, Su Ming appeared at the very spot where Itachi had stood, gazing distantly at his retreating figure with a gentle sigh. Itachi, in the end, chose not to speak, bearing the burden alone once more. But how could this be? Behind Su Ming, Sasuke and Naruto looked at him with serious expressions. Sasuke asked, Master, did my brother leave? Su Ming nodded. Yes, he has left. He is a good brother. Sasuke fell silent, clutching his backside, appearing somewhat disheartened. Naruto placed his finger to his nose, took a whiff, and his expression changed dramatically as he suddenly flicked his finger away. Pillars, do you remember what I taught you? Sasuke nodded, his tone suddenly grave. Oh, my foolish brother. As he spoke, the newly awakened tomo of his Sharingan became evident, giving him a somewhat intimidating appearance. Nearby, Naruto, after flicking his fingers several times and sensing the diminished odor, finally felt relieved. In the ceiling space, Kurama extended a claw to his forehead, somewhat exasperated. What a fine child. How could he become foolish merely days after meeting Minato? A troublemaker, that Minato. Gazing in the direction Itachi had departed, Su Ming remained silent. Itachi, this time, I will not allow you to bear this alone. After bringing Naruto and Sasuke back to the house, Su Ming activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at Fugaku's side. He looked at Fugaku and inquired, what is the situation? Fugaku nodded. Everything is prepared. He appeared somewhat enraged, prompting Su Ming to express his curiosity. Fugaku explained, these individuals have audaciously bypassed me to negotiate with Konoha on behalf of the Uchiha clan. Where do they place me, the clan leader? Fugaku was incensed. They had conducted their dealings without informing him, only coming to him after concluding the negotiations to relay the information. This left Fugaku feeling as though he had been thrust into the forefront, compelled to confront Konoha. Despite his dissatisfaction with Danzo's actions, he remained the clan leader. Ultimately, the affairs of the Uchiha were still under his jurisdiction. Such individuals cannot be tolerated. This is the malignancy of the Uchiha. When night falls, Itachi will arrive. I kindly ask Lord Fugaku and his lady to prepare. As for Sasuke, I shall ensure his safety. Fugaku nodded in agreement. Su Ming departed, bringing Minato and Namikaze back to his abode. Upon the moment the two young ones beheld Minato, they were rendered speechless. Sasuke, having never encountered Minato before, was momentarily taken aback. As for Naruto, Dad, when did you come out? Minato, he was filled with a murderous intent. Initially, he had worried that if he disappeared, Naruto would yearn for him. Thus, he had repeatedly requested Su Ming to bring him along, yet Su Ming had declined. However, upon finally arriving, he discovered Naruto had not even noticed. His mental state was unraveling. As night enveloped the land, Itachi donned his attire, standing resolutely beneath the moonlight. Shortly thereafter, a sudden shift in the space manifested the figure of Obito. Are you prepared? Obito inquired. Itachi nodded, his expression impassive. If you find yourself without options, you may join my organization, Obito suddenly offered. Your organization? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. Obito nodded. That organization is called Akatsuki. Itachi acknowledged with a nod, neither agreeing nor declining. The two then parted ways, each heading towards the Uchiha clan grounds and the Konoha guard station. The night of the massacre began. Minato spent a considerable amount of time with Naruto, attempting to compensate for the long absence, even though there was also a seal space. For Minato, this felt more tangible. Meanwhile, Hashirama behaved surprisingly obediently in Minato's presence. This was likely due to Naruto's descriptions of his father, to instill belief in Hashirama about his father's prowess. Naruto had exerted great effort in his portrayal. Essentially, he summarized all the fears that Hashirama held. Thus, upon seeing Minato, Hashirama acted as docile as a devoted spouse. Within the Ninja Academy, the two left shadow clones behind, and with the support of Su Ming and Kurama, the clones were sufficient to remain until the Uchiha affair concluded. As for being discovered, Iruka was one of their own. As night deepened, Su Ming instructed Kimimaro to ensure Naruto's safety, departing with Minato and Hashirama. As Hashirama exited, Naruto disdainfully patted his shoulder, boldly declaring, "Don't embarrass me." The three then departed. After Itachi and Obito parted ways, Itachi proceeded to the Uchiha clan grounds, while Obito headed to the Konoha guard station. Thus, the three similarly separated. Ming led Hashirama to seek out Itachi, while he directed Minato to find Obito. Before parting, Ming earnestly cautioned, "There is a girl named Izumi at the Uchiha. Be sure to protect her." This was Ming's solemn charge before his departure. Hashirama twitched his lips, remaining silent. Minato nodded, committing Ming's words to memory. He held promises in high regard, especially after his experiences with Obito and Kakashi. He valued them even more. The night was profound. On an unusually eerie night, the guards of Konoha appeared surprisingly lax. Obito, donned an attire reminiscent of Madara, strode into the Konoha guard room, his crimson Sharingan eyes wide open. "Who goes there?" A voice barked, only to be met with a chilling scream moments later. Under the dim light, blood splattered against the walls, painting everything visible in a gruesome shade of crimson. The Konoha guard room had essentially become a stronghold for the radical Uchiha faction. Obito's speed in dispatching his foes was astonishing once he activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Few Uchihas stood a chance against him. In mere moments, the Uchiha clan members within the guard room were slaughtered en masse. Those who came in response to the commotion were similarly no match for him. He wielded his blade with relentless ferocity, his eyes, visible beneath the mask, devoid of any emotion, only a sense of exhilaration remained. The thrill of extinguishing Uchiha lives was utterly intoxicating. As he prepared to depart, a sudden chill swept through the air. Two shurikens embedded themselves in a nearby pillar, causing Obito to halt and turn. A female ninja stood before him, Uchiha Izumi. "Oh, quite an impressive pair of eyes," he mused. His intentions for being there extended beyond recruiting Itachi. He also sought to collect Sharingan. Izumi's eyes were indeed commendable and met his criteria. With a swift motion, Obito deflected the shurikens, then unleashed chains that ensnared Izumi as she attempted to flee. Helpless, she recalled a comforting figure from her memories, Itachi, the one who had always nurtured her and brought her warmth. "But now help me," she whispered softly, almost as if addressing the specter in her mind. "Save me, Itachi. Save me." Her voice pierced the night, reverberating with desperation. Suddenly, Obito's sword descended, blood spraying forth. Yet, it was not Izumi who felt the blade's edge. Another figure had appeared before her. A pale blue chakra sphere struck his arm as he turned. "I'm not late this time," Minato remarked with a gentle smile. Then, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Obito, it's been a long time." Meanwhile, within the Uchiha compound, the flickering lights cast ominous shadows. Itachi, masked, charged into the fray. The sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly, and soon enough, the lights dimmed, giving way to the chilling silence of death. Itachi emerged from the building, slowly gazing skyward. The mask now removed from his face. The extinguished lights within cast darkness upon him, rendering him a fearsome figure against the backdrop of the night. Blood dripped steadily from the tip of his sword, his heart cold as he pressed onward. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the center of the pathway. "Itachi, what is the purpose of this slaughter?" Fugaku inquired, gazing at his most cherished son, his heart tumultuous with emotion. Observing Itachi's demeanor, Fugaku instinctively contemplated surrendering the battle. However, he recalled Ming's words, "It is not yet time." A crimson hue manifested in his eyes as the three Tamo emerged, subsequently transforming into the kaleidoscope pattern. Itachi's body trembled, and his pupils abruptly constricted. "Why must you do this? What future do you perceive?" Fugaku inquired. In the next moment, Itachi's three Tamo Sharingan similarly transformed, revealing the kaleidoscope. The kaleidoscope is activated upon Shursue's demise. At this moment, a diminutive figure of Sasuke appeared in Fugaku's eyes. Itachi's gaze shifted, exclaiming, "So, this is the future I envision. Is it Sasuke?" With a sudden bang, Fugaku's form vanished. Itachi stared blankly at the scene before him, murmuring, "A shadow clone?" He continued onward. As he advanced, Itachi engaged in rapid contemplation. "Father is my greatest adversary. This shall be a confrontation of kaleidoscope Sharingan users." Outside Fugaku's chamber, Itachi hesitated. Just then, Fugaku's voice emanated from within. "Enter, Itachi. There are no ambushes here." The door opened, and Itachi stepped inside. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto stood with their backs to Itachi. "Father, I do not wish to engage in fratricide with my own son." Itachi took a step forward. "You stand with them." Throughout, Fugaku's tone remained serene. "Father, mother, we understand," Itachi, Makoto's voice chimed in. "Promise me. You will look after Sasuke." Itachi advanced, his hand gripping the blade trembling. I understand. Do not be afraid. Fugaku's voice remained calm. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to your suffering, ours is but a fleeting moment. Even with differing thoughts, I remain proud of you. You are truly a kind child. Suddenly, outside the window, leaves fell gracefully. Itachi wiped away his tears and exited the room. The clouds obscuring the moon were whisked away by the wind, revealing a crimson moon, reminiscent of the blood that stained the ground. Itachi, we have awaited your return for so long. Looking up, he saw Su Ming and Sasuke. Itachi's body trembled. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at them. Ming-san. Su Ming said nothing. When his gaze fell upon Sasuke, he found the latter's expression cold as he softly uttered, "My foolish brother. My foolish brother." Sasuke's youthful voice echoed around, momentarily stunning everyone. Ming-san, why did you bring Sasuke here? Itachi questioned urgently. At this moment, the Uchiha clan was perilously dangerous for both Sasuke and Su Ming. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo could appear at any moment. The bird lost its way on its journey home. I came to guide him back, Su Ming replied. Faced with the sudden appearance of Su Ming and Sasuke, Itachi felt a surge of urgency. Thus, disregarding everything else, his eyes transformed directly into the kaleidoscope Sharingan as he turned his gaze towards Sasuke, intent on assisting him in awakening his Sharingan. However, at the moment Itachi cast his gaze, Sasuke also lifted his head. Yet, his eyes had transformed as well, a vivid crimson hue, the Sharingan. How? Is this even possible? When did Sasuke? Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief, absorbing the entirety of this revelation. Surprised, are you? Sasuke's voice echoed. I had anticipated that my brother would serve as a measure to test my abilities. But, Sasuke shook his head, his meaning unmistakable. Oh, my foolish brother. If you wish to kill me, then harbor your resentment and curses. Then continue to live in wretchedness, and perpetually evade. When I possess eyes akin to yours, I shall stand before you, and take your life. The shock within Itachi was overwhelming and tumultuous, with Su Ming present. Even if he wished to act against Sasuke, he could not. Moreover, he was reluctant to do so. Sasuke's awakening disrupted all his plans. Even at this moment, he found it hard to believe. How could this be? Surprised, are you? A voice emerged from behind Itachi. Turning around, his expression shifted abruptly, for it was none other than Fugaku and Mikoto. Itachi's pupils constricted in shock. Father, mother, how could this be? Fugaku casually moved his body, entirely unbothered. Just moments ago, Itachi had refrained from acting, while the two of them had taken matters into their own hands. Yet, that was merely an act. A fade for Itachi's eyes. Fugaku smiled, directing his gaze towards Su Ming. This was Su Ming's idea. Itachi gazed at Su Ming in confusion. I mentioned it before. The bird returning home had lost its way. I have come to guide it back. Su Ming smiled, gently ruffling Itachi's hair. Itachi, welcome home. Fugaku and Mikoto approached. Standing beside Itachi, I once believed that death could resolve all issues. Yet, Su Ming enlightened me, revealing that it was merely an escape, a burden thrust upon the children. I still possess the strength. Fugaku chuckled lightly. Therefore, as much as possible, I shall shoulder the burdens for both of you brothers. Itachi. Fugaku gazed earnestly at his son, saying, Cast aside the weight upon your shoulders, let your father bear it. When I am too old to carry it, then it shall be yours. After all, I am a man too. Fugaku smiled sincerely at his wife and son. Itachi's gaze trembled as he beheld the scene before him. Tears slid down his cheeks. For the first time, he wept like a child. A true child. In this moment, he was no longer alone. He was Itachi, Uchiha Itachi. The Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Not the solitary figure of the past, the dark operative Itachi. Ming-san, thank you. Itachi sincerely expressed to Su Ming. Su Ming smiled, gently patting Itachi's face. You certainly did not heed my earlier words. Standing outside my door for so long, yet you did not enter. What? Are you disdainful of my inability to assist? As he spoke, Su Ming grasped Itachi's ear and tugged it firmly. Ah, Brother Ming, that hurts. Itachi exclaimed. The Fugaku couple laughed heartily. It turned out they had been mistaken all along. Thank goodness for you, Su Ming. Brother, how was my performance? Sasuke asked Itachi, wearing a proud expression. Sasuke's recent act had genuinely fooled Itachi, and recalling it now made him feel a surge of frustration. He reached out and seized Sasuke's ear, pulling it with force. How bold you are to deceive even your elder brother. You've grown. Ouch, brother. That hurts. Sasuke pleaded for mercy. However, Itachi, who was always gentle with his younger brother, remained resolute, continuing to pull. Moments later, Itachi inquired, "What about our fallen clan members?" Fugaku replied, "You need not worry about them. They were deliberately left behind. For the Uchiha clan to thrive, certain sacrifices must be made. Those stubborn and obstinate members would undoubtedly become a malignancy." Itachi nodded, feeling reassured. "So, what shall we do next?" he asked Fugaku, who then turned his gaze to Su Ming. Su Ming stated, as before, "Fugaku, you and Itachi must not appear in Konoha for the time being. Let the Uchiha of Konoha fade into history." The others nodded in agreement. Su Ming then looked at Sasuke. "Sasuke, it seems you may have to endure some hardships ahead." He swiftly cast a glance at Itachi, who understood his intent. Activating his Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke promptly lost consciousness. Sasuke was an essential bargaining chip in Itachi's dealings with Konoha, undoubtedly attracting their attention, thus meticulous arrangements were necessary. "One more thing," Itachi suddenly interjected. "What about Madara?" "Do not fret," Su Ming reassured him. "There will be those to contend with him. Perhaps he is preoccupied with his own troubles at present." "By the way," Su Ming teased, looking at Itachi, "your little girlfriend should be safe and sound." Instantly, Itachi's face flushed, his demeanor somewhat bashful. In that moment, Su Ming and the others erupted into laughter at Itachi's reaction, creating a scene of harmony. For now, the matters regarding their parents were set aside. "However, Itachi, you must also have a word with the third Hokage regarding Sasuke. Otherwise, it is likely they will grow suspicious." Itachi nodded. "I understand." The group then departed, leaving only the unconscious Sasuke behind amid a sea of corpses. "First, I must express my gratitude for safeguarding the village's peace," Sarutobi said, turning his back to Itachi. "Yet, even now, I regret not having found an alternative solution. I apologize." Itachi lowered his head. "I should be the one apologizing. From now on, Konoha will regard you as a rogue ninja responsible for the massacre of your clan, placing you on the wanted list for pursuit, regardless of life or death. That is only natural. What do you plan to do next?" As he spoke, Sarutobi slightly turned his body, casting a sidelong glance at Itachi. "I have sought assistance from their people," said Shao, "and from now on, I will monitor them to ensure they uphold their vows." Sarutobi nodded, feeling a sense of relief. The Uchiha clan, particularly those possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan, was truly formidable. This outcome appeared to be the most favorable one conceivable at present. Itachi departed. Sarutobi turned to gaze at Itachi's retreating figure, exhaling softly. A hint of ease reflected in his eyes. The Umbu were instructed to proceed to the Uchiha clan. "Minato. Sensei." Obito looked at the apparition of Minato Namikaze before him, astonished. He was both surprised by how the deceased Minato had returned to life and by how he recognized him. "It's been a long time, Obito." Since their encounter amidst the chaos of the Ninetales incident, this was their first meeting. Minato's emotions were complex. He never expected that the one responsible for their demise would be his former disciple. Obito, after a moment of confusion, regained his composure and smirked. "Sensei, have you come to meet your demise?" "I apologize, Obito," Minato replied with sincerity before launching his attack. A light blue chakra sphere materialized in his hand. Rasengan. This A-rank ninjutsu, which he had pioneered, was immensely powerful. At this moment, upon witnessing the Rasengan, Obito could no longer contain his fury. He had fallen victim to this technique twice before, once to Minato and once to Su Ming. And now, it was upon him once more. Kamui. The space-time ninjutsu was activated abruptly. Minato's attack passed through Obito, and as it did, his physical form materialized, allowing Obito's wrathful strike to connect. However, bang. Shadow clone. In the next instant, Minato's figure appeared behind Obito. Flying Thunder God. The pre-placed Flying Thunder God seal activated. Boom. The Rasengan struck Obito with pinpoint accuracy once again, inflicting pain that threatened to overwhelm his senses. Yet at that moment, a figure suddenly emerged, a cold glint sweeping through the air, striking Obito before he could evade. "Father, you are too slow," came Su Ming's voice. With his back to Obito, Su Ming's long sword dripped with blood. Obito was gravely injured, suffering wounds more severe than before. However, before Su Ming could launch another assault, Obito activated Kamui and fled. Su Ming paid him no heed, turning instead to Minato with a teasing remark. "Are you hesitant to take action, or have you simply grown old?" Minato felt a twinge of embarrassment. Being reprimanded by his own son was indeed a rather awkward situation. If you're old, then do not overexert yourself. To alleviate the awkwardness, Minato turned to Su Ming and inquired, "Now that the Uchiha clan is no longer in the spotlight, what shall our next course of action be?" Su Ming replied, "Indeed. The Uchiha clan is no longer in the limelight, for in the future, they shall no longer be the Uchiha of Konoha, but rather, our Uchiha. He cast a glance at Minato Namikaze, saying, "You must understand that Konoha has always treated us in a certain way, and you should also be aware of my thoughts." Minato fell silent, fully cognizant of Su Ming's sentiments. The wounds inflicted upon him and Naruto over the years by Konoha would inevitably demand retribution. The concealment of the Uchiha clan was merely a strategic maneuver in this grand scheme. Konoha is no longer the Konoha it once was. Naruto has grown up, and Konoha must now pay the price. Su Ming's gaze turned icy as he spoke slowly. "Let us go. Considering the time, Hiruzen Sarutobi will be arriving soon. And you must take your leave." "And you?" Minato inquired. "Me?" Su Ming smiled faintly. "With the Uchiha clan fallen, I have become the only remaining threat to Hiruzen Sarutobi. So it is only natural for me to stay and offer him an opportunity. If he refrains from taking action, then I shall assist him." At that moment, within the confines of the Uchiha clan, a group of Umbu had arrived. How cruel. What on earth has transpired? The Umbu, surveying the ground littered with Uchiha corpses, were visibly shocked. Hiruzen Sarutobi approached slowly, commanding, "Protect the survivors." Just then, an Umbu reported, "There is one survivor here." Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to see that it was the unconscious Sasuke. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. "In that case, this matter can be resolved." Danzo stepped forward, adding, "Resolved? Do you not realize that this puts us in a precarious position?" Hiruzen Sarutobi retorted sharply. "Just a minor inconvenience." Danzo shrugged nonchalantly. "Danz, I can no longer tolerate your autocratic behavior." Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression sharpened. "Effective immediately, your position as an advisor to the Hokage is revoked. Take this time to reflect at home." Listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Danzo silently turned away, not uttering a single retort. Once again, he bore the blame. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the blood moon in the sky, accustomed to such circumstances. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, you have always lived in the light, while I dwell in the shadows. This is the very reason I envy the Hokage. If only I were Hokage." He turned his back to Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes flickering with contemplation. At that moment, an Umbu ninja approached. "Third Hokage, the bodies of the Uchiha clan do not match." "Do not match?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The Umbu explained. "All the corpses of Uchiha clan members possessing Sharingan have completely vanished." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze turned fiercely towards Danzo, a spark of anger igniting within him. However, upon noticing the shock mirrored in Danzo's eyes, he realized that this was not the work of Danzo. If not Danzo, then who could it be? Itachi? Danzo was equally astonished. While he had indeed sought the Sharingan of the Uchiha, someone had clearly acted before him. Who could it be? He cast a glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, both individuals were acutely aware that it was not one another. A sense of bewilderment filled their hearts. Sarutobi stated, "Conduct a thorough investigation. Furthermore, from this day forth, Uchiha Itachi, the slayer of his clan, shall be classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. All ninjas dispatched on missions must regard him as an enemy." Understood. At the entrance of Konoha, two root ninjas pursuing Itachi had already been bound by Su Ming. Upon seeing Itachi arriving slowly, Su Ming remarked, "You are rather tardy, Itachi." Itachi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I still fall short compared to you, Ming-san." Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, then pointed to the two bound root ninjas, saying, "Your former subordinates." Itachi nodded, his expression somewhat grim. Stepping forward, he patted Itachi on the shoulder, saying, "They are now your responsibility." Itachi nodded again, drawing his long blade from his waist and swiftly ending the lives of the two ninjas. He then turned to Su Ming and asked, "Ming-san, will you accompany me back?" Su Ming shook his head with a smile, saying, "The downfall of the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly instigate panic within Konoha. The current Konoha needs a hero, and I shall be that hero, akin to the legendary White Fang of yore. I have granted Sarutobi an opportunity. I hope he seizes it wisely. Otherwise, to see Konoha crumble in such a manner would be rather tedious." Su Ming laughed, a grin that resembled that of a demon. Naruto has grown. So what reservations could he possibly have? Konoha, let it be destroyed. The Uchiha clan, annihilated overnight, would surely leave a significant impact on Konoha. After all, the Uchiha clan was a powerful lineage that co-founded the village alongside the Senju clan. Despite Sarutobi's efforts over the years to diminish the influence of these prominent clans, the name Uchiha remained widely recognized. The sudden obliteration of such a formidable clan would undoubtedly capture the villagers' attention. The high-ranking officials of Konoha managed the situation adeptly and swiftly, as if they had rehearsed this scenario numerous times beforehand. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as usual, held a pipe between his lips. Despite the new desk being cluttered with numerous documents, he exhibited no signs of discontent. The conclusion of the Uchiha clan's matter felt akin to the removal of a thorn from his heart, leaving him immensely relieved. At present, there was virtually no one in Konoha capable of posing a threat to him. However, Sarutobi suddenly recalled an uncertain variable, Ming, the adopted son of Minato. Due to Naruto's situation, this adopted son had gradually found himself on opposing sides with Sarutobi, and he possessed remarkable talent. Most importantly, his relationship with Itachi posed a concern. Should he discover that Itachi had acted under Konoha's orders to annihilate his entire clan, one could only speculate what actions he might undertake. At that moment, Sarutobi felt a twinge of headache. Just then, the door was knocked upon, and an umbu wearing a dog mask entered. "What is it?" Sarutobi inquired without lifting his gaze. "Report to the Third Hokage, we discovered 2 corpses of Konoha ninjas during our patrol near the village entrance, along with the unconscious Ming." Ming. Suddenly, Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the informant from the umbu. Indeed, the umbu nodded. It was evident he had sustained grave injuries. In the hands of the unconscious Ming lay a ninja headband, which, without a doubt, belonged to Itachi. Itachi. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. After a moment, he turned to the umbu and commanded, "Take him to the hospital, and remember, this matter must remain confidential." Understood. Once in the hospital, ensure strict surveillance. Inform me immediately of any developments. The umbu departed. In the empty Hokage office, Sarutobi clenched a pipe between his teeth, his brow furrowed in concern. Why had Ming appeared at the village entrance? Was he trying to impede Itachi? Yet, how had he learned of Itachi's whereabouts? Although the situation was perplexing, Sarutobi understood one crucial point. The villagers must never discover this incident. Otherwise, Ming, who had valiantly attempted to thwart Itachi, would undoubtedly gain immense respect within the village. Coupled with his identity as the Fourth Hokage's son, this could pose a significant threat to Sarutobi's position. It must remain concealed. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi chose not to immerse himself in village affairs but instead rose to leave the Hokage office. Ming was admitted to the hospital. Yet this news was kept from everyone. Within the confines of Konoha Hospital, after a brief period of surveillance, the umbu deemed the situation stable and temporarily relaxed their watch. During this time, Sasuke regained consciousness. In truth, he had been awake for some time, but had pretended to be asleep due to the presence of an observer. Now that their watcher had departed, he turned to the unconscious Ming and whispered, "Master, why are you here as well?" The seemingly gravely injured Ming abruptly opened his eyes. "I came to the hospital to pay a visit and, perhaps, play the hero." His voice was robust, betraying no sign of injury. Sasuke was taken aback, completely bewildered. Ming chose not to elaborate further, to obscure the true nature of the Uchiha massacre. All blame would be placed upon Itachi by Sarutobi. In fact, Sarutobi would go so far as to tarnish Itachi's image to elevate himself, exaggerating his own role in the Uchiha incident to enhance his authority and solidify his dominion in Konoha. Such tactics were second nature to Sarutobi. What Ming intended was to kick Sarutobi aside just as he had meticulously arranged everything, allowing himself to bask in the spoils of Sarutobi's cunning. Though the matter was straightforward, Ming worried that Hashirama might not comprehend it. Thus, he decided against further explanation. After all, political machinations were far less enthralling to Hashirama than vying for affection from his beloved. The two conversed for a brief while before footsteps echoed from outside, prompting them both to silence and feign unconsciousness once more. At this juncture, awakening would be premature for either of them. The stage was now set for Sarutobi's performance. Leaving the Hokage's office, he made his way directly to Naruto's home. With Ming absent, it was a crucial moment for instilling ideology in Naruto, a task that Sarutobi excelled at. The will of fire. Every time he recalled it, Sarutobi felt an overwhelming sense of genius within himself. He knocked on the door. Naruto sat at the edge of his bed, his legs dangling. Sarutobi entered. "Naruto, what troubles you? You seem rather despondent. Is your brother not here?" Naruto shook his head, stating that his brother had been gone for quite a while. Sarutobi approached and gently ruffled Naruto's hair. "You should be happy, little one." After patting his head, he withdrew his hand and shook it lightly behind his back. "After all, your parents hoped for you to experience a joyful childhood." What kind of people were my parents? Naruto inquired. This time, Sarutobi did not evade the question, instead gazing intently at Naruto. Your father was an exceptional ninja whom I respected. And your mother was a beautiful woman. They were deeply in love and were my right and left arms back in the day. As he spoke, Sarutobi's lips curled into a warm smile. Naruto seemed to be stirred by emotions, staring directly at Sarutobi. At this moment, Sarutobi continued, in their final moments. Your parents entrusted you to me. I have been preoccupied with Hokage duties, which may have caused me to overlook you. After much contemplation, I have decided to make amends. From now on, I will provide you with more pocket money. Naruto, you must strive to do well. Sarutobi smiled and departed. Little did he know, after his exit, the once innocent Naruto's expression turned cold, reminiscent of Itachi on that fateful day. He secured the door and drew the curtains, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. Darkness gradually enveloped him. Within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails shed its usual languor, adopting a serious demeanor. Before long, Naruto's consciousness entered the sealed domain, where he regarded the Nine-Tails and declared, Nine-Tails, let us merge. I require your power. I must assist my brother. Naruto's gaze was resolute. But my power is too feeble. The Nine-Tails replied, your brother said that when you grow up, he will teach you how to wield my strength, and at that time, you will be formidable. Perhaps even stronger than your brother. However, I do not wish to wait that long. He fixed his eyes on the Nine-Tails and articulated each word with conviction. I am aware that my brother is embarking on a significant endeavor, one that pertains to the village. I know he has been planning this for some time, merely biding his time due to my youth. But now, he has commenced. Brother Hashirama is a good person, and he treats me well. I cannot believe he would ever harm his own kin. If he were to do so, it would be under duress. The only entity capable of such actions is the village, namely, the Third Hokage. When my brother makes a mistake, Hashirama intervenes to stop him. And I feel glad for Hashirama, for he is doing what he believes is right. However, if it were me, I would not intervene. Naruto gazed at Kurama and suddenly broke into laughter. Brother is my son. If he makes mistakes, then I shall embrace those mistakes alongside him. Brother. Whatever he does is right. Observing Naruto's resolute gaze, Kurama tilted his head, deliberately avoiding his eyes. Then, he abruptly exclaimed, wait a moment, and swiftly turned away, seizing the opportunity to wipe away the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. What a sentimental morning. I truly cannot endure this. Nevertheless, considering your sincerity, I shall grant you what you desire. What is impossible for Minato is but a trifling matter for me. Kurama raised his paw, and his chakra flowed ceaselessly into Naruto. In that instant, Naruto began to transform. At the Konoha hospital, Tobirama awoke as anticipated. Upon regaining consciousness, a face twisted with hatred. He immediately activated his Sharingan, startling the Umbu station nearby. Then, out of nowhere, he launched a shuriken with ferocity. Itachi, die. Thud. The shuriken pierced through the wall, narrowly missing the Umbu, yet it sent the operative into a state of shock. Attending to two injured individuals was supposed to be a straightforward task, despite their unique status. The Umbu had not taken it seriously. However, at that moment, he realized his grave error. This is life-threatening. To awaken and attempt murder, what kind of person does that? Is this what the Uchiha are like? Having missed his target, Sasuke withdrew the shuriken, preparing to strike again. Fortunately, the Umbu reacted swiftly, seizing the shuriken from Sasuke's grasp and delivering a forceful blow that sent Sasuke staggering back, all while shouting, Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing? At that moment, Sasuke appeared as if he had just awakened, awkwardly regarding the Umbu. My apologies, I mistook you for my wretched brother in that Umbu attire. The Umbu glared at Sasuke, filled with fury yet understanding a crucial truth. Uchiha Sasuke harbored a profound hatred for his brother. Otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner. Shortly thereafter, Hiruzen learned of Sasuke's awakening. It wasn't long before he arrived. Sasuke, I am deeply pained by the matters concerning your brother, Hiruzen stated. I wish such events had never transpired, yet they were unavoidable. Hatred still lingered in Sasuke's eyes, his crimson tomo glaring unabashedly even in Hiruzen's presence. At least you are alive. The Uchiha's affairs will not implicate you, and you can continue your studies at the Ninja Academy. The village will still nurture you. Rest well. Hiruzen departed, having come solely to ascertain Sasuke's condition. Now convinced there was no issue, he felt a weight lift from his heart. It appeared that the Uchiha clan had indeed been annihilated. What remains to be done is merely to keep Sasuke in check, ensuring his continued service to the village. Sarutobi contemplated his strategies regarding both Sasuke and Naruto. However, he failed to anticipate that after his departure, Sasuke's eyes would revert to their original state, no longer the Sharingan. He had maintained the Sharingan out of uncertainty, fearing that Sarutobi might discern any flaws in his demeanor. Given this, it would be more prudent to employ the Sharingan directly, as Sarutobi would hold no suspicions regarding it. After all, the activation of the Sharingan is not something that can be easily concealed. The room fell into a renewed silence. Sasuke gazed at the unconscious Su Ming beside him. "Master, how long must we remain here? The duration of our stay depends not on us, but rather on Sarutobi's capabilities and when he will manage to resolve matters," Su Ming replied. "Huh?" Sasuke was taken aback. He realized that he recognized each word his master spoke, yet when strung together, their meaning eluded him. "Never mind." Su Ming shrugged, disinclined to elaborate. Explaining such matters to a child would be a futile endeavor. He added, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just go to sleep." "Oh." Sasuke acquiesced. The room then returned to tranquility. Yet, not 2 minutes passed before Sasuke's voice pierced the silence once more. "Master, I miss my brother." "Hold it in," came the response. A minute later, "Master, when can I see my brother?" "Master, does my brother miss me?" "Master," suddenly. Su Ming seized the pillow beside him and pressed it firmly against Sasuke's head. "This brat, why is he so talkative? What are you thinking about? Let me sleep." After 2 or 3 minutes, Sasuke finally fell silent, and Su Ming, satisfied, picked up the pillow, preparing to rest. However, it wasn't long before he heard. Master Su Ming sighed, and with a swift motion, the pillow flew from his hand, striking Sasuke squarely in the face. Meanwhile, within the village of Konoha, a commotion had erupted. The massacre of the Uchiha clan could not remain concealed. The vast area lay desolate, and soon everyone in the village was aware of the tragedy. Among the names that garnered attention were Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo Shimura. Of these three, Itachi was the perpetrator of the clan's slaughter, while Danzo sought to assist Itachi but ultimately failed. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, he endeavored to halt the chaos and prevent further harm to the village. Emerging as a hero, as news spread, the name of the valiant Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated once more throughout the village. Many expressed their admiration, proclaiming that the third Hokage remained formidable, his prowess undiminished. Yet amidst the chorus of praise, a distinct voice arose, declaring, it was not Sarutobi who stopped Itachi, but another. His name is Su Ming. The sound emerged so abruptly that even those whom Sarutobi Hiruzen had meticulously arranged were momentarily taken aback. Not only them, but even Sarutobi himself was rendered speechless upon learning of this development. Its suddenness was overwhelming, and the news spread with astonishing rapidity. Soon, it overshadowed Sarutobi's efforts to thwart Itachi, as the narrative of protecting Konoha transformed into a more widely accepted truth. This was compounded by the revelation of Su Ming's identity as the Fourth Hokage's adopted son. The sacrifice of the Fourth Hokage, who sealed the Nine Tails, was still fresh in the villagers' memories, especially given the extensive devastation wrought by the Nine Tails rampage. The villagers vividly recalled that terrifying period, and there was not a soul who did not harbor fear from those days, when the Fourth Hokage had stood as the village's hero. Thus, the emergence of the Fourth's adopted son's identity seemed to lend even greater credence to the narrative. As the news proliferated, it gained acceptance among most villagers. Bang! In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ashen. Who could it be? He had meticulously calculated that after the Uchiha clan's annihilation, he would not only eliminate a significant threat to the village, but also garner a wave of prestige that would solidify his reign. Yet now, just as he had laid the groundwork for his triumph and anticipated acclaim, Su Ming's name surfaced, eclipsing his prominence and transforming him into the villagers' newfound hero, a young figure, sword in hand, defending the village. The villagers seemed more inclined to believe this narrative, especially given that he was the orphan of a hero. The legendary deeds of the Fourth Hokage had deeply resonated within the community, earning him immense admiration. Although there had been no prior news of the Fourth Hokage having an heir, now, Sarutobi's expression darkened profoundly. He realized he had no chance against Su Ming. This indicated that all his long-planned machinations had merely culminated in creating a wedding gown for Su Ming. Damn it, such a situation seemed to have occurred before. How could this happen again when Su Ming had already fainted? He suddenly perceived that the village was not as simple as he had imagined. It appeared to be slipping from his grasp. With a grim gaze, he ordered the Umbu to investigate the matter thoroughly. However, the situation had spiraled beyond control, intensifying with each retelling. Outside Konoha Hospital, a considerable number of villagers awaited, having learned of Su Ming's presence there, and they surrounded the premises, eager for his discharge. Su Ming's reputation had even surpassed that of the once-renowned Konoha White Fang. When the Umbu relayed the news to Sarutobi, he nearly crushed the pipe he habitually held between his teeth. His eyes narrowed, and his fury escalated, yet there was nothing he could do. The events had surpassed his authority. Inside Konoha Hospital, Sasuke, slowly regaining his strength, cast a worried glance at Su Ming. "Master, those people outside are quite terrifying. Were it not for the Umbu still stationed outside, they might have stormed in long ago." Su Ming chuckled softly. In truth, his reputation was not as formidable as it seemed. However, the consecutive incidents, first with Yun-in and then with Yen-in, had sufficiently pressured Konoha. Although Konoha prides itself as the foremost ninja village, it had proven itself ineffectual during these two recent conflicts. The handling by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had left the villagers exceedingly discontented. They were in urgent need of a strong leader to help restore the village's image. And Su Ming was precisely that person. The previous incident with Yen-in had been covertly suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet this time, everything erupted simultaneously. Perhaps Sarutobi had orchestrated this himself, seeking to bolster his credibility and regain the villagers' trust. Yet, Su Ming smirked. At a critical moment, he had kicked Sarutobi down a peg. It was likely that Sarutobi was seething with frustration at this very moment. Moreover, during such a time, he could not afford to show any anger. He must even express concern for Su Ming, who was hospitalized due to severe injuries. Only by doing so could he maintain his reputation for benevolence. Su Ming slowly gazed out the window, reflecting on the situation. Were such tactics despicable? Perhaps to some extent, but for Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were far from contemptible. It had been the very reason why Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, had met his demise. Su Ming merely employed the same method that had once driven the legendary ninja to his end. However, the roles had reversed this time. The Umbu had been entirely dispatched to ensure the safety of Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi even had to send additional personnel, otherwise, they would not suffice. During this period, Kabuto quietly entered the room. "Sasuke-kun, I didn't expect to find you here." Upon noticing Sasuke, Kabuto greeted him with a smile. "Sasuke, how is it that you're here?" Kabuto beamed, moving directly before Su Ming, and respectfully declared, "Lord Su Ming, the tasks you assigned have been completed." Su Ming nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Observing this scene, Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. In that moment, he realized that Kabuto was indeed a subordinate of his master. His master had orchestrated everything long before. Master. He is truly formidable. In that instant, Sasuke recalled his brother's words when they first met Su Ming. "Perhaps, I shall perish beneath his sword." It seemed his master surpassed even his brother in strength. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly comprehended. Lord Orochimaru has just relayed news that his capable subordinates intend to establish a new ninja village in the land of Rice, near the land of fire. What are your thoughts on this? A ninja village? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily. He had not anticipated that this development would arrive so much sooner than expected. According to the original storyline, Orochimaru's establishment of a ninja village was to occur later. However, due to his own influence, circumstances had shifted. Nevertheless, Su Ming nodded in agreement. Upon learning of Su Ming's agreement, the joy on Do's face was unmistakable, signifying that Lord Su Ming acknowledged their efforts. With a hint of excitement, he implored, "Please, Lord Su Ming, bestow a name upon the new shinobi village." The name for the shinobi village? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming declared, "Let it be called Sound. From this day forth, you shall be known as Sound Shinobi." Do nodded, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. He then withdrew promptly to convey the news to Orochimaru. The forces under Su Ming, including Uchiha, Orochimaru, and Kai Bai, were formidable enough to confront any shinobi village without hesitation. Yet, a smile played upon his lips. "Sarutobi, I still wish to witness your struggle. What I intend to destroy extends far beyond Konoha. Destroying Konoha would suffice to claim Kai Bai's tailed beast bomb, but that would be the simplest and most comfortable death. How could I allow you to perish so easily? The suffering Naruto has endured over the years cannot simply conclude in such a manner. Struggle, fear, Konoha. The fusion between Naruto and Kai Bai required time. Most importantly, Naruto's body was not yet robust enough to withstand the immense chakra emanating from Kai Bai. Even with Kai Bai's wholehearted assistance, the amount of chakra Naruto could manipulate remained merely a fraction of the colossal energy. His current strength barely reached the level of a jonin. Too weak. In the ceiling space, Kai Bai observed Naruto's serious demeanor and cautioned, "Naruto, your desire for power is commendable, but one must not rush. Otherwise, both you and I may be in peril. Naruto nodded. An incident involving the Jinchuriki would equally affect the tailed beast. Observing Naruto's newfound calm, Kaibai reassured him, "Do not be hasty. We shall proceed gradually. I sense that your brother has grander plans. Your primary focus now should be on enhancing your strength. Being overly eager may hinder him, even rendering you a burden. Moreover, while Minato may not be the brightest, his strength is commendable, as he is the one who sealed me." At that moment, Kaibai suddenly recalled something and remarked, "By the way, if you wish to fully harness my chakra, you might consider summoning Minato. He possesses a part of me within him." Upon his resurrection, the other half of Kaibai's soul was released from the Shinigami and resides within Minato. Harnessing Kaibai's chakra could yield significant benefits through Minato. However, Kaibai hesitated, uncertain about Minato's intellect. Yet, there seemed to be no better alternative at present. Naruto agreed. Hashirama did not remain in the hospital for long before returning to his routine. His life resumed its course, albeit with a marked increase in coldness and a lack of mirth. Despite these changes, he remained under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, with every action needing to be reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The situation in Konoha has essentially stabilized, aside from the unwavering and even ascending reputation of Su Ming. There are no other notable events. However, this particular matter has caused considerable distress for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, due to his prolonged absence from visiting Su Ming, some villagers have begun to harbor discontent towards him. Reluctantly, the busy Third Hokage finally managed to carve out some time to visit the hospital and check on this hero of Konoha. Coincidentally, today marks Su Ming's discharge from the hospital. Arriving late, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the throngs of villagers gathered outside the Konoha hospital, his expression turning ashen. He realized he could not even squeeze his way through. The dignified Third Hokage found himself unable to enter this modest establishment. What troubled him most was the memory of the victorious celebration following the Third Great Ninja War, a time when he had never experienced such fervent adulation. Yet now, Su Ming was the object of such acclaim. Silently, Sarutobi clenched his fists, jealousy igniting within him. He envied the villagers who were fervently calling out Su Ming's name, completely disregarding his presence, even though he donned the white Hokage cloak. This time, he did not lower the brim of his hat. Instead, he made an effort to present himself. Yet, no one took notice. Just then, a voice broke through the clamor. Third Hokage. Sarutobi paused, momentarily surprised, then felt a flicker of joy. Finally, someone recognized him. Turning around, he saw a ninja from the Hyuga clan, a girl he recalled to be named Hinata Hanabi. Instantly, Sarutobi found the little girl exceedingly adorable. He smiled gently, revealing his warmest expression. "Is there something you need? Could you please step aside? I wish to see Su Ming-kun. You are blocking my view." Her voice was timid, yet it struck Sarutobi like thunder. At that moment, only one thought echoed in his mind. "I can't believe this. My composure is shattered." Numbly, he moved aside, allowing the little Hyuga girl, her face flushed, to dash toward the crowd, excitedly calling out Su Ming's name. The surrounding atmosphere was vibrant and jubilant, yet Sarutobi felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. The joy of others felt utterly disconnected from him. Their jubilance seemed nothing more than a cacophony. Before long, Sarutobi was finally noticed amidst the throng. As Su Ming approached him, "Third Hokage, I didn't expect you to be here to welcome me." Su Ming beamed with a smile. "But as Hokage, why are you out here? Why not go inside?" As he spoke, Su Ming's sincerity was evident. Sarutobi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In an effort to appear approachable, he had deliberately come without his Umbu guards, yet now, he strained to maintain a smile, attempting to project warmth. "Su Ming, congratulations on your discharge." "Thank you, Third Hokage." Su Ming's demeanor remained genuinely earnest. However, in an instant, that smile ignited a surge of anger within Sarutobi. He instinctively felt the urge to unleash his pent-up frustration. However, the multitude of villagers surrounding him proved to be too much for Sarutobi, who ultimately restrained himself. Perhaps his path of endurance was indeed to endure, a skill in which he excelled. As the villagers gradually dispersed, upon Su Ming expressing his desire to converse with the Third Hokage, they all discreetly vacated the scene, leaving not a single one behind. Sarutobi had previously repeated such sentiments numerous times, yet responses had been scant. In that moment, he felt as though the Hokage was not he himself, but rather Su Ming, this young lad before him. Quite a clever maneuver. Once the crowd had entirely dispersed, Sarutobi turned to Su Ming on the road. Su Ming, unperturbed, did not deny it. He was always forthright, much like when he harbored feelings for a certain girl, boldly inquiring, "Shall we enjoy a bath together at the Konoha hot springs tonight?" Without any hint of hesitation. This trait could indeed be considered a virtue of Su Ming's. Presently, he gazed at Sarutobi and suddenly broke into a grin. "In fact, just a moment ago, I thought that wearing a white robe might be more fitting for the occasion. Naturally, if it bore a number as well, that would be even better." Sarutobi's expression stiffened, his eyes darkening ominously. A white robe, paired with a number, was unmistakably reminiscent of the Hokage's attire. In that instant, even Sarutobi experienced a fleeting illusion that it was Su Ming who was the Hokage and that he was merely a subordinate. Sarutobi's gaze turned frosty as he regarded Su Ming. "Do you wish to challenge the authority of the Hokage?" "Not at all." Su Ming continued to smile. "To be honest, I have little interest in the position of Hokage. I am not skilled in sacrificing myself for others." He looked directly at Sarutobi, articulating each word carefully. "In contrast, I would much prefer to assist others in their demise." "Third Hokage, do you yearn for death?" Beneath the setting sun, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Su Ming's retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity. For the first time, he felt an inability to control the person before him, despite the fact that he was merely 13 years old. In that moment, a sense of frustration washed over him. Yet, one small consolation was that he held no interest in the position of Hokage. Perhaps this could be considered an unexpected blessing. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi found it difficult to settle his thoughts for quite some time. He felt as though a bone was lodged in his throat. Originally, this bone belonged to the Uchiha clan. Small and narrow at the time, albeit uncomfortable, it was manageable. However, at this moment, it felt as if the bone had nearly pierced through his throat, rendering him breathless. Staring at the mountain of paperwork on his desk, Sarutobi let out a weary sigh. Moments later, he summoned a member of the Umbu and instructed him to seek out Danzo. At times, the power lurking in the shadows proved to be far more useful. Though Sarutobi appeared weak, that was merely a fade. When it came to threats against his authority as Hokage, he would stand firm. Even if he hesitated, Danzo would undoubtedly force his hand. The incident with White Fang had been a case in point. Meanwhile, Su Ming walked along the path, inadvertently revealing his thoughts upon encountering Sarutobi. If Sarutobi is not foolish, he will undoubtedly place great importance on him, perhaps even more so than he did on the Uchiha clan. However, when faced with the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi had Itachi as a card to play. In contrast, he possesses no advantageous cards when confronting Su Ming, save for Danzo. Su Ming's candor is indeed disconcerting, to the extent that it instills fear in Sarutobi. Given Su Ming's current stature, should he entertain ambitions for the Hokage position, it would undoubtedly exert immense pressure on Sarutobi. Initially, he envisioned bequeathing the Hokage title to his son upon his retirement. Yet now, when Su Ming spoke those words, they were far from casual. He harbors his own intentions, which leaves Sarutobi feeling uneasy and terrified. This is akin to a thorn lodged in his throat. Though not lethal, it is sufficiently nauseating. Su Ming's objective is not merely to dismantle Konoha. He requires a strategic approach. Those who aspire to great ambitions are seldom straightforward. After his encounter with Sarutobi, Su Ming did not return directly. Instead, he meandered through the streets and turned into a flower shop, Yamanaka Flower Shop. The proprietor, Yamanaka Kaichi, is relatively obscure compared to his daughter, Yamanaka Ino, who is far more renowned. At least, Su Ming remembers her name. Upon entering the shop, the first thing he noticed was a girl with golden hair. She was quite charming, yet what captivated him most was her slender waist. Su Ming recalled that after graduating from the Ninja Academy, Ino was the only one who wore her ninja headband tied around her waist. Noticing someone had entered, Ino lifted her gaze slightly. "Is there something you need?" Upon recognizing Su Ming, she momentarily froze, then suddenly displayed a bashful demeanor. "Are you Lord Su Ming?" Su Ming smiled. "Indeed, I am. I wish to purchase some flowers." "What kind of flowers would you like?" Perhaps having never seen Su Ming up close before, Ino's breath quickened. For a young girl, especially one in the throes of youthful admiration, someone like Su Ming would undoubtedly become an object of her affections. Not only Ino, but other girls felt the same way. Su Ming, oblivious to Ino's fluster, pondered for a moment before replying. "Flowers suitable for a hero." "A hero? Are you giving them to someone special?" "Yes," Su Ming nodded. "They are for a hero named Hatake Sakumo." "Hatake Sakumo?" Ino was momentarily taken aback, completely unfamiliar with the name. Under Sarutobi's deliberate efforts, the legacy of White Fang had long been suppressed. Now, apart from the older generation of ninjas, few knew of this once great hero of Konoha. Nevertheless, she thought to herself that since Lord Su Ming referred to him as a hero, he must indeed be an extraordinary figure. Ino selected red flowering dogwood, also known as the hero's flower, which was perfectly suited for a hero. Su Ming accepted the flowers from Ino's hand, yet when it came time to pay, he inadvertently offered more than necessary. Just as Ino began to realize this and intended to return the excess, Su Ming gently plucked a yellow flower from a nearby cluster and tucked it into her hair. "This flower suits you beautifully," he remarked before departing, as ephemeral as the wind, leaving no trace behind. However, a blush crept up the girl's neck, gradually enveloping her entire being. She gazed at the yellow bloom swaying gently in the breeze, suddenly perceiving him as breathtakingly exquisite. Su Ming made his way to the cemetery. Not to the well-known public graveyard, but to a secluded corner where a solitary, modest grave lay. This was the resting place of the legendary White Fang. Before the grave stood a young ninja wearing a mask. Today marked the anniversary of White Fang's death. Su Ming placed the flowers before the grave, and Kakashi turned his head, momentarily taken aback. "I have come to pay respects to a hero," he stated succinctly. Kakashi simply replied, "Thank you." The two maintained a profound silence throughout their encounter. There was no need for excessive words between men. As they prepared to part, Su Ming deliberately inquired, "How do you feel?" Kakashi understood the implication and responded, "Quite well. I believe that the swordsmanship truly suits me." He added, "After all, I am Hatake Sakomo's son." As he spoke, Su Ming locked eyes with Kakashi, noting the trimmer yet unwavering resolve within them. It seemed he had come to terms with his past. Su Ming nodded, affirming, "I will ensure justice for White Fang." Kakashi hesitated, his brows furrowing as he replied, "That may affect you. If it is for my sake, there is no need to go to such lengths." A light chuckle escaped Su Ming's lips. "I never realized you had such thick skin. Has this recent period of training been particularly intense?" Kakashi glanced at him, his eyes silently conveying that he had taken a page from Su Ming's book, though he refrained from voicing it. Understanding, Su Ming remarked, "If that is the case, I suppose I am half your mentor. Speaking of which, once a teacher, always a wait." Kakashi interjected abruptly. "It's fine. I won't take advantage of you. Just call me half a disciple." Su Ming continued, "Kakashi, what does it mean to be half of your father?" Ultimately, Kakashi sighed, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. He stated, "The higher-ups in Konoha will not allow you to act on this." Su Ming shook his head, asserting, "That is their concern. What I intend to do is my own choice." He stepped forward, declaring, "I have always held great respect for White Fang. His story deserves a complete understanding. My time is limited, and as I mentioned earlier, I regard myself as an equal to White Fang. As an elder, I feel compelled to remind you, Kakashi. White Fang is watching over you. Do not let him down. You are his son. Make him proud." Kakashi shuddered slightly as Su Ming departed. When Danzo stepped into the Hokage's office, a sense of pride washed over him. After all, it was just a short while ago that he had been dismissed from his position as an advisor to the Hokage. Now, in such a brief span of time, Sarutobi had summoned him back, signifying that Sarutobi was indeed reliant on him. Danzo even contemplated the possibility of leveraging this situation to demand greater authority. However, upon observing Sarutobi's furrowed brow, he dismissed the thought. "What troubles you?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes with seriousness. "Our predicament has arrived," Sarutobi replied. "Predicament?" Danzo was taken aback. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated, leaving no threats to Sarutobi. Yet, midway through his thoughts, Danzo abruptly halted. A sudden realization struck him. There was indeed someone who still posed a threat to Sarutobi, himself, Shimura Danzo. Could it be that Sarutobi had summoned him with intentions of confronting him? Danzo's vigilance heightened. Nonetheless, Sarutobi paid no heed to Danzo's unease. Much like the villagers of that day, who only saw Sume and not him, Danzo's lips twitched, discomfort gnawing at him. "White Fang," Sarutobi suddenly remarked, his tone reflecting a more formidable presence than that of the original White Fang. In that moment, Danzo comprehended who Sarutobi was truly concerned about. Sume, the adopted son of the Fourth Hokage. "I had warned you," Sarutobi continued, "that taking measures against him early would have prevented any issues." Danzo pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache emerge. This was the same refrain he had heard countless times, whenever a prodigy emerged in Konoha. Danzo would always echo such sentiments. Of course, Sarutobi had once lent an ear, until one fateful day when Danzo mentioned Asuma's name, after which Sarutobi had ceased to trust him. Now, the situation was different. Once Danzo had calmed and thoroughly assessed the circumstances, he fell into silence. After a long pause, he spoke. "He is now 13 years old. his strength rivaling that of Itachi. Moreover, he lacks a bloodline limit, which may hinder his ascent to Itachi's level. The real challenge lies in his esteemed reputation within the village. Thus, we must first address his notoriety. Sarutobi observed, his interest peaked. In matters of conspiracy, he was indeed no match for Danzo. Seeing Sarutobi's intrigued demeanor, Danzo felt a surge of satisfaction, his spirits lifting. Regarding White Fang, I orchestrated a scheme, attributing his mission failure to his demise. We can adopt a similar approach with Sume, Danzo proposed. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, signaling Danzo to elaborate. We can assist in amplifying his reputation. He relies on his standing within the village as a shield, thus making him difficult to touch. We shall bolster his acclaim until it reaches its zenith. However, at the pinnacle, a blemish must emerge. Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smile. What do you suppose would transpire then? Sarutobi's gaze shifted. From such heights, even the smallest of blemishes would be magnified beyond measure. A nefarious villain, notorious for his misdeeds, may one day perform an act of kindness, and in that moment, he shall be lauded by many. This is akin to the prodigal son returning home or laying down the butcher's knife. Conversely, a paragon of virtue, who has dedicated his life to good deeds, may find himself vilified by the masses for the slightest transgression. Such is the nature of humanity. Water can buoy a boat, yet it can also capsize it. The very forces that elevate him, prestige, reputation, and the villagers of Konoha, can just as easily bring about his downfall, perhaps even leading to irreparable ruin. Sarutobi, suppressing his shock, nodded in agreement, though inwardly he harbored disdain for this cunning individual, resolved to remain vigilant. He acknowledged Danzo's arrangements, influenced by the overwhelming pressure brought forth by Su Ming. The more indifferent Su Ming appeared, the more apprehensive Sarutobi became. Upon returning home, Su Ming encountered Naruto clad in a tailed beast cloak, eliciting a faint smile. The attire suits you well, he remarked, causing Naruto's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. I am indeed strong, he protested, albeit bashfully. Indeed, Su Ming responded, playfully pinching Naruto's cheek, likening him to a little fox. Given Su Ming's current prowess, Naruto's abilities were reminiscent of that of a small fox. Although he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto's physique was still too frail to harness a significant amount of the beast chakra. However, a swifter solution existed. Do you wish to become stronger, Naruto? Su Ming inquired. Yes, Naruto replied almost instantaneously. Then that is all that matters, Su Ming stated, contemplating a simple yet fitting approach for Naruto. Sage mode, derived from Mount Myaboku. However, Jiraiya's whereabouts were uncertain. Since their last encounter with Pain, he seemed to have become somewhat erratic, likely off on futile pursuits. The once steadfast disciple had undoubtedly changed. In the ever-fluctuating realm of humanity, nothing remains constant. Despite Jiraiya's absence, entry into Mount Myaboku was not without alternatives. After all, Minato was still present. The contract with the Toads had also been established with him, thereby rendering Jiraiya's presence unnecessary for Naruto to learn Sage Mode. Su Ming promptly communicated with Kurama, urging him to summon Minato. Initially, Kurama had intended to call Minato for training, and though Naruto was in agreement, he hesitated to finalize the decision. Now, with Su Ming's encouragement, a golden flash heralded Minato's arrival. What brings you here, my sons? Minato inquired, gazing at his two offspring. Su Ming rolled his eyes, retorting, Is it not permissible to summon you for a casual visit? Of course it is, Minato conceded, feeling somewhat helpless against his two sons. However, the term casual visit felt rather awkward. Before Minato could ponder further, Su Ming interjected, You must have a means to access Mount Myaboku, correct? Wolfing Watergate nodded and asked, Su Ming, do you wish to learn the art of spiritual communication? Absolutely not. Su Ming promptly interjected. The frog is simply too hideous for me to consider. A moment of awkward silence ensued. Then you are. Su Ming pointed towards Naruto, suggesting they head to Myaboku Mountain. The Sage Mode is most fitting for Naruto, and upon mastering it, he would better endure the chakra of the Nine Tails. Watergate understood but still harbored concerns. Is it not too early for Naruto to learn Sage Mode? Given his youth? Su Ming pondered briefly. It is not too early. However, for safety's sake, let us provide Naruto with this. With that, he retrieved a blue vial from the system's space. What is this? Watergate asked, taken aback. A substance to enhance a man's strength, a supplement for Naruto. Su Ming replied with a mysterious smile. The blue vial prominently bore the characters, Kidney Treasure. Naruto departed, taking the kidney treasure with him. Upon seeing the small blue bottle, Naruto paused momentarily, while Watergate regarded it thoughtfully, his gaze shifting, lost in contemplation. Of course, The kidney treasure produced by the system was not the genuine article, but rather a form of buff enhancement. Su Ming's rationale for giving it to Naruto was to expedite his understanding of Sage Mode. With the aid of the kidney treasure, Naruto's comprehension would be significantly accelerated. As Naruto embarked on his first journey away from home, he felt more apprehensive than excited. Nestled in Watergate's embrace, he pondered anxiously. Am I to be abducted? Meanwhile, Watergate wore a proud expression. He recalled how, during his courtship of Kushina, his posture had been quite similar to this. Back then, Kushina had swooned beneath his handsome visage, and though the person had changed, surely Naruto would also appreciate his father's charm. However, reality proved otherwise. Naruto squinted against the wind, struggling to keep his eyes open, but as the scenery ahead sharpened into focus, he suddenly shrieked, "Ah, a tree. Dad, quick, dodge. We're going to crash into it." Watergate reacted, but was still a moment too late. Thud. Both bodies tumbled to the ground. Rubbing his head in pain, Naruto looked at Watergate, who was likewise nursing his head, and asked, "Dad, are you even capable? Perhaps I should carry you?" "No need. I can manage." Watergate insisted resolutely. It would be quite embarrassing if his son had to carry him. Naturally, this was merely a minor incident. Watergate's speed was astonishingly swift. Before long, the duo arrived at Miyaboka Mountain, where Naruto was to commence his training in Sage Mode. At home, only Su Ming and Jumaro remained, with Naruto gone. The atmosphere felt significantly quieter. Neither Su Ming nor Jumaro was particularly fond of conversation. Su Ming found it unnecessary. Or perhaps he was simply too indifferent to engage in dialogue. In the shadows of his existence, Junmalu had yet to acclimate to the brightness of the world. Nevertheless, he had excelled in domestic chores, managing to plump up Naruto during Su Ming's absence. While he focused solely on recuperating, he neglected his daily responsibilities. Upon checking the system template, Su Ming discovered that the progress of the second template had reached 19.6, indicating that he could unlock the next template that very day. After a casual splash of cold water on his face, he picked up his sword and swung it, even in a seemingly casual motion. Su Ming's swordsmanship exuded an innate elegance, as if the blade had melded with his very being. It was no longer merely a sword, but an extension of his arm. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing today's daily tasks. Reward. First template progress increased by 0.5. Second template progress increased by 0.6. Ding. The second template's progress has reached 20. You may now unlock the next template. Would you like to draw? Yes. Without hesitation, he opted to proceed. The new template promised new abilities, the very foundation upon which he could establish himself in the ninja world, a weapon with which to protect those dear to him. The extraction process commenced. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the third template, Immortal Demon Body. Kai. Boom. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a tall and handsome figure materialized within Su Ming's consciousness. Clad in blue armor, he emanated an aura of coldness and ruthlessness. Within his form resided immense power, every movement capable of instilling fear into the hearts of adversaries. This was the essence of the Immortal Demon Body. Some referred to him as the Emperor Kai, while others called him Father Kai. In that moment, Su Ming felt the formidable strength coursing through him, gradually infusing his being. It was the power of the demon. Buzz. The sword trembled. Su Ming's short, golden hair elongated and transformed into a cascade of white. The chilling essence of the demon's power enveloped him. With a single step, the ground cracked beneath him, as fragile as tofu, his foot penetrating it effortlessly. In that instant, Su Ming comprehended the capabilities of this new template. It bore similarities to Sage Mode. However, this was not Sage Mode, but rather the demon body. Endowed not only with power, but also with extraordinary vitality, the essence of demonic strength. The purpose of embracing this power was not for slaughter, but to better safeguard those he cherished. As he relinquished the demon body, everything returned to its original state, bathed in sunlight once more. Turning, he spotted Junmalu cowering in a small corner, curled up in fear. His eyes reflected sheer terror. Su Ming approached and gently patted his head. In that moment, Junmalu appeared as docile as a kitten. "What is the matter? Why you're so terrifying?" Junmalu stammered, his voice trembling, revealing his deep-seated fear. Su Ming had not anticipated that a mere subtle display of the demon body's power could impose such an overwhelming sense of dread upon Junmalu. Thus, one can discern the formidable nature of the magical body. After a brief interval, Jummaru quieted down. The fear in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he began to accept the reality of this immense power. When the magical body manifested earlier, Su Ming distinctly felt the colossal strength within him, yet now, there were no suitable targets for practice, which was somewhat regrettable. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Turning around, he saw the figure of Kabuto, who, slightly out of breath, bowed respectfully to Su Ming and said, "Lord Su Ming, Lord Orochimaru has arrived and wishes for you to assess the quality of his subordinates." "All right." Su Ming nodded, acknowledging the message. Ever since that incident, Kabuto had become quite obedient and courteous, a commendable transformation indeed. Grasping Junmaru's hand, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two arrived at the concealed location of the Uchiha clan. Upon their arrival, Su Ming immediately heard excited voices. "Ming-san!" Itachi exclaimed, his face radiant with enthusiasm. "It's been a long time." Su Ming smiled gently, and then glanced at Izumi, who appeared shy. Dressed in casual attire rather than her ninja uniform, presenting a somewhat domestic demeanor. Behind them stood Fugaku, and, beside him, Orochimaru. Accompanying Orochimaru were the other four members of the Sound Ninja Five, although Junmaru remained with Su Ming. The four displayed a somewhat arrogant demeanor, likely underestimating Su Ming due to his age. Orochimaru greeted, "It has been a while, Su Ming-kun." Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from lengthy pleasantries, and turned to Junmaru with a light chuckle, saying, "Junmaru, I leave those four to you. Enjoy yourselves for a while." With that, he approached Fugaku and the others, not sparing a glance at the four. Instantly, their anger flared, and as they contemplated striking, Junmaru stepped forward to block their path. With his bone sword drawn and a calm expression, he declared, "You are facing me. He's just a child. We offer you the opportunity to surrender. Don't claim we are bullying you afterward." One of the four, Doya, retorted, "I have no intention of bullying a child, so it would be best if you conceded." Kentamaru added. Though the remaining two did not speak, their intent was clear. Junmaru maintained his stoic demeanor. However, in the next moment, he suddenly moved, appearing before Kentamaru, and with a swift motion of his bone sword, aimed directly at his vital point. Yet, just as he was about to strike, he recalled Su Ming's words to play longer. He adjusted the direction of his sword, targeting Kentamaru's shoulder instead. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced flesh, blood splattering forth. Junmaru retreated, casting a cold glance at the four. After a brief moment, he surveyed them again, then glanced at his long sword and shook his head slightly. In an instant, the bone sword transformed, becoming a short blade. The implication was clear. He would not wield an unfamiliar weapon, for they surely would not be able to withstand him any longer. Junmaru's actions thoroughly infuriated the four. Kidamaru exclaimed, "You ambushed me just now. I was careless." Junmaru offered no reply, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear with a short sword, swiftly severing Kidamaru's towering hair. In that moment, Kidamaru felt a chilling breeze on his scalp. Upon touching it, he realized he had gone bald. His face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze with fury. Retreating, Junmaru pondered for a moment before sheathing his bone sword, choosing to forego weapons. He addressed the four, "Why not all come at me together? I believe this way. The fight might last a bit longer. If not, I can fight you with one hand tied behind my back." Meanwhile, Su Ming and the others, including Fayek and Orochimaru, departed. Itachi appeared visibly agitated. Even before his father, he struggled to maintain his composure. Fayek sighed and inquired of Su Ming, "How is Sasuke faring?" Itachi paused, sensing he had overlooked something. "He's doing quite well," Su Ming replied. Itachi warned the higher-ups of Konoha before departing. For now, Sasuke is still of great value to them, and as long as he refrains from misdeeds, they will not trouble him. "That's a relief," Fayek nodded, feeling a weight lift from his heart. With Sasuke unharmed, a significant burden had been eased. "What shall we do next?" Fayek asked, well aware that Su Ming's rescue of them was not merely a fleeting whim. There were deeper motives at play, particularly concerning Itachi. Su Ming cast a glance at Fayek, unreservedly stating, "I intend to strike at Konoha." Upon hearing this, Fayek narrowed his eyes, his expression betraying an air of realization. Izumi, sensing the gravity of the conversation, discreetly withdrew, leaving space for the men. Itachi remained momentarily stunned before turning to find Izumi. Now, only three remained: Su Ming, Orochimaru, and Fayek. Upon receiving the news of an impending strike on Konoha, Orochimaru excitedly licked his lips, clearly intrigued. "When do you plan to act, Su Ming?" Orochimaru inquired. "Soon. Once Naruto masters the power of the Nine Tails, we will be ready to move," Su Ming replied. The Nine Tails. The other two were taken aback by this revelation. Fayek's eyes widened in shock, while Orochimaru's excitement was barely containable. The prospect of employing the Nine Tails against Konoha was a rare opportunity, and Orochimaru had further ambitions in mind. I possess remnants of the first and second Hokage's bodies. I could utilize Edo Tensei to summon them, which would greatly aid us in our endeavor against Konoha. Su Ming smiled, inwardly acknowledging the truth of Orochimaru's intentions. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had indeed summoned the first and second Hokages to confront Konoha, compelling Hiruzen Sarutobi to resort to the Reaper Death Seal, sacrificing his life in the process. Now, however, Orochimaru had the capability to summon not only the first and second, but also the fourth Hokage. The situation had become significantly more intriguing. Upon hearing the terms Edo Tensei, along with the names of the first and second Hokage, the astonishment of Fugaku was beyond imagination. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was well aware of the existence of this forbidden technique. However, he never anticipated that someone would still wield such a power in the present day. The summoning of the first and second Hokage to obliterate Konoha, the heart of the third Hokage, must be in utter turmoil. Yet, Fugaku felt a sense of relief that he had not crossed paths with Su Ming. Otherwise, if he were to join forces with Orochimaru to summon Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan would be doomed. As this thought crossed his mind, Fugaku's expression shifted, and he suddenly became animated. I have an idea. His unexpected enthusiasm left both Su Ming and Orochimaru momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the source of his fervor. Fugaku turned to Orochimaru and inquired, "Does Edo Tensei require a portion of the deceased's body for the resurrection?" Orochimaru nodded, still perplexed. "I know where we can find the remains of Sarutobi Hiruzen." Upon utterance of this statement, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to two brilliant light bulbs. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with a singular thought. What a proposal! Summoning Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to have him and Uchiha Sasuke confront Sarutobi Hiruzen? Just imagine Uchiha Sasuke resting a hand on Asuma's shoulder, saying, "Brother, you're still impressive." The sheer thought of such a familial reunion would surely shatter Hiruzen's composure. Contemplating this heartwarming scene, Su Ming found himself silently praying for Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was genuinely intrigued. Su Ming had not expected that a seemingly composed individual like Fugaku could harbor such cunning ideas. The reputation of the Uchiha clan was indeed well-deserved. Fugaku then took Orochimaru to seek out Minato Namikaze, and they departed together. Upon their return, not long after, their faces bore expressions that were difficult to articulate. Su Ming could only shake his head in exasperation. However, another thought struck him. Since the goal was to annihilate Konoha, and with Naruto's mastery of the Nine Tails power expected to take little time with the aid of Shinbao, it was the perfect opportunity to resurrect Kushina. When the fireworks went off, it was essential for the family to be whole. Su Ming sought out Orochimaru, who, along with Jiraiya, accompanied him in the search for Asuma's remains. They also encountered Jiraiya, who was in pursuit of Pain's whereabouts, and brought him along. After hearing Su Ming's intentions, Orochimaru nodded in agreement, and the resurrection commenced. The revival of Kushina proceeded smoothly. With a flash of light, her flowing red hair materialized, and she appeared. However, upon opening her eyes and seeing Minato, along with Jiraiya by his side, her expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, she was before Minato, delivering a resounding punch to his head. "Minato, did you sneak a peek in the women's bath?" Su Ming could only facepalm in resignation. Konoha's reputation for scandalous affairs was indeed well known. "Mother, please exhibit some restraint," Su Ming implored with a hint of exasperation. "Indeed. My dear wife, do hold back. There are so many people around," echoed the words of Minato Namikaze. At that moment, Kushina finally took note of her surroundings and offered an awkward smile. In her moment of carelessness, she had inadvertently revealed her lack of decorum. Ahem. Kushina cleared her throat twice and discreetly pulled Su Ming aside, whispering, "What is happening here?" Su Ming had no choice but to recount the entire situation. Naturally, having resolved to obliterate Konoha, he withheld no details regarding Naruto's plight. Upon hearing of Naruto's tribulations, Kushina's fury became uncontrollable, erupting forth. "How dare you, Sarutobi? We sacrificed to protect Konoha, and this is how he treats my son?" Thud. In her agitation, she inadvertently struck Minato once more. Oh. At this, Orochimaru, Fugaku, and Jiraiya instinctively distanced themselves from Kushina. Observing her fervent demeanor, Su Ming felt a pang of nostalgia. If only Kushina were truly alive, Naruto's childhood would have undoubtedly been filled with joy. Kushina would never allow Naruto to endure any harm. She would have been the quintessential mother. So devoted that if Naruto aspired to become Hokage, she would unceremoniously kick Minato off his pedestal without a second thought. Sometimes, destiny unfolds in the most extraordinary ways. Naruto was deprived of such experiences. Yet, fortunately, there remains a chance to amend the past. Gazing at Kushina, Ming smiled with genuine delight. Welcome back, dear mother. Within the village of Konoha, an inexplicable fervor arose, causing the discussion surrounding Ming to diminish only to surge once more. In an instant. If there were one name that resonated throughout Konoha, it was undoubtedly Ming, not the Hokage. This burgeoning admiration, rather than inciting jealousy in the Hokage, was met with encouragement from Hiruzen Sarutobi, who not only refrained from quelling it, but frequently lauded Ming in public forums. Consequently, in this atmosphere, Ming's reputation within Konoha had escalated to an extraordinary level, so much so that even the slightest blemish would be magnified, becoming common knowledge among the populace. Before long, the record of his failed mission was laid bare before all. Influenced by those with ulterior motives, a chorus of condemnation arose. For a ninja, the execution of missions is paramount. Failure to accomplish them inevitably leads to repercussions. The villagers remained oblivious to the truth. Only aware that Ming had not fulfilled his mission, unaware that he had chosen to save the village instead. They had no need for such knowledge. Fame breeds jealousy. Although life may seem tranquil, when the opportunity arises to tarnish his reputation, many would seize it with fervor. Such was the fate of White Fang. Thus, within a mere half-day, Ming's heroic reputation transformed into that of a failure who had not fulfilled his mission. During this ordeal, the third Hokage remained silent. However, as the tide of criticism escalated, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forth, vowing to provide the villagers with a satisfactory explanation. In an instant, his reputation soared, as the achievements previously attributed to Ming were swiftly transferred to Sarutobi. Indeed, he dispatched ninjas to Ming's residence, only to discover it utterly deserted. Upon receiving this report, Sarutobi could no longer remain seated and hastened to Naruto's home, yet he uncovered no traces. It was as if Ming had vanished into thin air. At that moment, 3 words echoed in Sarutobi's mind: Flying Thunder God. His countenance darkened, a visage of despair. The next moment, Ming was branded an SS-ranked rogue ninja for allegedly absconding with the Jinchuriki. This marked the first instance of a rogue ninja surpassing the S rank in Konoha's history, a testament to Sarutobi's fury. The Jinchuriki served as the village's secret weapon, a formidable deterrent against rival villages. Yet now, the Jinchuriki had seemingly disappeared right under Sarutobi's nose. Shortly thereafter, as Asuma's injuries healed, he and Sarutobi reviewed the information and suddenly realized that the one responsible for the chaos was none other than Orochimaru and the child from Ming's household. In that instant, Sarutobi's animosity towards Ming reached its zenith. In his exasperation, he began to surveil Sasuke as well. Chaos engulfed Konoha. Meanwhile, after consulting with Ming, Kabuto received directives to further tarnish Ming's reputation. Shortly after a clandestine meeting with Irika, the latter, in his capacity as Ming's brother's teacher, publicly denounced him, leading to a cacophony of condemnation. Yet, no one could locate him. In the new Uchiha clan territory, Itachi sat beside Ming, perplexed. Ming-san, why would you intentionally sully your own reputation? Ming replied, reputation is only valuable when one cares for it. If one is overly concerned, it not only fails to protect but can also become a liability. Conversely, when one is indifferent to it, it transforms into a potent weapon in one's hands. Sarutobi believes he can destroy me in this manner, yet he underestimates the baselessness of the slander he seeks to employ. What I wield is the true instrument of power. Tell me, when the first and second Hokage confronted him, questioning the fate of the Senju clan, would the villagers of Konoha trust Sarutobi, or would they place their faith in us? As Ming spoke, a smile graced his lips, imbued with the confidence of holding all in his grasp. The thoughts of those foolish commoners are inconsequential, he asserted. In any case, their fate has long been sealed. Their fate was sealed from the moment they treated Naruto in that manner, destruction. Not long after, news arrived from Minato Namikaze that Naruto could emerge from his seclusion. Utilizing a special tonic, Naruto swiftly mastered the Sage Mode. Upon acquiring this new power, he hurried back. However, upon his return, before he could even see Ming, he was whisked away by Kushina. That night, late into the evening, outside the house, Minato gazed at the flickering lights within, a look of envy upon his face, followed by a deep sigh. He observed as the lights shone brightly, only to fade into darkness soon after. Kushina cradled Naruto, and Ming fell into a deep slumber. Minato, however, lacked the courage to enter the house, for he was profoundly intimidated by Kushina. In truth, Minato's strength far surpassed that of Kushina, yet fear is, in many ways, a form of love. Out of love, he embraced all of her flaws. Naruto slept soundly, nestled in Kushina's embrace, as gentle as a kitten. Tears trickled slowly from the corners of his eyes while he slept. Kushina tenderly wiped them away, her movements delicate as if any force might rouse him from his dreams. Outside, in the biting wind, Minato donned his Hokage cloak, the fabric flapping vigorously in the breeze. Yet, he wrapped it tightly around himself, careful not to disturb his sleeping wife and child. It was indeed a woeful situation. Summing typically rose early, but upon awakening, he found Kushina was already absent. As he stepped out, the rich aroma of food wafted through the air, piquing his curiosity. He pondered, the Uchiha clan did not usually rise so early to prepare meals. Apart from the Uchiha clan, there were no others residing here. Could it be Orochimaru? Taken aback, he mused. Surely such a change in demeanor would not accompany a change in gender. Following the enticing scent, Summing proceeded and soon beheld Kushina. Her vibrant red hair a flurry of activity as she busily prepared an array of dishes, both familiar and unfamiliar. Astonished, Summing observed the sheer volume of food, enough to rival a grand imperial banquet. Mother, have you pillaged an entire ninja village for these ingredients? He wondered aloud. But upon realizing that Kushina remained oblivious to his presence, he sighed in exasperation. At that moment, Kushina noticed Summing and, with a hint of apology, explained, I was unsure of what Naruto would like, so I thought it best to prepare a variety. All right, it's more than enough, Summing replied, bemused, knowing full well that even Kurama could not consume it all. I'll go wake Naruto. With that, he left the kitchen. However, upon exiting, he encountered Minato, who had returned via the Flying Thunder God technique, arms laden with a considerable amount of ingredients. Minato's face turned awkward upon seeing Summing. Good morning, he greeted. Summing merely shrugged, ignoring him as he proceeded on his way. In the morning light, the family of four joyfully shared their breakfast together. After the meal, Naruto proudly showcased his newly acquired Sage Mode, much to Kushina's delight. In her excitement, she playfully chided Minato with a few gentle slaps, reproaching him for not resurrecting her sooner, which would have allowed her to care for Naruto earlier. As for whether Minato would resort to the impure world reincarnation, such matters were irrelevant. The fault lay solely with him. The family shared a warm and joyful moment together. Before long, Orochimaru arrived, seeking Su Ming. News from Konoha had reached him through Kabuto. The situation in Konoha had become chaotic, following Su Ming and Naruto's disappearance. The third Hokage had fallen into a state of near desperation. Amidst this turmoil, Danzo had seized a portion of power, and his rude organization began a rigorous investigation into several prominent clans. The Hyuga clan, in particular, received special scrutiny. The clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, had been captured, along with his two daughters and Niji, who were all placed under strict watch. Furthermore, a warning was issued. If Su Ming did not reveal himself soon, the Hyuga clan would face punishment for harboring a traitor. The justification was their alleged protection of a rogue ninja. As Orochimaru conveyed this information, he observed Su Ming's reaction, stating, Sarutobi-sensei likely intends to use the Hyuga clan to lure you out. He must have made considerable preparations. It would be wise for us to weather this storm. Su Ming shook his head. There is no need for such caution. If Sarutobi desires my presence, I shall oblige. However, I am uncertain if he can withstand my arrival. A confident smile graced Su Ming's face. You, Sarutobi, have drawn me into your trap, and I am aware of your schemes. I fear no machinations. In the face of absolute power, all plots are rendered futile. With that, Su Ming departed alone. He chose not to bring anyone with him, understanding that strength must be revealed at the opportune moment. Revealing it too early would only cause the enemy to abandon their struggle, robbing him of the joy of battle. Sarutobi, have you ever experienced despair? With a flicker of the Flying Thunder God technique, Su Ming's figure materialized in Konoha. The moment he appeared, he was spotted by patrolling Umbu, and in an instant, several Umbu ninjas surrounded him. Despite their encirclement, they hesitated to strike. Su Ming moved slightly, and the Umbu tensed, their bodies quivering. No need to be anxious. I merely wish to stretch, he said with a smile, then leisurely yawned before their watchful eyes, exuding an air of relaxation. Enough games. Take me to see Sarutobi. The leading Umbu nodded and guided Su Ming onward. In the Hokage's office, upon seeing Su Ming, Sarutobi's rage surged, and he bellowed. Where have you hidden Naruto? Faced with the furious Hokage, any ordinary person would have been intimidated by the overwhelming aura of power. Yet Su Ming felt no fear. In fact, he almost found it amusing. Was the third Hokage truly terrifying? No. To Su Ming, it was merely the rage of impotence. Naruto is in a splendid place. He enjoys it there. Su Ming, you are playing with fire. With a resounding thud, Sarutobi slammed his palm onto the table, rising to his feet in a fit of rage. Su Ming, however, wore an indifferent expression, pondering the will of fire as merely a playful dance with flames. Unbeknownst to him, what did the third Hokage think of his interpretation of this fiery resolve? A smile danced upon his lips as he spoke. The pride of Sarutobi, after all, lay in this very will of fire. Yet, upon hearing Su Ming's perception of it, he was left at a loss for words, consumed by fury. I shall ask you once more, where have you concealed Naruto? Sarutobi demanded, his voice laced with intensity. He is my brother, and I possess the right to take him elsewhere, Su Ming retorted. But he is also a Jinchuriki of Konoha, regardless of the reasons. The Ninetales must remain within the village. From the moment he became the host for the Ninetales, his actions are no longer solely his to determine, Sarutobi exclaimed. Su Ming scoffed coldly. So, even if it is his own desire to venture outside the village to gaze upon the world beyond, he must seek your consent? Indeed. I must ensure the safety of the Ninetales as Hokage. Sarutobi shouted vehemently. The safety of the Ninetales? Have you finally revealed your true nature? Does Kurama require your protection? What you truly desire is to wield Kurama's power to maintain control over Konoha and intimidate the other villages, Su Ming challenged. And so, does the third Hokage's benevolence toward Naruto all these years stem solely from his status as the Ninetales? Su Ming inquired earnestly, genuinely seeking to unravel Sarutobi's thoughts. Despite his own suspicions. Otherwise, what is there? Sarutobi replied with a chilling laugh. From the moment the Ninetales was sealed within him, he ceased to be an ordinary human. He became a weapon of immense power, a weapon that could lose control at any moment. Do you think I would develop feelings for a weapon? Indeed. Su Ming fell silent, his interest in further questioning extinguished. Is this truly your perspective? He suddenly burst into a wild laugh. Once the laughter subsided, his gaze turned icy. Such a version of you, such a Konoha. To bring about its destruction would bear no guilt at all. In a dimly lit secret chamber, Hyuga Hayashi stared blankly at the ceiling, reflecting on how long it had been since he had experienced such darkness. As the head of the Hyuga clan, who would dare confine him to such a place? Yet, Sarutobi had the audacity, for he was the Hokage. Within the confines of the chamber, Hayashi contemplated the future of the Hyuga clan, particularly in light of Konoha's current predicament. The path forward remained shrouded in uncertainty. At that moment, a flash of light pierced the gloom, and a figure materialized before him. Lord Hayashi, it has been a long time. The voice carried a chilling undertone. Upon recognizing Orochimaru, Hayashi instinctively took a step back. How did you know I was here? He demanded. Orochimaru responded, Lord Hayashi need not concern himself with such matters. It suffices to know that I have come to seek your collaboration. Collaboration? Hayashi braced himself, growing wary. Orochimaru is now an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha. It is evident that collaborating with him would yield no favorable outcomes. Hinata Hizashi instinctively sought to refuse. However, Orochimaru promptly interjected, Lord Hizashi. There is no need for hasty rejection. Gazing at Hizashi, he articulated with precision, in truth, I am acting on behalf of Lord Su Ming. Upon hearing the name Su Ming, Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. The notion that such a perilous individual as Orochimaru would serve another was astonishing. If you still harbor doubts, Lord Hizashi, perhaps you should examine this. In Orochimaru's hand appeared a specially crafted kunai. As Hizashi's gaze shifted, Orochimaru smiled and snapped his fingers. With a resounding clap, a golden flash emanated from the kunai, and two figures materialized, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the fourth Hokage and his wife. The sight of this esteemed couple left Hizashi utterly astonished. Yet, upon observing their eyes, he comprehended the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, Impure world reincarnation? It's been a long time, Lord Hizashi, Minato greeted upon his emergence. Hizashi nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Kushina inquired, Lord Hizashi, do you have children? Taken aback by her question, Hizashi instinctively replied, Yes, why do you ask? Really? How many? Kushina seemed genuinely excited. 2 girls, Hizashi answered candidly. At this revelation, Kushina's eyes sparkled with joy. 2 girls? How delightful. Minato sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead, fully aware of Kushina's exuberance. They are still quite young. Perhaps this is a bit premature. To divert Kushina's enthusiasm, Minato interjected, We are here at Su Ming's behest to discuss matters with Lord Hizashi. What matters? Hizashi queried. The destruction of Konoha, Minato replied with utmost seriousness. Devoid of any semblance of coercion. Hizashi was taken aback. Even the Fourth Hokage had lost faith in Konoha? Was this truly a place worth remaining in? I understand what you are contemplating, Lord Hizashi. I am indeed the Fourth Hokage, but that was in life. I devoted everything to the village during my time. Now, the Fourth Hokage is but a memory. I am merely a father wishing for his children's happiness. If there were even a shred of hope for Konoha to amend its ways, I would not have come to this. As Minato spoke, Hizashi maintained his unwavering gaze upon him, perceiving nothing but sincerity. I understand, Hizashi declared. I too am a father. He recalled his imprisoned daughter Hinata, as well as Hanabi and Niji. His resolve gradually solidified. What must I do? Simply heed Lord Su Ming's command, Minato responded. Hizashi nodded affirmatively. Upon reflection, if Su Ming were indeed the mastermind behind all these events, it would not be entirely unwelcome. After all, they share a commendable rapport, albeit one not forged by him. Raising a daughter is truly delightful. At this moment, Hinata will no longer be the Hinata of Konoha. This revelation would even take Sarutobi Hiruzen by surprise. As Su Ming's methods proved to be ruthlessly effective, Hiruzen commanded that Su Ming be imprisoned and interrogated publicly before all the villagers of Konoha in 3 days. During the apprehension of Su Ming, Hiruzen even summoned Danzo to ensure the process went smoothly. Yet, Su Ming exhibited no intention of resistance. Confidently walking into the confines of the prison, this went so smoothly that the ever-suspicious Danzo suspected Su Ming of deception. However, from beginning to end, Su Ming showed no signs of defiance. Thus, he spent 3 tranquil days within the prison. While Su Ming remained composed, Konoha was anything but tranquil. The village had witnessed the rare emergence of an S-rank rogue ninja, now apprehended and set for interrogation. Public interrogations were a rarity in Konoha, and following Su Ming's capture, the praises for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, grew increasingly effusive. In fact, Hiruzen's public appearances increased significantly, as he was met with accolades at every turn. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, the villagers who lauded him gathered in an orderly fashion after leaving. Should these individuals find themselves in peril or engaged in battle, their eyes would reveal the shocking Sharingan. For they were all of the Uchiha clan. This was all orchestrated by Su Ming, intended to keep Hiruzen in a state of complacency. Itachi was responsible for this scheme, diligently ensuring every detail was meticulously planned, leaving no room for error. As a result, the Uchiha clan grew increasingly respectful of their young clan leader, recognizing his extraordinary leadership capabilities. Even among the Uchiha, respect was afforded to the powerful, particularly one bearing the Mangeki Sharingan. The situation unfolded with precision. At Hiruzen's behest, Su Ming was eventually brought forth. The site chosen for the interrogation was in the heart of Konoha, allowing most villagers a clear view. The interrogation area was modest, featuring an elevated platform with a cross upon which the interrogated would be bound. Long before, under the arrangements made by Hiruzen and Danzo, the surrounding area had filled with eager villagers, anticipating the spectacle. The fall of a hero always held a certain allure. Su Ming was led in, brought before the cross at Danzo's signal. As he stood before the cross, Su Ming was not bound to it. Rather, his guards from the Umbu released him, bowing respectfully after untying him and taking their positions on either side. Upon witnessing this, Danzo erupted in anger, demanding to know what was happening. Yet his inquiries fell on deaf ears. The Umbu remained silent, standing steadfast beside Su Ming. However, as their actions unfolded, their attire was gradually shed, revealing garments adorned with the Uchiha clan's insignia. Instantly, all present were taken aback. Su Ming turned to the 2 individuals, a smile gracing his lips. The interrogation, of course, was about to commence, but it would not be directed at him. Sarutobi, I am grateful for your efforts. Danzo, you dare to conspire with the Uchiha clan? What audacity you possess. Danzo fumed. Enough, enough. Let us rephrase that, Su Ming interjected, waving his hand dismissively after Danzo's words. You have branded me a rogue ninja. What of it if I conspire with the Uchiha? Since I am deemed a traitor, I shall conduct myself as one. After stating this, he clapped his hands twice. Following his gesture, numerous villagers suddenly rose, tearing away their garments to unveil the Uchiha insignia emblazoned on their attire. They then bowed deeply towards the center, chanting, Lord Su Ming. Their voices resonated through the air, causing Sarutobi and Danzo's expressions to darken. Equally perturbed were Mito Gate and T-Ka Shinju. who had previously suffered at Su Ming's hands. Now, witnessing his predicament, they relished the opportunity for vengeance. However, they were astonished that such upheaval occurred in a place Sarutobi had assured would remain untroubled. Thus, they cast furious glances at Sarutobi, demanding, "You better provide us with an explanation. Wasn't the Uchiha clan annihilated by your orders? How can they still be present?" Just as their questions hung in the air, a gasp erupted from the crowd. What? The Uchiha clan was indeed ordered to be exterminated by the Third Hokage? Wasn't it said that Itachi killed his clan out of discontent with them? Confusion spread as whispers circulated. Surely, the Third Hokage would not commit such an atrocity. It cannot be true. Fool. What the Hokage's advisor states cannot be false. The crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Meanwhile, Sarutobi's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson as he glared at the two who had spoken. The truth regarding the Uchiha's eradication was a secret he could never allow the villagers to uncover. He had taken extreme measures to conceal it, even from his own son, fearing uncontrollable repercussions. Yet, to his dismay, the secret he had painstakingly hidden had now been laid bare in public. In that moment, Sarutobi felt an overwhelming desire to silence the two speakers forever. Among the Uchiha present, he also spotted Fugaku and Itachi. At that instant, he realized that this was all part of the Uchiha clan's cunning scheme. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was thoroughly defeated. Lord Third, regarding the Uchiha clan, we require an explanation. Fugaku began. An explanation? Tsunade Koharu scoffed. What do you expect? Since you reside in Konoha, you ought to adhere to its rules. That is your explanation. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain his anger and stepped forward, striking Tsunade Koharu across the face. Tsunade Koharu glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. How dare you lay a hand on me? Sarutobi roared, silence. One more word, and I shall end you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was nearly driven to madness by rage. Tsunade and her companion, though lacking in ability, had leveraged their connection to the second Hokage to secure positions as advisors. Typically, Sarutobi turned a blind eye to their antics. But at this critical juncture, not only did they refuse to assist him, they actively sought to undermine him. Truly, they were the epitome of unreliable allies. This was a side of Sarutobi Hiruzen that Tsunade Koharu had never witnessed before. Under his furious roar, she fell silent, refraining from further provocation. It was precisely because he had never lost control that his outburst was so terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, who understood the unspoken message. The Root and Umbu ninjas swiftly allied themselves. Danzo sneered, "What of the Uchiha clan? They are still alive, yet what can they achieve? This is Konoha. Do not presume you can stir up any trouble here." Sarutobi replied, "Konoha ultimately belongs to me." With the alliance of the Root and Umbu, the situation seemed to tilt in their favor. However, at that moment, Su Ming clapped his hands twice and declared, "Hyuga clan leader, it is time for your performance." As he spoke, a figure materialized. It was Hyuga Hizashi, who had been confined by Sarutobi and the others. Now, upon his emergence, he raised his arm, calling forth a multitude of Hyuga clan members standing behind him. "Follow young master Su Ming," he bellowed. In an instant, the tide shifted once more. The alliance between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, two prestigious families renowned for their ocular techniques, had only occurred once before in history, during the Warring States period. And that was due to Hashirama. Now, it was for Su Ming. The expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo turned grim. The Hyuga clan, once loyal to Konoha, was now in opposition. Sarutobi, his face darkened, turned to Hizashi. "Hizashi, I require an explanation." Hizashi smirked. "The explanation you seek, Lord Third, was given when Hinata perished. From that moment, the Hyuga clan has upheld its honor within Konoha. Yet, what has Konoha bestowed upon us? Glory? Pride? No, none of that. Konoha has demanded that the Hyuga clan spearhead battles, even threatening my daughters and Niji. When the Ninetales Jinchuriki went missing, Konoha did not investigate. Instead, they confined me and imprisoned my kin. This is what Konoha has given us. I, from the Hyuga clan, have no shame in my allegiance to Konoha. Yet, in this present day, we find ourselves disillusioned with Konoha. Disappointment weighs heavily upon us. At this moment, Hyuga Hizashi expressed his innermost thoughts. When Hayashi passed away, he still held hope for Konoha's future. He believed it was the final trial, but he was mistaken. This was merely the beginning. Konoha seeks to utterly annihilate the Hyuga clan. How could he possibly acquiesce to such a fate? As Hizashi spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a profound silence. The villagers, too, were rendered mute. They were faced with a darkness they had never encountered before, a tale of blood and tears belonging to a great clan. The Hyuga clan appeared resplendent on the surface, yet behind that facade lay the heavy burden they bore for Konoha. In the end, what had the village offered them? Suspicion and animosity. Nothing more. Their hearts were filled with utter disappointment. They were weary. I acknowledge that I have not handled your matters adequately, but please trust me. I will rectify this and restore justice to you, Sarutobi earnestly implored. However, at that moment, Ming let out a derisive laugh. You expect me to grant you time to resolve this? Can your words be trusted? His gaze swept over the crowd. Do you know my identity? I am the son of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet, are you aware that I am merely an adopted son? The Fourth Hokage has a biological son. That son is none other than the one you derogatorily refer to as the Ninetales, a boy named Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. The descendant of the Fourth Hokage who sacrificed himself to protect the village. Ming glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this how you choose to handle matters? As Ming's voice resonated, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The villagers of Konoha, the Uchiha, the Hyuga, and even the Umbu fell into silence. In their minds, an image of a small, helpless boy emerged, an innocent figure who, despite his tender years, endured scorn from the villagers and suffered pains that even adults would struggle to bear. His name was Naruto Uzumaki. Was he truly the son of the Fourth Hokage? In that fleeting moment, the expressions on the faces of the crowd became indescribably complex. Alas, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, appearing forlorn. There were reasons behind my actions. Ming coldly chuckled, offering no reply, clearly dissatisfied with this response. Meanwhile, Danzo interjected sharply, Ming. Is this how you conduct yourself towards Lord Hokage? You are committing an act of insubordination. With that furious reprimand, Ming placed his hand upon his long sword, its blade glinting ominously. In an instant, one of Danzo's arms was severed. Clang! The long sword was sheathed once more. Danzo clutched his severed arm, his expression fierce as he glared at Ming. Do not look at me with such disdain. It will not earn you mercy. I am a man who favors peace. Therefore, a sharp glimmer flashed again. A root ninja, who had attempted a sneak attack closest to Ming, collapsed to the ground. Ming's gaze remained unchanged as he continued. The most effective way to maintain peace is to eliminate all adversaries. He smiled broadly. Lord Danzo, do not be anxious. Your head shall remain upon your shoulders for the time being. I shall claim it later. Although Ming was smiling, radiating warmth akin to the sun, those around him, whether from the root or the Umbu, instinctively took a step back. They stared at him as if he were a demon. Turning his attention back to Sarutobi, he offered an apologetic smile. I regret to inform you that my sword is somewhat disobedient. You may proceed with your deception for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, continue to deceive? Are you implying that whatever I say next, even if I were to evoke the tears of the Fourth Hokage, would merely be a fabrication? Instantly, Sarutobi lost interest in continuing the conversation. He could only utter, the situation is not as you perceive it. Ming remained silent, merely glancing at the sword in his hand, which trembled slightly. He raised his head, declaring, it says it does not believe you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, incredulous, exclaimed, a sword does not believe? Are you jesting with me? Sarutobi felt a sense of despair, yet the villagers of Konoha watched on, awaiting his response. Reluctantly, he persisted. The reason for concealing Naruto's identity during the Third Great Ninja War was that the Fourth Hokage had made many enemies. Safeguarding Naruto's identity was essential for his protection. Upon hearing this, the villagers were initially taken aback, then nodded in agreement. If that were the case, it made perfect sense. After all, during the last Ninja War, the Fourth Hokage was of immense importance, and the number of those who bore resentment towards him was not insignificant. Furthermore, following the Fourth Hokage's demise, were it revealed that his progeny still lived, he would undoubtedly face targeted assassination. Several villagers nodded in understanding, clearly accepting Sarutobi's explanation. Observing this, Sarutobi's expression improved considerably. At least some were listening. However, Ming let out a cold laugh. May I inquire, Lord Third, which is more enticing in your opinion, the identity of the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales or that of the Fourth Hokage's son? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's expression stiffened instantly. Ming continued, surely, when compared to the identity of the Jinchuriki, the identity of the Hokage's son pales in comparison, does it not? Indeed. The significance of a tailed beast far surpassed that of a Hokage's offspring. Sarutobi's previous assertions now seemed utterly unfounded. After some contemplation, the villagers began to reflect on this, and their gazes towards Sarutobi shifted noticeably. In response, Sarutobi's countenance darkened further. This time, he chose not to counter. Instead, fixing his calm gaze upon Su Ming. "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" he asked, aware that Su Ming had, unbeknownst to him, gained the support of both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. However, within the village of Konoha, there remain numerous clans, including the Sarutobi, the Shimura, and the Inuzuka clans. These factions are intrinsically linked to Konoha and to the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. In essence, even if Su Ming were to instigate a conflict, Konoha would not necessarily face defeat. Furthermore, Konoha possesses a reserve of wartime strength readily available for mobilization by the Hokage. Given the current circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself in a position of advantage. After assessing the strength of both sides, his confidence gradually swelled, prompting him to pose an intriguing question. "What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" Su Ming smiled, casting a casual glance at the nearby cross. Today, the third Hokage had come to interrogate him, and he was curious as to the charges that would be levied against him. Just as Sarutobi was about to speak, Su Ming interjected, "Failure to complete a mission?" He clapped his hands, and from the crowd, a figure emerged, making his way up to the elevated platform before binding himself to the cross. It was Orochimaru. "Teacher Sarutobi, it has been a long time," Orochimaru exclaimed, licking his lips in excitement. Su Ming replied, "This is the mission I undertook, to capture an elite Chunin." His voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for all to hear. Upon Orochimaru's assent, many did not recognize him due to his changed appearance. Thus, Su Ming kindly inquired, "Pray tell, Orochimaru, what is the extent of your power now?" Orochimaru smirked darkly, "My strength should be more than adequate to eliminate a few Jounin. Even you, Teacher Sarutobi, may not be my match at present." Orochimaru was not mistaken. Should he employ the reanimation jutsu to summon the first and second Hokage, even several Jounin would indeed find themselves outmatched. Su Ming continued to smile, declaring, "This was my mission, to capture the elite Chunin, Orochimaru. I have now accomplished it." He emphasized the word elite with particular weight, and the crowd grasped his implication. The truth of Orochimaru's prowess was well known. As one of the legendary three of Konoha and a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his strength was formidable. Not only had he been designated as an elite Chunin, but he had also been assigned to Su Ming. This raises the question, just how elite is this elite? If that is the case, then even the Hokage could be considered merely an elite Jounin. At that moment, the crowd erupted in discussion, speculating about the higher echelons of Konoha and the capabilities of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The moment Orochimaru appeared, Sarutobi felt an impending sense of doom. Indeed, events were unfolding in an unfavorable direction. Yet, even at this juncture, Sarutobi could not fathom why Orochimaru would heed Su Ming's commands and serve him. He understood his disciple well, recognizing the rebellious nature that defined him. To witness such a defiant individual comply with Su Ming's wishes was beyond his comprehension. "Minato, how did you find such an extraordinary son? If Asuma had even a fraction of his abilities, it wouldn't be this way." Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Hiruzen Sarutobi is ultimately the Hokage, having endured numerous trials. Thus he stated, "That mission was issued by Danzo. I am not privy to the specifics." Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sarutobi, conveying the sentiment that he was once again being made the scapegoat. "Are you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, akin to a pure white lotus, incapable of bearing a single blemish? Must all the blame fall upon me?" Anger surged within Danzo. He resolved not to take the fall this time. However, just as he was about to speak, Sarutobi turned to him, his gaze chillingly cold. Danzo understood the implication. If he did not admit to it, Sarutobi would expose all his secrets. At that moment, the consequences could extend beyond mere interrogation, potentially leading to death. Damn it. Danzo clenched his fist fiercely but relaxed them moments later. He lowered his head. "Indeed, the mission was issued by me." Sarutobi turned to Su Ming, affirming that had he known, he would never have permitted it. After all, as Hokage, he bore the responsibility for every ninja in the village. Sarutobi's words were delivered with fervor, embodying the spirit of a Hokage. Despite the many events that had transpired, when Sarutobi proclaimed this, someone in the crowd shouted in approval. Following that, his supporters began to chant incessantly. Ultimately, the people of Konoha held deep-seated faith in their Hokage, a sentiment ingrained in their hearts. Su Ming, however, did not expect that such declarations alone could sway Sarutobi. Otherwise, his decades of service as Hokage would seem rather ineffectual. The preparations he had made were yet to unfold. Su Ming was patient. As a hunter, patience was an essential trait. Without it, one could never capture their prey. Furthermore, Ming sought not merely to ensnare his quarry, but to instill in them a profound sense of despair and darkness. No matter, I trust Lord Third, Ming said with a smile, one that appeared genuinely convincing. It was a deceptive smile, one that would surely yield high success in deceiving young maidens. Sarutobi nodded, seemingly convinced by Ming's words. They exchanged a knowing smile. A contest between two cunning foxes. The battle of wits, devoid of bloodshed, still sent shivers down the spine. In this instance, it was evident that Ming had the upper hand. While their relationship seemed to have eased, the reality was far from it. Their animosity had nearly reached a breaking point. Even if one party wished to retreat, it was no longer a viable option. Sarutobi shifted his gaze from Ming to Orochimaru, his former disciple turned rogue ninja. The legendary Sannin of Konoha was a source of pride for him. After training the 3 legendary ninjas, Sarutobi took great pride in his educational accomplishments. However, as time passed, the 3 ninjas of Konoha gradually departed from the village, leaving Sarutobi with a complex gaze. Orochimaru disowned the weight of Sarutobi's expression. Teacher Sarutobi, do you know why I've come today? Orochimaru's voice was soft, barely audible to the villagers, yet Sarutobi grasped its significance. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of inquiry etched upon his face. Ming Jun is an exceedingly ambitious individual. He represents a force that I greatly admire. I understand that with my capabilities, I cannot turn the windmill, but I can certainly await the winds to rise. If the flames in Konoha grow fierce enough, I trust you know what will ensue. Teacher Sarutobi, is the wind strong enough? Sarutobi remained silent. Well aware of the impending turmoil, the winds would only fuel the flames, escalating them into an inferno that would consume everything. I believe Konoha is merely the tinder to intensify this blaze, and you, Teacher Sarutobi, are undoubtedly one of the larger and sturdier pieces of that tinder. It is a pity, however, that you have grown old. As he uttered these words, a flicker of regret crossed Orochimaru's features. Yet, in Sarutobi's eyes, this sentiment appeared as mere mockery. Indeed, Orochimaru harbored unique feelings toward Konoha and Sarutobi. Sarutobi was not only his mentor and guide, but also the one who had led him toward the abyss. The defeat in the Third Shinobi World War and the death of Rope Tree had once inspired Orochimaru to aspire for the role of Hokage and the village's well-being. Yet, he had become disillusioned. He had seen through the facade. Konoha was never meant to be his true home. For long, he had searched for belonging, and now he understood. He would wait for the wind. Since he could not become the wind, he would quietly bide his time, anticipating the moment the winds would stir and set the wheel of fate in motion. And Ming was that wind, capable of propelling the windmill and altering the fates of others. This was evident in Itachi, as well as in Shursui and the Uchiha clan. Previously, Orochimaru had placed his faith solely in science, but he ultimately recognized that there were limits to what science could achieve. He could analyze every phenomenon, given sufficient data. Yet he could never decipher the essence of life itself. Sarutobi remained silent. He acknowledged that he had aged and was no longer the formidable ninja he once was. He was certain that in his youth, Konoha would never have faced such a crisis. But there were no alternatives. Matters must reach a resolution. Thus, he turned to Ming once more and asked, "What do you wish to do?" This time, his inquiry was formal and earnest. There was no humility, only resolve. Ming responded with equal seriousness, "I desire for the flames of Konoha to engulf the entire ninja world. What was once owed must be repaid, the grievances against Naruto and the Fourth Hokage and his spouse." Suddenly, Sarutobi raised his arm, causing the Umbu, root ninjas, and others who followed him to tremble, tightening their grips on their kunai. The air was thick with the tension of impending battle. Yet, Sarutobi's hand lingered in the air, unmoving. As he stood there, he beheld a figure, a silhouette both familiar and yet oddly distant, clad in pristine garments, with immaculate hair and modern goggles. It was the unmistakable golden short hair of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. He traversed the throng, gradually ascending to this elevated battleground, step by deliberate step. The Third Hokage gazed upon the now tall Naruto, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly froze. For in the next instant, he sensed an overwhelming surge of Nine-Tails chakra emanating from Naruto's being. The rich chakra poured forth from Naruto, and upon realizing this, Sarutobi was engulfed in astonishment. He instinctively feared that the Nine-Tails would break free from its seal. The very creature that once wreaked havoc upon the village and threatened to obliterate everything in its path was poised to re-emerge. However, Sarutobi quickly noted that Naruto retained his sanity. Moreover, his elder brother, Ming, displayed no trace of concern whatsoever. Even Orochimaru appeared to possess a demeanor of knowing acceptance. Thus, he confirmed his suspicions and, with a mix of horror and awe, turned to Naruto and inquired, "Have you mastered the power of the Nine Tails?" In the realm of tailed beasts, their strength is measured by the number of tails they possess. The Nine Tails, without question, stands as the mightiest among them. Throughout history, the pursuit of harnessing tailed beast power has been the aspiration of all Jinchuriki. Yet even with the lesser tailed beasts, such mastery is a rare accomplishment, let alone with the most formidable Nine Tails. And now, Naruto had achieved this mastery? What was his age? The depth of Sarutobi's astonishment was beyond measure. Simultaneously, he pondered the implications of this newfound strength. With the Nine Tails on the opposing side, his faction would be irrevocably disadvantaged. In an instant, Sarutobi's countenance darkened. How could they hope to fight against the Nine Tails? His own ninjas would be launching shuriken, while their adversary could simply retaliate with a tailed beast bomb. What chance did they stand? In that fleeting moment, Sarutobi's mind raced with innumerable thoughts, and a wave of regret washed over him. If only he had treated Naruto with greater kindness from the outset, perhaps this situation could have been averted. Yet even at this juncture, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. After all, he had been relatively good to Naruto in recent times. Thus, he donned his customary gentle demeanor. "Naruto, where have you been all this time? I have been quite worried about you." The emotional appeal. Ming chuckled softly beside him, recognizing that it was far too late to play the emotional card. Had Sarutobi treated Naruto with genuine care from the beginning, regarding him as a cherished apprentice, considering that Minato referred to Jiraiya and Orochimaru as masters, Naruto could be seen as Sarutobi's grand apprentice, then Ming would have no qualms about supporting Konoha. Once Naruto matured, not only would Konoha be recognized as the foremost ninja village, but it would also command respect throughout the entire ninja world. However, Sarutobi had squandered a promising hand of cards, playing them poorly. Now, appealing to Naruto's emotions has become futile. He is no longer a mere child. "I appreciate the goodwill of the Third Hokage." As Naruto uttered these words, his tone was courteous, yet such politeness signified a certain distance. "I have come here to bring my brother back," he declared, turning his gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. His voice steady. "Is there anything you wish to say, Third Hokage?" At that moment, the cloak of the tailed beast began to manifest. An aura of malevolence and dread instantaneously enveloped the scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen was struck with profound alarm. The moment this power emerged, the villagers erupted in chaos. This is the power of the Nine Tails. The demon fox, it has truly returned," they exclaimed in astonishment. "Isn't he the son of the Fourth Hokage? How could the demon fox, which the Fourth Hokage sealed away, be unleashed again? Forget the fact that he is the Fourth Hokage's son. He has transformed into a demon fox, the very creature that once ravaged our village. Its return surely spells doom for us." Panic rippled through the crowd. "What shall we do? The Fourth Hokage is no longer here. Who can subdue this beast?" The villagers, faces etched with fear, scrambled for answers. Suddenly, someone cried out, "The Third Hokage is here. The Third Hokage can surely contain this demon fox." The villagers turned their hopeful gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, pleading, "Third Hokage, we implore you to save us. Quickly, capture this demon fox. Indeed, Third Hokage, if you do not restrain this creature, it will surely bring destruction upon our village once more. For the safety of our home, please eliminate this monster." Their fervor intensified, and in their fervent outcry, they completely overlooked Naruto's identity as the Fourth Hokage's son. They forgot that the Fourth Hokage was once the hero who saved their village, and that Naruto, too, existed to protect it, harboring the Nine Tails within him, thus indirectly fulfilling the role of the Fourth Hokage in safeguarding Konoha. Yet, these truths eluded their perception. All they could see was the potential threat to their lives, and merely a potential one at that. From the very beginning, Naruto had no intention of causing them harm. He had even deliberately avoided the villagers on his way here. At this moment, as the villagers looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with hope, the Third Hokage wore a pained smile. To eradicate the Nine Tails? Such a notion seemed deceptively simple. Did he not wish to? Even if he desired it, he was utterly incapable of doing so. The Jinchuriki who had fully mastered the power of the tailed beast was still referred to as the most formidable of them all, the Nine Tails. To think of annihilating it? Only the resurrection of the first Hokage might render that feasible. What qualifications did Sarutobi Hiruzen possess to challenge a perfect Jinchuriki? He would not survive even if he had 8 lives. Thus, when they spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of responding. As for making a move against Naruto, what a ridiculous thought. At this moment, he did not even dare to speak harshly to Naruto. As the fervent voices of the villagers grew increasingly louder, the chakra of the Nine Tails emanating from Naruto surged more intensely, taking on a tangible form. Beneath the influence of this chakra, Naruto's demeanor became ever more frigid. Finally, he bellowed, "Silence." His thunderous command reverberated through the heavens, silencing the previously boisterous villagers of Konoha, who now stared at him, struck dumb by fear. The demon fox, someone stuttered. At the very moment those words left his lips, Naruto vanished in an instant, reappearing before the trembling individual, seizing him by the throat with an iron grip, lifting him off the ground. "What did you just say?" His voice was devoid of emotion, cold and detached. I. Gazing into Naruto's eyes felt akin to staring into the abyss of an ancient beast, indifferent, steeped in malice. Those were the eyes of the Nine Tails. As Naruto held the man aloft, a foul odor assaulted his senses. The unfortunate soul had lost control of his bodily functions. With a disdainful snort, Naruto flung him aside. He then turned to face the assembled villagers. "Do you wish to perish?" The villagers were rendered speechless. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth to speak. "Naruto, do not frighten them. Naruto shot a glare at Hiruzen, his Nine Tails pupils narrowing dangerously as a chilling voice followed. "Did I permit you to speak?" Naruto's actions, his outburst, and everything he had done were entirely within Su Ming's expectations. Even if Naruto were to act in a manner contrary to his original plan, Su Ming would not so much as furrow a brow. Suppression, when it reaches its zenith, inevitably culminates in eruption. No one undergoes drastic transformation without cause. If one can bask in the light, they would not willingly turn towards darkness. When a person embraces the shadows without hesitation, it signifies that they have relinquished even the final yearning for illumination. At that juncture, light transforms from hope into poison. In the avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. Even the nine-tailed beasts, when first separated, did not harbor the same enmity towards humanity as they do now. Everything unfolds according to the law of cause and effect. As evidenced by Naruto's current actions, this is the explosion following a protracted period of suppression, and Su Ming would not intervene. Indeed, if Naruto continued to suppress himself, Su Ming would actively encourage his release. He truly yearned to relish the process of Konoha's destruction. However, the entirety of Konoha pales in significance compared to Naruto. In this matter, Su Ming possesses discernment. At this moment, observing Naruto's icy countenance, Hiruzen averted his gaze after a brief moment of eye contact. Unable to meet his eyes any longer, the eyes of the Nine Tails were indeed terrifying, yet for Hiruzen, they did not instill such dread. He perceived not only those fearsome eyes but also glimpsed Naruto's childhood filled with disillusionment and the haunting darkness that accompanied it. Upon witnessing Hiruzen's lowered head, Naruto turned away, directing his attention towards the villagers. He remained silent, but the chakra surrounding him intensified. Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. Due to this, it seems to signify the impending use of the tailed beast bomb. Should such a bomb be unleashed here, even half of Konoha would be obliterated beneath its might. The destructive power of the tailed beast bomb is well understood by every ninja village. It is undoubtedly comparable to the level of nuclear weaponry. Consequently, even amidst the chaos of war, few villages permit their Jinchuriki to resort to such measures, for the horror it invokes is simply too great. Until such tactics are employed, there remains a possibility for dialogue between the warring factions. However, once unleashed, it guarantees a scenario of total annihilation, transforming conflict into a massacre, a village slaughter. Sarutobi has long been fixated on the Nine Tails, not solely to harness its formidable power, but also as a means of deterrence against other villages. With such power in existence, any village contemplating an attack would undoubtedly weigh their capabilities with caution. Yet now, this force is directed against the village itself, against Konoha. Sarutobi's expression shifted. Unable to maintain silence any longer as he bellowed, "All ninjas, protect the village." At his command, both the Anbu and Root ninjas shielded the villagers with their bodies, including the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans. Even those who had been merely observing were compelled to join the fray. For if the tailed beast bomb were to be unleashed, the entire village would be plunged into calamity. In an instant, they sprang into action. Amidst this turmoil, a Jonin stealthily approached, intent on striking Naruto before he could release the tailed beast bomb. Indeed, the activation of such a bomb requires time, especially considering the considerable power Naruto was currently gathering. However, just as the Jonin drew near, Su Ming moved. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, a cold glimmer flashing forth. A head was severed and sent flying, tracing a graceful arc through the air, blood splattering upon the ground below. Thud! The corpse collapsed. Su Ming positioned himself before Naruto. Sword poised, a triumphant smile upon his lips. Should you wish to act, you ought to consult me first. Su Ming, what on earth do you intend to do? Do you truly wish to destroy Konoha? That is the very village that nurtured you. Nin exclaimed urgently. Yet, Su Ming's response was merely to draw his sword. Swish. Another Nin attempting to approach Naruto fell lifeless. Since the last Ninja World War, Konoha had already been left with a scant number of Nin, and now, Su Ming had claimed 2 lives in swift succession. In that instant, the eyes of the remaining ninjas burned with fury. To annihilate Konoha is but a fleeting spectacle for me. If it brings joy to Naruto, it is certainly not out of the question. With a flick of his sword, he cast off the remaining droplets of blood and raised his voice in a challenge. Come forth and fight. At this moment, bolstered by the protection of the AMBU ninjas, the villagers of Konoha found their courage, shouting in unison, slay them. Eliminate that demon fox. They must not survive. Lord Third, they cannot be allowed to live. As long as they live, they will bring ruin to the village. The only way to save Konoha is to eradicate them. Lord Third, your previous decisions were indeed correct. The Ninetales is ultimately just a beast. It was born to bring destruction to the village, even if he is the son of the Fourth Hokage. He remains a demon fox. Indeed, had the Fourth Hokage still been alive, he would have personally slain this beast to protect us. The crowd was incensed. Meanwhile, the ninja tasked with their protection furrowed their brows, for such words were excessive. Even Sarutobi, at this moment, frowned slightly, aware that now was not the time for hesitation. Yet, he hesitated. In that moment of doubt, Danzo stepped forward with a cold smirk. Last time, when the second Hokage chose to leave behind someone for a rear guard, he had hesitated and lost the Hokage position to Sarutobi. That incident had always been a source of deep regret for Danzo. But now, he realized that the opportunity had arrived. He boldly stepped forward, raising his hand to swiftly unravel the bandages that coiled around his arm. Instantly, the Sharingan on his arm was fully revealed. The multitude of Sharingan eyes appeared terrifying and sinister. Danzo faced Naruto with righteous fervor. If the Ninetales has a grievance, let it come at me, not the villagers. Konoha is not just protected by the Hokage. There is also me, Shimura Danzo. I shall safeguard Konoha. Danzo's booming declaration radiated a sense of justice. The villagers of Konoha responded with cheers to his words. In that moment, Danzo's prestige among the villagers rose significantly. He felt elated, thinking that if he could navigate through this crisis, he might contend for the position of Hokage against Sarutobi. However, he failed to notice the mocking smirk at the corner of Sarutobi's mouth. Did he truly not recognize that this was an opportune moment to gain favor? Why then did he not step forward? Because stepping forward would only lead to one outcome. As expected, Danzo's voice captured Naruto's attention. The terrifying pupils belonging to the Ninetales were instantly imprinted in Danzo's eyes. In that fleeting moment, a chill coursed through Danzo's body, and he instinctively sought to retreat. Yet, it was already too late. Even Su Ming had not anticipated that Danzo would emerge at such a critical juncture and reveal his greatest secret, that arm, brimming with Sharingan. However, Su Ming also began to understand Danzo's motivations for stepping forward. He sought to regain a sense of presence. After all, he had remained in the shadows for far too long. If no other circumstances arose, Sarutobi could very well hold the Hokage position until his demise. Danzo realized that he could only compete at this moment. Moreover, Su Ming recalled that after Danzo had concealed a large number of Sharingan, he possessed the forbidden technique, Izanagi. By using the Sharingan to remember a previous state, and at the cost of one Sharingan, he could resurrect to the state that had been remembered. At this moment, when Danzo revealed the Sharingan on his arm, a chilling sense enveloped the entire Uchiha clan. The Sharingan, a prized possession of the Uchiha, had been meticulously safeguarded throughout their lineage. Even in the event of a clan member's demise, measures were in place to prevent the loss of their precious ocular power. Yet now, an alarming number of Sharingan had been discovered on Danzo, all implanted upon a singular arm. That arm transcended mere representation of strength. It was akin to a declaration of war against the Uchiha clan. Consequently, Fugaku, the clan leader, stepped forward. However, Su Ming intervened. There is no need for you to rush, Fugaku. He is here to challenge Naruto. Let Naruto handle this, he assured, placing his trust in his younger brother. Indeed, Izanagi was formidable, but what he faced now was no ordinary attack, but the tailed beast bomb. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Fugaku nodded and relinquished his intent to pursue further. He too placed his faith in Naruto, for Naruto, having fully mastered the power of the Ninetales, possessed immense strength. Fugaku and Su Ming positioned themselves beside Naruto, eliminating all who dared approach him, leaving only Danzo. Kitsune, unleash your skills upon me. If I, Danzo, were to furrow my brow, I would no longer be a man, he declared boldly. In response, Naruto let out a cold chuckle as his chakra coalesced, transforming into the tangible form of the Nine Tails. He then consumed the gathered chakra, only to expel it violently moments later. The explosion of powerful chakra sent shockwaves through the crowd, altering the expressions of all present, including Sarutobi. Form a barrier, quickly. We must hold it back. Sarutobi's hoarse cry spurred all Konoha ninjas into action. Centered around Sarutobi, the various clans, Umbu, and Root worked fervently to concentrate chakra, channeling it into a single Umbu ninja. Would release, for Pillar's prison. With a resounding crash, a colossal wooden cage materialized around Naruto and Danzo, enclosing them both. However, the moment the cage appeared, it began to warp under the overwhelming force of the Nine Tails chakra, which surged with relentless vigor. Hurry, channel more chakra. Do not falter, Sarutobi shouted. Through the combined efforts of the Konoha ninjas, the cage barely maintained its form, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Yamato, who was manipulating the jutsu, turned pale, on the verge of losing consciousness. On one hand, the chakra being fed into him was overwhelming, and on the other, the destructive force of the tailed beast bomb was terrifying, threatening to obliterate everything in its path without mercy. Interestingly, while the Konoha ninjas struggled, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and Su Ming stood silently to the side, exchanging cold glances. The diligent Leaf Village and the relentless Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is indeed quite intriguing. Undoubtedly, the most distressing situation lies with Danzo, confined within his cage. In truth, the moment he realized he was ensnared by wood-release techniques, he could no longer contain his fury and unleashed a torrent of curses, all aimed at the family of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His only desire was to display his prowess and elevate his standing within Konoha. However, Sarutobi's strategy effectively severed his escape route. Damn Sarutobi! Danzo cursed vehemently. Yet, soon his angry outbursts, along with all other emotions, were utterly drowned out by the overwhelming force of the tailed beast bomb. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted instantaneously, followed by a series of blasts within the confined space. At such a moment, even with Izanagi or Danzo's Sharingan, survival seemed impossible. The cacophony of explosions persisted for a brief time before the cage was completely shattered. Subsequently, the explosive force surged outward, though significantly diminished by the barriers, especially given the wood-release technique's unique suppressive capabilities against the tailed beasts. Thus, the power of the tailed beast bomb had already been considerably mitigated. Under Sarutobi's guidance, the barrier was released. Although explosions continued, their intensity had notably decreased. The barrier was now sufficiently robust to withstand the remaining force. Witnessing this, many villagers breathed a sigh of relief, their worries alleviated. Some even scoffed. I thought the Nine Tails was formidable. This is all it amounts to? It's hardly impressive, united. We Leaf Village can overcome even the Nine Tails. Eliminate the Nine Tails. Eliminate the Nine Tails. The villagers shouted in unison. At that moment, as the explosion subsided and the dust settled, a figure emerged, Naruto. His garments appeared pristine, his hair unblemished, and even his goggles bore no trace of injury. At this juncture, Naruto's expression remained icy. He stood alone, while Danzo had likely been utterly obliterated in that explosion. Upon Naruto's emergence, Sarutobi and the others were left in utter shock. In such a confined space, with successive explosions, it was inconceivable for even the Nine Tails' true form to emerge unscathed. Yet, Naruto showed no sign of injury. This was due to his sage talisman bestowed upon him by Su Ming, rendering him impervious to harm. Consequently, Su Ming remained unperturbed. Eliminate the Nine Tails. The villagers' cries grew louder. At this juncture, a cold smile crept across Naruto's lips. He raised his arm slightly, palm facing upward, and at its center, another tailed beast bomb began to coalesce. Instantly, the expressions of all Konoha's ninjas shifted dramatically. Goodness! Creating one tailed beast bomb had already been arduous, should another come forth. The outcome was all too predictable. The villagers' cries continued to reverberate through the air. At that moment, one of the ninjas could no longer contain himself. He turned back and barked, "Silence, all of you, or I swear I will end you." The villagers fell silent, and the group of ninjas glared fiercely. Among the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails possessed immense power. While other tailed beasts might require considerable time to prepare their tailed beast bombs, the Nine Tails, in casual moments, the Nine Tails often boasted to Su Ming about its strength, and it was no mere exaggeration. It was indeed formidable. At that instant, When Naruto summoned the tailed beast bomb once more, the expressions of all the leaf ninjas shifted dramatically. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched in distress. How on earth are we supposed to combat this? He recalled Danzo, but alas, Danzo had been reduced to mere ashes scattered in the wind. Sarutobi swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he urged, "Naruto, remain calm. You must stay composed." At that moment, fear had thoroughly gripped them, anxious that Naruto might unleash further devastation. Even Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi felt their hearts race with trepidation. In their minds, a singular thought prevailed. Thank goodness I chose the right side. Otherwise, how could we possibly withstand such monstrous power? Use our heads as shields? Even our lives would not suffice. As Hayashi reflected on past humiliations, he glanced at the pained expression of Sarutobi and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. It was as though all the suffering endured by the Hyuga clan had come rushing back. Fugaku shared this sentiment, though he envied Hayashi somewhat. He glanced at Su Ming and mused, how wonderful it would be to have a daughter. Even if she couldn't win Su Ming's heart, there is still Naruto. Yet, he only had 2 sons. Alas, there was a tinge of disappointment. In the face of Sarutobi's pleas, Naruto's expression remained icy. Naruto, this is Konoha, the place that raised you. You grew up here. Can you truly bear to destroy it? Sarutobi realized that playing the emotional card was his last chance. If it were merely Naruto, merely the Nine Tails, there might still be a way to manage the situation. However, alongside the Nine Tails, there were Su Ming, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan. Furthermore, the villagers protecting Konoha would significantly restrict their capabilities. Victory in this battle was utterly unattainable. Thus, he resorted to the emotional appeal. Even a child wielding immense power could be swayed if the emotional card was played well. This was Sarutobi's reasoning. After listening to Sarutobi's words, Naruto shook his head. Instantly, Sarutobi's countenance brightened, and he hastily added, "You don't wish to annihilate Konoha, do you? I know Konoha has wronged you in the past and committed many mistakes. Rest assured, we will make amends. We will repent. You also aspire to become Hokage, don't you? I can assure you. I shall establish you as the successor to the title of Hokage, and should you consent, I can declare it at this very moment." Upon hearing these words from Sarutobi Hiruzen, both Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi exchanged knowing smirks, internally cursing the shameless old man. To tether the Jinchuriki to Konoha merely for the sake of a hollow title, what a cunning plan. The succession of the next Hokage would merely solidify your own power. And even with a perfect Jinchuriki, Konoha's might would be significantly enhanced. Sarutobi, truly, what a scheme. However, Naruto shook his head, not in response to Sarutobi's words, but to convey his own sentiments. "You are mistaken. My feelings towards Konoha are rather ambiguous. This is the land that birthed and nurtured me. Yet it is also the place that has inflicted pain and suffering upon me." He spoke slowly, revealing the burdens he had endured, all of which were bestowed upon him by Konoha. With a stoic expression, he remarked, "My sentiments towards Konoha amount to nothing more than the tailed beast bomb." He gestured with his hand, proclaiming that if one was insufficient, there was always another. The tailed beast bomb grew increasingly larger. Sarutobi's complexion darkened further. Yet, this time, the tailed beast bomb was hurled directly into the sky. Then, an explosion ensued. Boom. At that moment, every structure within Konoha's upper echelons collapsed amid the blast. The explosion persisted for an extended duration, long enough for every villager to tremble as they gazed skyward. Previously, the explosion had occurred within the confines of a wood-release prison, which had obscured its full impact. But now, it was alarmingly vivid and undeniably real. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly. Someone murmured, "The Nine Tails, how powerful." Suddenly, the speaker received a sharp slap, turning to see an umbu clad in a dog-masked visage. "Mind your words. If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you." The umbu vanished back to their original position. The speaker felt an involuntary shiver. Realizing that all around him, the gazes of others were filled with ire directed at him, he promptly sealed his lips. The explosion continued unabated. Half of Konoha had succumbed to collapse, all thanks to the tailed beast bomb, indeed, all due to Naruto's actions. At this moment, the once youthful boy, known as the Nine Tails, who had faced relentless bullying and discrimination, was no longer underestimated. As he observed the fearful expressions of the populace, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled within him. It seemed that even evildoers could feel fear. Evildoers could indeed fear those who were stronger. To avoid being bullied, one must grow stronger, become even more formidable, and vanquish all those who would seek to oppress. Naruto turned to Su Ming and spoke, "Brother, I can." His words trailed off, but Su Ming interjected, "As long as it brings you joy, anything is permissible." As he spoke, Su Ming wore a genuine smile, radiating warmth and happiness. He shone like the sun, yet this sun was destined never to illuminate Konoha in the eyes of Naruto and his companions. That smile was more terrifying than that of a demon. Naruto smiled too, genuinely pleased. He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and stated, "You once said something quite profound. Konoha is the place that birthed and nurtured me." Everyone was taken aback, gazing at Naruto, including both Fugaku and Hinata Hayashi, who regarded him with curiosity. They wondered if Naruto's words signified a desire to spare Konoha. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen entertained this notion, a look of joy illuminating his face. However, Naruto continued, "My birthday is approaching. On that day, I wish to release the grandest fireworks display." He smiled, adding, "Konoha will be that fireworks show." After speaking, he turned to Su Ming. "Brother, let us return home. Naruto has come to bring you back." Su Ming nodded, clasping Naruto's hand. The two brothers stepped away, leaving behind the somber expressions of Sarutobi and the Konoha shinobi. "Konoha, fear, harbor hatred. Your very existence is destined to be a magnificent fireworks display, for which I have prepared for a long time." With that, Naruto and Su Ming departed. Silence enveloped the area once more. But this tranquility was destined to be unlike any before. Konoha would no longer resemble its former self. Everything had changed. In the aftermath of the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen oversaw the village's reconstruction as numerous structures demolished by the tailed beast bombs gradually regained their form. Yet, even restored, these edifices were no longer as they once were. The human heart cannot be rebuilt. Those who have changed, those who have perished, cannot return. In the Hokage's office, an emptiness lingered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, found himself lost in thought. In times past, he would have argued with Danzo over various matters, their disagreements bringing life to the Hokage's room. During heated debates, he would assert his authority as Hokage, taking pleasure in Danzo's frustration. But now, that was gone. Danzo was dead. Sighing, Sarutobi set down his pipe, feeling the weight of his position. He remained Hokage, yet this Hokage had transformed. Looking out the window, a rare confusion clouded his gaze. Have I truly erred? All this time, was changing my approach toward Naruto, altering my long-held beliefs, and genuinely caring for them the key to a different outcome for Konoha? Perhaps I have grown too old. Perhaps it is time for me to step down. At that moment, Sarutobi felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, as thoughts of abdication surfaced, he found no one capable of succeeding him. There were candidates, Kakashi Hatake, Fugaku Uchiha, even Su Ming. But alas, those individuals would not return. It seems I, as Hokage, have failed miserably. Sarutobi fell into silence. After a considerable pause, a renewed determination washed over his face. He reassured himself, everything I have done was for Konoha. My intentions cannot be wrong. He picked up a pen and paper. The Hokage is forever right. After setting down his pen and paper, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Umbu and entrusted them with letters, instructing them to ensure these missives reached the other hidden villages, for this was the village's final opportunity. As he stood before the Umbu, he unexpectedly bowed deeply. I entrust this to you all. Sarutobi Hiruzen bent at the waist. The Umbu, taken aback by this gesture, were momentarily at a loss. Third Hokage, you. What is this? The safety of the village is now in your hands. You must deliver these to the other villages. The Umbu, regaining their composure, assured him, rest assured, Third Hokage, as long as we live, we shall deliver them. With that, the Umbu departed. The letters were intended for the other hidden villages, ostensibly inviting them to participate in the Chunin exams. However, the true intention was for Sarutobi to forge an alliance against Su Ming. The power that Su Ming wielded was exceedingly formidable. Just dealing with Naruto alone was already a significant challenge. Moreover, it was not just Naruto. There were also the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and most formidable of all, Su Ming. Sarutobi wore a troubled expression. The Chunin exams would be his last struggle, his final effort. The alliance of several ninja villages would demand a tremendous sacrifice, but, for the sake of the village, Sarutobi resolved inwardly that it was all worthwhile. At that moment, after leaving, Naruto and Su Ming did not venture elsewhere but remained in Konoha, in their familiar small courtyard. The family of five shared a warm and comforting atmosphere. As for why there were five, it included Kunmaru, who was nearly the same age as Naruto. Naturally, Kunmaru's presence further diminished the standing of Minato Namikaze. Naruto and Kunmaru were undoubtedly the two most favored in the household. Despite Kushina having spent little time with Naruto, it did not hinder her from being a mother. At times, Su Ming even questioned whether motherhood was an innate vocation. Kushina, despite being a first-time mother, excelled remarkably in her role. Typically carefree, she became exceptionally attentive and caring concerning all matters related to Naruto. Upon hearing about Naruto's tribulations, had it not been for Minato and Su Ming's intervention, Kushina would have charged into Konoha with a blade long ago. Su Ming had indeed refrained from involving them in that battle, as it was merely the beginning. Death itself is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful is the process of dying, forcing the condemned to endure a continuous state of fear. When one realizes that no matter how desperately they struggle or how exhaustively they exert themselves, all their efforts crumble before the opponent. That moment is enough to drive anyone to madness. The adversary possesses the strength to deliver a fatal blow, yet they merely hold the blade, inserting it gradually. Even in the face of death, one will profoundly experience the process of dying, listening to the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. No one is unafraid of death. Naruto embraced Kimimura's shoulder, laughing joyfully. In that moment, he was no longer the stoic Jinchuriki, but rather a child. It was also at this moment that everyone perceived him as a child. In the evening, the family gathered together. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, Kimimura, Naruto, Iruka, Jiraiya, and the Uchiha brothers, Itachi and Sasuke. During dinner, Naruto and Sasuke, the two little rascals, competed to see who could eat more. When Sasuke kicked Naruto for eating too quickly, Kushina slammed her hand on the table, nearly rushing over to defend her son. The others quickly restrained her, especially Minato, who exerted extra effort in doing so. This scene left even the two-tailed beasts taken aback, despite their close ties with Naruto's family at that moment. They silently vowed that even if they were to thrash Minato, they would never allow any semblance of bullying towards Naruto. Otherwise, Kushina would undoubtedly fight fiercely to protect him. The delightful dinner came to an abrupt end due to Kushina's powerful strike, shattering not only the table but also cracking the floor beneath. However, aside from Sasuke, no one took it to heart. Jiraiya was utterly astonished, realizing why Tsunade held Kushina in such high regard. Indeed, in certain aspects, the two possessed comparable abilities. After the meal, having indulged a bit too much in drink, Jiraiya refrained from pulling Minato into another round, opting instead to drag Itachi along for more sake. Itachi, with his moderate tolerance, was left flushed and swaying from Jiraiya's relentless pouring. Meanwhile, Sasuke stood frozen to the side, trembling in fear. Had it not been for Su Ming gently patting Sasuke's head, he might have been reduced to tears by Kushina's fierce demeanor. Even so, for a long time afterward, Sasuke would flee at the sight of Naruto. After encountering Kushina, no one dared to bully Naruto again. For everyone knew that his father was the Fourth Hokage and recognized that he had a mother willing to fight fiercely for her son, Uzumaki Kushina, a name of exquisite beauty. That night, Naruto held tightly to Kushina's hand, greedily inhaling her scent. Although Kushina had been present for some time, Naruto still gazed at her as if he were meeting her for the very first time. Every person possesses both darkness and light within them. The light is reserved for those closest, offered without reservation. In the presence of such a mother, how could darkness be so stubborn? In the Hidden Cloud Village, I received a letter from the Leaf Village ninja and began to read it after breaking the seal. The correspondence contained 2 letters. One was an invitation for the Hidden Cloud to send its younger generation to participate in the Chunin exams. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed in the letter that many ninja villages had been invited. The upcoming Chunin exams were merely an opportunity to demonstrate the strength of each village. However, there was another letter. I furrowed his brow upon reading this second letter. What did Sarutobi Hiruzen mean? The letter invited not only the younger generation from the Hidden Cloud but also the elder generation. The implication of Sarutobi's message was to foster camaraderie among the villages. While the younger ones competed, the older generations could also use this opportunity to strengthen their bonds. I rubbed his forehead. What camaraderie could possibly exist among them? These several ninja villages? Especially between the Hidden Cloud and the Leaf Village. The so-called camaraderie, once I ventured forth and caused the demise of the Hyuga clan leader. Shall I then venture again, leading to yet another death? As he perused the letter, AI fell into deep contemplation, utterly perplexed by the intentions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he did grasp one thing. This was an opportunity for renown that could not be overlooked. Thus, AI issued a direct command to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams, summoning all the high-ranking officials of the village to select suitable candidates to enter the Leaf Village. This time, the Chunin exams would unequivocally showcase the power of the Hidden Cloud to the other ninja villages. A similar scene unfolded in other ninja villages. In the Rock Village, upon receiving news from the Leaf, Inoki wasted no time in giving his consent. Previously, he had suffered losses at the hands of the Leaf, and with his temperament, He would never endure such humiliation. This Chunin exam represented an opportunity to reclaim his lost honor and make the Leaf regret their actions. As news reached several ninja villages, responses came pouring in, except for the Mist Village, where it fell silent as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Even the umbu sent by the Leaf did not catch a glimpse of the Mizukage. The Mist Village was shrouded in mystery. Shortly after the departure of the umbu, the news reached Obito, who had the fourth Mizukage under his control. Obito, holding the 2 letters sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowed his brow. What did Sarutobi mean by this? No one was more aware of the Leaf's circumstances than he was. Ever since Su Ming's emergence, he had become increasingly attentive to the happenings in the Leaf. Recently, upon learning that Naruto and Su Ming had nearly obliterated the Leaf, he had been astonished for quite some time. On one hand, he was amazed that Naruto, at such a young age, could perfectly control a tailed beast. On the other, he was surprised by their audacious determination to stand against the Leaf. However, with Naruto having perfectly mastered the Nine Tails, it also meant that his plans to collect the tailed beasts would become increasingly arduous. At this moment, Sarutobi should have been greatly troubled by the fact that other villages were privy to the Leaf's news, which could be exploited. Yet, why would he voluntarily release this information? What could his intentions be? The more he pondered, the tighter Obito's frown became, as he struggled to comprehend Sarutobi's motives. Was it a case of reckless abandon? A realization that the Leaf was beyond saving, thus indulging in one last bout of defiance before demise? No, that was utterly impossible. From his understanding of Sarutobi, the seasoned leader of the Leaf, despite his advanced age, could still exhibit formidable ferocity when provoked. Yet, what was he truly implying? After much deliberation, Obito remained perplexed. Nevertheless, he recognized one crucial point. He must pay close attention to this Chunin exam. For Sarutobi's invitation included not only the younger generation but also the older generation. This indicated a strong possibility that the Jinchuriki from other villages would also make an appearance. At that time, it could aid their plans to collect tailed beasts. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to capture a few tailed beasts for himself. Thus, he had to participate. This was an opportunity. In the Leaf Village, at Naruto's home, since the last incident, this region has fallen into a profound silence. The surrounding villagers have relocated, seeking refuge from Naruto. Originally, this area was not particularly lively, so the villagers' departure had little impact. Of course, it spared them the dread of being obliterated by Kushina's fist. Otherwise, had there been villagers nearby engaging with Naruto, even the release of the Nine Tails would likely be insufficient to restrain Kushina. The primary concern was the sheer reluctance to intervene. Despite the tranquility outside, the atmosphere within the home was exceptionally vibrant. However, today, an unexpected guest arrived at their typically serene abode. To be precise, it was an uninvited visitor. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Minato and Kushina decided to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, as they could not afford to reveal themselves too soon. Moreover, the visitor was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inside, Su Ming and the others were present. Su Ming cast a cold glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi and inquired in a frosty tone, "What brings you here?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, with an expression of regret, replied, "I have come to offer my apologies. The events of the past were undoubtedly my fault. As Hokage, I have neglected too many matters, causing undue harm to both you and Naruto. This recent incident has deepened my understanding of my inadequacies in the role of Hokage." Hiruzen sighed. "I am now contemplating resignation. But for the moment, that is not feasible. I have made numerous mistakes that I must rectify personally." Su Ming listened to his words, still maintaining a frosty demeanor. Hiruzen, unfazed, continued, "I do not expect your forgiveness. My purpose here is merely to present this." As he spoke, he opened his hand to reveal 2 Konoha ninja forehead protectors. "I hope you can accept these as a gesture of my apology and the village's contrition." Seeing that Su Ming showed no intention of accepting, Hiruzen added, "In fact, in a short while, the village will be hosting the Nin exams, and I hope you will consider participating." He turned to Naruto, acknowledging that at his young age, he deserves recognition. Hiruzen departed, leaving behind the 2 forehead protectors, which belonged to the genin. To be honest, when Hiruzen requested their participation in the Nin exams, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Given their current strength, they could easily contend with shadow-level ninjas, and participating in the Nin exams seemed rather unfair. Moreover, what was Hiruzen's intention? It wasn't until shortly after that Orochimaru conveyed the news from Konoha that Su Ming comprehended Hiruzen's motives. He realized why Hiruzen was so insistent on delivering the forehead protectors and inviting them to the Nin exams. Upon receiving the news from Orochimaru, Ming understood that Hiruzen had also extended invitations to other villages. In fact, not only had he invited the younger generation, but he had also included the older generation, leading Ming to fully grasp Hiruzen's strategy. He intended to wield them as instruments, utilizing their prowess alongside that of other ninja villages. Taking advantage of the Nin exam, let the two parties engage in conflict. If managed adeptly, they could inflict mutual devastation upon each other, allowing Konoha to resolve its internal strife and eliminate external threats as well. At that time, with Konoha still possessing considerable strength and with Danzo deceased, having lost control of both Root and Umbu, along with the support of other allied clans, Konoha would truly embody the title of the foremost ninja village rather than merely in name. What a clever scheme. No wonder Hiruzen Sarutobi personally visited, adopting such a humble stance and offering apologies. It is all becoming clear. Throughout this process, there is no need for Sarutobi to exert significant effort or possess overwhelming power. He merely needs to ensure that both parties are aware of each other at the opportune moment, allowing him to remain in the shadows and reap the rewards of their conflict. However, the more Ming learned of Sarutobi's intentions, the more he felt compelled to participate, as this would serve as the final barrier to shatter his hopes. There is nothing more despairing than this. Thus, Ming consented. This matter was also known to Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and Ming sought their counsel. Minato instinctively glanced at Kushina, who boldly waved her hand, indicating that they should make their own decisions regarding this trivial issue. However, she had one stipulation. Turning to Ming with utmost seriousness, Kushina declared, "I must attend this time. I wish to see who dares to bully my son. If anyone does." With that, she swung her fist with great force, striking the adjacent wall. Crack! The wall crumbled. Minato instinctively shuddered and quickly checked himself, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon finding no injuries. Terrifying. If given the choice, Minato would undoubtedly choose to confront Kushina's wrath over the rampaging Ninetales without a second thought. Compared to Kushina, the Ninetale seemed remarkably gentle. Observing Kushina's reaction, Ming helplessly rubbed his forehead. How many times has this been now? More repairs were needed. He turned to Orochimaru, who nodded in acknowledgement. Then, forming hand signs, Orochimaru initiated the reanimation jutsu. A burst of light illuminated the area, and the figure of the first Hokage materialized. Seeing this, Minato felt a bit awkward and sheepishly remarked, "First Hokage, I apologize for troubling you once again." Orochimaru replied, "Minato, at this moment, he has had his consciousness erased by me. He cannot hear your words." Minato's embarrassment increased. Orochimaru then began to manipulate the first Hokage, and shortly thereafter, the damage caused by Kushina was repaired. Of course, this time, Orochimaru had taken special care to reinforce the structure. After all, Kushina's destructive power was on the rise. In just a few days, he had summoned the first Hokage more frequently than he had eaten. It was quite taxing on the sacrifices. Sighing in exasperation, after completing the repairs, Orochimaru promptly took his leave. "Firstly, I find myself disinclined towards such an atmosphere. Secondly, concerning Kushina, even Orochimaru finds himself in quite the predicament. The last time he dared to glance at Naruto, Kushina sent him flying over 200 meters with a single punch. This is even more unreasonable than Tsunade's antics. At least Tsunade only vented her frustrations on Jiraiya, whereas Kushina, after repairing the house, Orochimaru hastily departed, not daring to steal even a glance at Naruto throughout the encounter. Not long after Orochimaru's departure, Kushina also left to prepare lunch. During this time, under Kushina's meticulous care, Naruto had nearly gained a rounder physique. His once handsome face now appeared chubby, a stark contrast to Sasuke, who seemed as if he had been mistreated. Of course, this transformation was also due to Naruto's previous frailness. Minato went to assist Kushina, while Naruto took Kankuro to play, leaving only Ming, who continued to furrow his brows. He suddenly realized that if this news had indeed spread to every ninja village, then the Mist Village must be aware as well. If the Mist Village knew, then Obito would undoubtedly have learned of it too. In light of such significant developments, the Akatsuki, which seeks to gather the tailed beasts, would likely intervene, as chaos would serve their objectives well. At that moment, the Mist Village was still entrenched in the era of the Blood Mist, representing a faction under Obito's command. If left unchecked, it would likely lead to unforeseen complications post-Chunin exams. After contemplating this, Ming resolved to address the issues concerning the Mist Village. Thus, he made his way to the Uchiha clan and sought out Itachi. Upon seeing Ming, Itachi appeared somewhat pleased. disregarding the slightly resentful gaze from Izumi, and rushed over. However, Izumi understood that Su Ming's arrival signified an important matter. Being considerate, she turned and returned to the house to brew some hot tea for the two. Before long, 2 steaming cups of tea were presented. Su Ming accepted one with gratitude, and Itachi nodded in acknowledgement to Izumi, both sharing a smile that filled the air with a sweetly sour atmosphere. Observing this, Su Ming teased, "You seem to be enjoying a rather pleasant life, don't you?" "Not at all," Itachi vehemently denied, though his flushed cheeks betrayed him. Su Ming chuckled, choosing not to press the point. "Not at all? If that were the case, why would Sasuke keep coming to my house, following Naruto around all day? It's clear he knows his brother and sister-in-law are together, and he has been left out." Setting aside trivial matters, Su Ming turned serious. "I came to see you for a reason." Itachi inquired, "What is it? Is it related to Konoha?" Su Ming shook his head, sort of. "This matter primarily concerns the Mist Village." Itachi's expression turned quizzical. Su Ming elaborated, "The Fourth Hokage, Yagura, has been under someone else's control for quite some time, which is why he has implemented the brutal policies associated with the Blood Mist era. Of course." Su Ming refrained from mentioning the deeper reasons behind it. "The plight of the Mist Village can be traced back to a woman named Rin." Su Ming continued, explaining that this time the Hidden Leaf Village was hosting the Chunin exams and had extended invitations to other ninja villages, with the Mist Village being the sole variable in this equation. "I must make a visit there," he declared. Itachi inquired, "What can I do?" Rising to his feet, Su Ming affectionately tousled Itachi's hair and replied, "Just accompany me." Su Ming intended to bring Itachi along to address matters concerning the Mist Village. However, just as they were about to depart, Jiraiya arrived, seeking out Su Ming. He was aware of the recent events in the Leaf Village but had chosen not to intervene. Upon learning of the power that Su Ming wielded, Jiraiya understood that his interference could lead to even greater suffering for the Leaf Village. At that time, the village might indeed face utter despair. Thus, refraining from action seemed the wisest course. Nevertheless, his concern for the Leaf Village compelled him to come, even at the risk of danger. "May we speak?" Jiraiya asked, looking at Su Ming. Su Ming nodded and informed Itachi that they would step outside. Once outside, Jiraiya hesitated. In contrast, Su Ming smiled, noting that given their relationship, they were not strangers. "If you have something to say, please do so directly. There is no need for hesitation." Jiraiya sighed, ultimately deciding to speak. "For the sake of the Leaf Village, I wish to request that you show mercy and spare them." Su Ming did not rush to refuse. He understood Jiraiya's character well, though his time in the village had not been particularly long. He held deep feelings for the Leaf Village. After all, in the original Naruto storyline, he had ventured alone into the Rain Village for information about pain, ultimately meeting a solitary end. He was not the prophesied child, but rather the one in search of that child. He had his own reflections on peace in the village. Remaining steadfast in his convictions, Su Ming fixed his gaze on Jiraiya. "What is your rationale? On what grounds should I spare the Leaf Village?" After a moment of silence, Jiraiya replied, "I know that the Leaf Village owes you and Naruto a debt. However, hatred does not resolve issues. It perpetuates itself, never coming to an end." As he spoke, Jiraiya's expression deepened, hinting at a story behind his words. Nevertheless, Su Ming shook his head. "Hatred can indeed come to an end," he asserted. Jiraiya looked up, puzzled. "The reason hatred endures is often due to excessive compassion," Su Ming explained. "If I were to eradicate all possibilities for hatred to arise, then hatred would cease to exist entirely." Jiraiya paused, struggling to comprehend. "If hatred continues, then it would be better to eliminate everyone." Su Ming chuckled. "Eradicating all avenues through which hatred could propagate would, in essence, lead to the annihilation of the world if that hatred were to persist. Yet I believe that one day, hatred will vanish completely." Jiraiya remained silent. Su Ming continued, "You have not experienced the pain that Naruto endured. You cannot truly grasp what he suffered during that time. Even if you strive to envision, to immerse yourself in experience, the essence remains illusory. What right have you to choose light for others if you have never tasted despair?" Su Ming shook his head and took a step forward. However, before departing, he left behind a kunai for Jiraiya, a specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai. "This is a gift from me on behalf of my father. In times of hardship, infuse it with your chakra, and it shall save your life. Remember my words today. They are of utmost importance." With that, Su Ming walked on. Regarding Naruto, he would make his own choices. He would not intervene. If he chose to spare, then so be it. If he chose destruction, even with Hashirama and Madara resurrected, Konoha would still face annihilation. Su Ming departed, leaving Jiraiya enveloped in silence. He lingered on the words Su Ming had left behind. What right have you to choose light for others if you have never tasted despair? Do you know him? No, you do not. You merely possess knowledge. You are aware of his experiences, of the events that transpired in his life, yet you mistakenly believe you comprehend all his thoughts. However, individuals are distinct. What right do others have to demand forgiveness for the suffering endured by another? Jiraiya fell into silence, the stillness stretching on. He grasped the specially made kunai and, after a moment, tucked it away. He understood that he could no longer manage the affairs of Konoha. There remained one thing he could do: pursue Pain, the enigmatic organization that could significantly impact peace in the ninja world. In the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, he resolved to seek the truth of these matters to the best of his abilities. Jiraiya too departed, this time armed with the kunai gifted by Su Ming. Beneath the ancient tree, leaves danced in the breeze. Itachi stood quietly below, awaiting. Soon, Su Ming's silhouette emerged. Upon seeing Su Ming, a flicker of excitement ignited in Itachi's eyes. Ming-san. Itachi waved from a distance. Su Ming approached with a smile. Did Lord Jiraiya summon you for something? Recalling Jiraiya's demeanor, Su Ming shook his head, sensing that perhaps Jiraiya sought to comfort his own heart. Jiraiya understood that mere words could hardly persuade Su Ming and the others to let go. Moreover, even if they chose to abandon their burdens, Konoha might not acquiesce at this juncture. Many matters cannot simply conclude because one party desires it so. What Jiraiya could do was strive for these issues, allowing himself to remain unashamed. Huh? Itachi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Su Ming offered no further explanation, for the situation was complex. He simply stated, "Let us go to the Hidden Mist Village." Itachi nodded, refraining from further questions, and together they set forth. After the night of the clan's demise, Itachi returned to his former self, to the most authentic version of Itachi. His parents were still alive, his brother remained, and Shui had not perished. All that he cherished still existed. Most importantly, he no longer bore such a heavy burden upon his shoulders. He no longer strained his mind in pursuit of the revival of the Uchiha clan. Within the clan, he could even indulge in a life of leisure, sipping tea, admiring the scenery, and engaging in games meant for two with Izumi. Naturally, while partaking in such pastimes, he would avoid Sasuke, for leading a child astray is never commendable. Ultimately, the world was beautiful, and Itachi was content. Habitually accepting the dumpling from Su Ming's hand, Itachi could not help but feel curious. Despite Konoha having been largely destroyed, the whereabouts of the dumpling shop remained a mystery. How had Ming found these dumplings? Yet, unbeknownst to him, Itachi had gradually ceased to inquire, choosing instead to savor the moment and the sense of dependence it brought. Of course, Su Ming had not divulged to Itachi that both Ichiraku Ramen and the dumpling shop had been discreetly relocated by Orochimaru. With a substantial sum of money provided to the owners, they were undoubtedly content to avoid conflict, which was always a favorable outcome. Su Ming also kept to himself that upon purchasing these two establishments, he had gifted them to the two of them, Ichiraku to Naruto and the dumpling shop to Itachi. Itachi simply remained unaware. On the journey to the Hidden Mist Village, Itachi turned to Su Ming and asked, "Is it truly just the two of us venturing into the Hidden Mist Village?" Su Ming nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are the man who has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. You must have faith in your strength. When the battle commences, you shall lead, and should you find yourself overwhelmed, I shall step in," Su Ming jested. Itachi readily agreed. "No worries. I will protect you, Ming-san." Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. Currently, the Hidden Mist, having implemented the Blood Mist policy, had seen most of its power diminished, some had perished, while others had defected, leaving only a scant remnant. Thus, there was no need for excessive concern. Moreover, the strength of the two of them was more than sufficient. Before long, they arrived in the land of water, nestled in the mountains. The Hidden Mist Village was perpetually shrouded in thick fog, isolated from the other nations. After a short while, they reached their destination. As the village gradually came into view, Itachi inquired, "Shall we simply enter like this?" Su Ming shook his head. "Certainly not. We are civilized individuals, and civilized individuals must have civilized methods." Just as Itachi pondered what constituted a civilized approach, Su Ming stepped forward and kicked the nearest building. Then, with a resounding crash, the structure collapsed. Su Ming tilted his head and called out, "Guests have arrived." In that instant, Itachi was taken aback. Was this truly how civilized people greeted one another? It was certainly quite unique. Su Ming turned back, smiling at Itachi, and then suddenly asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" Itachi paused for a moment, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a surge of excitement. He then nodded in agreement. Without any command from Su Ming, Itachi directly advanced, delivering a powerful kick against another building. Crack! Half of the wall shattered instantly, leading to the collapse of the upper structure. After witnessing this, Itachi's eyes widened in excitement. When Su Ming turned around, he noticed a hint of lingering thrill in Itachi's gaze. He promptly smacked his forehead, unaware that Itachi harbored such a destructive tendency within him. This was a miscalculation. Such bad habits must not be cultivated. Otherwise, if Itachi's impulses flared up again, it would be Su Ming who would bear the consequences. Fortunately, the commotion they had caused did not go unnoticed, as a group of ninjas from the Mist Village soon arrived. The main characters have arrived. Su Ming smiled, promptly curbing Itachi's desire to continue his rampage. Leave these to you. Su Ming shook his head and gestured towards Itachi. Nodding in agreement, Itachi stepped forward. The approaching Mist ninjas numbered merely 5, a challenge well within Itachi's capabilities. In an instant, Itachi vanished, reappearing right before the 5. With a swift motion, he thrust a shuriken, which pierced one ninja's chest with a sharp hiss. He ducked to evade the attacks from the remaining foes. Itachi's Sharingan emerged in an instant, quickly evolving into the Manjiki Sharingan. In a heartbeat, the other 4 stood frozen in place, their movements halted. Itachi calmly approached and dispatched them all. After dealing with the 5, Itachi turned back, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes as he glanced at Su Ming, as if seeking praise. Su Ming chuckled and walked over to give Itachi a light tap on the head, advising, in the future, refrain from using the Manjiki Sharingan unless absolutely necessary. Itachi nodded, his cheeks flushed. After all, the Manjiki Sharingan could lead to a decline in vision. Su Ming certainly couldn't just conjure a pair of glasses for Itachi, could he? Though useful, it seemed rather unsuitable for him. However, Su Ming recalled that there were eye drops available in the system's shop, which could mitigate the after effects of the Manjiki Sharingan. Once the 5 were eliminated, the path through the mist was clear. The other ninjas they encountered along the way were left for Itachi to hone his skills on. Thus, the 2 leisurely made their way into the Water Shadow's office, where they found the 4th Hokage, Yagura. Upon entering and observing the somewhat fearful expressions of the Mist villagers, Itachi curiously remarked, "Ming-san, are these people a bit weak?" The ninjas they had encountered earlier seemed to have been dealt with quite effortlessly, leading Itachi to question whether the Mist village was perhaps too feeble. In response, Su Ming rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated as he regarded Itachi. Do we even need to discuss how formidable the Uchiha clan is with their Manjiki Sharingan activated? Compared to you, those Mist ninjas are indeed utterly weak. Under the influence of the Manjiki Sharingan, even the Ninetales could be swayed, let alone these mere minnows. However, there lies a rather sizable fish in this place, a trio of Jinchuriki, namely Yagura, who is also the one enforcing the blood mist policy in the village hidden in the mist. Naturally, he is under the control of Obito. Su Ming understood that from the moment he entered the village, Obito must have been aware of his presence. Thus, he felt no urgency. In fact, he was curious to see what further actions Obito might take, as the 2 were destined to confront each other eventually. Certain grievances could not be avoided. To reiterate, while Obito's plight was unfortunate, it did not justify his actions in slaying the 4th Hokage and his wife. He had no grounds to forgive another's enemy on behalf of anyone else, just as no one else held the right to forgive his. Su Ming turned his gaze toward Yagura, questioning if he was prepared to accept his fate. Yagura frowned in response. Beside him, several bodyguards of the Mizukage immediately changed their expressions, shouting angrily, "Who are you to intrude upon the hidden mist? Do you seek battle?" Such powerless words elicited a mere shake of Su Ming's head, showing his indifference. The guards, witnessing Su Ming's demeanor, grew even angrier and charged forward. Yet, Su Ming remained still, as someone stepped in front of him, Itachi. Itachi advanced decisively, his Manjiki Sharingan activated. With focused eyes, a swirl of black flames erupted upon the guards of the Mizukage. "Ah, what is this? It hurts. What kind of fire is this?" They cried out in agony. Amidst their screams, the flames consumed them, reducing them to ashes. Faced with enemies, Itachi showed no mercy. Though Su Ming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his companion's sudden ferocity. He had never noticed Itachi's propensity for such violence before. Of course, Su Ming would never admit that he had instigated it. In no time, the world fell silent. Within the expansive office, only 3.5 figures remained: Su Ming, Itachi, and Yagura. The half-figure belonged to Obito, who, although aware of the situation, was not physically present. Yagura, frowning, turned his attention to the 2, asking, "Who are you? Why have you come to the hidden mist?" Su Ming, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation, noted that Yagura's intellect seemed to have dulled under Obito's control. After the massacre of so many in the village, he showed little reaction. Yet, this might have been Obito's intention all along. Obito harbors deep resentment toward the hidden mist. Shaking his head, Ming replied to Yagura, "We are ninjas from Konoha, sent by Lord Hokage to take over the hidden mist." Upon hearing this, Itachi visibly froze, his Mangeki Sharingan momentarily stagnant as he turned to look at Ming. Ming shot him a glare, thinking, "How foolish. You can't even play your part." Fortunately, given Yagura's temperament, there was little concern about theatrics since he would not discern the difference. It was also fortunate that Yagura still possessed the capacity for anger. Otherwise, further progress would require considerable effort. In light of Yagura's fury, there was no need for deliberation. Action was the order of the day. Giving Itachi a reassuring pat on the shoulder, Ming yawned and declared, "Let us finish him." Then, Ming withdrew and found a place to sit down. Itachi, however, wore a serious expression, intently observing Yagura. Ming had informed him of Yagura's status as a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, one of the few perfect Jinchuriki. The formidable strength of Naruto was evident to Itachi, and thus he did not dare to be careless at this moment. With a fierce glare from his Sharingan, the red Susanoo manifested before him. In his right hand, he wielded the Totsuka blade, while his left hand held the Yada mirror, a direct reference to the original work. The ability to summon Susanoo demonstrated Itachi's significant regard for Yagura. This was Ming's first encounter with the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. A formidable ability conjured by the Mangeki Sharingan, and even at the periphery, one could sense its immense power. Boom! With the emergence of Susanoo, Yagura unleashed his full strength, transforming completely into the Three Tails. However, as a perfect Jinchuriki, even in full-tailed beast transformation, he retained his consciousness. The appearance of the Three Tails alongside Susanoo caused the once intact Mizukage office to collapse. Ming, who had just found a suitable position, emerged from the ruins with a scowl, suspecting that Itachi might have done this intentionally. Now, Itachi and Yagura were engaged in battle. It must be said that the strength of a perfect Jinchuriki is impressive, yet it still fell short in comparison to Itachi. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but it wasn't long before Yagura began to falter. However, before long, another unexpected guest from the Mist Village appeared. The appearance was unmistakable: deep blue hair, a face reminiscent of a shark, golden pupils, and sharp teeth. It was Kasame Hashigaki. Ming was aware that Obito would send someone, but he had not anticipated that it would be him. The wielder of the sword Samahata, Kasame, was also referred to as the tailless-tailed beast. According to the original Naruto storyline, Kasame was partnered with Itachi. Therefore, upon his arrival, Ming suddenly changed his mind and approached Itachi, saying, "Itachi, you handle this new adversary. I will take care of Yagura." Itachi nodded and turned to confront Kasame, while Ming faced Yagura. To be honest, the Three Tails Jinchuriki was not a significant challenge for him. Nevertheless, to expedite the resolution of the battle, Ming activated the third template, Immortal Demon Body. As the power of the template surged, an immense force instantly coursed through Ming's being. At that moment, Yagura seemed to sense the terror of Ming's power. Without hesitation, he gathered a tailed beast bomb and swallowed it, preparing to unleash it. Boom! The terrifying energy erupted and surged towards Ming. In response, Ming remained remarkably calm. The power of the demon body was swiftly channeled into his sword. Then, with a single swing, he cleaved through the explosive tailed beast bomb, which shattered into two halves with a crisp snap. This scene left the recently arrived Kisame Hashigaki utterly astonished as he stared blankly at Ming. A single strike cleaved through the tailed beast chakra. Prior to this moment, Obito had informed me that there were merely two formidable ninjas. Yet he failed to mention that one of them was such a monstrous entity. To slice through the tailed beast chakra. Good heavens! How does one even confront such a creature? At that moment, Kisame's composure began to unravel. Just then, as he turned, he was met with a resounding slap from Itachi's Susanoo, which sent him hurtling through the air. No longer hesitating, Kisame fled without a word. Remaining in the presence of such a freak would surely spell his demise. Thus, he bolted without a second thought, leaving only Yagura behind. "What shall we do next, Ming-san?" Itachi inquired, turning his gaze towards Ming. Ming replied, "Extract the Three Tails." Drawing his sword, Ming struck directly at the Three Tails. The beast, controlled by Yagura, struggled mightily. However, all efforts proved futile against the might of Ming's formidable strike. With a sharp sound, the Three Tails sustained an injury. Subsequently, Itachi commanded his Susanoo to seize control of the beast. Ming-san. Itachi looked to Su Ming. Su Ming nodded and stepped forward, swinging his sword. Yagura's abdomen was cleaved open, and he reached out, forcibly grasping the three tails within him, pulling it out with great force. Su Ming possessed the unique power of a demonic physique, which granted him a special affinity to draw out tailed beasts. Thus, he was able to extract the beast with relative ease. Of course, it was inevitable that Yagura would perish in the process, but that mattered little to Su Ming. Even after being forcibly extracted, the massive three tails remained fearsome and restless. Though it had calmed somewhat after being vigorously subdued by Itachi's Susanoo, it could be said to be exceedingly tranquil, possibly due to Itachi's vigorous handling. Yet, in Su Ming's eyes, it was not merely vigorous, but rather a display of sheer enjoyment. In any case, Itachi appeared exhilarated. Casting a glance at the still somewhat rebellious three tails, Su Ming suddenly suggested to Itachi, why not keep the three tails as a pet? Upon hearing this, the colossal creature trembled violently, akin to a small mountain quaking. It quickly turned its head, looking pitifully at Su Ming, as if pleading for mercy. Su Ming slapped his forehead in disbelief. How terrified must it be of Itachi? Itachi remained unaware of the extent of the three tails' fear of him, and was merely curious as to why it had suddenly quieted down, even at this moment. As Susanoo still loomed, Itachi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, the three tails shrank and transformed into an adorable form. Su Ming glanced at Itachi, who, feeling a tinge of disappointment, retracted his Susanoo. Itachi cast a lingering gaze at the three tails, causing it to hastily hide behind Su Ming in fright. Disregarding Itachi's embarrassment, Su Ming directly exchanged a bottle of eye drops from the system store and tossed it to Itachi. This is for your eyes, he said. Itachi caught it and opened the bottle to apply the drops. This scene made Su Ming's mouth twitch. Aren't you going to ask what it's for? What is it for? Itachi inquired. This bottle of eye drops can eliminate the side effects of using the Manjiki Sharingan, Su Ming explained. Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had only recently learned about the side effects associated with the Manjiki Sharingan. With each use, his vision began to diminish, albeit subtly, yet it was undeniable. Moreover, he recalled that the solution involved transplanting the Manjiki Sharingan of a blood relative. It was the only means to restore his sight and avoid succumbing to darkness. Beyond that, he could not remember any other methods within the Uchiha clan. However, now, Su Ming had presented a solution, and it was astonishingly simple. Truly, Su Ming was remarkable. Noticing Itachi's gaze, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such matters were trivial. The system store contained an abundance of such items. There was nothing he could not procure if one simply dared to imagine it. There were even power drills available, though Su Ming had yet to conceive of their use. Perhaps to drill into the Outer Path's magic statue? An intriguing idea, albeit challenging to execute. Having resolved the situation with the vessel and the three tails, the village of Mist was essentially under his control. Now, what was needed was a figure of authority. Kahakume. The image of her flashed in Su Ming's mind. Yes, with her striking appearance and figure, she was the one. Subsequently, Su Ming summoned all the high-ranking officials from the village of Mist that he could find, including Kahakume. With her emerald green eyes and long, intertwined chestnut curls, coupled with her typically revealing attire, Su Ming had a clear view of the scene before him. It was not that he was intentionally gazing, the brightness simply caught his eye. Since it had drawn his attention, he naturally felt compelled to look a few more times to compensate. Yes, quite impressive. At this moment, Kahakume was merely in her 20s. At the prime of her youth, ripe for the picking. With her captivating charm, the way her chestnut curls veiled her right eye added an intriguing allure. After a few more glances, Su Ming shook his head, somewhat sentimental. Spring has arrived. However, before Su Ming could take further action, a mist ninja shouted angrily. What are you leaf ninjas planning? Are you trying to incite a conflict between our two villages? The voice was filled with fury, yet regrettably, the speaker possessed little strength. Incite conflict? Su Ming sneered. Do you think you are worthy? You. A few of them, enraged, even reached for their weapons, ready to strike. However, their speed was far too slow. Swish. Su Ming drew his sword. In an instant, several heads flew from their bodies, accompanied by splattering blood that painted the surroundings. The sudden scene startled the other mist ninjas, causing them to tremble. Kahakume, standing nearby, also exhibited a glimmer of fear in her eyes. Even so, she was not far away, blood splattered upon her. Yet now, in the presence of Su Ming, she lacked even the courage to wipe it away. The blood was thick and clung uncomfortably to her skin. Thus, Su Ming turned to Itachi. Do you have any paper? Itachi was momentarily taken aback but handed some paper to Su Ming. Accepting it, Su Ming approached Conan and knelt down, gently using the paper to wipe the blood from her body, starting from her shoulder and moving downward. The paper Itachi provided was not large, and as he wiped, his fingers inadvertently grazed her skin, leaving faint red marks trailing downward. It's quite soft. Conan's face flushed crimson, yet she remained motionless. After meticulously cleaning all the blood, Su Ming offered her a gentlemanly smile. No need to thank me. Rising, he turned to the remaining Mist Village ninjas. Do you wish to live? After a brief silence, no one spoke. Su Ming furrowed his brow and swiftly drew his sword. With a few soft sounds, heads flew, and blood splattered anew, once more landing on Conan. Turning back, Su Ming noticed Itachi had directly handed him more paper, having deliberately torn off a portion, his expression unflinching as he stated, "This is all I have." Su Ming smiled. "You're quite accommodating." Conan's face turned an even deeper shade of red. After finishing the task, Su Ming felt a sense of reflection. A gentleman, perhaps, who was akin to him. That wretched demeanor. Conan found herself somewhat resistant to Su Ming's actions. However, the image of him striking down the tailed beast still lingered in her mind. Every time she thought of resisting, that sword cutting through the sky flashed before her. Alongside it, the image of Su Ming's resolute, handsome face emerged. Contemplating this, she ceased to resist. Resistance proved futile. Itachi observed these events with growing admiration for Su Ming. Such graceful poise, indeed worthy of the title Ming. Inspired by the scene, Itachi felt he could learn from it. One ought to learn throughout life. As a member of the Uchiha clan, one should never be arrogant, but always strive for knowledge. At that moment, the figure of Izumi appeared in his mind, and the scene shifted. Su Ming rose. At this point, few of the Mist Village high ranks remained. I do not wish to repeat myself. Instantly, the remaining individuals hastily exclaimed, "Yes, we want to live." Clever, Su Ming commended. Then henceforth, she shall be the fifth Mizukage. He pointed to Conan. The others were taken aback yet did not protest. Although the manner of confirming this Mizukage was rather unorthodox, at least the position remained within the Mist Village. After all, Conan was, in every sense, a part of the Mist Village. Conan stood in a daze. She had expected to endure humiliation, never anticipating that the title of Mizukage would fall upon her. This felt like a dream. Su Ming knelt beside her, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "From this day forth, you are mine, my Mizukage." With that, he flashed a charming smile. Rising from his seat, he departed with Itachi. However, before leaving, Su Ming left behind a specially crafted Flying Thunder God technique, along with several Flying Thunder God marks. If time permits, I shall return to see you. Await my return. With that, Su Ming took his leave, leaving behind a blushing and perplexed Conan. Her impressions of Su Ming were scarce, yet if one were to highlight a singular aspect, it would be his domineering nature, an indelible mark etched into her heart, unforgettable and profound. Amigakure, a village perpetually shrouded in rain, once fell under the dominion of Hanzo of the Salamander. During the Second Shinobi World War, Amigakure declared war on the three powers of the Land of Iron, Konoha and Sunagakure. However, the outcomes were less than favorable. Despite this, Amigakure wielded considerable influence over Jiraiya, as Nagato and his companions hailed from this very village. He once believed that the fabled child of prophecy was indeed Nagato. Yet, upon hearing of their demise during battle, Jiraiya relinquished this conviction. Unbeknownst to him, the trio had not perished. They formed the Akatsuki organization, which later fell under Nagato's leadership following Yahiko's tragic death at the hands of a conspiracy. Amigakure thus became their stronghold. Within the confines of Amigakure, Conan gazed at Nagato, who stood elevated with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings with a sigh. Was he reminiscing about Yahiko? Nagato turned, his Rinnegan revealing no trace of emotion. Yet, Conan understood the depth of Nagato's feelings for Yahiko. Since Yahiko's passing, Nagato had transformed, becoming a markedly different individual. The Moon Eye plan was now poised for initiation. Nagato did not respond to Conan's inquiry, but instead broached another topic. Conan nodded. I have dispatched someone to Sunagakure regarding the Jinchuriki. However, just moments ago, Kasame returned, indicating that complications had arisen in the Land of Water. Nagato narrowed his eyes, pondering what sort of complications could emerge. It is said that Su Ming and Itachi from Konoha have ventured into the Land of Water. Nagato nodded, his mind conjuring the image of Su Ming's sword, unyielding and capable of cleaving through anything. It was no surprise that Kasame could not prevail against him, seemingly sensing Conan's bewilderment. Nagato remarked, That man is formidable, extremely formidable. He gazed outside, lost in contemplation. After a long silence, he added, perhaps he can be compared to Uchiha Madara. Conan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time she had heard Nagato bestow such high praise upon another. How powerful could he truly be? Just then, she felt a sudden shift and turned to Nagato. Someone is approaching. Nagato's gaze remained unchanged. You handle it. Understood. With that, Conan vanished from sight. After exiting Amagakure, Itachi's gaze towards Su Ming was somewhat peculiar. However, Su Ming paid little heed to it. He had always been candid, much like the color of his hair. His true nature was evident at first glance, leaving no room for speculation. Such authenticity required no disguise. Indeed, Itachi is more envious than anything else, for he cannot achieve what Su Ming has. Although Izumi is typically gentle when it comes to this matter, sigh. She is remarkably akin to Aunt Kushina. Alas, Itachi shook his head with a sigh, gazing at Su Ming with a touch of envy. Truly, Ming-san is impressive. The Three Tails perched upon Su Ming's shoulder. Initially, Su Ming had intended to keep the Three Tails to aid Mei Terumi in safeguarding the Hidden Mist Village. However, upon reflection, considering the time, it seemed that Akatsuki was nearing the collection of tailed beasts. If the Three Tails remained in the mist, it might pose further complications for Mei. After contemplating, he decided it would be best to keep it by his side. Once the Three Tails shrank in size, it appeared quite adorable. Such a cute creature is excellent for charming young ladies. The two returned to the Uchiha clan grounds and then parted ways. Itachi hurriedly bid farewell to Su Ming, presumably on his way to find Izumi. Yet, what could he possibly want with her? Su Ming glanced up at the sky. During broad daylight, it seemed rather hasty. The youth of today. As he shook his head, he noticed Minato Namikaze approaching with ingredients in hand. Their eyes met, and Minato's expression turned awkward. Good morning. Su Ming looked at the sun, which was gradually descending, and then back at Minato. The atmosphere grew slightly uncomfortable. After a brief silence, it was Minato who broke the stillness. I must deliver these to your mother. Minato hurriedly departed. Su Ming sighed. Is this what happens to those who marry? Reflecting on this, Su Ming felt a pang of distress, realizing that there are quite a few young ladies connected to him. Should he marry, it could become rather troublesome. Marrying one would inevitably lead to favoritism, which would be unfair to all. This does not align with Su Ming's principle of love. Before long, Minato reappeared. In Kushina's absence, he reverted to the cheerful, handsome Fourth Hokage. He turned to Su Ming. Shall we chat? Su Ming nodded, and they walked over to a nearby tree. Minato remarked, you are not that young anymore. If there is a suitable girl. Before Minato could finish, Su Ming interjected, you didn't come to discuss marital life. Did you? Minato's face flushed with embarrassment. After you resolve matters with my mother, then perhaps you can enlighten me. Minato felt even more awkward. I am still your father. Is this truly how you wish to address me? Could you not grant me a modicum of respect? Minato expressed his grievances, while Kurama voiced his discomfort within Minato, nearly laughing uncontrollably. Serves you right. Letting you act all high and mighty has brought you this misfortune. Minato was overwhelmed with exasperation. Su Ming looked upward. I understand your feelings toward my mother, but I am different. I shall not allow anything to bind me. I yearn for freedom. My life is destined to drift like the wind, wandering far and wide. Of course, wherever I go, I shall stir the blossoms there, and they shall bloom in the most resplendent manner. The flowers are exquisite. If I do not gather them, I shall face retribution, Su Ming remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Watergate felt increasingly disheartened. How could a father, so devoted, end up with a son of such fickle affections? Fickle, and yet he possesses justifications. Thankfully, you are not my biological child. Otherwise, my reputation would be tarnished. Regarding the affairs of the village, I see no alternative solutions. I shall not intervene in your plans. Watergate added, however, what are your intentions moving forward? He looked intently at Su Ming. I inquire about your course of action post-destruction of the village, he continued. Su Ming's gaze turned contemplative. This world is not as secure as one might imagine. Do you know the origin of chakra? It is said to be bestowed upon us by the sage of six paths. Watergate pondered this for a moment before responding. Su Ming nodded. That is but one facet. In truth, there are deeper reasons. The image of the towering divine tree flashed in Su Ming's mind, along with the immensely destructive 10 tails and the resurrected Tsutsuki. This world is not as it appears. Countless dangers lurk in the shadows, their aim being the collection of tailed beasts, including the 9 tails within Naruto. I aspire to create a world of absolute safety, a realm where no harm can befall us, Su Ming declared. Naruto still requires protection. Outside the Rain Village, A persistent drizzle enveloped the entire area. Jiraiya's silhouette emerged. Entering here was unexpectedly simple, yet, what should be done next? The Rinnegan. At this moment, his mind was wholly consumed by the vision of the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, while the full extent of the Rinnegan's abilities, including Pain's powers, remained unclear to him. He could sense that it would profoundly impact the future of the ninja world, perhaps even the village itself. Reflecting on Konoha, Jiraiya felt a pang of frustration. He had witnessed its rise and gradual decline. Although the third Hokage had made considerable efforts, he also inadvertently contributed to Konoha's deterioration. The Konoha of yore, the village once thriving, was no more. Jiraiya sighed heavily. He had another reason for his visit. Is there truly a connection between Pain and Yahiko? What of Nagato and Konan? Were they not supposed to have perished in the war? How could they still be alive? With these myriad questions weighing on his mind, Jiraiya stepped into the Rain Village. Well, Nagato did not turn around but simply stated. Konan's form materialized beside him, and she softly spoke, "It is Jiraiya." When uttering this name, her voice lacked any discernible emotion, making it difficult to ascertain her thoughts. Nagato replied, "He will not align with us, so let us eliminate him. There is nothing of value worth preserving." As he spoke, Nagato did not look at Konan. His hair obscured half of his face, concealing his eyes and the emotions within. To eliminate the invaders, this body was mobilized. "Lead the way." Konan nodded, her gaze finally shifting. "Pain, before you eliminate him, may I confront him first?" "Do as you wish, as long as he is slain." Nagato departed. Paper fluttered through the air. Konan's form gradually became more defined. She regarded Jiraiya with an impassive expression. "Is this the technique of the Toad shadow manipulation? I cast the bait to lure Pain, yet unexpectedly, it is you who has taken the hook." Jiraiya felt a wave of nostalgia. "The technique has matured, and you have blossomed into a remarkable woman, Konan." He beheld her, with her pale blue-violet hair, light orange eyes, a delicate purple paper flower adorning the right side of her head, purple eyeshadow, and a lip piercing. Jiraiya found himself momentarily lost in thought, as if the days spent with Konan and the others were merely yesterday. Yet, time has passed. Since Konan has emerged, what of the others? "I had thought you perished, yet here you are, transformed into mere fragments of paper." Jiraiya pondered. Divine messenger." A Rain Village ninja beside Jiraiya spoke respectfully. "Have you become a divine messenger? The so-called envoy of the divine?" Konan offered no response, merely directing her gaze toward the Rain Village ninja, commanding him to keep his distance. The ninja complied and withdrew. Jiraiya turned to Konan, his suspicions confirmed, yet he still inquired, "Who is Pain?" Konan's form ascended, her demeanor remaining cold. "It has nothing to do with you, sensei." Behind Konan, paper fragments swirled and began to adhere to her back, forming pristine white wings. "Is this how you become an angel? What purpose do you serve by appearing in this manner? The will of the divine is to eliminate you." Upon uttering this, blades of light shot forth from her wings, aimed at Jiraiya. Observing this, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, stepped back, and then exhaled. Flames blazed fiercely. The paper was gradually consumed. However, just as the flames threatened to reach Konan, Jiraiya halted his assault. Toad oil bullet. Oil clung to Konan, while Jiraiya's white hair elongated, ensnaring her. Once coated in oil, escape becomes impossible. You who delight in origami are the gentlest among those children. What are the other two? Nagato and Yahiko. One of them must be Pain, correct? Jiraiya noted Konan's silence, confirming his thoughts. Konan slightly raised her head. "Now that you appear before us, what is it that you truly desire to accomplish?" There was a hint of resentment in her tone, stemming from memories of Yahiko. "I do not wish to achieve anything. If you were not Akatsuki, I would have thought you perished, yet I never imagined you would become what you are now." In that moment, "You wished you had heeded Orochimaru's counsel, did you not?" Konan remarked. "At that time, Orochimaru sought to eliminate them. Such matters had never crossed my mind. It is profoundly sorrowful that I imparted to you the ways of survival. Without a doubt, you are my disciples. No matter how arduous the world may be, the sudden hostility directed towards me is indeed disheartening. Subsequently, I happen to hear about you. Yet, the teacher remains oblivious to our true selves. This is an undeniable fact." Jiraiya did not refute this, yet it does not justify Akatsuki's existence. Akatsuki is misguided. This conclusion was reached after much contemplation, Jiraiya-sensei. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Jiraiya turned to see Pain approaching. Although much had changed, those eyes. "Nagato," Jiraiya concluded. "Was it you on that day as well?" "Yes," Pain did not deny it. "It seems you have not grown correctly. What transpired?" "This is not something you need to know, Jiraiya-sensei," After all, you are merely an outsider. What exactly happened? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he sensed the flow of chakra emanating from pain, a prelude to aggression. It is nothing, just pain. It has fostered my growth. An ignorant and foolish child, upon understanding suffering, will mature into an adult. Have you abandoned the friends you once had? Jiraiya inquired. Pain replied, Teacher, you remain merely a man. Yet I have evolved amidst suffering into a true superior being, a deity. What humanity cannot perceive, a god can. Similarly, what mortals cannot achieve, a god can accomplish. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, asking, What exactly do you intend to do? To draw a period to this war-torn world. Summoning technique. With Pain's commanding shout, a three-headed canine materialized. It appears that battle is inevitable. Jiraiya squinted, preparing himself for combat. The events of today were indeed beyond his expectations. Pain, who stood before him, was none other than Nagato, his former disciple. Since their paths had diverged, it was his duty as a teacher to correct them, even if it cost him his life. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, Jiraiya vanished, concealing himself in a corner amidst the swirling smoke. In that refuge, he gasped for breath. Pain's power had greatly surpassed his expectations. The abilities of the Rinnegan are formidable. Is that peculiar summoning technique one of its powers? A contemplative expression crossed Jiraiya's face as he reached into his robe, feeling a specially crafted shuriken. Was he anticipating this very scenario when Ming gifted it to him? Jiraiya began to harbor doubts. He indeed felt the urge to relay a message to Ming. Yet, the time for that had not yet arrived. He still possessed combat capabilities. Moreover, he wished to witness the extent of the Rinnegan's evolution and what Pain, or rather Nagato, had achieved. The misguided path of his disciples is, ultimately, a reflection of his own failings as a teacher. Thus, he bore the obligation to guide them back. As Jiraiya recited the incantation, his gaze shifted, and he intoned with conviction, summoning technique. With a resounding thud, Gamakichi materialized. Gamakichi. I need you to hold them off for a moment. I must enter sage mode, and my hands must not be separated during this process. Gamakichi nodded in understanding. I'll do my best. Boom. At that moment, Pain had located their presence and launched an assault. Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. Master. Tobirama found Ming. An air of mystery surrounding him. Leaning languidly against a large tree, Ming was accompanied by Hanabi, who was deeply asleep in his embrace. As Ming adjusted his hold slightly, Hanabi instinctively murmured in her slumber. Ming felt a twinge of nostalgia. Over the years, Hanabi had grown remarkably well. Although her eyes remained closed, her cheeks flushed crimson, indicating that she was already awake. Ming smiled and turned to Tobirama. What is it? Tobirama replied, Master. Could you teach me some powerful ninjutsu? Naruto has learned some, but I have not. There was a hint of grievance in his tone. Throughout their time together, whenever the two boys sparred, Tobirama found himself soundly defeated by Naruto, leading him to shy away from confronting him. Thus, he sought Ming's guidance in acquiring formidable techniques. As for why he did not approach his brother, it was because his brother had taken his sister-in-law into the house, where they had yet to emerge. Odd sounds emanated from within, suggesting that his sister-in-law was being playfully tormented. Tobirama felt a pang of indignation. How could they bully his sister-in-law? Brother, you have changed. After hearing Tobirama's plea, Ming pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled a technique that was, strictly speaking, suited for Tobirama. However, it was somewhat late to teach it. This technique was known as Kirin. Gently, he lifted Hanabi and positioned her comfortably against the tree. Rising, he turned to Sasuke. Remember this technique I am about to teach you well. It is a powerful one. Ming smiled. Its name is Kirin. Kirin? Ming shook his head. No, it's Kirin. Kirin? Who is Kirin? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. This child always managed to grasp the essential points. Ming began his instruction. Sasuke learned the technique swiftly. However, unbeknownst to them, not far away, a small head was peering from the ground, Kurizetsu. Ming was, of course, aware of his presence. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to teach Sasuke this technique, for he knew that events unfolding today would inevitably reach Obito. Lately, Obito's surveillance of this area had become quite frequent. Nevertheless, Ming chose to disregard it. The antics of little Kurizetsu searching for his mother were, after all, rather amusing. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters now. After imparting the ninjutsu to Sasuke, Ming turned his attention back to Hanabi. At this moment, Hua still kept her eyes tightly shut, displaying a hint of shyness. She had already awakened, merely feigning sleep. In truth, she had long harbored feelings for Ming, yet Like many girls, she felt a touch of bashfulness and had not yet expressed her affections openly. Nevertheless, she thought that being treated in such a manner indicated that Su Ming held some regard for her in his heart. This thought brought a sweetness to her heart. Even with her eyes closed, she could sense Su Ming's arrival, intensifying her shyness, causing her long eyelashes to quiver gently. She began to envision what might transpire next. Alas, nothing occurred. In that moment, Su Ming suddenly sensed a change in the special kunai he had entrusted to Jiraiya, indicating that Jiraiya had encountered trouble, likely engaging in battle with pain for some time. Otherwise, given Jiraiya's nature, he would not resort to using that kunai unless it was a dire situation. In an instant, Su Ming vanished, moving so swiftly that he left no explanation behind. After a while, Hua mustered the courage to open her eyes, only to find the gentle breeze passing by, and the figure had already disappeared. Not far off, she spotted Sasuke, clad in clan robes, struggling in a peculiar pose. This sight made her face flush even deeper, and she spat in Sasuke's direction in irritation. Humph! Scoundrel! With a hint of anger, she turned and walked away. Sasuke, bewildered, shook his head, pondering how strange women truly were, before returning to his training. Little Jiraiya, retreat quickly. On the water's surface, Jiraiya activated Sage Mode. While 6 paths of pain charged toward him, Jiraiya's gaze trembled. Was even Sage Mode insufficient? The Rinnegan was indeed formidable. After battling for a considerable time, Jiraiya remained unclear about Pain's weaknesses. He had opportunities to escape during the fight but chose to stay. Watching Pain approach, Jiraiya's resolve solidified. He hoped to hold out until Su Ming arrived to relay the information about Pain. All I can do is this. He raised his head, his white hair lengthening instantaneously. Entwining toward Pain. I, Jiraiya, am renowned as a hero. I must find a flaw, even if it means perishing together. Boom. A massive rock fell. As the attack pierced through Jiraiya's body, he suddenly comprehended Pain's secret. They were all ninjas he had encountered before. His eyes narrowed. Yet, despite uncovering Pain's secret, he found himself surrounded by 6 Pains, with no escape in sight. A faint smile graced his lips. He had long been prepared, and the message would surely be conveyed. With unwavering determination, Jiraiya declared, Pain, let us battle. Boom. As the attack approached, just at the moment when Pain's strike was about to hit Jiraiya, a sudden glimmer of cold light surged forth. An overwhelming chakra forcefully propelled the surrounding pain away. Simultaneously, a languid voice echoed, Old man, do not be so pessimistic. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya instantly awakened and stared in astonishment at Su Ming, who had suddenly appeared, grinning at him. What is the matter? Have you forgotten me after only a few days? Su Ming chuckled. Upon witnessing Su Ming's smile, Jiraiya too broke into a joyful grin. For he understood that Su Ming's arrival signified his safety. He trusted in Su Ming's strength. A relaxed expression adorned Jiraiya's face. At that moment, the Pain who had been knocked back steadied himself on the water's surface, with the 6 bodies forming a surrounding formation, encircling Su Ming and Jiraiya in the center. Su Ming turned back. It's been a while, Pain. Their last encounter had been at Orochimaru's stronghold, where they had merely tested each other's strength without a genuine confrontation. However, this time was different. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his expression growing serious. Despite his deep trust in Su Ming's abilities, the opponent before them wielded the Rinnegan. You must be cautious. He has 6 bodies. Jiraiya's warning was interrupted as Su Ming raised his hand dismissively. No need to say more. He stepped forward. His long sword suddenly lifted. In the next instant, Su Ming vanished, charging directly toward Pain. Summoning technique. Pain unleashed his jutsu without hesitation as Su Ming approached. Yet, Su Ming's speed was astonishingly swift. In an instant, a cold flash appeared, cleaving through the half-completed summoning technique along with one of Pain's intact bodies. With a swift motion, the body split in 2. Jiraiya's pupils trembled, silently acknowledging the incredible strength displayed. As Su Ming descended, he lightly touched the water's surface with his toes, his white hair cascading naturally over his shoulders, dancing in the wind. An aura of terrifying power radiated from Su Ming at that moment. On Jiraiya's shoulder, he remarked, The child's father, this power is extraordinary. What kind of force is this? The child's mother, I cannot say, but it seems even stronger than Sage Mode. Could this be a new form? The 2 sages from Myaboka Mountain gazed at Su Ming's silhouette, murmuring in awe. This level of power was overwhelmingly formidable, and even they had never witnessed its like before. The unknown force always exudes an air of terror, yet fortunately, this power was not hostile. Immortal demon body. Su Ming had activated the immortal demon body when he struck, which allowed that one sword strike to possess such immense might, cleaving through the summoning technique and one of Pain's bodies in succession. At this moment, one of the 6 bodies had perished. Though it would not be long before it could be revived, the intimidation it posed to Pain was already sufficient. Su Ming's gaze shifted, landing on one of the bodies as he spoke. You must understand, I can obliterate one in an instant. Thus, eradicating your remaining bodies is no arduous task. Pain remained silent, his demeanor still cold and indifferent. With a sudden movement, Su Ming vanished once more. When he reappeared, he stood before another of Pain's bodies and swiftly swung his sword, cleaving it in 2. I am not making a request, nor am I seeking negotiation. I am merely stating a fact. Su Ming slightly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the tallest structure in Amigakure. It must be there, Nagato. This time, he did not refer to Pain but to Nagato. The remaining 5 bodies experienced a fleeting tremor of astonishment in their eyes. Although subtle, it was unmistakable. Su Ming's words implied that he had uncovered their secret. But how had he learned it? What do you want? At last, Pain spoke. Su Ming smiled. His words indicated a concession. He had initially believed Pain would not succumb to fear, but it appeared he was mistaken. I wish to protect him, Su Ming said, gesturing towards Jiraiya. His immediate intention was to take him away from this place. Temporarily? Pain furrowed his brow. If it is temporary, that implies there is more to come. Indeed, Su Ming nodded. For now, I simply want to escort this elderly man away, preventing him from being slain by his disobedient disciple. As for the future, it will depend on my mood. Perhaps one day, should I feel inclined to explore the Rinnegan further, I shall seek you out. As he spoke, Su Ming wore a sincere smile. If one were to disregard the implications of his words, they might perceive him as a remarkably agreeable individual, even one worthy of deep camaraderie due to his evident sincerity. Well, I have said my piece. He turned to Jiraiya. Shall we depart, old man? Are you still able to walk? Jiraiya nodded. Su Ming prepared to lead him away. Throughout this encounter, Pain had not intended to obstruct them, even as the 6 bodies reconvened. Yet, he remained uncertain, particularly in the face of the formidable and unsettling power before him. Even he found himself hesitating. The unknown power is always a source of fear. Su Ming departed, escorting Jiraiya. However, before leaving, he left behind a parting remark. We shall meet again. But it will not be so simple then. With a hum, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself within the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon releasing the immortal body technique, Su Ming's complexion appeared somewhat pale. This was a consequence of overexertion. He did not possess complete mastery over the power of the 3rd template. Such terrifying strength placed a tremendous burden on his body. Even now, he is unable to sustain himself for long. Thus, his earlier actions were marked by an unrestrained ferocity, leaving Pain no opportunity for contemplation. He simply lacks the luxury of time. Of course, the after effects will gradually diminish as his proficiency with the template improves, until he has completely mastered it. At that point, he will truly command the indomitable demon body and significantly extend its duration of use. However, this requires time. Mastering such formidable power is never an easy feat. This holds true for the Nine Tails as well as the Sage Mode. Upon returning here, the 2 sages from Mayaboka Mountain departed. Nonetheless, Jiraiya's expression bore a hint of disappointment. He had thought they perished long ago, only to discover they had survived to the present and transformed into their current selves. Su Ming placed a reassuring hand on Jiraiya's shoulder, saying, This is not your fault. They are not to blame either. Perhaps it is this world that has erred. Su Ming's daily life is quite simple. Training, pursuing romantic interests, dining, pursuing romantic interests again, and sleeping. Of course, amidst this routine, he also carves out time to spend with Naruto and occasionally observes Sasuke's training progress. Recently, Naruto has developed a strong attachment to Kushina, allowing Su Ming some well-deserved leisure. Life flows in a relaxed and pleasant manner. Gradually, Jiraiya has become accustomed to this environment, often guiding Naruto's training. Undoubtedly, Jiraiya's pedagogical skills surpass those of Minato by several degrees. After several days of practice, Su Ming's proficiency with the template has deepened, especially regarding the mastery of the 3rd template. The allure of that demonic power grows stronger, and as his command over it intensifies, so too does the terror of the power he wields. Upon activating the indomitable demon body, his physical strength is even capable of overpowering Kurama. Once Naruto attains the status of the perfect Jinchuriki, Kurama can emerge, and indeed, he has done so several times. Once freed, Kurama shows little desire to return. For the outside world is far more appealing than the monotonous confines of the ceiling space. Upon his emergence, he indulges in the local delicacies, accompanied by the three tails, as if leading a small entourage. Surprisingly, Kurama's favorite treat is the three-colored dumplings, sharing a taste akin to Itachi's. However, he is quite dismissive of Naruto's fondness for ramen, even going so far as to run away from home under Naruto's insistence, seeking refuge with Su Ming instead. Su Ming, indifferent to the situation, finds Kurama's smaller form endearingly charming. Each visit draws the attention of the ladies, and the diminutive Kurama is not only adored by them, but also by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans ninjas alike. Indeed, Kurama stands as the sole entity who can dine for free and even receive assistance with takeout. Each time Naruto reflects on this, he feels a pang of envy. The popularity of Kurama was an unexpected revelation for Su Ming. Even more astonishing was the fact that the one who cherished Kurama the most was Kushina. There were times when she couldn't even sleep at night without holding him close. A significant part of Kurama's decision to leave home could also be attributed to Kushina, as love bore a weight so heavy that it caused a headache. Observing Kurama, who was lounging beside him and using his paws to munch on Dango, Su Ming couldn't help but smirk. Was this all too unbearable for him? If it had been Tsunade, wouldn't he have been crushed under her formidable presence? After all, Tsunade was, exquisite. At this thought, Su Ming suddenly felt a pang of longing, but his hands were empty. Springtime. He shook his head gently. Jiraiya entered, and upon seeing Kurama sprawled lazily beside Su Ming, accompanied by the well-behaved Sanbai, he paused in surprise. Is something the matter? He inquired, extending his hand as if to grasp at the air. Su Ming, feeling slightly uninterested, turned to Jiraiya and asked, has someone arrived from Konoha? Yes, Jiraiya replied. It seems the third Hokage summoned them to guide your training. Oh. Su Ming's interest piqued at this news. He was aware of the strength possessed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It appeared that the third Hokage truly intended for them to participate in the Chunin exams. Were they to bully children? Su Ming's mind conjured the image of a certain boy carrying a gourd, Gaara. The one who only loves his own Shura? An intriguing name. An intriguing individual. Su Ming recalled that this boy was considered one of Naruto's better friends in the original Naruto series. Who is coming? He inquired, curiosity growing. You should know them. Jiraiya responded. Kakashi and Might Guy. Su Ming nodded, rising to meet them. He was certainly familiar with their names. But he was intrigued by the purpose behind Hiruzen's decision to send them here. Although the strength of Su Ming and his companions had been laid bare, it was precisely for this reason that Hiruzen dared not act recklessly. Konoha had not moved against their power, and Hiruzen should have been aware of Su Ming's intentions. He was determined to bring ruin to Konoha. So, what was the purpose of sending these two? Outside, Might Guy radiated enthusiasm. Kakashi. Is that person truly as strong as you claim? Kakashi nodded. He is undoubtedly the strongest I have ever encountered. As an afterthought, he added, stronger than my father. For Guy, receiving such praise from Kakashi meant that, aside from himself, no one else could possibly deserve it. Yet now, he felt unrecognized by Kakashi while accolades were being bestowed upon another. No, he must challenge him. With that thought, Guy made his decision. However, he suddenly turned to Kakashi and declared, Kakashi, let us compete. A contest between men. Guy was beaming with a smile, his entire being brimming with vigor. However, Kakashi cast a glance at him, muttering fool. With that, he strode away, choosing to ignore the commotion. Hey, Kakashi, are you afraid of me? This time, let's race. I won't lose to you again. Fool. Kakashi wore a resigned expression. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Ming emerged, providing Kakashi with a respite from Guy's incessant chatter. Upon seeing Su Ming, Guy immediately shifted his focus toward him. However, upon laying eyes on Su Ming, he was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Kakashi. Is this the strong person you spoke of? What a joke. Just a child. Indeed, Su Ming was considerably younger than Kakashi and Guy. In the presence of a younger ninja, it was understandable for him to voice such thoughts. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Su Ming, who, despite his youth, possessed formidable strength. Su Ming regarded the figure of Might Guy before him. The watermelon-shaped hair, the bushy eyebrows, the signature green spandex attire. Upon seeing Guy, Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Those eyebrows were indeed quite thick. Did this child even comprehend the essence of youth? Guy felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, just as he concluded his thoughts, Su Ming's figure had already appeared behind him. A gentle pat on the shoulder accompanied a slight smile. Hello there. This sudden occurrence startled Guy, causing him to jump back dramatically, retreating a few steps to gaze at Su Ming in astonishment. When did you get behind me? Smack. Kakashi slapped his forehead, rolling his eyes in exasperation. How embarrassing. He turned his face away, pretending not to know this person. In the next moment, Guy turned to Su Ming. It seems you possess some skill as well. How about a spar? Let's do 1,000 lateral jumps, shall we? I am the proud Azure Beast of Konoha. True to his character, Guy's enthusiasm was palpable. Su Ming chuckled. 1,000? Is that all the renowned Mike I can manage? Let's raise the stakes. How about 3 sets of 10,000 jumps? Observing Guy's astonishment, Su Ming's smile broadened. It's merely exercise. After all, I have ample stamina. So what is there to fear? Even Guy, known for his rigorous training ethic, was momentarily taken aback by Su Ming's words. He instinctively swallowed hard, bewildered. What? Are you afraid? Su Ming teased. Who is afraid? Hearing this, Guy's face flushed crimson, and he replied, Then let us compete. I, the mighty beast of Konoha, will not back down? Guy agreed, and the two commenced their contest. Kakashi, witnessing this, felt utterly exasperated. 2 fools, he remarked. Still, despite his complaints, he remained keenly interested in the outcome. Kakashi knew Guy all too well. Despite his simplistic nature, few could rival his relentless dedication to training. Thus, he felt confident that the victor would soon be determined. However, after the first set concluded, Guy's face was flushed, clearly indicating that he was struggling immensely. In contrast, when observing Su Ming, one could see his complexion unruffled and his breath steady. Merely based on appearances, the outcome had already been determined. Kakashi shook his head in resignation, surprised by the result. Ultimately, as Kakashi had anticipated, Kai was defeated quite thoroughly. In fact, Su Ming clapped his hands, his face slightly flushed, unlike Kai, who was gasping for breath. How about that? Su Ming inquired with a smile. At that moment, Kai was still panting, lacking even the strength to speak. Su Ming had a considerable understanding of Kai. After all, he was the man who nearly kicked the story to its conclusion, albeit at a significant cost. However, to earn praise from someone as proud as Madara was indeed commendable. Not wishing to provoke Kai further, Su Ming turned his attention to Kakashi. What brings you here? Kakashi sighed helplessly and cast a glance at Kai, acknowledging that it was he who had come. Oh? Su Ming replied, intrigued. Kakashi continued. He has recently gained some insights while training in the 8 gates and wishes to find someone to spar with. I thought he might be troublesome, so I recommended you. Su Ming looked at Kai. Which gate have you opened? Kai extended his arm, flashing a thumbs up and grinning broadly. The 8th gate. Su Ming's expression shifted as he regarded Kakashi, his gaze scrutinizing. Then, with a serious tone, he asked, Kakashi, are you truly trying to put me in harm's way? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying embarrassment. Su Ming genuinely questioned whether Kakashi harbored a dislike for him, prompting him to bring Kai along. A contest? You've opened the death gate. What is the point of a contest? If Kai truly unleashed its power, it could lead to disastrous consequences. I can't leave. What about all those girls? I can't bear to leave them behind. At that moment, Kai caught his breath and smiled once more. Su Ming shot him a glance, feeling a murderous intent rising within him. All right, your teeth are indeed white. My 8 gates technique is formidable, Kai declared. I am aware, Su Ming replied. So, shall we engage in a contest? Kai asked again. This time, Su Ming could no longer contain himself. He vanished, reappearing directly in front of Kai. And with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to his head. A contest? Are you seeking death? I wish to live, Su Ming exclaimed, unable to restrain his frustration. He was acutely aware of the devastating power that would be unleashed upon opening the death gate, should Kai succeed. It would likely lead to a catastrophic end. The slap left Kai dazed, and given Su Ming's remarkable speed, it indeed piqued Kai's interest. Come spar with me, Su Ming. A man must sweat under the sun, Kai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, Su Ming could not be bothered to respond and simply departed. As he was leaving, he did leave one last remark. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Certainly, should you come as a guest, you would not be unwelcome, however. One must adhere to decorum. Su Ming departed. To speak frankly, he held a considerable admiration for Kai, for he was a man who had nearly faced 2 fates. One was from the original Naruto and the other. Of course, in Su Ming's eyes, his admiration weighed far heavier, while the 8 gates technique was formidable. It was not something one could simply activate at will. It was merely a contest, and Kai was not so foolish. After Su Ming's exit, only Kai and Kakashi remained. Kai turned to Kakashi. What shall we do next? Kakashi, exasperated, gazed at Kai as if he were a simpleton. Shall we simply return? That is certainly out of the question. Kai replied immediately. The two had sneaked out, as the atmosphere in Konoha had become overwhelmingly oppressive. From the Hokage to the ordinary citizens, a palpable tension filled the air. The third Hokage, though well-intentioned, was powerless, preoccupied with the arrangements for the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, the common folk were gradually losing trust in the Hokage. There had been numerous events unfolding in the village recently. The third Hokage had changed. He was no longer the esteemed leader he once was, but now resembled a hypocrite stripped of his facade. Kakashi had long wished to escape, but lacked a valid reason until he encountered Kai, who fortuitously sought a sparring partner, leading them to leave the village together. Thus, they would not depart. Instead, they followed the path taken by Ming, advancing slowly. During this time, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans had collaborated to enhance the area remarkably, rivaling the prosperity of Konoha. The two soon spotted Ichiraka Ramen and a dumpling shop. Upon seeing these establishments, Kai's eyes nearly bulged with excitement. Kakashi was equally taken aback. As noon approached, their stomachs began to grumble, prompting them to enter the ramen shop. Upon entering Ichiraka Ramen, the authentic atmosphere enveloped them. Almost immediately, they heard Naruto's voice. "Come on, Kurama, the ramen is truly delicious." "I refuse. I absolutely will not consume such fare." Upon their entrance, they beheld a peculiar scene. A boy, a chubby fox, a table, and ramen. How could there be a pig in a ramen shop? Kai instinctively remarked. His words triggered Kurama's ire. "Who are you calling a pig?" As he spoke, he turned his body, slightly swollen from indulgence, and lost his balance, rolling over. "Why does this pig have so many tails?" Kai inquired, bemused. Enraged, Kurama declared, "How dare you call me a pig? I will end you today." Suddenly, Kurama's form expanded dramatically. Then, boom, Ichiraka Ramen was explosively transformed. The half-eaten bowl of ramen erupted, sending noodles flying and drenching Kakashi. The noodles cascaded down like a woman's flowing hair. At this moment, Naruto turned his head and tentatively spoke. "Kakashi. Auntie? Ninetales." Upon witnessing the enlarged form of the Ninetales, Guy immediately recognized it. It was then that Kurama felt a slight sense of satisfaction. It appeared that his reputation remained formidable, as this young lad instantly identified him. However, in the next instant, Guy remarked, "But why is the Ninetales so plump?" The current appearance of Kurama was indeed at least a size larger than during the last Ninetales disturbance. It was no wonder Guy harbored such curiosity. Yet, Kurama despised any insinuation regarding his weight. Thus, upon hearing Guy's comment, he erupted in fury. "Mock me, will you? Today, I shall demonstrate my might." Raising his head, he began to gather a tailed beast bomb. Witnessing this, Guy's eyelids twitched, and instinctively, he prepared to unleash the 8 gates. Thankfully, at that moment, Ming arrived. "Kurama, what are you doing?" Ming said with an air of exasperation. Over time, Kurama had indulged in such antics, taking advantage of his favored status, and had grown increasingly unruly, surpassing even Naruto in mischief. It was quite a headache. Noticing Ming's arrival, Kurama realized a confrontation was futile, yet his mood remained unsettled. So he turned his head away, deliberately ignoring Ming and huffed in disdain. Ming, feeling helpless, then restrained Guy. "Are you trying to demolish this place?" Guy felt a bit embarrassed. However, at that moment, he noticed the miniature version of Isabu beside Ming, and his gaze froze before he extended his hand. 1, 2, 3. 3 tails. While he could comprehend the presence of the 9 tails, the appearance of the 3 tails was entirely unexpected. "This!" Guy exclaimed, utterly astonished. There were indeed 2-tailed beasts here. Ignoring Guy's reaction, Ming turned to Kakashi and complimented, "Nice hairstyle, though it lacks a skirt." The ramen from earlier still adorned Kakashi's head, resembling long hair. Kakashi in a dress? Quite intriguing. His gaze shifted to Naruto, who smiled mischievously and sweetly called out, "Brother." Ming gently tapped Naruto on the head, acknowledging the unfolding situation but not intervening, as if he were keen to witness the spectacle. "He, caught by my brother." But he pointed at Guy, saying, "This overly bushy-browed uncle has gone too far, daring to say Kurama is as fat as a pig." Meanwhile, the Ninetales crossed his arms, nodding in a haughty manner, as if to say, "If you do not resolve this matter satisfactorily, it will not end well for you." Ming looked at Guy with a sense of resignation. "Why mention a fox? Don't you know that foxes are notoriously petty? And a 9-tailed fox is even more so?" "Apologize," Ming urged. "I'm sorry," Guy replied. He was not unreasonable and quickly conceded, though it was not solely due to the watchful 3 tails or the tailed beast bomb that Kurama had already formed. Rather, he simply, was a man of integrity. "Humph." The 9 tails let out a grunt, shrinking in size before departing with his subordinate, the 3 tails. At this sight, Guy finally exhaled in relief. Kakashi, too, removed the ramen bowl perched atop his head, revealing his true appearance. Can we stay here for a while? Kakashi inquired, glancing at Su Ming. Of course. Su Ming replied. At this point, leaving is not an option for you. He gestured toward the owner of the Ichiraka ramen shop nearby. Even if you wanted to go, he would not allow it. We must first repair the ramen shop. Guy and his companion turned to find the Ichiraku owner's face contorted in anger. Guy felt a twinge of injustice, exclaiming, "We didn't break it." Su Ming turned away, uninterested in his complaints. If you can summon the Nine Tails to help with the repairs, then perhaps I will consider it. The two were left speechless. Summoning the Nine Tails back was no laughing matter. Merely preventing further destruction was already a considerable challenge. Kakashi sighed once more, lamenting their unfortunate predicament. Under the setting sun, beside a grand tree, two blushing maidens nestled shyly in Su Ming's embrace, while he gazed contentedly at Kakashi and Guy, who were bustling about. Savoring the grapes handed to him, he sighed, remarking, "Ah, youth." In the hidden cloud village, the group hurriedly repaired the walls of the Raikage's office, reflecting on their good fortune. Thanks to Lord Raikage's unconventional methods, we would otherwise have been left with nothing to do, they mused. Truly, Lord Raikage considers everything. His frequent wall collisions must be to ensure we remain employed. Such a Raikage was rare indeed. Meanwhile, in the Raikage's office, AI contemplated the message that had just reached him. According to intelligence gathered by his subordinates, a significant incident had occurred in Konoha. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had severed ties with the village and departed, leaving destruction in his wake and claiming the lives of several Konoha ninjas. This was the information they had uncovered. Yet, AI hesitated. Was it genuine? Was it a true event, or merely a trap devised by Konoha to lure them in? After all, the previous incident where the Hyuga clan leader was forced to his demise would surely leave Konoha harboring resentment. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen might not possess the audacity to act rashly, the safety of the village demanded vigilance. As the Raikage and decision-maker, AI understood the necessity of thorough consideration. With the Chunin exams approaching, if Konoha were to proceed with such a significant event amidst turmoil, it would indeed be suspicious. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not one to act foolishly. This uncertainty only deepened AI's contemplation. Could there be a hidden agenda at play? Having achieved the position of Raikage, AI was no fool. His intellect was commendable. Even if he did not relish such matters, he could choose to remain uninvolved, yet he had to remain cautious, particularly concerning Konoha. After a prolonged pause, AI still could not reach a conclusion. Thus, he resolved to dispatch someone for further investigation, ultimately selecting Samui. Her calm demeanor, meticulous nature, and commendable strength made her an ideal candidate for uncovering the truth. Before long, Samui appeared in the Raikage's office. Avoiding a tumultuous sea, AI's gaze settled upon Samui's face. "I have a mission to entrust to you. It is of paramount importance, concerning the safety of our village." Upon hearing this, Samui's expression grew solemn. "Lord Raikage, please proceed." "I shall not refuse." AI nodded. "You should be aware that Konoha is hosting the Nin exams, inviting various ninja villages to participate." Samui acknowledged with a nod. "However, I have just received news that Konoha has undergone a significant transformation, one that could alter both Konoha and Kumogakure. I need you to ascertain the veracity of this information. It is crucial for our village." "Understood." Meeting AI's serious gaze, Samui nodded in agreement, simultaneously accepting the address provided by AI. The location requiring investigation lay not far from the Land of Fire. As Samui reviewed the materials, he paused. A particular individual capturing his attention, the older brother of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Su Ming. Konoha, the Hokage office. Recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been exceedingly occupied. So much so, he was unaware that Kakashi and Might Guy had stealthily slipped away. Following Danzo's demise, the roots had fallen under his command. He disassembled and integrated the roots into the Umbu, completely consolidating control over both divisions. Due to the overwhelming workload, he reluctantly reinstated the positions of the two Hokage advisors, Mito Kazuma and Tsunade, to alleviate some of his burdens. At this moment, within the Hokage office, three figures convened. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, "How are the preparations for the Chunin exams progressing?" Mito Kazuma responded, "The invited ninja villages have mostly agreed to participate. And there is one small village that wishes to join as well." "A small village?" Sarutobi paused, intrigued. "What is its name?" Mito replied, "The Sound Village, which may have been established not long ago." Sarutobi remarked, "A small village poses no threat. After all, they are not the focal point of this Chunin exam." The two advisors nodded, yet apprehension lingered. With so many ninja villages attending, given our village's current state, is it truly prudent? Sarutobi shook his head, casting his gaze out the window with a distant expression. This is our final opportunity. Our last chance. It is possible that after this, Konoha may continue to exist. But it may not be the Konoha led by me, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, as Samui observed the document in her hands featuring Su Ming's photograph, she felt a sense of confusion. A ninja devoid of any bloodline limit, and not a Jinchuriki, yet his danger rating surpassed even that of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Why was this so? She gazed at the image of his charming, smiling face. Indeed, he was quite handsome. However, Samui remained perplexed. She turned to A, who also shook his head in uncertainty. I cannot ascertain the reasons, but one thing is certain, Samui, this operation requires utmost caution. If captured, the consequences could be fatal. A's demeanor was grave. Samui's expression hardened in response. Rest assured, Lord Rakage, I will not let you down. A nodded, and Samui departed. After leaving the Rakage's office, she immediately began her preparations. This time, she did not allow any subordinates to accompany her, nor did she disclose the mission to anyone, not even to her brother. Acknowledging the potential for failure, she had mentally prepared for it prior to her departure. Su Ming, she whispered the name, still shrouded in mystery. The document clearly indicated that Uzumaki Naruto was suspected of being able to harness the power of the Nine Tails. Reflecting on the tailed beasts, she recalled the strength and prowess of the one who had recently surpassed her understanding. Consequently, Uzumaki Naruto, capable of mastering the Nine Tails' power, must indeed be formidable. Yet, Su Ming posed an even greater peril. Wherein lay the true danger? Contemplating his golden hair, Samui set forth on her journey. In recent days, Jiraiya found something peculiar, especially when casting his gaze upon Su Ming. Wherever Su Ming went, Jiraiya followed closely behind, even accompanying him to the restroom. The thought of Jiraiya's peculiar habits sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. Although he was indeed quite handsome, the situation was rather unsettling. Thus, upon encountering Jiraiya once more, Su Ming halted in his tracks. Itachi, standing beside him, spoke earnestly. Mr. Jiraiya, I must make one thing clear. Jiraiya turned his gaze towards him. Itachi continued. You and Ming-san are simply not meant to be. Su Ming felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Jiraiya's lips twitched. What nonsensical thoughts filled this child's mind? Yet, he expressed it with such sincerity that Su Ming almost believed there might be some truth to it. Thankfully, he remained innocent. At that moment, Jiraiya ceased to hide his intentions and looked directly at Su Ming, articulating his belief. I think you might be the child of prophecy. Prophecy? Su Ming scoffed. He had not anticipated that Jiraiya's persistent following was due to this. Such an absurd notion was beyond his belief. Besides, the so-called child of prophecy was Naruto, not him. Consequently, he shook his head in denial. I am not. At that instant, Kurama, having run away from home as usual, found Su Ming and clambered onto his shoulder with great effort. In the past, Kurama could leap up effortlessly, but now, should he attempt to jump, Su Ming felt certain his slight frame would not withstand the impact. Kurama's rapid weight gain was quite remarkable. After finally settling on his shoulder, Su Ming shifted slightly, causing Kurama to tumble off with a thud. Furiously, Kurama exclaimed, Could you be a bit steadier? He then climbed back onto Su Ming's shoulder. Meanwhile, the Three Tails, noticing Kurama had made his ascent, subtly tugged at Su Ming's pant leg, gazing up at him with an adorable expression that seemed to say, I want to join too. Su Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. What can I do with you two? You're tailed beasts, yet you resort to such cuteness. Don't you find it shameful? Bending down, he lifted the Three Tails and placed it upon his other shoulder. This scene left Jiraiya utterly captivated. And you say you are not the child of prophecy? If you were not, how could the tailed beasts be so affectionate towards you? Looking at the two adorable creatures perched on his shoulders, Su Ming felt somewhat helpless. It seemed he had inadvertently provided evidence for his supposed status. How could he explain that he was not the child of prophecy? You must be the child of prophecy. Jiraiya insisted with unwavering conviction. Su Ming continued to shake his head. I am not. However, Jiraiya remained unconvinced. The primary reason being that after indulging themselves, Kurama and the Three Tails swiftly fell asleep, right there on Su Ming's shoulders. Had they not possessed immense trust in him, it was unlikely these two would have dozed off so quickly. Moreover, they always sought out Su Ming when they felt sleepy. It seems that no amount of effort could cleanse the stain of this situation, akin to jumping into the Yellow River in vain. Are you the prophesied one? Accompany me to my Boku Mountain, and the truth shall be revealed, once the Toad Sage has laid eyes upon you. it will become evident whether Su Ming is indeed the foretold child. However, without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming declined. His reasoning was refreshingly straightforward. I harbor no affection for toads. Jiraiya found himself at a loss, for this was the most unreasonable and hurtful excuse he had ever encountered. Yet, he was powerless to change the situation. Even if he wished to forcibly take Su Ming along, he was uncertain of his ability to overpower him. Especially considering the two mascots perched upon his shoulders. Presently, they were indeed more akin to mascots. Yet no one besides Su Ming dared to treat them as such. Observing Su Ming's retreating figure, Jiraiya mused, "You claim you are not the prophesied one? I am not blind. Missions are invariably fraught with peril, especially those undertaken by Samui, which pertain directly to Su Ming." At this moment, both Guy and Kakashi had grown noticeably quieter. Since their encounter with Kurama and the Three Tails, Guy had ceased his incessant clamoring for a duel. This was not merely due to Su Ming's ability to summon Kurama and the Three Tails at will. Rather, it stemmed from his penchant for peace and aversion to conflict. Su Ming smiled and nodded, remarking that even in the absence of peace, one could always achieve nuclear annihilation. However, the latter nuclear referred to the destructive device itself. At that very moment, not far off, Samui's figure emerged slowly. With a calm demeanor, she surveyed her surroundings from a place she deemed secure. Yet, she found nothing of particular note. If there were any distinguishing features, it was the fact that this location resembled a bustling village. Samui instinctively questioned whether she had mistakenly arrived in Konoha. Yet, that was not the case. Unbeknownst to her, from the moment she set foot here, she had already been detected. The one who noticed her was none other than Kurama. By the riverside, Kurama devoured a grilled fish, feeling unsatisfied, and nonchalantly snatched the one belonging to the Three Tails as well. The Three Tails wore a look of discontent but dared not voice their frustration. Once Kurama finished, he patted his belly and turned to Su Ming. "Kid, there's a plump girl arriving." "Huh?" Su Ming blinked in confusion. "Plump girl? What do you mean?" He glanced at Kurama, puzzled. Kurama extended his claw, spreading it wide. "A girl this fat." After a moment of realization, Su Ming understood, albeit quite swiftly. "You mean the kind of plump girl you like?" Kurama chuckled in a rather lewd manner. The Three Tails, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle softly as well, only to receive a sharp slap from Kurama across the shell. "What are you laughing at? Don't imitate me." The Three Tails looked at Su Ming with a sense of grievance. But Su Ming was too preoccupied to pay attention. He turned to Kurama, inquiring, "Where is she?" Kurama remained silent, simply raising his claw to gesture the number 3. The implication was clear: 3 grilled fish, or rather, 1. The Nine Tails turned its head, not glancing back, and proceeded to move away. Su Ming remarked, "You gluttonous fox, all you do is eat. Look at how plump you become." However, the crux of the matter was that the Nine Tails halted midway, turning its back to Su Ming, with its paws clasped behind, exuding an air of expectation. It seemed utterly confident in its demands. If Su Ming wished to glean information, he must offer a reward, a pair of grilled fish. Su Ming felt a sense of resignation. Yet, as soon as he spoke, the Nine Tails paid him no mind and continued onward. "Fine, 3 fish then." The Nine Tails turned back, raising a paw but shaking its head, using both paws this time. "For fish. You're really negotiating." Su Ming relented. "All right, I concede." The Nine Tails wore a smug expression, while the Three-tailed beast looked on in admiration. Quietly, Su Ming retrieved 4 grilled fish from behind him. These had been prepared in advance. Fearing that the two-tailed beast might not have enough, he had deliberately cooked extra, initially setting aside 10 for the Nine Tails. But now, since it demanded 4, he would oblige. Both parties were pleased. The Nine Tails took the fish, and Su Ming departed from the area. At that moment, Samui remained still, waiting and observing. Without concrete information, she dared not act rashly. She had sensed that this seemingly prosperous and tranquil place concealed great peril. However, she had not anticipated that an even greater danger lurked nearby. Su Ming had arrived. Upon seeing the woman before him, a mere glance was enough for Su Ming to recognize her. With her short yellow hair and fair complexion, despite her loose clothing, she still appeared somewhat constrained. Samui. Yet, when Su Ming made his entrance, Samui had not yet noticed him. Therefore, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a sharp sound. Instantly alert, Samui turned around. In that instant, she lunged forward. Her short blade aimed unhesitatingly at her rear. But how could the prepared Su Ming fall prey to such a maneuver? He swiftly grasped her wrist, exerting pressure to wrest the dagger from her grasp. Isn't it a bit impolite not to greet someone after observing them for so long? Su Ming chuckled. At the sight of him, Samui trembled, She recognized his identity. Initially, she had believed that her own strength would allow her to contend with even formidable foes. However, she soon realized her overestimation. With a fierce cry, Samui charged at Su Ming, relying on her expertise in taijutsu. In such circumstances, as a hostile ninja, surrender was never an option, even against a powerful adversary. If one did not yield, they could only fight, willing to take a piece of their enemy with them. A principle of the Cloud Village. Yet, she had overestimated her capabilities. Bang! With a dull thud, Samui's body was sent flying, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Of course, that arc was not without its curves, as certain places were indeed elevated. Gazing at the sky, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid view!" However, with a sudden crash, Samui fell to the ground. Despite the beautiful scenery, Su Ming did not hold back. His compassion extended to every woman. Yet the one before him was an adversary. Samui struggled to rise, but as Su Ming approached, a single strike sent her crashing down once more. Consequently, Samui lost all combat capability, collapsing onto the ground. From his elevated position, Su Ming looked down at her and sighed. Truly remarkable. At that moment, the gluttonous Kurama, having finished his grilled fish, appeared and, upon seeing Samui lying on the ground, muttered, "I never anticipated she would be this plump." The three tails nodded in agreement. "So hefty, I wonder how much grilled fish she has consumed," Kurama whispered. Su Ming chose not to comment on this. He turned to Kurama and instructed, "Take her back." "Why should I? I refuse to do menial labor," Kurama protested. "For one grilled fish." "Humph." Kurama turned away. "Two." "Humph." "Three." "No more than 3. Let us settle on that. Deal." With that, Kurama waved his paw, and the three tails scampered off to drag Samui away. Looking back, Kurama extended his paw towards Su Ming, who remarked, "You glutton." Regarding Samui, although Su Ming found her somewhat agreeable, she had other purposes. From the hidden Cloud Village, this jonin must have been dispatched by Raikage A. This indicated that the Cloud Village had begun to take notice of the affairs in Konoha. Otherwise, they would not have sent someone to investigate. The current situation was precarious. A single thread could unravel the entire tapestry. A's decision to send someone suggested he was contemplating an offensive against Konoha, yet this was not sufficient. A spark was still needed. Samui would serve as that spark. Upon her return, the reactions of several individuals to this unexpected newcomer were decidedly varied. Minato, the fourth Hokage, was momentarily stunned, then displayed a look of exasperation. As if to say, "How long has it been? And another one has already arrived." Kushina, however, was far more animated. She even patted Su Ming on the shoulder, expressing her approval, reminiscent of a mother witnessing her child finally flourish. Little did she know that not only had he flourished, but he had also ravaged the entire garden. Nevertheless, even if she were aware, Kushina's nature would prevent her from intervening. If she were to intervene, it would be, "You must bring her all home." Naruto, bewildered, exclaimed, "Brother, this sister is so fat." This remark caused Samui's face to flush crimson. Captured and treated like a prisoner, she was acutely aware of the dire consequences of being a captive in wartime, particularly for female captives. At that moment, she even contemplated ending her own life, though she found herself unable to do so. Hearing Naruto's words only intensified her humiliation. Su Ming gently ruffled Naruto's hair and smiled. "All right, this sister has heard enough. You may step outside for now, as I have matters to discuss with her." Naruto nodded obediently before stepping outside. Minato and Kushina had already departed. Meanwhile, Kurama cast a serious glance at Su Ming before swiping a paw across the head of the three tails. "Fool, why are you lingering here? Are you recording a video?" Su Ming thought to himself, "What nonsense is this? What video? What kind of person do you think I am?" The two-tailed beast left, leaving only Su Ming and Samui behind. Samui wore an expression of frost. "What do you intend to do? What do you think?" Su Ming replied, slowly approaching her, his gaze lightly scanning Samui. Anger ignited within Samui. She was acutely aware of the tragic fate that befell female ninjas after defeat, especially for someone like her, who was somewhat prominent in certain aspects. She had previously prepared numerous means of suicide for the event of her defeat. Yet, facing Su Ming, she found herself unable to act. He was simply too terrifying. "What do you really want?" Samui's fury intensified, observing her face contorting with rage. Su Ming felt a tinge of boredom. In terms of appearance, Samui was not particularly outstanding. Only certain attributes contributed to her allure. Furthermore, her personality detracted from her appeal. Moreover, as a captive, her demeanor was hardly that of one in such a position. He shook his head slightly. "What a fool. Such a captive inspired no feelings of sympathy in him. Thus, with remarkable decisiveness, Su Ming extended his hand. Samui barely registered a flash before an intense pain surged through her. The agony was such that even biting her teeth could not mitigate her suffering. She glared at Su Ming in fury. "Don't look at me like that." Su Ming smiled, relishing the warmth lingering in his palm. He had preliminarily gauged her size, which was indeed beyond description. Unfortunately, he had never encountered Tsunade, so he could not make a comparison. However, he surmised they were likely similar in that regard. Of course, for the sake of this grand notion, he would need an opportunity to test it. The searing pain gradually stripped Samui of her rationality, yet her body remained immobile. Su Ming smiled faintly. "I initially intended to discuss matters with you amicably, but it seems that a more forceful approach is warranted. When he sent you here, he must have considered the current situation." Su Ming gazed into her eyes, articulating each word deliberately. "Tell me, if they were to learn of your current predicament, and I were to use you as leverage against him, what would he do?" "Despicable," Samui retorted furiously. "Thank you," Su Ming replied, extending his hand once more to measure her. Before him lay a vast expanse, and he shook his head slightly. It appeared that to crush this, he would need considerable effort. The resistance was indeed substantial. He shook his head, abandoning that thought. "Just stay here for now. I will come to see you when I need you." With that, Su Ming departed. Only Samui remained, her face contorted with rage. She was exceedingly angry, to the point where it felt as though her heart ached. Of course, there could be other reasons for her discomfort. Yet, the pain was undeniably real. If she lowered her head slightly, one could see two bright red handprints upon her skin. Her complexion was flushed, a blend of shame and fury. Particularly haunting was the nonchalant gaze with which Su Ming had regarded her as he departed, as if she were nothing more than a mere cow in his eyes. And indeed, that was how it seemed. After leaving Samui, Su Ming sought out Itachi. After a brief wait, Itachi appeared before him, seemingly just dressed. "Did you call for me, Ming-san? Am I interrupting?" Su Ming inquired with genuine interest. "And no." Itachi's face flushed. "Isn't Shisui still with you?" Itachi nodded. After losing his eyes, Shisui had not chosen to reclaim them. Even when Itachi took the initiative to return them, Shisui had declined. He stated that he would not involve himself in any conflicts, thus he gifted his eyes to Itachi, hoping they would be of assistance should any threats arise against the Uchiha clan. "I will use them," Itachi declared without hesitation, handing Shisui's eye over to Su Ming. "Actually, Ming-san, you could transplant it." "No need." Su Ming shook his head. The power of the Sharingan's ocular techniques was indeed formidable, but he did not require them. For him, the strength derived from external sources paled in comparison to the authenticity of his own abilities. Such powers, which did not rightfully belong to him, would only hinder his perception of true strength. Thus, he chose to refuse. After taking Shisui's Mangeki, Su Ming departed. Itachi stood in place for a moment before turning to enter the house. Inside, only Izumi awaited. Shisui's Sharingan possessed the most potent Jinjutsu, Konoha Tsukimi. Regarding Samui, aside from her imposing presence, Su Ming held little else in memory. His earlier actions had merely been a momentary impulse, a fleeting desire to gauge. It was a commendable idea to measure by hand, worthy of experimentation. And then there was Tsunade. Shaking his head slightly, Su Ming entered the house and, without waiting for Samui to speak, immediately activated Shisui's eye. The second template, Shadow Blade, Lanning King, was unleashed. In her brief moment of distraction, Konoha Tsukimi took effect. Su Ming directly altered her will, designating him as her most loyal allegiance. Within this new will, all that belonged to her was now subservient to Su Ming, including her darker inclinations. Samui would become a pawn for Su Ming against the Hidden Cloud Village. "Master." Samui bowed her head, displaying a demeanor of respect. Su Ming nodded, storing away Shisui's Mangeki. As he looked down, he noticed a patch of crimson on Samui's skin. Although not overtly apparent, it was still discernible, obscured only by her garments. If those coverings were removed, the vivid redness would be even more pronounced against her fair complexion. Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly. Given the current situation, discovery was inevitable. He then utilized some system points to procure a supply of healing ointment, personally applying it to Samui's wounds. Throughout the process, her face was flushed, exuding a distinct feminine charm, though Su Ming appeared oblivious to it. It must be said that the ointment felt remarkably effective, and indeed, the system's products were of high quality. Once he finished applying it, the redness had completely vanished, returning her skin to its original state. After a thorough inspection, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Everything was in order now. "Thank you very much," Master, Samui said, her cheeks aflame with shyness. He lifted her chin gently, playfully pinching her cheek. No need for thanks. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to repay me in the future. Samui lowered her head, her face still flushed. At present, among the 5 great shinobi villages, Iwagakure and Kirigakure were known for their animosity. Iwagakure's hatred towards Konoha was well established, while Kirigakure had long been under control. Sunagakure had long harbored intentions against Konoha. Only Kumogakure seemed somewhat different. To create additional challenges for Sarutobi Hiruzen during the Nin exams, Ming had gone to great lengths to keep Samui under control. And it was not for any legendary weapon. He then departed with Samui. Before leaving, he informed Minato Namikaze, and the news eventually reached Kurama Kyubi, who, after considerable effort and the offer of 10 grilled fish, was persuaded not to follow them. Had it been the old Kyubi, it might have been less of a concern. However, now, Kyubi's size was somewhat unmanageable. If he were to join, it was likely that during a confrontation with the 8 tails, one punch could send him rolling for quite some distance, given his spherical form. The duo made their way toward Kumogakure. In the Raikage's office, yet another wall, previously renovated countless times, finally collapsed under the robust frame of A. Entering the office, A's expression was grave. It had been some time since Samui had left Kumogakure. Yet there had been no word from her. This was concerning. The complete absence of news was abnormal. Could it be that she had been exposed? A pondered. If so, it might confirm that the events occurring in Konoha were indeed true. If that were the case, the upcoming Nin exams could potentially lead to Sarutobi Hiruzen being made to look foolish. As they contemplated, news arrived. Raikage-sama, Lady Samui has returned. A Kumogakure shinobi burst in through the main door. A's expression brightened slightly. She has returned? Quickly, bring her to me. Not only had Lady Samui returned, but she had also brought back a shinobi from Konoha. As the shinobi spoke, Samui appeared in the Raikage's office. Raikage-sama, Samui greeted respectfully. I nodded, glancing at the Konoha shinobi beside her with a look of curiosity. Who is he? This is a Konoha shinobi I captured. He should possess valuable information regarding Konoha. Samui replied. AI nodded slightly, then his gaze fell upon the Konoha ninja. You look familiar. AI instinctively inquired. I am your father, exclaimed the ninja, transformed from Ming. Remember my name, for I am Sarutobi Sasuke. This declaration ignited a furious rage within AI, who, disregarding the familiarity of the name, immediately entered the lightning release chakra mode and launched a punch towards Ming. At that moment, Ming produced a short blade, infused with chakra, and with a powerful slash, he successfully countered AI's assault. Simultaneously, he taunted, Is this the might of the Raikage? Is this all you've got? Surely, you haven't skipped a meal? Seeking death, AI roared, unleashing the lightning release. Lightning plow heat blade, charging fiercely towards Ming. However, in that instant, Ming swiftly grabbed Samui and positioned her in front of himself. Upon seeing this, AI instinctively attempted to halt his advance. But his speed was too great to be restrained. Boom! A dull thud echoed as they collided. Both were sent flying from the Raikage's office. The Raikage's office began to collapse. In the distance, beneath a cloud of dust, Ming rubbed his head in pain. He had not anticipated AI's ferocity. Despite Samui being in front of him, AI had still struck with such intensity. Had Ming not hastily shielded Samui, she would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. During their descent, Ming adjusted their positions, placing Samui above him. Activating his immortal body, he remained largely unscathed, though Samui's weight pressed heavily upon his chest, causing him some discomfort. This was perhaps the only harm he had incurred. Nevertheless, he had managed to escape. Glancing at the infuriated AI charging towards them, a smirk crept across Ming's lips. Is this the Raikage? Unable to safeguard his own village's ninja? How laughable. This girl is quite impressive. Since the Raikage has graciously delivered her to me, I shall accept her. No need for the Raikage to accompany her any further. With that, he produced a specially crafted kunai, infused it with chakra, and vanished, taking Samui with him. AI was consumed with rage. The Konoha ninja was gone, and so was Samui. The fate that awaited Samui was all too clear. Most critically, as Raikage, he had witnessed his enemy vanish right before his eyes, arrogantly absconding with a kunoichi from his village, leaving behind a scene of devastation. This was an utter humiliation. In his fury, AI bellowed, Sarutobi Sasuke, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Meanwhile, outside Kumogakure, hearing AI's distant roar, Ming shook his head. He wondered how Sarutobi Hizashi would interpret such a declaration. Why, truly, Was there a need to dwell on one's father? Turning his gaze towards Samui, he lowered his eyes slightly. Does it still hurt? Sam, blushing, nodded slightly. Su Ming, with utmost courtesy, retrieved some healing ointment from the system shop and said, "Do not be afraid. I still have medicine here. A little dab will alleviate the pain." As he extended his hand, he thought to himself how exceedingly gentlemanly he was, always considering others. In stark contrast to Su Ming's ease, Liang was seething with rage, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Konoha at this moment. Just as Su Ming had anticipated, the events that transpired in the Hidden Cloud Village had remained shrouded from the other ninja villages. Perhaps such occurrences were too disgraceful, especially for a village as powerful as the Hidden Cloud. Should these events come to light, it would bring shame upon them. However, while this matter had been suppressed, the animosity toward Konoha had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified. AI summoned all elite ninjas from the Hidden Cloud back home, even calling back those who were training abroad. The state of the Hidden Cloud was now undoubtedly akin to wartime, as everything was being prepared for the imminent Chunin exams. Only 2 days remained until the exams. At the border of the Land of Fire, a modest little town lay quietly, apart from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The town had gathered a few other villagers to maintain its operations. It was a low-key settlement, yet upon closer inspection, one could see it thrived with vibrancy. The Sharingan of the Uchiha seemed to possess not only ocular techniques but also an artistic flair. The layout and the houses were all designed by members of the Uchiha clan, earning them significant respect. Unlike in Konoha, the admiration here was entirely sincere. The Uchiha, through their contributions, garnered awe and acknowledgement from the people, which in turn motivated them to strive even harder. Observing the Uchiha's esteemed status, the Hyuga grew increasingly envious. The only way to surpass the Uchiha was through their own efforts, exceeding what the Uchiha had given. Only in this manner could they attain recognition. Thus, the two great clans competed with one another, while simultaneously deepening their appreciation for this place, which felt like home. Within the town, beneath the sun, Su Ming wielded his longsword. Engaging in daily tasks had become an essential routine, nearly instinctual. The progress of his templates continued to grow, and with it, Su Ming's strength increased day by day. At this point, the progress of the first template, Divine Dream One Sword, had reached 52. 1. Under the full force of his strike, few could withstand it. Meanwhile, the progress of the second template, Shadow Blade, had attained 32. 4. The power within its domain, Su Ming sensed, was roughly equivalent to that of the three-tomo Sharingan. Of course, as his proficiency with the templates improved, he would not stop there. Even the powers of the Mangeki Sharingan and the Rinnegan could be achieved. All of this depended on the template progress. The third template, Indestructible Demon Body, had reached 13. 4. At this juncture, if he were to activate the demon body again, its duration should last for 2 minutes. After that, sustaining it would become increasingly difficult. After completing today's daily tasks, Su Ming sheathed his sword, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, a testament to the arduous nature of his recent endeavors. With the enhancement of his abilities, the frequency of his swordsmanship practice had gradually escalated from 2,000 to an impressive 8,000 repetitions. Such an extensive regimen was no mere trifling, and even with Su Ming's capabilities, it demanded considerable effort. Upon securing his longsword, Samui, who had been waiting nearby, approached swiftly to present him with a towel. The towel was pleasantly warm, accompanied by Samui's alluring gaze. Ever since her will was modified by the deity, she had regarded herself as Su Ming's devoted maid. It could be said that now, even if Su Ming commanded her to meet her demise, she would do so without hesitation. That deity truly worked wonders. After drying his hands, Su Ming, noticing the residual moisture, playfully rubbed his hand against Samui's bosom, effectively absorbing the remaining dampness. Samui's face flushed crimson. As she slightly lowered her head, Su Ming had already taken strides past her. "Let us go," he called out. Turning her head, Samui gazed at Su Ming's retreating figure, her cheeks still aflame. She then quickened her pace, following him with an air of exuberance. Sometimes, fate unfolds in the most remarkable ways. Samui was exceedingly obedient, at least for the moment. Based on Tsunade's observations, Su Ming had initially assumed that a woman of her ample stature would possess a rather formidable temperament, perhaps even a brash approach to matters. However, to his surprise, Samui was quite the opposite. She was remarkably delicate, so much so that when feeding him, she seemed inclined to use her mouth. Ahem. In any case, Su Ming was thoroughly pleased with Samui. On the eve of the Chunin exams, Naruto donned his new attire, meticulously crafted by Kushina, who had sewn 3 complete sets, one for Naruto, one for Su Ming and one for Kurama. Both Naruto's and Su Ming's garments fit splendidly and were aesthetically pleasing, prompting Naruto to twirl joyfully upon receiving them. He eagerly showcased his new outfit to every villager, receiving compliments and praise for its beauty. Of course, aside from the two of them, Kurama's outfit was met with disdain, leading to a flurry of humorous critiques aimed at Kushina's sewing skills. Initially, Kushina had taken measurements to ensure a perfect fit for Kurama, but little did she know that he had gained weight over the past few days, rendering the attire somewhat snug. As they admired the two figures and the beast now clad in new clothing, Minato observed with a hint of sorrow. In response to Kurama's current state, Itachi gently poked at Kurama's round belly and remarked softly, "Kurama, you mustn't be like this. Uncle Minato is nearly in tears from longing." With that comment, Kurama burst into laughter, momentarily forgetting his grievances about the tightness of his outfit. With a confident stride, she sauntered away, only to stumble and fall to the ground due to her tight clothing, landing with a thud and rolling away. Su Ming and Naruto shared a laugh as they chased after her. Inside the room, only Minato and Kushina remained. Minato turned, forcing a smile. "My dear, you have worked hard." Kushina, without a word, sat down in a chair and glanced at Minato. "My shoulders are sore," she said in a low voice. Without hesitation, Minato stepped forward and gently began to massage her shoulders. After a considerable time, Kushina finally asked him to stop, ignoring him as she turned and walked into the house. Minato felt a twinge of disappointment. However, it wasn't long before Kushina reemerged, this time with several sets of clothing in her hands, 3 in total. "Silly. How could I forget your share?" Kushina said with a smile. "Due to the time constraints, I could only make these for you. Would you like to try them on?" Minato nodded vigorously and donned the new attire. Clad in his fresh garments, Minato beamed with childlike joy. As Kushina rested in his embrace, she softly remarked, "I never imagined that one day our two children would grow so big. Indeed, they have grown, and so have we," Minato mused. "It's a pity we weren't there for Naruto when he was younger," Kushina said, a hint of sadness in her tone. "Would you like to make up for that?" Kushina paused, taken aback. Minato chuckled, "Actually, we could have another one." At the entrance of Sunagakure, a group of ninjas gathered. Among them, the most notable was not the fourth Hokage, dressed in his ceremonial robes, but rather a solitary red-haired boy who stood apart from the others. With short crimson hair and an unassuming countenance, the word love was etched upon his forehead. His name was Gaara. "Gaara, you should be aware of the purpose of this mission for the village." Kankuro, adorned with facial markings, approached him and whispered earnestly, "This matter is of utmost importance to the village. Do not mess it up." Throughout Kankuro's admonition, Gaara kept his head bowed, offering no response. Only upon hearing the words "mess it up" did he slightly raise his head, revealing a glint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. At that moment, sand began to flow slowly from the gourd on his back. Startled, Kankuro instinctively took a step back, but the sand moved far faster than he could react. Suddenly, Maki appeared, positioning herself protectively in front of Kankuro, and spoke in a firm tone, "Gaara, power is not meant to be used against your comrades." The sand halted its advance, cascading down to the ground before being drawn back into the gourd. Yet, Gaara's expression remained cold. "My affairs have never required the scrutiny of others." With that, he turned and departed. "You." Kanjiro felt a surge of anger, yet was restrained by Maki, who shook his head in disapproval. "You cannot defeat him." Kanjiro's spirit waned. Rashi glanced over but paid little heed. A fleeting moment of displeasure flickered in his eyes as they passed over Gaara, but he concealed it quickly. The village of Sunagakure set forth, heading towards Konoha. In the Iwagakure, Oenoki surveyed the assembled forces, a considerable portion of the village's might, yet his expression remained grave. However, that gravity soon transformed into indifference. "To Konoha, we depart." With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he issued the command. The number of young ninja participating in this Chunin exam from Iwagakure was not particularly large. Of course, he had retained his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, for he could not guarantee her safety against that demon should they encounter him. The recollection of past events deepened Oenoki's agitation. Yet, there was no alternative. They set off. At Kumogakure, the once boisterous Ei, before embarking, would effortlessly rally the spirits of his subordinates, igniting their fervor for battle. In those days, under such conviction, their strength would surge anew. But now, Ei was somewhat subdued. Beside him, he stood in unusual silence, refraining from his usual exuberance. Aware that his brother's mood was not favorable, Sarutobi Sasuke, the memory of recent events clenched Ei's fist unconsciously. "You shall pay dearly for this." With resolve, He lifted his gaze, regaining his determination. Following Ei's words, the spirits of all Kumogakure ninja were ignited, their excitement palpable, while B resumed his animated antics. Let us commence our journey. Kumogakure, undefeated in battle. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Terumi Mei gazed at the recently arrived Three Tails, momentarily lost in thought, pondering the significance of its presence. The creature had been delivered by Su Ming a few days prior, its purpose solely to ensure her safety. Nothing else was required of it. Even if the entirety of the village were to perish, Terumi Mei must remain unharmed. As this notion crossed her mind, Su Ming's visage suddenly flashed in her thoughts, accompanied by a pang of longing. She recalled his actions from that day. Ugh! Scoundrel! Terumi Mei's face flushed crimson, amidst her subordinates and the bewildered gaze of the Three Tails. She cleared her throat. We shall also set forth. The ninjas of Kirigakure paid little mind to Terumi Mei's reaction, while the Three Tails, tilting its head, found the pudgy girl rather peculiar. Can this chubby girl really change colors? It pondered, utterly perplexed. Humans are truly strange creatures. Orochimaru licked his lips, casting a glance at Kimimaro beside him, feeling a tinge of regret. Kimimaro was a gift from Su Ming, intended for training his subordinate ninjas. Simultaneously, Orochimaru wished to study his physique, for the aftermath of Kimimaro's bloodline limit was indeed considerable. Su Ming had hoped Orochimaru could find a more effective solution. Unfortunately, Orochimaru found nothing. Yet, during his research, he unearthed the remarkable strength of Kimimaro, igniting a desire to possess such a body. Alas, he was bound to Su Ming. Kimimaro. We are to depart, Orochimaru announced. Kimimaro nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. At last, he would meet Lord Su Ming. The meaning of life did not hinge on performing grand deeds or being remembered by all. It sufficed to behold someone significant and witness their smile. The Sound Ninjas, too, set forth. At the border of the Land of Fire, the village entrance had transformed into a quaint settlement. Though not originally a village, it emanated a profound sense of belonging. As Uchiha, Hyuga, and Su Ming prepared to leave, all the villagers gathered to bid farewell. Each departing individual was met with blessings, akin to valiant warriors. This moment, this scene, was solemn, sacred, and unlike anything Leaf Village had ever experienced. Fugaku sighed softly, glancing at Hinata Hizashi beside him. This truly resembles a village, a home. Now, even if I wished to take my clan away, they would likely refuse. Hizashi averted his gaze towards Su Ming's two daughters, feeling an inexplicable pang of bitterness, particularly upon seeing Samui, who stood obediently by Su Ming, her striking figure evoking unwelcome feelings. As a man, he understood Samui's allure and questioned whether his daughters could rival her. Lord Hizashi Fugaku called several times before Hizashi turned, an apologetic expression on his face. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Following Hizashi's gaze, Fugaku noted Samui and then glanced at Hizashi's daughters, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I understand. He sighed in relief, grateful he had two sons. At that moment, Sasuke hurried off to find Naruto, while Itachi sought out Su Ming. Fugaku was among the first to arrive in Konoha, and upon seeing the ninjas from Awagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an instinctive jolt of alarm. The strength of Awagakure was formidable. During the Third Great Ninja War, they had preserved a significant portion of their fighting force. If they disowned the current state of Konoha, it could very well provoke the next conflict, even though Konoha had not engaged in any acts of humiliation towards Awagakure. However, this is no justification. Weakness is. When one is weak, one becomes a target for bullying. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is an eternal truth of this world. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Noki squinted his eyes and cast a glance at Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. Welcome, esteemed guest from the Awagakure. Humph. Noki snorted, harboring no favorable impression towards Konoha due to matters concerning his granddaughter. All his resentment was directed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the Hokage, it was only natural for him to bear such responsibilities. Therefore, even though Sarutobi's demeanor was exceedingly cordial, Noki remained entirely unimpressed. Naka's attitude stirred dissatisfaction among the Konoha ninjas. Yet, the third Hokage remained silent, leaving them with no choice but to endure. We have traveled a great distance. Prepare us accommodations and sustenance, for we require rest. Noki declared, his voice resonating with an air of command. Upon hearing this, many Umbu ninjas narrowed their eyes, revealing a hint of hostility. They were even prepared to fight at a moment's notice, ready to lay down their lives for the honor of Konoha, should the third Hokage give the order. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained speechless. He seemed to disregard the situation entirely, nodding with a smile still gracing his face. The Umbu ninjas felt a profound sense of frustration. Until Noki and the rest of the Iwagakure ninjas departed, Sarutobi did not display any sign of discontent. In fact, he specifically instructed the Umbu ninjas to be courteous. The Umbu remained silent. After Sarutobi left, the expressions of the Umbu ninjas were filled with fury. Yet what could they do? The Hokage had not spoken. Konoha. They shook their heads, their eyes reflecting deep disappointment. Not long after the arrival of Iwagakure, the ninjas from Sunagakure also arrived. Unlike Iwagakure, the ninjas from Sunagakure were considerably more amicable, though this was merely relative. The relations among the various ninja villages had never been particularly harmonious. The so-called peace was merely superficial. Presently, they gathered together, each accompanied by considerable forces from their respective villages. While not all their combat strength was present, it still comprised a significant portion of their elite. Hence, it was imperative to manage the situation carefully. Otherwise, the flames of war could erupt directly within Konoha. This predicament weighed heavily on Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Consequently, he endeavored to adopt a more amiable demeanor. Fortunately, due to Gaara's influence, Sunagakure was less inclined to be overly confrontational. Sunagakure entered Konoha, followed by Kirigakure. As the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei was received with utmost respect by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, upon seeing Terumi Mei, Sarutobi was taken aback, for he was unaware that the Mizukage had been replaced by such a youthful figure. Greetings, Mizukage. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he extended his hand, wishing to shake hers. However, Terumi Mei simply smiled at the outstretched hand, showing no intention of reciprocating. With a smile, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and remarked, "I apologize, but I am not accustomed to shaking hands with elders." Instantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Behind him, Asuma's eyes nearly bulged out as he gazed at the young and beautiful Terumi Mei, yet she paid him no mind whatsoever. Just as Asuma was about to make his move to introduce himself, he was obstructed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma felt a hint of dissatisfaction. Sarutobi smirked, his gaze subtly drifting toward Asuma's lower region. Immediately, Asuma's face flushed crimson, and in his anger, he departed. Terumi Mei chuckled lightly, feigning ignorance, and inquired, "What seems to be the matter with young Asuma?" "He is feeling a bit unwell," Sarutobi replied. Terumi Mei nodded, adding, "Might I request that the third Hokage arrange accommodations for us? We have traveled for several days and are quite fatigued." Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen consented. In the following days, several small ninja villages arrived in succession. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no intention of meeting them. Given his status, their ranks were insufficient to warrant his attention. This included the Sound Village, which consequently raised no suspicions among its members. Meanwhile, Ming and Naruto entered the village, accompanied by the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. As the entourage made their grand entrance into Konoha, a ninja had already relayed the news to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He promptly went out to greet them. Third Hokage. Ming stood at the forefront, the undisputed leader, with both Hyuga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku positioned behind him. Merely through their arrangement, their statuses were evident. Ming was their chief. "You have arrived," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, raising an eyebrow. He had not anticipated that Ming would bring both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans along. Upon seeing Fugaku and Hayashi, a sense of discomfort settled within Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet he could only endure it for the moment. "They are?" Sarutobi inquired further. Ming smiled and explained, "Clan head Fugaku and clan head Hayashi thought that with so many ninja villages visiting, you might find it challenging to manage. So they came to lend their support." Sarutobi's expression turned icy. "I appreciate the goodwill of both clan heads, but I can manage this situation." The tension between the two parties was palpable, and the events at the entrance of Konoha attracted the attention of ninjas from other villages, drawing a crowd of onlookers, including Terumi Mei. Upon spotting her, Ming approached directly, extending his hand and cheerfully stating, "Beautiful lady, may we be acquainted?" At the sound of Ming's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically as he barked, "Step back. Ming, that is the Mizukage of the Mist Village, and your status does not permit." However, before Sarutobi could finish his warning, Terumi Mei had already reached out her hand, clasping Ming's. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze in disbelief. Ming gently squeezed Terumi Mei's hand, remarking, "Ah, truly soft." Zhao Mei's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a discreet glare at Ming, hastily withdrawing her gaze. This moment, however, went unnoticed by others. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel the heat of humiliation creeping onto his face, just as he prepared to utter something to alleviate the awkwardness. The people from the cloud-hidden village arrived. As soon as they did, AI's voice echoed through the air. Sarutobi Sasuke, come out. I swear I will end you. Instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured dramatically, while Su Ming merely chuckled. Amidst the swirling leaves, a fierce blaze erupted. Sarutobi Sasuke, get out here. AI's voice boomed, resonating with an undeniable intensity. If he had called out the name of anyone else, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have withstood it. But the name he uttered was not that of an ordinary individual. Enraged, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at AI. This is Konoha, Lord Hokage. I implore you to show some respect. As he spoke, the fury within him was nearly uncontainable. He had hoped that his demeanor would compel AI to temper his aggression. However, AI merely sneered, undeterred, and coldly retorted, if you do not hand over Sarutobi Sasuke today, the cloud-hidden village will not let this matter rest. At that moment, during the Chunin exams, the commotion was undoubtedly attracting many gazes, with numerous shinobi villages focused on this confrontation, especially after AI's arrival. The clash between Konoha and the cloud-hidden village promised to be a spectacle. Many ninja villages were eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, including the Sound Village. At this moment, Orochimaru, clad in a voluminous robe that obscured his features, also directed his attention to the scene, particularly as AI and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at an impasse. Orochimaru licked his lips in excitement. Teacher Sarutobi, one wonders how you intend to handle this situation? AI has insulted your most esteemed father. Will you recklessly engage in a brawl with the Hokage, or will you exercise restraint for the sake of your village? For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this was undoubtedly an excruciating choice. Regardless of which option he opted for, he would be left feeling stifled. If AI had backed down after his warning, the day could have been salvaged, allowing him to feign ignorance. Yet now, AI's aggression was relentless, fixating on the name Sarutobi Sasuke without yielding. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grim. The Konoha ninjas present clenched their fists. Sarutobi Sasuke had been hailed as a hero of the village. Heroes, by nature, deserve admiration. Now, their hero, the guardian of the village, had been subjected to indignity. This was unforgivable. They looked to Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his response, some among them even prepared to sacrifice their lives. Yet, for the sake of their village, they were willing to face death. Still, Sarutobi remained silent, his voice trapped within him. After a prolonged silence, the ninjas from the cloud-hidden village sneered, Third Hokage, we require an explanation. At this moment, a voice emerged beside AI. It belonged to a woman, her exceptionally long, light brown hair elegantly braided to prevent it from interfering with the battle, cascading down to her waist. The woman was strikingly beautiful, yet exuded an air of aloofness, a cold demeanor. As she spoke, her brows arched with a certain valiance. She was Yumu, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, known for her unyielding nature. What explanation do you seek? She inquired, her tone unwavering. Following her words, another voice resonated. Distinct from that of Sarutobi Hizashi or any leaf ninja, it was Su Ming. Upon noticing that Su Ming did not bear the leaf's forehead protector, Yumu furrowed her brow slightly. Who are you? She demanded. Su Ming stepped forward, positioning himself slightly ahead of Sarutobi Hizashi. He spoke with a smile, projecting sincerity. However, those familiar with him understood that his smile often carried a different connotation. In this instance, it signified satisfaction. With Yumu, as the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, Yumu held a significant status in the hidden cloud village, characterized by her regal demeanor. Like a queen, she maintained an air of superiority in her dealings. The more aloof the woman, the greater the thrill in conquering her. And Yumu was indeed quite distant. Thus, Su Ming was immensely satisfied. Upon hearing Su Ming's name, Yumu paused, only to quickly recollect herself. The son of the Fourth Hokage, the brother of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, various identities and information flashed through her mind, adding a layer of caution. After all, the records on Su Ming indicated that he was exceedingly dangerous. Yumu's shift in demeanor did not escape Su Ming's notice. He felt a sense of surprise, realizing his reputation had spread even to the hidden cloud. He regarded Yumu with a grin and stated, "The explanation you seek from the hidden leaf is unattainable. Do you wish to confront us directly?" Yumu's gaze was icy. Su Ming shook his head. "If you desire war, at least procure a valid reason. Do not merely attribute your grievances to the name of the leaf." Sarutobi Sasuke, he scoffed, that was the father of our third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, long deceased. Now, you demand an explanation from us. How can we explain? Shall we summon a corpse for your inquiry? The hidden cloud village is overstepping its bounds. Su Ming's words left the hidden cloud ninjas momentarily stunned. AI, too, was taken aback. He had found the name Sarutobi Sasuke somewhat familiar. Yet the events of that day had been so infuriating that he had not given it much thought. Now, as Su Ming articulated these words, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could a dead man possibly respond? The only plausible explanation was that the Sarutobi Sasuke of that day had been misrepresented, and someone had framed the leaf. As AI turned his head, he indeed beheld the pallid visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his countenance darkened, mirrored by the grim expressions of the Konoha shinobi. He recognized that he had erred. However, as the Raikage, even in a foreign land, he could not concede his mistake. For to do so would imply that Kumogakure feared Konoha. Thus, with a cold huff, AI proclaimed, "Who can ascertain whether he is truly dead? Your people from Konoha have indeed trespassed into my village, causing considerable destruction. I demand an explanation from you." This was AI's retort. Upon hearing these words, many of the Umbu ninjas felt as though they might erupt with fury. Yet, beside them, Hinata Hisashi revealed a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. For the situation bore striking resemblance to the events that had transpired within the Hyuga clan, albeit this time the protagonist was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. "How will you handle this? Will you summon your deceased father to offer an apology to Kumogakure? If so, Hiruzen, I must truly commend you. However, perhaps it would be more fitting for you to rebrand yourself as Sarutobi the Tortoise. Lord Third, Kumogakure has gone too far. We must not compromise." The Umbu could no longer contain their indignation. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not acquiesce immediately, his expression equally grim. AI chuckled coldly, and Kumogakure joined in his derision. Their smiles tinged with mockery.